Chapter 381, General Control Room. Six Fingers used his left hand to cut off the head of a bug man with a sharp blade, and shot and killed a bug man with a gun in his right hand. To others, this might be the result of him doing two things at once, and it didn't seem to be a strange thing. But only he knew that this was because he had allocated 30% of his computing power from his secondary brain to his left hand, which meant that his left hand was not under his control at this moment, but was attacking the bug man purely under the control of his secondary brain. For a moment, the knife light flashed in front of Zhu Shizhou, with the white light flashing from time to time. Killing the bug man with one move was like killing a chicken. As the team advanced, no bug man could get within 5 meters of Zhu Shizhou. Six Fingers is undoubtedly powerful, but in terms of the viewing level of the picture, the scene on the Thorn side is more violent. Jingji was also responsible for guarding Zhu Shizhou. His figure also surrounded Zhu Shizhou like a shadow. His method of killing insects was simple and rough, without so many fancy techniques. It was just the most basic fighting technique combined with shooting. Every insect that came close would be grabbed by Jingji's hand, and the force of the insect attacking her would be reversed. Or an insect's foot would be stabbed into another insect's head, or the insect's neck would be directly broken, or the hand would be inserted into the insect's chest to break its ribs, and the brain of the insect would be directly penetrated from the inside of the body from bottom to top, penetrating through the vital points, attacking the bones and joints, and shooting at close range. A series of operations were played by Jingji very smoothly. Although simple, the scene looked the most brutal. Under the protection of thorns and Six Fingers, Zhu Shizhou was able to remain calm throughout the entire process, and his pheromones were reduced to an extremely low level. This is also the reason why Zhu Shizhou said that the elite black soldiers were powerful. In the several rollbacks in the Underground Research Institute, he did not die once because of improper protection by thorns and Six Fingers. They easily protected his safety in the hands of the terrifying number of insects, allowing him to shoot without distraction. The Underground Research Institute, which was originally surrounded by dangers, was played by a group of elite black soldiers as if it were a simple difficulty. There were dense insects rushing towards the exit all around, and every insect leaked out and placed in a crowd of ordinary people could cause a catastrophe. But the elite black soldiers relied on their bodies that had reached their physiological limits to forcibly build an empty zone in this underground space that insects were not allowed to approach. The assault team and the reconnaissance team opened the way in front and killed the insects with great efficiency, while the emergency mobile team in the back protected the logistics team and Tesla and others, and dealt with some insects who attacked from the side by detours. When the Zerdmen arrived at their side, their numbers were no longer a threat, because they had been weakened and screened by the assault and reconnaissance teams in front. And the Zerdmen in the air were directly controlled by Zhu Shizhou and Yi Shen, so they did not need to be on guard against attacks from the air. They were under little pressure, and Tesla, as the commander, only needed to make the simplest reminder. Pay attention to the 9 o'clock direction. Got it. Solved. 3 Zerdmen on the left wing. Got it. Solved. Got it. The Zerdmen moved very fast. At least so far. It was beyond the limit of Zhu Shizhou's dynamic vision. Before his body was trained and grown, he could not see the movement of the insects. But the elite black soldiers could. Especially the several elite black soldiers of the emergency mobile team. Even if they became elite black soldiers, they were training their bodies day after day, and their eyesight was enough to support them to see and predict the attack of the insects. Although Tesla came from the command center, he was still an elite black soldier. And more importantly, he was the most experienced elite black soldier in the whole field. None of the 11 elite black soldiers who entered the Underground Research Institute this time could see more clearly than him. Even the Night God with extremely strong eyesight could not see as clearly as Tesla. He was responsible for reminding everyone in the center, whenever an insect tried to attack and break into the defense circle of the emergency mobile team, Tesla would speak to remind them. And his hands were not idle, either shooting or directly destroying the insect's body at close range. The carapace of the alien insects is very hard, but the carapace of the insect man is nothing to Tesla. Other elite black soldiers can only attack the vulnerable parts of the insect man. But Tesla himself, his body is strong enough to ignore the defense of the insect man's carapace and forcefully penetrate the insect man's body. The battle in the rear is not as explosive as Zhu Shizhou's battle, but the picture still looks like a one-sided crushing of the insect man. If it were an ordinary black soldier, he might die soon after the battle. But these elite black soldiers would not, saving Zhu Shizhou the effort to save them. The team has been moving forward in an orderly manner. The black soldiers always remember their duties. Their purpose is not to enter the Institute to kill the Insect Man. Their purpose is just to bring Max to the switch and let him close the Institute. Max knew the route and told him the route before they entered the Institute. According to Max, there is a secret passage on the wall next to the underground square, with a mechanism that can open the stone wall. After opening the stone wall, a main control room will appear, which contains control consoles for controlling each underground floor. After entering the Institute, the team did not delay at all and moved straight to the stone wall at the beginning. After a while, they came to the front of the stone wall smoothly. Everyone, pay attention. I'm going to wake up Max, Tesla reminded everyone. The pheromones on everyone fluctuated for a moment, and they all knew what this meant. The reason why they arrived at the stone wall safely among the insect swarms filling the underground space was because Max was injected with a suspended animation potion, and the pheromones on his body were reduced to an extremely low level. However, Tesla's meaning was very clear now. That is, to wake up Max, which would directly cause Max's pheromones to return to normal levels. Max doesn't know any pheromone convergence techniques, so all the insects in the entire underground space will cast their eyes towards them and then attack them frantically. Under that crazy attack, they need to hold on until Max opens the stone wall and enters the main control room, and then passes the verification and starts the procedure of closing the Institute to inject the suspended animation potion again to reduce the pheromone. The whole process requires them to guard the entrance of the main control room to resist the crazy attack of the insects. All the elite black soldiers responded in unison. Received. Tesla didn't say much nonsense, and took out a potion syringe from his arms, which was flowing with colorless and transparent liquid. Without saying a word, he inserted the syringe directly into the vein of Max's neck in his arms, and slowly pushed the liquid in. In an instant, all the elite black soldiers present, except Ju Sergio, felt it. Max's heartbeat, which had stopped due to fake death, started to work again, and the pheromones on his body gradually rose and returned to normal. They all felt that a strong omen of death exploded in the entire underground space, like a nuclear bomb explosion. The insects in the entire underground space, who were originally running towards the exit of the research institute, stopped and cast their eyes in their direction. Ju Sergio exited the state of calmness. At this moment, everyone's pheromones were released again, and there was no need to restrain pheromones. Roar, roar, roar. The hungry roar of the insects was deafening. Chapter 382 Bait. Support Tactics. When Max woke up in a daze, he saw such a terrible scene. The overwhelming insect people almost filled his sight. From the sky to the ground, there were insect people everywhere. Of course, he also saw several elite black soldiers around him. The elite black soldiers formed a semicircular encirclement around him, and behind them was a hard stone wall. Oh my God! What's going on? Max was so scared that his legs and feet were sore, and he almost died of fright. Before he could observe more horrible scenes, he was slapped hard on the head, which made him dizzy, but also completely awake. Don't be in a daze. Open the stone wall quickly. It was Tesla. Seeing Max in a daze, he quickly realized that he hadn't recovered yet, so he slapped him. This slap was quite powerful, and a voice awakened Max's mind, and he remembered what he was doing. Yes, before entering the institute, the black soldiers forced him to inject the fake death potion. It was said that this would allow him to break through the heavy Zerg swarm and successfully bring him to the main control room. At that time, Max was naturally scared to death. After all, the name fake death potion didn't sound very auspicious, but he still accepted the injection of the fake death potion. And now, it must be that the effect of the fake death potion has been released. And this is the stone wall of the main control room. Max immediately rushed to the front of the stone wall, screaming and shouting, "I understand. Wait a minute. I can open the stone wall in just 1 minute." 1 minute? Tesla pondered for a moment. The situation was quite urgent, and he didn't know if he could hold out for a minute. The white light burst out crazily in the hands of the elite black soldiers as if it was free. Although there was a 1-second cooling period for the guns, the white laser was still powerful after piercing through a bug man, and it could penetrate a passage all the way. Therefore, each shot could kill a large number of bug men, not just one. And the situation was maintained at a barely supportable level. Max hurriedly lay on the stone wall and pressed hard on a brick on the stone wall. The brick sank down, and at the same time, accompanied by a huge continuous vibration rumble, the stone wall slowly opened to both sides. It was not over after it was opened. There was a heavy electronic door inside, which was only 2 or 3 meters wide and 4 or 5 meters high. However, the surface looked extremely shiny under the white light, and it was unknown what material it was made of. Zhu Shizhou just glanced at it briefly, and then put his energy back into shooting the bug men. There was no way. The Zerg's attack was too fierce, and it would be easy to be broken through if you were not careful. He did not enter a calm state again, but started to shoot crazily, without aiming, nor deliberately recalling the scenes he had experienced. He raised his gun and shot, not caring about accuracy at all. As long as there were Zergs, he just shot, because at this scene, he didn't need to aim at all. He just needed to shoot. There were Zergs everywhere in front of him, and he could shoot down a large number of them as long as he shot. So there was no need to consider accuracy. But at the same time, he was also calmly calculating the time in his head. The minute Max opened the door was 1 minute and 25 seconds to be exact. If everyone just stood here and formed a circle during this period, the elite black soldiers would be careless due to the continuous high-intensity battle, resulting in casualties. Zhu Shizhou had experienced such a future when he adjusted his combat effectiveness in the replays. His combat effectiveness would affect Tesla's command decisions in the future. In order to avoid this shrinking tactic, Zhu Shizhou showed strong strength from the beginning, allowing Tesla to consider more possibilities. Although the elite black soldiers are very powerful, it is only the first time to cooperate anyway. Therefore, in order to maximize the combat effectiveness of a single black soldier, Tesla, as the commander, will make a decision. War Madman Rashomon Shura. Tesla's voice was clearly heard by everyone amid the overwhelming roar of the insect people. Here, as the battle situation of the emergency mobile group, Rashomon and Shura both responded. You 3. Pheromone burst. Lead a group of insects away. Got it. The 3 elite black soldiers did not hesitate for a moment. If it was Zhu Shizhou, he might even ask why he was sent to die. But they didn't. Faced with this order that might let them die as bait to lure away the insects, they easily agreed. Zhu Shizhou knew that this was the best decision under the current circumstances, because the encirclement was built. Letting the black soldiers stand still and wait for the insects to attack them would limit the performance of the black soldiers. They could not dodge easily, because once they dodged, the black soldiers behind them would face danger, which led to the black soldiers on the periphery being under much greater pressure than the black soldiers on the inside, and they might be beheaded by the insects at any time. On the other hand, if the black soldiers were allowed to move freely, even if they became bait, they could attract other insects on the one hand, and fully exert their combat effectiveness on the other hand. The pheromone outbreak was not a dead end, because in their conception, their action this time was originally a lightning action, which meant to quickly execute the task and then quickly leave. All Max needed to do was to pass the password verification and then set the procedure to close the institute. In their minds, this should be a very fast process. So this bait tactic was just right to be used at this moment. Sure enough, Zhang Kuang, Shura, Rashomon, and the other 3 suddenly had an inexplicable meaning in Zhu Shizhou's perception. But in the feelings of other black soldiers, there was a sense of explosion, like a volcanic eruption. They are all veterans among the elite black soldiers, and they are also from the emergency mobile department. They continue to train themselves and refine themselves to fighters beyond the limits of the human body. Their ability to control pheromones far exceeds that of other black soldiers, thus becoming powerful elite black soldiers. In order to avoid a large gap caused by the 3 people leaving at once, they left one by one. First was Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang's way of releasing pheromones was very simple, exactly the same as the way that thorns release pheromones, but it completely crushed Thorn's pheromone release. If Thorn's pheromone release was just a small stream, then Zhang Kuang's pheromone release was as fierce as a tsunami, especially at the beginning. The pheromones released from Zhang Kuang were so strong that even Zhu Shizhou, a rookie without a sixth sense, felt an inexplicable pressure. This pressure directly hit Zhu Shizhou's heart, causing his heart to beat in vain for a moment. A bunch of rotten trash. Look at me! Zhang Kuang's roar exploded in their ears. This was not said to them, but to the insects. Zhang Kuang's body flew out like a train, directly knocking away several insects. The powerful kinetic energy of the explosion directly crushed the chests of those insects. The insects screamed, and the crackling sound of bones being broken was too thick. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou felt a clear change. He didn't have a sixth sense, but he could find that the density of the insects besieging them was reduced by half in an instant. Yes, half of the insects were attracted by Zhang Kuang's fierce pheromones. Zhang Kuang's roar sounded in the distance. Zhu Shizhou could vaguely capture the scene of him fighting head-on with the insects over the obstacles. No matter how many times you watch it, it feels quite violent. He is the same as you, Zhu Shizhou said to Jingji. Jingji kicked a bugman away and fired a shot. He glanced at the distance and said lightly, "That's not the case. I'm not that violent." After that, Jingji punched out and smashed a bugman's head. Zhu Shizhou. It's a pity. It's a pity that he doesn't have such a strong physical ability yet. While Zhu Shizhou was still sighing, the second person to rush out was Rashomon. His movement was not as loud as Zhang Kuang's. He just rushed out simply, and then the bugmen rushed towards him, but were dodged by his ghostly footsteps. Another third of the insects were attracted away. Then came Shura. Zhu Shizhou remembered that Shura was the most experienced elite black soldier after Zhang Kuang. In several replays, Zhu Shizhou had tried to understand Shura's abilities, but basically did not find out anything. The only information he knew was that Shura was from the support department. In the fierce shooting, Zhu Shizhou did not think too much. He knew that Tesla would give him a task next, and he had done this task countless times. He was familiar with the order Tesla was going to give next. "Prophet," Tesla shouted. Zhu Shizhou replied calmly. "Yes," Tesla said. "You don't need a pheromone burst, but I have a task for you. I don't know if you can do it." Zhu Shizhou still only responded with one word. "Say," Tesla said. "I need you to pick them up. Pheromone bursts are short-lived. I am not familiar with them, and I don't know how long their pheromones can last. I don't know how long Max will have to operate to complete the entire shutdown process. So their situation is more dangerous than ours. I need you to support them at the right time." In response, Zhu Shizhou only replied with one word. "Okay." This short word shows the black soldier style. Tesla didn't hear any hesitation from Zhu Shizhou. It was as if he had never considered the possibility of his failure. Chapter 383 Pheromone Blockade. Replacing Tactics, Executors, and Prophet. Zhu Shizhou rushed up the moment he finished speaking. Tesla discovered something at this time. Before, everyone was attacked by the insect people, so he didn't pay much attention to Zhu Shizhou's situation, and he couldn't tell to what extent Zhu Shizhou's pheromones had dropped. But now, not even a single insect person was led away by Zhu Shizhou. What does this mean? This shows that Zhu Shizhou's own pheromone level is also extremely high. It is not surprising that these veteran elite black soldiers can do this. But the Prophet. If I remember correctly, the Prophet should have just joined the elite black soldiers not long ago. Tesla asked Thorn here, and shot a bugman in the process. Thorn naturally knew where Tesla's doubts came from. In fact, what Tesla wanted to say was not that Zhu Shizhou had just joined the elite black soldiers not long ago, but that he had just joined the organization not long ago. He assumed that this new elite black soldier who used 3 guns was Zhu Shizhou. So he was puzzled by Zhu Shizhou's ability to collect pheromones so skillfully. That's right. Jingji nodded, but also thought about Tesla's words. If Zhu Shizhou was really the secret weapon of the chess club, and Tesla was a member of the chess club, there should be no such doubts. The reason why Tesla raised such a question now seemed to prove that Tesla was indeed not a member of the chess club. Jingji opened his mouth, but at the same time glanced at the other elite black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou had left the scene now, but he didn't know which of the elite black soldiers who stayed here were from the chess club. The road to informing is difficult. Tesla did not notice the abnormality of the thorns, and shouted to Max behind him. "Are you almost done?" Max was sweating on his forehead at this time, and he had already called up a display screen in front of the metal wall. It looked quite high-tech, and he was now entering the password. The password was a long string of 20 digits, and contained uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers and special symbols. If it was entered incorrectly 3 times, the entire underground base would sound an alarm, and the metal door would be locked for 24 hours. So Max was now shaking his hands while entering the password. "Don't shake." "Damn!" Max's face turned pale, and he cursed himself secretly, forcing himself to calm down. However, in this dangerous environment, the pheromones emitted by the insect swarm were enough to make an ordinary person feel the deadly danger. The pheromone ocean swallowed Max, How could Max not be nervous? Max didn't dare to tell Tesla at all. Just when he was about to finish entering the password, Tesla's roar directly made him subconsciously shake his hand, causing the password to be misplaced. So he had to enter it again. That's right. This password lock doesn't have a delete button, only a reset button. Once you enter a wrong password, you have to reset the entire password and re-enter it. And what's even more exaggerated is that the re-entry process is also counted as the number of wrong passwords. Which genius designer designed this password program? CK. Max wiped the cold sweat. But at this time, he finally eased his nervousness a little, because he had heard of an old saying in Sia State, called haste makes waste. So he took a deep breath and then started to enter the password again. 1 minute is up. Haagen-Dazs shot a bug man's head and complained indifferently. Zhu Shizhou had gone back so many times, and he didn't know that Max had re-entered the password. He only knew that Max promised to open the door of the main control room in 1 minute. But it took 1 minute and 25 seconds. And it was like this every time. At this time, Zhu Shizhou had already arrived near Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang was kicking the two bug men on the left and right away with his fists and feet. He could hear the clear sound of broken bones next to him. When he saw Zhu Shizhou coming to him, he obviously didn't know what it meant. Prophet, what are you looking at? I was sent by Tesla. Zhu Shizhou quickly explained the purpose of Tesla sending him here. Zhang Kuang shook his head after listening. Don't worry. I can hold on for at least half an hour here. Don't look at my pheromone burst fiercely. But this requires skills. Zhu Shizhou nodded. He actually just came to say hello. As for Zhang Kuang's statement that he could hold out for half an hour, Zhu Shizhou just listened to it. Because Zhang Kuang would make a mistake in 2 minutes, and then be pierced in the side by a bug man, which would lead to the beginning of the collapse of the entire team. But Zhu Shizhou didn't say anything now, because Zhang Kuang was not joking. He could theoretically hold out for half an hour. And this was just Zhang Kuang's conservative estimate. My pheromone burst technique is, huh? Why are you leaving? Don't you want to finish listening? I know. Your pheromone burst technique is intermittent burst. Needless to say, I know. My sixth sense can sense it. Zhu Shizhou left, leaving Zhang Kuang, who nodded subconsciously to continue fighting with the insect man. Intermittent burst. This is also a technique in pheromone burst. It means literally, a person's pheromone burst time is limited. But what if the pheromone burst is divided into segments? Just like a person's physical strength is limited. If you keep running, you can only run 10,000 meters at most. But if you divide this 10,000 meters into 10 segments, or 100 segments, 1,000 segments, and run and walk, then the distance that the physical strength can support will be far more than 10,000 meters. It is equivalent to transforming endurance running into a jog that can walk and rest on the road at will. Whenever the insect man launched a fierce attack on him, Zhang Kuang would converge his pheromones, and the insect man would run toward Shura and Rashomon while fighting. And when they were about to leave, Zhang Kuang would open up the distance with them and burst pheromones. Just like walking the insect man around in this vast underground space. These were naturally not perceived by Zhu Shizhou with his sixth sense. But Zhang Kuang told him personally. In the process, there were more and more insect corpses, resulting in no open space on the ground. It was full of corpses and some sticky liquid. Zhu Shizhou stepped on the corpses and jumped towards Shura and Rashomon. Zhang Kuang glanced at Zhu Shizhou's departing back and thought for a moment. Can the prophet restrain his pheromones to this extent while chatting continuously? Zhang Kuang should be extremely sensitive to the pheromones from the outside world when his pheromones were fully activated. But he could not sense any pheromones from Zhu Shizhou. What puzzled him the most during this process was that even when Zhu Shizhou was speaking, no pheromones were emitted. You know, as long as there is thought, when people are thinking, there will inevitably be pheromone leakage. It's just the difference between high pheromone and low pheromone leakage. It was as if he was not facing a living person, but a dead object. He had only experienced this skill in that group of top elite black soldiers. This skill was called pheromone blocking. Zhang Kuang was not sure at this time whether his sixth sense was not sharp enough or the prophet really achieved pheromone blocking. If it was the former, he could still understand. But if it was the latter, who on earth was this prophet? Chapter 384 Thorn Showdown. Zhu Shizhou did not think. At this moment, his brain was only thinking at a simple level of subconsciously controlling his body. This was not thinking at all. It was just like controlling the body to walk. When a person walks, he naturally does not consider whether to take the left leg or the right leg next. Walking. This behavior is a skill that is learned and engraved into the bone marrow. When something is repeated many times, even if the mind is thinking about other things, it will not hinder the body from doing it. Zhu Shizhou is in such a state now. Everything he is experiencing now is done by his body subconsciously. Just like walking. Even speaking itself does not carry any of his thoughts. Because Zhu Shizhou has died too many times. He knows what to do, and when to do it. Everything happening around him looks thrilling. All of which are densely packed with dangerous insects. But to him, it is no different from a more realistic cutscene. What to do, and what to say at a certain step are all deeply engraved into his bones. Talking to Zhang Kuang fluently was just a program that he had set up in advance. Zhang Kuang felt that Zhu Shizhou had achieved pheromone closure. But in fact, Zhu Shizhou was really not thinking. The real pheromone closure is that even if he is thinking, he can control his own pheromones from leaking. He can't do that kind of high-end realm at all. He can only use the dumbest method to achieve pseudo-pheromone closure. There is no way. This is all forced out. After all, once his pheromones cannot achieve perfect closure, the surrounding insect people will rush up like crazy. He could only fire 3 shots at best. And his body was so fragile that he would die if he couldn't do it. So after dying about 50 times, he forced himself to learn this trick of pseudo-pheromone blockade. Zhu Shizhou came to Shura and Rashomon again, and had a conversation with them respectively, informing them of the work assigned by Tesla. Shura and Rashomon agreed one after another, and then they both expressed doubts about Zhu Shizhou's state. Zhu Shizhou's pseudo-pheromone blockade was too real. Then, Zhu Shizhou came to Zhang Kuang again. "What are you doing here again?" Zhang Kuang asked. Confused. Zhu Shizhou didn't speak this time. He talked to Zhang Kuang before because he couldn't let Zhang Kuang understand his intentions if he didn't talk to him. And it would be difficult to cooperate with him. Now he was silent because even if he didn't answer Zhang Kuang's questions, it would not affect his cooperation with Zhang Kuang in the future. Zhu Shizhou didn't think, and stood there like a wooden stake. He was waiting for the moment when Zhang Kuang made a mistake in the battle. During this time, Max finally opened the electronic door. The electronic door bounced to both sides, revealing the room of the main control room. When the electronic door opened, the lights in the main control room also lit up. And the light from the main control room also brought a ray of light to this dim underground space. Max breathed a sigh of relief, and finally opened it without any danger. Tesla shouted to Max, "Go in quickly, and set it to close the institute in 10 minutes. Max quickly responded and ran into the main control room. The equipment in the main control room is very complicated. There is an operating table with a display screen in the center, which is where the identity verification is performed. If the identity verification is not performed, all the programs in the main control room are locked and cannot be moved at all. Even if the identity verification is performed, the operation can only be performed for a maximum of 1 hour. If you want to operate after 1 hour, you can only continue the identity verification. How long will it take?" Tesla shouted. Tesla had asked this question before entering the institute, and Max's answer was 5 minutes. But the actual situation still depends on the efficiency of the verification program. If it is stuck, the speed will be slightly slower. Max has opened the operating table and started the verification program. He shouted, "Can you give me 10 minutes?" Tesla replied coldly, "Give you 10 minutes? Then you will rot in there." Max shuddered all over. 7 minutes? Give me 7 minutes. Sure. Compared to 10 minutes, 7 minutes is still acceptable. Tesla said to Thorn, who was violently attacking the Zerdman. "You go in and keep an eye on him." Understood. Tesla had a reason for doing this. Because he wanted to prevent Max from making unnecessary operations. This is Papua New Guinea, so the system language of this institute is Pidgin. It can be understood by just speculation that any system in this main control room will not be considered for operation by people outside Papua New Guinea. And the only one among the elite black soldiers present who can speak Pidgin is Thorn. So there is an intention to let Thorn keep an eye on Max. Thorn also retreated into the main control room with blood all over his body. Except for closing the institute. "You should not perform any unnecessary operations," Thorn said to Max. "What can I do?" Max was a little nervous. A password input box appeared on the screen of the console. Max spent more than 20 seconds to enter the password. And then the pupil verification program appeared. Max put his eyes close to it and passed the verification easily. After the pupil verification, Fingerprint authentication is also required. Although the above 3-level verification procedures are simple, they basically eliminate the possibility of other people passing the verification. Other operating devices in the main control room were unblocked, including some monitoring equipment that was running, including some computers, and other machines that were originally in the off state. They also made running sounds and emitted blue dim light as the verification passed. Max did not dare to delay and immediately ran to the largest computer to turn it on. Please, hurry up! The boot screen on the display made Max wait anxiously. Thorne stood beside Max and watched Max's operation closely, without any slackness. While Max was waiting for the computer to start up, Thorne turned his head and looked at Tesla and others standing at the door of the main control room fighting with the insects, and had a bold idea in his mind. Max, I know who you are. Thorne suddenly spoke to Max. Max's body suddenly froze. He turned his head with a stiff head and looked at Thorne. Thorne saw Max's reaction, and at this moment, he was finally 100% sure that Max was indeed a member of the chess club. Otherwise, he would not have such a big reaction. Max froze his body, using not very good acting skills to cover up his reaction. Took a deep breath and said, "Who am I? Didn't I say it before? I am an American, because I stole the official American insect research plan," Thorne said calmly. "You know I'm not talking about that." Max was extremely nervous. That's right. When he told these black soldiers about his identity, he concealed the fact that he was recruited by the US government. In fact, after being recruited, he was also a member of the US official organization. When he confessed his identity to the black soldiers, he deliberately didn't say this because he was worried that the black soldier organization would hand him over to the US government for processing, which would be the most horrible outcome. However, what Thorne said next made Max dumbfounded. "You are from the chess club. I know everything." "Chess club?" Max opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What the hell is that? Chapter 385, Inducement. What is the chess club? Max said he didn't know what Thorne was talking about. How could Thorne, who was already certain of the truth, believe Max's reaction now? So Thorne continued to lower his voice and said, "Don't pretend. I know everything. The existence of the chess club has been exposed long ago." "What? Lord Thorne, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Still want to play dumb? Uh-huh. Well, what I want to tell you is that your life is in my hands now." The words Thorne said lightly made Max's heart beat wildly. Are you threatening me now?" Max was not only confused, but also stuttered. He didn't know what Thorne was doing or what he wanted him to do. "Yes, I am threatening you," Thorne sneered. "Are you afraid of death?" "Of course I am afraid of death." Before Max could speak, Thorne said, "I know you are not afraid of death. After all, you are a death warrior of the chess club." "Death warrior? What is that?" Max swallowed his saliva with full of doubts and asked Thorne. "No, Lord Thorne. I am afraid of death. What do you want me to do? I have always been concerned about what the chess club wants. How can they get rid of the secret of their research on insects 100%? When the prophet put the blame on you, Papua New Guinea, I confirm that you, as a death warrior, must be the key figure in this link. Everything so far is under the control of the chess club." Thorne glanced at Max, who looked dazed. "Your action of closing the institute now seems normal. But in fact, once you close the institute, everything about the insect research plan will be hidden, and will eventually disappear into thin air as the last continent is annihilated." Max shuddered. He didn't understand what Thorne said before about the chess club. But now, he finally understood what Thorne said. He wanted to destroy his own information. Just as Thorne said, in the lower floor of the institute, there is Max's office, which records the complete insect research plan and all his own experiences, all written in English. It is precisely because he wants to destroy it that he actively cooperates to close the institute. The Black Soldier organization obviously doesn't know what is in that office, so he can get away with it this way. Originally, he thought so. But now, Thorne is not talking nonsense. The reason why she chooses to show her hand now is that if she doesn't show her hand now, she may not have a chance later. The existence of the chess club will continue to be hidden by Max's operation of closing the institute. Her loyalty to the organization does not allow her to sit back and do nothing. So her words just now were not only exposing the conspiracy of the chess club, but also testing Max's reaction. Sure enough, I guessed right. Thorne said lightly. There must be some evidence in the Institute that can't be shown to us. Right? From Max's various subtle reactions, Thorne's almost concluded that there was evidence of the chess club's participation in the research in the Institute. How could the chess club cooperate with the Papua New Guinea government without leaving any traces? Now everyone wants to know who developed these insect people. And everyone except herself believes that it was the Papua New Guinea military. But if they see concrete evidence, they should understand what is going on. As long as the existence of the chess club is leaked, her mission will be completed. And it doesn't matter whether she dies or not. What's more important now is that the pheromones representing fear emitted by Max are not fake, which proves that there is room for exploitation. Max, betray the chess club. The real purpose is revealed. Thorne said his threat lightly. At this time, the computer in front of the two was turned on. Now your life is in my hands. If you don't betray the chess club, I will shoot you on the spot. No one knows my conversation with you. I will tell them that it's because you want to fully open the Institute and release more insect people. As Thorne said this, he raised his gun, and at an angle that no one could see from behind. Thorne's gun was aimed at Max's abdomen. Max was so scared that he almost peed. From the beginning, he didn't know what Thorne was doing. He said something incomprehensible, such as chess club. It seemed that the chess club was the mastermind behind the research of the Zerdman plan. But where is the chess club? He knew very well that all this was done by him and the Papua New Guinea military. And there was no third party involved. The problem now was that if he didn't betray the inexplicable chess club, he would die. I betrayed? Max compromised instantly without any hesitation. You don't look like a death warrior. Do you really have the awareness of death? Max almost cried. I'm not a death warrior. No one can fake pheromones, no matter how good his acting skills are. Max is just an ordinary person after all. The fear of death that he exudes at this moment is not fake. Thorns now begin to suspect that Max is threatened by the wall of the chess club and is coming out to take the blame. It was just a test. But I didn't expect to get such a big reward. Thorne seems to have seen the future in which she will personally expose the true face of the chess club. Her tone softened a little. Very good. If you cooperate with us, the Black Soldier organization can still protect you. I promise to let you survive. Max understood this sentence again, although he didn't know what was going on. This was a promise from an elite black soldier. Max swallowed his saliva. Don't you believe it? Thorns patted Max's shoulder. Don't forget. I said this based on knowing your identity. You are just a small shrimp in one link. Insignificant. It is actually very easy to save you. If you believe me, you can live. Otherwise, you can only die as a dead man of the chess club. I don't want to die, Max answered almost immediately. But there was a question that he had been choking on. If he didn't ask it clearly, he always felt that something big would happen. Master Thorne, maybe as you said, I am just a small shrimp. But what is the chess club? Thorne frowned. Max's authority in the chess club seems to be very low. Well, this is normal. How could the chess club take a high-level person to die and take the blame? She was just wondering why Max's reaction seemed a little confused. Now it seems that Max really doesn't know the name chess club. Maybe if he says it more clearly, he can get more information. So Thorne said lightly, Chess Club controls everything about the Zerdman research project. Nothing can be simpler and clearer than this. As soon as this was said, Max suddenly realized. Where did the Zerdman research project come from? How could he not know it? Now combined with Thorne's words, Max instantly understood that the chess club that Thorne mentioned was the name of the American organization that studied the Zerdman project. His. I understand. Max nodded heavily. Lord Thorne, I gradually understand everything. It's good that you understand. Now I need you to tell me where the confidential documents of the chess club are? How can we get them? Thorne's goal is very clear. What she always wants is the evidence of the existence of the chess club. Max smoothly replaced the chess club with the United States. So the meaning of Thorne's words changed in his ears. The research documents of the U.S. military. Isn't that the insect research plan? This is all he has in his hands. Lord Thorne, to be honest, I don't know much about the chess club. After all, I was only recruited by them as an outsider before. But the initial documents about the insect research plan are all hidden in my office below. At this point, Max started to cry. Lord Thorne, the Black Soldier organization will not hand me over to those people. Right? I just want to stay alive. Thorne made a promise casually. Don't worry. With the Black Soldier organization, as long as this matter is exposed, you will be protected as a key person. Compared to these, I want to know more about the participation of the chess club in the Insect Man research project. What do you mean by compared to these? Max opened his mouth, but didn't complain. Max looked at the gun against his abdomen and said frankly, the Insect Man research plan was almost all carried out by the Papua New Guinea military based on the original documents. The original documents played a programmatic role, and there were also a lot of research data for the military to refer to. So the military was able to research insect men. Jingji frowned. The chess club has really cleared itself. It only took the documents but did nothing. Forget it. As long as it can prove the existence of the chess club. Anyway, are you sure that the document is in the deeper floors? Max nodded. That's right. Jingji is most worried now that the chess club has already cleared all the documents and left no evidence. To be honest, this possibility is very high. So we have to be on guard. In order to prevent herself from stealing chickens and losing rice. Jingji has already thought of a way out. She looked at Max expressionlessly. Max, you know that your current behavior is a meritorious service for your crime. If you confess only under my coercion, you will not be forgiven by the Black Soldier organization. Max is of course very clear about the meaning of surrendering. He nodded, saying that it was different from forced confession. Master Thorne, I understand. Everything I do now is out of my conscience. All of them are my own actions. Max was terrified when he said this, because he was not a fool. This was equivalent to handing over his life, and completely shirking Thorne's responsibility. In the confrontation between the Black Soldier organization and the American organization, he was just a pawn. But since he had chosen to be a pawn, he could not waver. He had a corresponding awareness. More importantly, Max looked at the muzzle of the gun against his abdomen again. In this situation, if he dared to hesitate, he would probably be dead. In the end, he chose to stand on the side of the Black Soldier organization. Max did not operate the program to close the institute on the computer, but turned around and returned to the entrance of the stone wall. There, Tesla and the others were still fighting against the overwhelming insect people. Masters, I have something to confess. Max raised his hand and shouted. The eyes of Thorne flashed behind him, and the gun in his hand was ready to fire. The existence of the chess club was about to surface, and it would be clear at a glance which of these black soldiers were from the chess club and which were normal black soldiers. If anyone wanted to stop Max from confessing, she would take this opportunity to shoot him. There were insect people in front and Thorne behind. Chapter 386 You Owe Me a Life. When Max hesitated and still did not operate the program, but turned back to the other black soldiers and said, I have something to confess. The other elite black soldiers were stunned. My lords, I want to confess something. Tesla ignored Max, who wanted to speak, and shouted, Thorne, report the situation. What's going on? In his opinion, he asked Thorne to supervise Max. So Max's behavior must have been tacitly approved by Thorne. Otherwise, Max would not go against their decision and turn around to talk nonsense with them at this critical moment. Thorne clenched the gun in his hand, and knew that his tacit approval would arouse suspicion. So he replied, Max has important facts to confess about the key intelligence of the insect research plan. Is it important? Tesla shot a bug in the head and asked without turning his head. The other elite black soldiers also turned their heads without turning their heads, and seemed to not care about Max's sudden betrayal and what he would say that was not good for them. Everyone's reaction made Thorne a little hesitant, because in her imagination, there should be at least a few elite black soldiers who would try to stop Max from speaking at this time. Thorne was ready to take action. However, the fact is that no one spoke except Tesla, the commander. It's very important. Thorne already had a bad premonition in her heart, but she still pushed the development of this matter. Very good. Then speak quickly, and start the program immediately after you finish speaking. Tesla said so, and the other elite black soldiers were all silent. Max looked at Thorne. He was very nervous when the time came, but with the encouragement of Thorne's eyes, he took a deep breath and simply and clearly stated to everyone that he was recruited by the official in the United States and became a member of the U.S. official. He also said that there was an original document of the Insect Man research plan deeper inside the institute. Thorne felt something was wrong as he listened. Tesla and the others were confused after listening. So what's important about this? Before entering the institute, they had interrogated Max. Max also said that he was from the United States. The only difference between what Max said now was whether Max had been recruited by the US official. Thorne's eyes were sharp. He was about to shoot Max in the head the next moment. This bastard actually lied to her. He didn't say anything about the chess club. Max was still immersed in the emotion that he finally confessed everything. What he was most worried about was that after confessing, he would be handed over to the US official by the Black Soldier organization. That would be really hopeless. As for now, he has Thorne's guarantee and confessed everything to everyone. Thorne also said that he would protect him. Why is Lord Thorne's eyes so scary? Thorne stared at Max coldly. You should have something else to confess. Right? Max couldn't grasp the point. What? Thorne's hope of exposing the true face of the chess club was completely shattered at this moment. She thought Max would point out the existence of the chess club and admit that everything was done under the guidance of the chess club. She was careless and was tricked by Max. Nothing. Since you have finished speaking, just start the program quickly. It's a waste of time. Max, didn't you ask me to confess? However, Max didn't speak in the murderous eyes of Thorne. He returned to the operating table, and while operating the program, he lowered his voice and said to Thorne, How is it, Lord Thorne? Thorne said expressionlessly, I admit that I underestimated you. Max? She underestimated Max's awareness. Come to think of it, how could someone who was trained by the chess club to take the blame and die in the place of death be so easily persuaded by her? Max is really not to be underestimated. He even deceived her with pheromones, making her mistakenly believe that he had surrendered. But he actually said a lot of nonsense. Thorne felt that she was fooled. But would she really kill Max on the spot as she threatened before? No, she wouldn't. Not only would she not, but she couldn't say anything more to Max now, because her actions just now had obviously alarmed the enemy. If she continued, she would probably die quietly and worthlessly in this research institute. So the only solution now is 10 minutes? I have 10 minutes. Jingji muttered to himself. She saw Max operate the complicated program to set the command to close the institute in 10 minutes. As long as the program starts running, the entire institute will be closed 10 minutes after the program starts running. And the insect people and all the information inside the institute will be sealed in the institute and will never see the light of day again. After the Continental Annihilation Weapon Death Rose is activated, everything will be annihilated into nothingness. The existence of the chess club will take deeper roots into the organization. Max did not do any other tricks, but just set the program honestly. The only thing that Jingji was thinking about now was whether to risk his life to go deeper and get the information about the chess club. 2 minutes. Not long. Not short. Especially in this rapidly changing battle. Every minute and every second within 2 minutes. As long as you are a little careless, it is easy for the insects to rush and eat you up without leaving any residue. However, the powerful Zhang Kuang was like a bright light in the dark night. Among the pheromones of the insects, his pheromones exploded very conspicuously. On the other hand, Zhu Shizhou was as silent as a stone when he stood beside. Come on. Come and kill me. Zhang Kuang was not at all restless when fighting, and he shouted loudly under the siege of the insects. This is normal. This is his fighting style. When the pheromones are fully emitted, all the actions of the black soldier, including his own voice, will become part of the pheromones and be transmitted to the surroundings. Zhang Kuang used sound to attract the attention of the insects, which is also due to the emission of his own pheromones. However, there is an important question that everyone has overlooked. The black soldiers can control their own pheromones. So what about the insect people? Can the insect people control their own pheromones and reduce them to almost zero, so as to kill their prey? The answer is yes. An insect person has no wisdom. But this skill does not require wisdom. If it is described more accurately, it is more like the instinct of lions, tigers, wolves and leopards in nature to control their breath when hunting. It reduces its own pheromones. From Zhu Shizhou's perspective, the insect person rushed quickly from the back and side, speeding up crazily, and then speeding up again, and rushed towards Zhang Kuang like lightning. Its sharp legs glowed with a breathtaking cold light under the illumination of white lasers. Zhang Kuang didn't sense it, because the pheromone of this insect man was reduced to zero. It achieved true information sealing that was difficult for humans to do. But Zhang Kuang still heard the sound. It was hard to ignore the violent explosion. Damn it! Zhang Kuang's instinctive fighting consciousness made him aware of the danger. But his body was too late to dodge, and could only deflect slightly. At this critical moment, a white laser with a scorching high temperature brushed Zhang Kuang's cheek, and wiped off a layer of skin from his gas mask. "Who is it?" Zhang Kuang turned his head, and saw that the prophet was still standing in the same place at the source of the white laser, raising his hand and holding the gun, with an indifferent look in his eyes. "Zhang Kuang, you owe me a life." Chapter 387 The Battle Rhythm that was repeatedly disrupted. The insect man who attacked Zhang Kuang was killed by Zhu Shurjiu with one shot. The insect man can converge pheromones, and it is very fast. If it were other elite black soldiers in the team, it would be difficult to achieve such a neat and accurate headshot. But this did not bother Zhu Shurjiu. He had fallen here countless times, and knew when to shoot to perfectly kill the insect man without hurting Zhang Kuang. How fast was the speed of the insect man's attack? It was much faster than the normal insect man. After Zhu Shurjiu's shot destroyed its head, its headless body whistled over. But it lost the ability to adjust itself, deviated from the original course, and flew directly past Zhang Kuang's body, smashing many insect men. "Thank you, Prophet." Zhang Kuang still knew the value of Zhu Shurjiu's shot. He knew that if Zhu Shurjiu hadn't fired a shot in time, he might have died. Zhu Shurjiu replied calmly, "You're welcome. Just remember that you owe me a life." Zhang Kuang. Before Zhang Kuang could respond, Zhu Shurjiu turned and left. Just like before, not a single pheromone was emitted from his body. The prophet, his sixth sense is so strong. After Zhu Shurjiu left, Zhang Kuang sighed inwardly while fighting the insect man. The one that made him sigh was the insect man that Zhu Shurjiu had just killed. Zhang Kuang didn't think too much at the critical moment. Now thinking back carefully, the insect man that almost killed him was probably not far from the real pheromone blockage, so that his sixth sense didn't have any warning. However, the prophet still killed it, which means that the prophet sensed the insect man's pheromone, which was much stronger than his sixth sense. He had just debuted, but he had already begun to show his talent, and even had the momentum to surpass the senior elite black soldiers. What a genius. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know Zhang Kuang's feelings, and maybe he would just laugh it off if he knew. Where is the genius? He just spent the time others spent fighting on dying again and again. Zhu Shurjiu was still very clear about his abilities. After solving the problem on Zhang Kuang's side, Zhu Shurjiu came to Rashomon. Rashomon's fighting style with the insect man is not as violent as Zhang Kuang's. His fighting style is quite simple. That is, endless dodge, dodge, dodge. When the insect man attacks Rashomon, most of them are pressed by Rashomon with extremely superb skills, and then deflected, forced to reverse the direction, and pass by Rashomon, and can't hurt Rashomon at all. Their legs are also like a violent storm, constantly cutting around Rashomon, and even forming a sword light. But each time they just pass by Rashomon, so that the scene looks safe. When Zhu Shurjiu approached Rashomon, he could even feel the invasion of the strong wind. This was the wind caused by the insect man's attack moving at high speed nearby. Zhu Shurjiu shouted to Rashomon, "Rashomon, I'll help you." It was still pseudopheromone closed, and there was no trace of pheromone fluctuation when shouting. Rashomon handled the situation with ease, and didn't need Zhu Shurjiu's help at all. He even had time to turn around and glance at Zhu Shurjiu, wondering in his heart why Zhu Shurjiu was able to block his pheromones during the conversation. However, in response to Zhu Shurjiu's support, Rashomon only had 3 simple words: "Not necessary." Really not necessary? I think if you make a mistake, you will die immediately. Captain Tesla sent me to support you because of the durability of your pheromones. How long can you last in this state? Rashomon replied indifferently. My answer is still not necessary. I can last for an hour, and remain unscathed under the attack of the insect man. Really? I don't believe it. Rashomon was speechless. Normally, when he said this, the black soldiers would understand his confidence. How could there be someone like Zhu Shurjiu who would question him? However, considering that the prophet was just a newly promoted elite black soldier, he might not understand many things. So he explained lightly, "The pheromone burst technique I used is not an ordinary pheromone burst technique, but a point-to-point and line-to-line pheromone burst. Do you understand this?" Zhu Shurjiu nodded. It's nothing more than condensing the pheromone that would have spread out into a line, and outputting it to a certain insect man alone, using the most economical pheromone burst technique to accurately attract the insect man, so that the pheromone burst time can be maintained for a longer time. It's like condensing the energy that would have exploded into a laser beam. Lu Shenmin was speechless. You understand it very well. Of course. After all, my sixth sense is not a joke. Just now, I used my sixth sense to help Zhang Kuang kill an insect man who had restrained his pheromones. That insect man may have reached the level of pheromone closure. Be careful. Rashomon paused for a moment. Because he had not expected that there were some insects who could block pheromones among the insects. His body was a little slow. So an insect took the opportunity to cut off his leg. This forced Rashomon to shoot him dead. And then he pulled back a little distance in a slightly embarrassed manner. The tactics he had adopted so far were based on the fact that none of the insects knew the pheromone blocking technique. After all, he had never seen an insect who could block pheromones. He achieved a smooth evasion effect like a fish in water by relying on his unconcealed pheromone perception of the insects, which was also the most energy-saving way of fighting. And if there really were insects who could block pheromones among the insects, then he could no longer continue to use the previous tactics. Otherwise, he might not even know that his head was cut off by an insect leg. Rashomon changed his tactics. He adopted the same fighting style of continuous attack and evasion as other elite black soldiers. But the pheromone burst technique remained the same. Zhu Shizhou's words to Rashomon were not just a reminder. He knew that his reminder seemed to be fine. But in fact, no insect people with pheromone blockade would attack Rashomon. The reason why he was so alarmist was just to make Rashomon show a flaw in the battle. Rashomon's dodge skills were maxed out, and the attacks of ordinary insect people would not have any impact on his battle. If Zhu Shizhou did not interfere, then Rashomon would dodge all attacks extremely smoothly from beginning to end. Zhu Shizhou wanted not a teammate who could fight perfectly, but a teammate who needed him to rescue. While Rashomon was changing his tactics, Zhu Shizhou suddenly shouted, "I'll cover you." After that, he fired a shot directly at the group of insects fighting with Rashomon. One or two insects were annihilated in the chest by Zhu Shizhou's shot and fell directly in front of Rashomon. Rashomon was stunned, and his steps were a little messy. But then he quickly stabilized again. Although Zhu Shizhou's shot just now was a support, it actually disrupted his pace. He fired when he was about to change his steps, which almost made him lose his pace. And just when he adjusted and was about to change his steps, Zhu Shizhou once again blocked his pace and fired a shot. The white laser brushed his chest and shot an insect that was about to attack him. It was a coincidence that he disrupted his fighting rhythm twice in a row. If Zhu Shizhou was an enemy, Rashomon would definitely get rid of him as soon as possible. Luo Shengmen couldn't help but say, "Don't shoot casually, Prophet. You need to understand the other party's battle rhythm to cooperate with different elite black soldiers. Be careful." Zhu Shizhou raised his hand and fired another shot. Luo Shengmen's battle rhythm was disrupted for the third time. He instantly tensed up all the muscles in his body, because when he was talking to Zhu Shizhou, he didn't pay attention to adjusting his pace. And as a result, his evasion skills went out of control. The premonition of death surged like a tide, invading his brain from behind. Several insect man's legs stabbed his chest, head, abdomen and ribs. Death. Lu Shengmen only felt a big death appeared in front of him. The words were extremely clear at this moment. "Prophet, you have caused me a lot of trouble." Rashomon's dodge rhythm was disrupted 3 times in a row. It was difficult to find the right rhythm to deal with it at this moment. He could only dodge as much as possible. If he moved half a step to the side, he should be able to avoid all the vital parts. But his chest would be severely injured. His abdomen would be cut open, and his left arm would be lost. Rashomon calmly thought about the countermeasures at this moment, and was ready to put it into practice. However, at this moment, he heard the prophet shouting again, "Rashomon, I'm here to help you." Prophet. His battle rhythm was disrupted for the 4th time. Chapter 388, Thorns That Disobeyed Orders. Rashomon, you owe me a life. Zhu Shizhou put away his gun and said to Rashomon calmly. Rashomon was speechless. Because if Zhu Shizhou hadn't disrupted his battle rhythm again and again, he wouldn't have been in danger. But it was also because Zhu Shizhou took action at the last moment that he was able to save his life. It can only be said that it was too coincidental before. The prophet casually fired 2 or 3 shots and directly disrupted his battle rhythm. Although this is a low probability event, Rashomon doesn't think that Zhu Shizhou did it on purpose. Therefore, Rashomon did not refute Zhu Shizhou's words now. And just silence represents tacit consent. But when Zhu Shizhou was about to help him kill the insect man, Luo Shengmen stopped him quickly. No. Prophet. You and I have different fighting rhythms by nature. It's better to let me fight alone. You should not interfere. Zhu Shizhou did not say much. He pretended to hesitate for a while, nodded, and turned away. Behind Zhu Shizhou, Luo Shengmen breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way. Luo Shengmen could only come up with such an explanation. Each black soldier had their own fighting rhythm, and Zhu Shizhou's fighting rhythm was at two opposite extremes from his. When the two cooperated, they would only disrupt each other's rhythm, and could not produce a benign chemical reaction. Luo Shengmen was worried that once he cooperated with Zhu Shizhou, the fighting rhythm might be disrupted several times in the future. Fortunately, Zhu Shizhou left now. The reason why Zhu Shizhou could accurately grasp Luo Shengmen's fighting rhythm and successfully disrupt it was not because he was really so sensitive to fighting, but because he accidentally triggered the event of Luo Shengmen's fighting rhythm being disrupted in the process of repeated death. Therefore, after grasping the key points and repeating it several times, he knew at what point in time to shoot that would put Rashomon in danger. After forcibly pushing to save Rashomon, Zhu Shizhou turned his attention to Shura again. Shura is very strong. According to his understanding, Shura came from the support department. The group of people in the support department are said to have the ability to imitate anyone's fighting style at will. Of course, the stronger the imitation target, the more difficult it is for them to imitate, and the less similar they are. If they can really imitate another person 100% at will, then every member of the support department of the current Black Soldier organization will probably be able to use the three-gun flow. However, since Zhu Shizhou used the three-gun flow, no one has heard of anyone using the three-gun flow. This is basically a trick that cannot be imitated. Shura is the second most senior elite Black Soldier in the current team. Among the elite Black Soldiers, seniority is actually equivalent to strength. Apart from some Black Soldiers who are born as kings and can ignore this rule, other elite Black Soldiers are subject to the restrictions of this rule. Shura is no exception. He is very strong. Zhu Shizhou has gone back so many times, but still can't find Shura's flaws, and doesn't give much useful information. His method of killing insects is mediocre, and his evasion is not as amazing as Yishan Lu Ji. If you really want to say, Zhu Shizhou's evaluation of him is just a little mediocre. It's really mediocre. There's nothing special about it. But there's no flaw. You're here? Shura glanced at Zhu Shizhou, and then said, I don't need any help here. I can hold on for 2 hours at most, which is more than enough to hold on to this scene. 2 hours. This is also a terrifying number. Since Zhu Shizhou has no sixth sense, he cannot sense the way Shura's pheromone bursts. So it is hard to imagine how Shura did it. Zhang Kuang took half an hour. Rashomon took 1 hour. And Shura took 2 hours. This progressive time is enough to prove Shura's strength. Zhu Shizhou gave up looking for Shura's flaws several rounds ago. But there is one thing that still needs Shura's assistance, which is the advanced arrangement of the next development. 2 hours? You can hold on for so long? It seems that I worried in vain. Zhu Shizhou pretended to be surprised. You don't need to support me. Just go to support Zhang Kuang and Rashomon, Shura said lightly. Zhu Shizhou knew that Shura even had the energy to observe the situation of Zhang Kuang and Rashomon during the battle, and he was at ease among the insect people. By the way, I'm here to remind you that there are insects that can block pheromones in the insect group, so you need to be careful. Shura still said calmly, I know. I have killed 2 insects with pheromone blocking before you came. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Shura, tell me the truth. Can you attract all the insects? You don't even need Zhang Kuang and Rashomon to take action. You can complete the insect induction tactics alone? Shura thought for a while and said, If I do that, I can only hold on for 10 minutes. Zhu Shizhou smiled. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. Shura tilted his head to express his confusion. He didn't understand what the prophet meant. However, Zhu Shizhou did not explain to him, because it was enough to say this, and his mission was completed. Coincidentally, at this time, there was finally movement in the main control room, which was exactly what Zhu Shizhou expected, and it was an event that ran like a program. Thorn, do you know what you are talking about? I know very well. That's why I want to go down and find out. There must be more important information behind the insect research plan. We only have 10 minutes. If we don't return to the ground within 10 minutes, I know that if that happens, the institute will be closed, and the people who carry out the mission will be locked up in the institute until they are eaten up by the insects. Even so, do you insist on going down? The voice of Tesla's conversation with Thorn was not small, and it was transmitted to Zhu Shizhou's side. Even John Kwang and Rashomon in the distance heard the voices of Thorn and Tesla. John Kwang shouted loudly, "What happened? Did the program start?" Tesla looked at Thorn, who was unusually determined in front of him for some reason, and he actually saw the awareness of death in Thorn's eyes. And Jingji also looked at the commander in front of him very calmly. Just now, she proposed to go deep into the research institute to obtain information. That information was exactly the evidence of the existence of the chess club that she had been thinking about. As long as she could prove the existence of the chess club, she would not hesitate to pay the price of her life. Now is the moment to break up with the chess club. Even if they stop her, she will go deeper underground. This is the first time that Jingji disobeyed the commander's order in her black soldier career. Tesla saw the determination in Thorn's eyes. In his opinion, this was completely meaningless and unnecessary to consider. Their mission was just to close the Zerg Research Institute. As for the Zerg Research Project, there was a lot of data on the experiments that this organization had done before. The Zerg they saw now were all failures. There was really no need to explore. Why was Thorn so persistent? He couldn't figure it out. Little did he know that Thorn was just gambling. She was gambling that the chess club had not destroyed or transferred their data at all. There must be evidence of the existence of the chess club in the Underground Research Institute. Thorn clenched his gun and scanned the black soldiers with sharp eyes. Chapter 389. The traitor is actually beside me. Why does Jingji think that the Jiqi club did not destroy or transfer their data? The reason is very simple. Zhu Shizhou personally brought her to the Insect Research Institute and released the insects in front of her. At that time, the insects were all locked up well, and there was no riot. During this period, Zhu Shizhou did not do anything small, and did not take away or destroy the data. But think about it carefully. If the Jiqi Club really has the ability to destroy the data before Zhu Shizhou releases the insects, why should Zhu Shizhou be allowed to release the insects? Jiqi Club only needs to send people to destroy the data and release the insects at the same time. Zhu Shizhou does not need to take the risk of being reported by her and take her into the Insect Research Institute. If Jiqi Club chooses to release the insects quietly, I am afraid she will be kept in the dark. But Jiqi Club did not do so. Therefore, Jingji draws a very reasonable inference that among the Jiqi Club forces that exist secretly on the island of Papua New Guinea, I am afraid that only important people like Zhu Shizhou have the authority to enter the Insect Research Institute. Maybe there are people with higher authority than Zhu Shizhou, but they are hiding and not taking any action. Even releasing the Insect Man is left to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou was careless and thought that as long as the Insect Man was released, the underground data would naturally be blocked with the closure of the Institute, leaving hidden dangers. This is exactly where Jingji's confidence lies. She believes that there is at least an 80% chance that the chess club did not destroy the data. And the reverse inference from the development of the matter also supports Jingji's point of view. So far, she has been watching from the sidelines and has not stepped forward. So she has seen clearly the purpose of the chess club. Doesn't the chess club want to block the research institute? Perhaps it is precisely because the underground data has not been destroyed that the chess club wants to block the research institute. Releasing the Insect Man is a risky move by the chess club. And Thorn also believes that this move has left a huge flaw for the chess club. Now Thorn has almost made everything clear, except for saying the name of the chess club. How will the other elite black soldiers react? Thorn gripped the gun. His eyes were dark and unclear. Commander Tesla, I applied to enter a deeper underground research institute. I refuse. Tesla saw Thorn's determination. But at the same time, his reason told him that he could not let Thorn act recklessly. Entering a deeper research institute would not be worth the loss. He still hasn't figured out what Thorn wants. Really? Sure enough, he will refuse. Thorn had expected everything. However, didn't she have any countermeasures? She sneered, then raised the muzzle of the gun like lightning, and put the cold gun next to Max's temple. At this moment, she was next to Max, taking the initiative, and her behavior was unexpected, so no one expected that Thorn would do such a thing. When this move came out, not only Max was stunned, but even the elite black soldiers who witnessed everything were stunned. Tesla scolded, Thorn, what are you going to do? Are you going to rebel? Thorn said lightly, just finding a hostage. How can it be called rebellion? Max immediately shouted loudly, wait a minute. Lord Thorn, didn't you say you would save my life? Why are you turning around now? Thorn just said coldly, Shut up. Max's miserable scream stopped abruptly, as if his neck was strangled. Thorn ignored the pale Max, but looked forward, looking at the people who were still fighting the Zerg. I don't want to act anymore now. If you don't agree to enter the Deeper Research Institute to find information, then I will shoot Max, Tesla said coldly. Thorn, I don't know what you are doing, but I want to tell you that in addition to Max, other military figures also have corresponding operating permissions and can close this research institute. It doesn't matter whether Max exists or not. Thorn also replied coldly. Really? What if I destroy the console? The biggest mistake you made was to let me supervise Max. So that you are fighting the Zerg now. But I can destroy everything in the control room faster than you. Tesla was silent. I'm afraid that Thorn has been planning for a long time. And he has considered it so carefully. Tesla is thinking about the composition of Thorn. This woman, Thorn said. Believe me, at this distance, my gun is definitely faster than yours. Don't act rashly. Tesla noticed that Haagen-Dazs Night God 6 Fingers beside him had the intention to try, and quickly scolded him. Thorn thought, Tesla is indeed not a member of the chess club. If Tesla is a member of the chess club, he probably wouldn't let her in, and Max alone in a room, to cause the current situation. But Haagen-Dazs Night God 6 Fingers is hard to say. She glanced at the three people suspiciously. Now they are almost going to tear each other apart. So her eyes are unscrupulous. And everyone is suspicious. Tesla shook his head. Thorn, I can't understand your behavior. I don't understand why. Do you think the insect research project is important? Is it worth our lives to obtain the important information? Hasn't the organization tried it? Isn't the insect research project not worth researching? Who said the insect research project has no research value? Thorn was about to refute. But then she thought that her purpose was not to argue the research value of the insect research project, but the purpose of the chess club. If the organization agreed with the insect research project, wouldn't the chess club be even more rampant? Therefore, she originally wanted to say that Misha existed. Tesla saw that Thorn was halfway through speaking, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Not only did Thorn act unexpectedly, but he was even more evasive now. And he also supported the insect research project. No matter how you look at it, it's suspicious. Now that he thought about it, the appearance of the Zerg was quite abrupt. A Zerg Research Institute suddenly appeared, and Thorn happened to be the black soldier who was initially responsible for the Papua New Guinea mission. Tesla's mind was working rapidly, and at the same time he felt that he might have discovered an incredible secret, and he had never thought about it in that direction before. Is it really only the Papua New Guinea military that studies Zerg? Is it true what Max said, that the Zerg research plan came from the United States? Perhaps the Zerg research plan did not come from the United States, but from the Black Soldier Organization? If so, is there a faction within the Black Soldier Organization that supports the Zerg research plan? Thinking of this, Tesla has given up thinking, because this possibility is really important. If such a faction really exists, and it has secretly cooperated with Papua New Guinea to research insects, then the Black Soldier Organization is equivalent to an unstable tumor inside, which may erupt at any time. He looked at Thorn with deep eyes. Thorn, do you know what the fate of the rebel organization is? Thorn replied lightly. I am not the one in the rebel organization. And how do you know that the elite black soldiers around you are not traitors? Thorn wanted to remind Tesla that the black soldiers around him might all be from the chess club. But she didn't say it clearly, because she didn't want Tesla to be eliminated by the people of the chess club in this underground research institute. She had already thought about it, and she estimated that she was bound to die. But she hoped that Tesla could remember everything that happened here, if possible. She also wanted to find evidence of the existence of the chess club and eliminate all the black soldiers of the chess club in this research institute. Thorn's original intention was good, and he wanted to hint to Tesla. However, Tesla's action froze. What does Thorn mean? This is clearly a threat to him. Could it be that the elite black soldiers around him are also? Chapter 390. Thorn is a traitor. Why did Thorn rush to get the information of the insect research project? If we talk about the value of the insect research project itself, it is not even as good as an ordinary black soldier, because the Black Soldier Organization has already conducted research on insects, and even developed insects that are stronger than the ones they are facing now. But what's the use? The organization gave up researching insects because it knew that continuing research would be futile, and also believed that the insect research project was worthless. Now Thorn is willing to continue to go deep into the research institute for such a worthless thing, which looks quite weird. It even made Tesla suspicious. And then thought about why Papua New Guinea could research insects. And his suspicion deepened further. However, all black soldiers, who think with absolute rationality, pay attention to evidence before making judgments. In Tesla's view, Thorn is suspected to a certain extent. But this suspicion is not enough to prove Thorn's identity as a rebel. Thorn, are you determined to enter the deeper level of the Institute? Give up. There is no good end to going against the organization. Thorn, I never thought you were a rebel. Haagen-Dazs Night God Six Fingers spoke up one after another. The development of the matter seemed very strange to them, because they had carried out the mission to the last step, thinking that as long as Max started the program, they could leave the Institute. But they didn't expect that Thorn would hold Max hostage. It was unbelievable. And Thorn's purpose was just to get the information of the Insect Man research plan. Max, who was held hostage, was almost scared to death. He stood there trembling, not daring to move. First of all, I have not betrayed the organization, Thorn sneered. Secondly, I don't think you need to pretend anymore. Right? I believe everyone knows their identities very well. Do you still want to hide it now? Everyone was fighting with the Insect Man, while looking at each other in bewilderment. Aren't everyone's identities elite black soldiers? Are there other explanations? Forget it. Since you don't want to tear your faces now, then do as I say. Now, all of you, turn on your video devices so that I can see everything. Before everyone could react to what Thorn was going to do, Thorn pointed the muzzle of the gun at Max's temple and said, "Close the electronic door and the stone wall." Max's face turned pale, and he looked at the people behind him for help. But it was no use. Helplessly, under the coercion of Thorn, Max operated the program on the operating table. And then the electronic door closed quickly with a bang. And then even the stone wall made a rumbling sound. And finally both doors were closed. Thorn, you are playing with fire now. Tesla directly connected to Thorn's communication channel and said calmly, "Turn on your video devices." Thorn's calm voice came from the communication channel. Tesla had no choice at this moment but to order everyone to do as she said. Everyone clicked a button on the helmet, and the video device connected to the helmet worked. And their battle perspective was transmitted to Thorn's side in the form of a video call. At the same time, the voice from the Thorns came. "Tesla, you are the commander. Now you have a new task, which is to go deep into the Research Institute and get the information I want. If you can't do it, I don't mind destroying the main control room myself." After hearing this, Tesla finally confirmed that Thorns was indeed a traitor who supported the hidden insect research project. Everyone knew that if the Insect Research Institute was not closed, the black soldiers would be attacked by both insects and alien insects in the end, which would eventually lead to a catastrophe. No matter how important the insect research project was, the main control room could not be destroyed. It didn't matter if Max died, but there could be no problems with the main control room. In the main control room, Thorns finally put down the gun in his hand and operated on his mobile phone to transfer the video screen of everyone to his mobile phone and turned on the recording mode. From now on, every minute and every second, everything they saw would be recorded by her. She was not crazy. She seemed crazy and desperate to expose the existence of the chess club. But in fact, if Tesla and the others were really unwilling to cooperate, or if the chess club was determined to let the secret disappear underground with the Research Institute, what could she do? Would she really destroy the main control room? No, she wouldn't. She knew which of the two things was more important. And she couldn't put tens of millions of people in danger just because she wanted to expose the chess club. Therefore, she made this threat. But in fact only she knew that it was just a show. This threat was not only for innocent people like Tesla, but also for the black soldiers of the chess club. She wanted to test the bottom line of the Jichi Society. If the Jichi Society insisted on leaving the Underground Research Institute, she would not destroy the main control room and could only blame herself for her bad luck. But if the Jichi Society only disagreed with the organization on the insect research plan, but was consistent with the organization in its attitude towards the people, the Jichi Society would succumb to her threats. In this way, she tested the bottom line of the Jichi Society. Jingji looked at the video screen on the screen with a blank expression, because the situation here happened too suddenly. John Kwang Shura Rashoman, who was acting as a bait, didn't know what was going on. Especially John Kwang. Seeing that no one answered the first question, he asked again in a loud voice. "What happened? Why is the door of the main control room closed?" Tesla sighed and replied. Thorn has betrayed. At this time, Thorn's voice came from the communicator. I didn't betray. You didn't betray. Could it be that I betrayed? Tesla was speechless. But he also had a little doubt in his heart. Things have come to this point. But Thorn still denied it, which shows that she still recognizes her identity as a black soldier. Could it be that Thorn did this for another reason? But now is not the time to think about this matter. Tesla is seeking the opinions of other elite black soldiers. What do you say? Do you want to do what Thorn said? Haagen-Dazs said. Thorn's purpose is very clear. She just wants to obtain the research data of this institute. Night God said calmly. No matter who is behind her. If the main control room is destroyed by her, then we must arrange 10 teams to be stationed here to eliminate the insects at all times during the evacuation of the people. Otherwise there will be a risk of insects leaking. It's okay now. Nothing will go wrong. But what if the Zerg suddenly appears? This place will be lost. And more people will die. Everyone knows that the reason why the organization destroyed the continent is because they detected the Zerg underground. And they came to Papua New Guinea for support based on this fact. So naturally there is no doubt about it. Six Fingers nodded. I think so too. It's better to go down. In any case, Thorn wants the following information. If we get the information, we can also use the information as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Thorn. The two elite logistics team members, Black Soldier Woodcutter and Saint Hand, who had not spoken the whole time, also nodded in agreement. In the end, they all agreed with Thorn, without even one opposing. This is very intriguing, because Thorn told him, before closing the main control room, that there might be other traitors around him. As a commander, Tesla did not need to ask for orders from other team members, and could force them to go down with him. But he still asked everyone's opinions, because he wanted to test others. He originally thought that if any of his teammates agreed to go deeper into the research institute, he would be suspected of being Thorn's accomplice. And now, everyone seems to be suspicious. Tesla narrowed his eyes. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu returned from Zhang Kuang and asked about the current situation, pretending to be ignorant. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Zhu Shurjiu. Tesla's eyes suddenly condensed, speaking of which. Prophet, you are Thorn's man. Are you involved with Thorn? Chapter 391 Multiple Inferences. All the elite black soldiers turned their eyes to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu looked innocent, and he had just become an elite black soldier not long ago. But because Jingji held Max hostage in front of him, and Jingji and Zhu Shurjiu were the first to discover the Insect Man incident, they all unconsciously suspected Zhu Shurjiu. What is the connection? Zhu Shurjiu pretended to be very similar, as if he knew nothing. Naturally, everyone could not see anything from Zhu Shurjiu's eyes, because Zhu Shurjiu was now in a pseudo-pheromone closed state. However, they still regarded Zhu Shurjiu as the key suspect. Jingji on the other side deliberately did not speak. She knew very well that she was not in the same group with Zhu Shurjiu. But at the same time, she also knew that in the eyes of these black soldiers, she might be a supporter of the Insect Man research plan, and she was on the same path as the chess club. Therefore, in order to make the innocent people among these elite black soldiers be vigilant against Zhu Shurjiu without tearing their faces, Thorn neither admitted nor denied Zhu Shurjiu's identity at this moment, but remained silent. Thorn said lightly, Enough nonsense. Right. If you have said enough nonsense, then start to act. Don't waste too much time. Tesla and others had to put aside their doubts at this time, and began to deploy the list of people going underground. At least one person must be left here, Tesla said to everyone. Haagen-Dazs's mind was not so fast, and asked why. There must be someone guarding Thorn here to prevent Thorn from escaping after we all go down. The voice of Thorn sounded helplessly in the communicator. I've said I didn't rebel against the organization. Tesla ignored Thorn's words. In fact, he had a second consideration. Tesla said lightly. The reason why we have people guarding Thorn here is to increase our survival rate. Everyone was puzzled. How could the survival rate be increased when a part of the combat power was missing from the team? Because of the special situation here. The outside world does not know that Thorn has rebelled against the organization. In the eyes of the black soldiers outside, their only basis for judging the current situation is whether there are insect people escaping from the Institute. Haagen-Dazs nodded. That's right. And when I set War Maniac Shura and Rashomon to release pheromones as bait, no insect people escaped from the Institute to the outside world. In other words, in their eyes, this phenomenon means that the situation is under control. In fact, The group of insects was indeed controlled and restrained here by them, and was attracted by war maniac Shura, Rashomon, and the other two. And if all the members go down, and no one is responsible for acting as bait to attract the insect people, then a large number of insect people will pour out of the Institute. And the black soldiers outside will only think that we have died in the Institute. What will the black soldiers outside do at that time? It's very simple. That is, to send people to support, or to send another team to carry out the mission. Yishin frowned. Isn't that good? Not good at all. At this time, Zhu Shurjo spoke at the right time, because we don't know how many black soldiers are rebels. The uninformed black soldiers naturally don't know what happened here. But if the rebels know the inside story, they will naturally suspect that the thorns have been exposed, and will suspect that we have an internal conflict here. So the people who come to support us at that time are likely to be rebels. The situation of us loyal people will be even more critical. Tesla looked at Zhu Shurjo in agreement. No one understood his worries. Only Zhu Shurjo was the first to react. And he could actually keep up with his ideas. Worthy of being from the command center. Zhu Shurjo explained, and everyone suddenly realized it. If it is really like what Zhu Shurjo said, then they, the loyal people, will be harmed by the rebels. And Thorns, who heard Zhu Shurjo and Tesla's remarks in the main control room, was stunned, as if it was indeed the case. If the situation here is not under control, it may really attract people from the chess club. Tesla glanced at everyone at this time and laughed coldly. Don't forget, Thorn said just now that there are rebels among us. Everyone was silent. Tesla said, First of all, I know that I am not a rebel, because I am the commander. My orders do not need to be questioned, and you will execute all my orders without hesitation. If I were a rebel, I would not have to send Thorns to seize the main control room, even at the cost of exposing the existence of the rebel faction. Everyone nodded. That's right. But I don't know if you are rebels or not. At this time, Tesla looked at Zhu Shurjo with particular attention, and found that Zhu Shurjo looked thoughtful. Everyone also turned their suspicious eyes to Zhu Shurjo silently, because Zhu Shurjo was really suspicious. If Zhu Shurjo was not a rebel, could he be treated as a confidant and follow Thorns? However, just when everyone was doubting, Zhu Shurjo suddenly said, I guess the proportion of rebels among us is not large. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what Zhu Shurjo meant. Haagen-Dazs asked in confusion. Why? Zhu Shurjo looked up and said, It's very simple. Let's assume the worst case scenario. I am a rebel. The guns in everyone's hands were ready to move. They also wanted to know how strong the three-gun flow was, and whether it could be compared with the fighting skills they had trained for many years. However, this can't be called the worst case scenario. Right? Tesla's eyes condensed. I understand what you mean. The others were at a loss. Now you understand? We are all black soldiers. Why do you talk like a riddle? Oh, you are from the command center. That's fine. Don't forget that all of us here stayed in the research institute here at the suggestion of the Prophet. Assuming that the Prophet is a rebel, then he should be more inclined to choose the rebel team among the black soldiers he chose at that time. In other words, if conditions permit, he will definitely choose all rebels to carry out the task of closing the research institute this time. Everyone thought to themselves, it seems to be true. But the fact is that among our traitors, only Thorn was exposed. What does this mean? This means that the traitors thought they were not sure they could kill loyal people like us quietly here. So they only exposed Thorn. If most of our team were traitors, then when we entered this underground research institute, the traitors would have attacked the loyal people long ago. And we loyal people would not have survived until now. In other words, this also proves that there are not many rebels. Jingji in the main control room was also stunned, as if it was indeed the case. If all the people selected by Zhu Shurjo were from the chess club, or most of them were from the chess club, then the most reliable method for the chess club would be to kill a loyal person like her here, and would not allow an unstable factor like her to enter the main control room. This also proves that there are not many members of the chess club in this team. Jingji originally wanted to urge everyone to go down, but now she is not in a hurry, because she finds that the communication between these smart people is still very inspiring to her. I don't know why, but Zhu Shurjo seems to be less and less suspicious in the eyes of these people. Haagen-Dazs and others looked at Zhu Shurjo again. What I just said is the case that the Prophet is a rebel. But what if the Prophet is not a rebel? Zhu Shurjo replied calmly. This proves that there are not many rebels among us. If there were many rebels, then Thorn would not let me choose you to guard the Institute. She would personally choose the rebels to guard the Institute as the captain. She let me choose, because there is not much difference between my choice and hers. Everyone nodded and recognized Zhu Shizhou's theory. At this time, Zhu Shizhou slowly showed the sharp edge of his inference to everyone. The reason why I want to prove the fact that there are few rebels is because I think if it is true as I said, most of us are loyal people, then we'd better leave only one person here, and the rest go down. It was the first time that Tesla found that he was not smart enough as a commander. After Zhu Shizhou pointed this out, he just reacted, while the others were all confused. Is it to prevent the rebels from retaliating? Yes. Zhu Shizhou nodded. There are 11 of us now, and it is known that Jingji is a rebel. You are the rebel. Jingji's cold voice sounded in the communicator, but no one paid attention to Thorn shouting at this time. Zhu Shizhou continued, knowing that Thorn is a rebel. The worst case scenario is that there are 5 rebels. Maybe not so many. But if we assume the worst case scenario, then there will be at most 4 rebels among us. If we choose to let one person stay here to control Thorn, and all 10 of us go down, then the ratio of loyal people to rebels will be 64. If we choose to let 2 people stay here, then 9 of us go down, and the ratio of the 2 will be 54. If 3 people stay here, it will be really dangerous, and the ratio of loyal people to rebels will be half and half. Haagen-Dazs and others were stunned. No. According to what you said, we don't have to let only one person stay here, right? If we let 2 people stay here, the power of our loyal people is enough to suppress the rebels. And you are considering the worst case scenario. The real situation may not be as bad as you say. According to Zhu Shizhou's calculation, if 2 people are left here, the power of their loyal people is also very strong. Tesla let out a long breath. No. You calculated wrong. Everyone was stunned. Tesla said. The Prophet. It's a 3-gun flow. He fought 3 people by himself. The Prophet took the possibility of himself being a rebel into consideration from the most objective perspective. Chapter 392 The Perfect Black Pot. The Prophet is still suspected, and no one denies this. However, with the Prophet's analysis, everyone feels more and more that the Prophet's suspicion is not very big. Thorns watched Zhu Shizhou dispel everyone's doubts with just a few words. And he was thoughtful. Zhu Shizhou has not given up clearing himself of suspicion. On the surface, this is quite unfavorable to Thorns. But after thinking about it, Thorns sneered. The reason why Zhu Shizhou is still clearing suspicion means that the chess club wants to continue hiding. If the chess club doesn't want to act anymore, Thorns will worry whether the chess club has the confidence to kill all the loyalists here. The list is determined. Outside the main control room, Tesla announced the final list. The one who was decided to stay here to supervise Thorns was Shura, the elite black soldier whose qualifications were second only to Tesla. Tesla made this decision for a reason. It was precisely because Shura's qualifications were second only to him that he could trust Shura. The more seniority one has, the more indestructible one's loyalty to the organization is. Just like Tesla, he doesn't think anyone can shake his loyalty to the organization. Even if the organization immediately gives him an order to commit suicide, he won't waste a word and will commit suicide according to the order conveyed by the organization without delay. Therefore, when Tesla announced that the person who stayed here was Shura, no one was surprised. Shura, he is indeed capable. He is also loyal enough to the organization and will not be a traitor. As for the war-mad Rashomon, they have already understood what happened at this time. Although they are puzzled by the development of the matter, they still show the high quality of elite black soldiers and obey Tesla's orders. After receiving the order, Shura opened his mouth. At this time, he remembered the question that Zhu Shizhou had asked him before, which coincided with the current situation. If he hadn't remembered the conversation between Zhu Shizhou and him, he would probably have to discuss a few words with Tesla now. But now thinking about it, Shura still didn't speak. 10 minutes was just his conservative estimate. He didn't know how long he could last in the end. The Thorns in the main control room urged everyone to go deep into the underground immediately. After Tesla sorted out the team, he informed Shura and then gave the first order everyone converge pheromones. For a while, the pheromones of all the members who were fighting with the Insect Man disappeared without a trace. In the eyes of the Insect Man, it was like a pile of delicious food suddenly lost the fragrance of food, and became a plastic toy with only appearance, without any attraction. And Shura, in the distance, ushered in his own pheromone explosion. When the pheromones of everyone disappeared, He would use his own pheromones to top up everyone, in order to prevent the insects from leaving the institute and attracting the rebel team. Shura did not hold back at all and exploded more violently than John Kwang and Rashomon combined. The insects were like sharks that smelled blood in the sea. They gave up other elite black soldiers and turned their heads to rush towards Shura. At this moment, Tesla began to count down. At the same time, he said coldly to Thorn, "We will only give you 10 minutes at most. No matter what information you want. You only have 10 minutes for us to find it. After 10 minutes, we will return here on time." 10 minutes is enough, Jingji said. She didn't even think it was necessary to waste so much time, because most of the space in this institute was used to imprison the insects, and only a small part was laboratories and various offices. As long as everyone cooperated with her and acted separately and moved forward together, perhaps she could search the area she wanted to find in less than 10 minutes. Especially when the pheromones were restrained. Everyone would not attract the insects at all, as long as they were careful to avoid the insects. There would be no fighting and wasting time. While everyone was heading deep into the underground of the institute, Jingji temporarily turned off the communicator. "Be honest with me. Where is the information I want? Give me an accurate route. Don't play tricks like before. I already know the bottom line of your chess club. Don't force me to really destroy this main control room." Max was confused. When did he play tricks? Didn't he always do what this guy threatened? But he didn't refute it, because he had roughly figured out what the situation was now. If Thorn couldn't get the information she wanted within 10 minutes, then Thorn would kill him here and destroy the main control room. He didn't care whether the insect man would escape from the institute. What he cared about most was his own life. "I won't hide anything, Lord Thorn. I will answer whatever you ask." Max was flattering like a dog leg. His acting skills are really good, Thorn sighed. Even with her elite black soldier level observation ability, she could only see that Max just wanted to survive. But Thorn, who had been deceived once before, would not be fooled easily. She said coldly, "Call out the map and plan the correct route." Max had no other choice but to call up the three-dimensional structure map of the entire institute on the console. He didn't dare to hide anything anymore, because he could feel that Jingji was serious. If he didn't cooperate or dared to hide anything, she would definitely kill him. So all the previous thoughts disappeared, and Max directly marked the location of his office on the screen. The source of everything is here. After marking the office, Max bowed his head in despair. The original sin of the insect research project and all the information about him were placed in that office. Jingji nodded with satisfaction, and then turned on the communicator again, conveyed the order to everyone, and ordered everyone to go to the corresponding place immediately to find information. Since everyone had turned on the video equipment, Jingji could also see the situation on the underground route of everyone. More importantly, when Zhu Shurjiu released the insect man before, Jingji also roughly visited the institute. So he also had a rough understanding of the underground structure of the institute. So he was not completely in the dark. It only took 2 minutes for everyone to arrive at Max's office. And with Max's confession, they found the original research data on insects. As for Max's origins, everyone just glanced at it, and then threw it aside, as if they disliked wasting time. "Now that we have it, can we leave?" Tesla asked Thorn. At this moment, Thorn had already pointed his gun at Max again. "Are you kidding me?" Max was about to collapse. What the hell? He didn't hold back at all and cooperated extremely well throughout the whole process. But this woman was like a madman, pretending to shoot him from time to time. His nerves were tense and relaxed between life and death. He wanted to give up struggling. This was too torturous. "You know this is not what I want," Thorn said coldly. "I know nothing." Max was mad. "Master Thorn, what do you want? I have confessed everything, without any reservation." At this time, Thorn suddenly thought of a possibility that she had never thought of. Could it be that Max, as a death warrior, was also deceived by the chess club, and everything he knew was not the truth? And the chess club let Max out as bait just because they were sure that Max knew nothing? Jingji frowned and gave everyone another order. "Separate your actions. Make sure that everything is under my surveillance. Keep communicating. Keep searching with all your strength." Jingji had a bad feeling in his heart at this time. She felt that perhaps her previous reasoning was wrong. Zhu Shurjiu did not make a mistake, but wanted to use her hand to put the blame on the Papua New Guinea military perfectly. If the institute was destroyed, the Black Soldier organization might still suspect whether there were other organizations behind it. But if the forged information was found accurately in the Institute, then the Papua New Guinea military would have to take the blame. And all of this requires her cooperation. If that were the case, it would be terrible, because it would mean that everything she did was within the expectations of the chess club. Chapter 393 Prophet. How long are you going to pretend? No, this one is not. How can it be all experimental data of the insect research project? No. Keep looking. Time passed by little, and Thorns had already asked the elite black soldiers to search for data separately. But nothing was found. No. It can't be said that there was no gain at all. But the data obtained was not what Thorns wanted. Thorns wanted evidence of the existence of the chess club, not the experimental progress of these insect research projects. The elite black soldiers did not talk nonsense, nor did they resist, and always cooperated with Thorns' actions. The text materials of the Underground Research Institute were all written in pidgin language, which they could not understand. They only knew that the information they found was not what Thorns wanted. Soon, 10 minutes were almost up. Tesla estimated the time, and the remaining time was only enough for them to return to the underground level. If they continued to waste time, Shura might not be able to hold on. So he said decisively, "We have followed your instructions throughout the process. I don't know what information you want. It's time to end it." Jingji was silent for a while, and then a voice came from the communicator. "Okay. It's time to end it. Let's go back." Her voice sounded a little weak, and she seemed to be thinking about which link had gone wrong. Tesla hurriedly called all the members through the communicator, and everyone quickly gathered and returned to the underground floor. Jingji was now thinking about whether to expose Zhu Shurjiu. She did not find any evidence to prove the existence of the chess club, which showed that the chess club was hidden so deeply that the organization might not be able to find anything even if they investigated it themselves. If she pointed out the existence of the chess club without any evidence, it might just waste a life and have no impact on the chess club. But the good thing is that the existence of the chess club will come to light because of her revelation. Previously, letting the elite black soldiers go down to find information about the chess club was just her plan A. Before the action, she actually considered the consequences of the failure of plan A and came up with a plan B. If her life would be in danger in plan A, then once plan B came out, she would definitely not survive and might even be tortured by the organization. It was equivalent to putting herself in an extremely dangerous situation. Although she was loyal in her heart, she would be treated as a traitor by the organization. Yes, at this point, her plan was about to come out. She wanted to admit that she was a member of the chess club. Didn't the chess club leave any flaws? Wasn't there any evidence to prove the existence of the chess club? Then she might as well sacrifice herself and make herself the flaw of the chess club. Make herself the evidence of the existence of the chess club. If that was the case, no matter how much the chess club wanted to hide herself, they couldn't stand up and deny that she was a member of the chess club. And to be precise, she was indeed a member of the chess club. After being defeated and subdued by Zhu Shurjiu, she became a chess piece of the chess club. In this way, she didn't slander the chess club. There was an advantage to making herself a sacrifice. That is, she could help the organization save a lot of time for investigation. As long as she told the organization everything she had experienced in Papua New Guinea, then even if she was empty-mouthed, the organization would investigate the truth of everything she said. What's more, she was not completely without evidence. Her evidence was the insect girl, Misha. She had not forgotten that Misha had always existed in that submarine. And she was also a successful case of transformation from a human to an insect man. As long as the organization found her, it would be able to prove the existence of the chess club from the side. This was also the main reason why she did not confess her purpose to everyone when she first held Max hostage. If she had confessed the existence of the chess club to everyone at that time, there would be no room for maneuver now. On the contrary, if she had not been honest at that time, she could now pretend to be a member of the chess club and repent to everyone for everything she had done. Thorn closed his eyes and thought for a while. While she was thinking, Tesla and others had returned to the ground and successfully connected with Shura, and rearranged personnel to control the activities of the insect man. Thorn, what else are you going to do? Tesla's faint voice brought Thorn back to his thoughts. It was precisely because of Tesla's urging that Thorn made up his mind. What if he died? He had never feared death since he became a black soldier. Thorn opened his eyes and said to Max, who was trembling all the time, "Start the program. According to the original plan, Start the program to close the institute. Max looked at Thorn timidly, and after confirming that it was not a sarcastic remark, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to operate the program tremblingly. Thorn did not avoid everyone's communication when responding to Max's speech, so everyone knew that Thorn was finally going to compromise. Tesla said, "Thorn, although I don't know what you are doing, if you come out honestly, you may not be able to keep your life." Thorn said calmly, "Do you think I'm afraid of death?" "That's true. But what do you mean by choosing to start the program?" "Surrender." Thorn said something that everyone didn't expect. "The meaning is very simple. I surrender." The scene even fell into silence. Surrender now? They thought that Thorn would fight them to the end with such a big show, and even threaten them to continue doing something. But Thorn surrendered as soon as he opened his mouth, and they couldn't do anything. It's just that before opening the door of the main control room, "I have something to say." Tesla seemed very tolerant. "What? Why don't we open the door of the main control room first? I said before that there are traitors like me among you." "You did say that. So now are you going to admit that you are lying? Or do you want to point out the identity of the traitor to us? Traitors really exist. I didn't lie before," Thorn said lightly. "It's just that after opening the main control room, the traitors are likely to kill me together in order to silence me. So in order to ensure my life safety, please supervise each other. If anyone moves unusually, who advocates killing me, then this person is a traitor." Tesla glanced at everyone with a fake smile. "I think everyone should not be so stupid. Right? This is to warn everyone not to make any unnecessary movements. And I don't accept any private trial. If I want to accept the trial, I have to wait until I return to the organization and can be 100% sure of my safety. Only then will I be honest about everything. This is to ensure that she will not be lynched. If the chess club tortured her and crippled her, she would most likely not survive until she returned to the organization. Therefore, in order to avoid such an outcome, Thorn planned to expose the existence of the chess club after returning to the organization." Tesla nodded yes to Thorn's request. He had the autonomy to guarantee Thorn, although he also wanted to know which side of the power stood behind Thorn. But now the focus of the black soldiers was to solve the alien insects, and everything about the insects could be put aside for the time being. However, after Thorn came out, although he would not be interrogated immediately, he would inevitably be supervised. Thorn said, "Since we have reached a consensus, I will open the door." Max had long wanted to escape from this devil, and quickly operated to open the blockade of the stone wall and the electronic door. The voice of Thorn came from the main control room. "By the way, how about I tell you about a rebel first, so that you won't be careless?" The stone wall and the electronic door opened wide, and the figures of Thorn and Max appeared in everyone's sight. However, Thorn's eyes were fixed on Zhu Shurjiu, and Thorn smiled faintly. "Prophet, how long are you going to pretend?" Chapter 394, Fighting Wits and Courage with the Air. Bait. "Prophet, how long are you going to pretend?" The words of Thorn focused everyone's attention on Zhu Shurjiu, as if Zhu Shurjiu would make a move in the next moment. Even Tesla subconsciously tightened his gun in his hand and secretly prepared to attack Zhu Shurjiu. However, Zhu Shurjiu did not move at all. Zhu Shurjiu still looked calm. "Thorn, what nonsense are you talking about?" At this time, Tesla and others also reacted and said coldly, "Thorn, do you think it's useful to bite randomly? If you want to identify the prophet, then show the evidence. Otherwise, all your identification is just nonsense." "Yes, I need evidence. I have the evidence, but I can't say it here." "Uh-huh. Prophet, I'm very curious. How are you going to deal with that disaster?" Thorn was vague and unclear, so everyone just thought she was desperate at the last moment. If Thorn randomly identified someone and said that the evidence could only be produced after returning to the organization, would everyone have to arrest everyone who was bitten by Thorn? Therefore, Thorn's identification had no effect. However, even so, some people still had some doubts about the prophet. After all, Thorn asserted so decisively that the prophet was a traitor. What if the prophet was really a traitor? Just as everyone was thinking quickly in their hearts, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly said, "So this is your purpose, Captain Thorn. What else do you want to say?" Thorn said calmly, "I didn't expect that you would slander me, who has always been by your side and assisted you as a rebel in order to ensure that the secrets of the rebel faction would not be leaked. Yes, after all, I saw everything you did throughout the process. You must be worried that I would tell you everything you did. So? Thorn sneered. Uh-huh. It's ridiculous. Don't you know who did those things? Zhu Shurjo didn't say anything, because everyone already understood. After Thorn entered Papua New Guinea, he tried to bring the prophet, a genius with great potential, under his command. So he brought him with him to make him an accomplice of the rebel faction, and force the prophet to do something unbelievable. But unexpectedly, before the prophet was completely recruited, Thorn's identity had been exposed. So now, in order to keep him silent, he slandered the prophet as a rebel, just to make the words from the prophet no longer credible. At least before returning to the organization, they had no way to figure out who was right and who was wrong. With the thorns biting them, can they still believe the prophet's confession? I see. That's a good trick. Tesla shook his head. Don't worry, Thorns. Since you have identified the prophet, all the prophet's confessions are no longer credible. We will prioritize the evacuation of the people. And after returning to the organization will conduct the final trial of your innocence. That would be great. Thorns nodded. But in the blink of an eye, she saw Zhu Shurjo's eyes narrowed slightly, as if there was a fleeting snicker. But because this moment was too short, she was not sure whether what she saw was true or false. The next moment, Jingji suddenly thought, is Zhu Shurjo's purpose really to throw dirty water on her while she was controlled so as to clear his suspicion? No, it's not like that. Jingji looked at Zhu Shurjo with slightly wide eyes. Zhu Shurjo's snickering that she caught in her peripheral vision was not fake. Zhu Shurjo's real purpose was actually to prevent the organization from controlling and interrogating him during the evacuation of the people. He wanted to ensure that the lies he told were perfect enough. Yes. What would happen if she hadn't identified Zhu Shurjo just now? Then all of Zhu Shurjo's remarks would become solid evidence. She certainly couldn't get away. But Zhu Shurjo couldn't get rid of the organization's surveillance either. He had to be responsible for what he said. Under the current circumstances, Zhu Shurjo simply couldn't give an answer that could deal with all the loopholes. After all, as long as Zhu Shurjo gave an answer, the black soldiers would verify it. And once there was an omission, Zhu Shurjo's identity would be suspected. Her act of identification just now was equivalent to adding a layer of protection to Zhu Shurjo's words. The black soldiers would not verify whether Zhu Shurjo's words were true. And even Zhu Shurjo had a reason to keep silent. When everything was settled, Zhu Shurjo had enough time. And the chess club had a perfect arrangement. All the loopholes would be revealed one by one. And Zhu Shurjo could completely make up corresponding answers based on the loopholes. And the answer at that time would definitely be an extremely well-prepared answer. In just a few seconds, Thorn figured everything out. Thorn opened his mouth. Wait. Tesla interrupted Thorn's words. Don't talk. You know it's useless. We will not believe everything you say. Your speech is doomed to fail. Jingjia closed her mouth. And she realized it was too late. But even if she could speak, what effect would it have? She said Zhu Shurjo was a traitor. And now she was going to deny Zhu Shurjo's identity as a traitor? It was too late to save the situation. She suddenly realized that since she witnessed Zhu Shurjo releasing the insect man, no. It should be said that it was at an earlier moment. The moment she saw the insect girl, she fell into Zhu Shurjo's control. And everything she did was carried out in an orderly manner under Zhu Shurjo's arrangement. From that time on, she could no longer get away. But is it really the end? Everyone was ready to organize the team and take Jingjia out. Jingjia suddenly said, Everyone, I have a bold idea. Everyone came out of the institute. And the institute's closing program was delayed for 10 minutes, locking all the remaining insects underground. When the institute was closed, there were still insects scrambling to fly out. But they were all dealt with by the black soldiers one by one. The black soldiers who stayed outside the institute finally saw everyone confiscating all the guns of Thorn and the Prophet, and formed two circles, surrounded the two and walked out of the institute. The pianist was the only elite black soldier left outside the institute. When she saw the state of the Prophet and Thorn, she was a little puzzled for a while. So she asked everyone what happened. However, strangely, all the elite black soldiers said in unison nothing. Don't explore. This matter cannot be spread openly, because it is easy to make the army unstable if it is spread out. There are countless elite black soldiers on the island of Papua New Guinea, and there must be rebels like Thorns among them. Before Thorn's identity was exposed, the rebels were relatively loyal. As long as they were not exposed, nothing would happen. But if some black soldiers were exposed as rebels, It might cause a melee among the elite black soldiers. Therefore, everyone decided to play dumb. While playing dumb, Thorns, the rebel, suddenly proposed a bold idea before leaving the institute. This plan is an open conspiracy. No matter who is the rebel among the black soldiers present, they will be attracted by this plan. They decided to deliberately make the matter between Thorns and the prophet vague. As long as the rebels heard that Thorns was controlled, what would their first thought be? Killing and silencing. This is bound to happen. If the rebel faction does not have such awareness, then when Thorn returns to the organization safely, the intelligence of the rebel faction will be leaked by Thorn, and the hiding of the rebel faction will be meaningless. So they are just putting Thorn in the open as bait, ready to catch a bigger fish. Thorn is absolutely sure of this, because Zhu Shurjiu is also under control. To her, Zhu Shurjiu is also a bait, used to catch the chess club. Zhu Shurjiu's genius is unprecedented. Is the chess club willing to give up such a genius and let the organization deal with it? No, it won't. So the chess club will either send someone to rescue Zhu Shurjiu or assassinate her, using herself as bait to lure out the chess club. Thorn felt that her sacrifice was meaningful. When being controlled by the elite black soldiers to board an armed vehicle, Thorn sneered at Zhu Shurjiu and said, "Prophet, it seems that the existence behind you is in a desperate situation." Zhu Shurjiu smiled slightly. "I hope you can continue to fight wits and courage with the air." Thorn sneered. She just thought Zhu Shurjiu was still trying to clear his suspicion. Then wait and see. Max had no idea what the black soldiers were thinking. He was confused now, and couldn't figure out what was going on. After walking around the underground research institute without any danger, he thought that he, the source of all evil in the insect research plan, would be judged after the institute was closed. But nothing happened. Instead, Thorn and the prophet, the two elite black soldiers, were controlled as if they were important figures for some reason. Although he was also controlled, he always felt that he was just an insignificant shrimp in the eyes of other black soldiers, with a very low sense of existence, as if it didn't matter whether he survived or not. He also heard the bait plan that Thorn said, but he was confused after listening to it. They wanted to fish out the mastermind behind the insect research plan, but the bait in the bait plan was not him, but two elite black soldiers? Max was thinking about this the whole time. He suspected that he was dreaming now. Otherwise, how could he not figure out what happened? He knew very well that behind all this was just the Papua New Guinea military relying on a core data of the insect research plan from the United States. There was no intervention from the so-called rebel faction of the Black Soldier Organization. What is the situation now? I don't understand. Max curled up in the corner and trembled. He only hoped that the general's group of idiots would do some stupid things that met his expectations after hearing that he was arrested. For example, assassinating him or something. In this way, Max could drag the top military officials into the incident and reduce his own guilt. Chapter 395 Prophet, if I'm right. Mount Hagen evacuation point. What? Max was captured? General Wudik was shocked when he heard that Max was captured by the Black Soldier Organization. Especially when he heard that Max might have secretly run to the institute to release the insects, which was a heinous crime. General Wudik was speechless. He couldn't figure out why Max did this. But since the Black Soldier Organization had captured Max himself, the news must be correct. We have detained Max himself in a special armed vehicle, and are preparing to send him away at the same time when the last group of people evacuate. And he will be escorted by 10 elite black soldiers in person. Standing in front of Wudik was the elite black soldier pianist. She was the only elite black soldier stationed outside the institute at the time, and the other elite black soldiers had entered the institute to perform their missions. She never thought that a simple mission would actually produce a traitor, and the matter seemed complicated. There was more than one traitor. The other 9 elite black soldiers watched over Prophet Thorn and Max at the same time, monitoring each other to prevent the traitors from informing others. Now it was her responsibility to explain the general situation to the military leaders. How could this happen? Is there a mistake? Max would do such a daring thing. And what are Zerg? I have only heard of Zerg. General Wudik pretended to be innocent immediately after hearing the news. He had silently sentenced Max to death in his heart. He would not be so stupid as to sacrifice his life for a lover. I don't know much about this either. I'm just here to inform you. After that, I'll have to go back to supervise Max. The pianist looked helplessly at the other ordinary black soldiers behind him and shook his head. At that time, Each captain of the elite black soldiers left on the armed helicopter outside the institute brought more or less ordinary black soldiers. Now their captains have gone to supervise Max. But they were sent by their own captains to supervise her. Obviously, she was also within the suspicion of Tesla and others. Tesla and others did not explain their conspiracy plan to the pianist. So the pianist was also confused. They could defend her. But what if there were rebels among the ordinary black soldiers? Do they have corresponding preventive measures? The pianist didn't think about it for long, because she knew that thinking was meaningless. She just obeyed orders. The order was given by Tesla, although it was said that everyone was equal on the surface. The pianist still combined reason to analyze and judge, and finally chose to obey the arrangement. The pianist ignored General Wudick, who pretended to be surprised, turned around and walked back to the armed vehicle under the gaze of the black soldiers. When she returned to the armored vehicle, she found that everyone was talking to Max, who was pale. Tesla glanced at the pianist who got into the car and said to Max, "Go on." Max looked at everyone with fear and nodded. Just now, everything about the Zerd plan was manipulated by the generals. I was just a name on the experimental project. Alas, I didn't expect it to be so serious. Max was trying to completely shirk his guilt. Anyway, the generals hadn't been caught yet, so he could say whatever he wanted. Although he really wanted to say that he only had a Bugman research plan. After all, the black soldiers had searched for his information in the basement of the institute, and the information was brought out by the elite black soldiers. So Max couldn't say that he had nothing to do with it. There was his office inside the institute, which was enough to explain everything. Max had tried to throw dirty water on the military high level before everyone entered the institute, but it was ineffective. The black soldiers didn't listen to his nonsense at all. They only looked at the evidence. Now, the evidence was in hand, but it was further evidence to prove Max, which put Max under a lot of pressure. This information does look like the work of the Americans. At this time, Haagen-Dazs had read all the contents of the Bugman research plan and then made a judgment. The other elite black soldiers had already read and confirmed it. Now, hearing Haagen-Dazs' confirmation, everyone didn't react, just nodded. The piano family was really confused. Why don't we arrest Wudick and the others now? Even if Wudick and the others are innocent, with Max's testimony, it shouldn't be a problem for us to arrest them. Right? Tesla shook his head. No, there is a problem. This is Papua New Guinea after all. The army here does not obey our black soldier organization, but the local military. Only a small number of core soldiers knew about the existence of the black soldiers. Until now, most soldiers still don't know the existence of alien insects, let alone the existence of the black soldier organization. They only regarded the black soldiers as special forces transferred from other countries for support, and didn't think much about it. So once General Wudick and his men are controlled by the black soldiers, it may cause trouble for the people's evacuation plan. This is a special situation, and there is no room for delay. While the pianist was thinking, Tesla said, "Moreover, we have to use the Papua New Guinea military to lure out the members of the rebel faction. So these senior military officials cannot be moved at this time." The pianist realized at this time that everyone was preparing to release bait to catch fish. Anyway, the bait has been put down, but it is not certain whether the fish will be fooled. The pianist asked, "I was wondering before, what is the situation of the rebel faction?" She looked at Thorn. "This is a known and confirmed rebel," Thorn said lightly. "Don't look at me. I'm not a rebel. My situation is more complicated. When I get to the organization, I will explain it to the organization one by one." Tesla shook his head. "No, she is a rebel. Don't be fooled by her." Thorn sneered and didn't argue anymore. The pianist frowned and said, "Although we want to lure out the rebels, are the rebels really that easy to take the bait? You know, we have 10 elite black soldiers here. Who can be sure to save them from us?" Tesla said lightly. "If there is no flaw, then we will take the initiative to create a flaw. The most valuable thing about the conspiracy is that even if the person who is tricked knows that it is a flaw, he has to take the bait." The pianist shook his head. "Even so, do we have to wait forever? You know, we only have 24 hours to evacuate the people. Will the rebels take action within 24 hours? Tesla shook his head. No one could be sure of the question raised by the pianist, so he could only answer that he didn't know. However, just when he was about to speak, at this time, Zhu Sergio, who had been listening but not speaking, suddenly spoke. "If I guess correctly, The rebels should choose to take action in the evening. Everyone was stunned, and then shook their heads, thinking that Zhu Shizhe was just guessing. Only Thorn's heart skipped a beat. It was this mysterious attitude of suddenly receiving the news again. She had seen it more than once. Could it be that the chess club was really planning to take action in the evening? Chapter 396. Who is the idiot? After the pianist returned to the armed vehicle, General Wu Dick immediately found other military leaders. The military leaders were not far from each other, and the Mount Hagen evacuation point happened to be a relatively close evacuation point to the Insect Research Institute. So when they saw the armed helicopters of the Black Soldier Organization flying towards the Insect Research Institute, a group of military leaders had already rushed to the Mount Hagen evacuation point to find out what was going on. But they were more focused and not as anxious as Max. Otherwise it would not be just Max who was captured now. Soon after they arrived at the Mount Hagen evacuation point, they heard the news that Max had been captured. And the news was brought by the general himself. They discussed the matter around a table in a small dark room. The people who participated in this secret meeting included General Wu Dick of Papua New Guinea, Jackson, the person in charge of finding high-quality and qualified experimental subjects, Chris Wager, the director of the Military Research Institute, Caroline, who was responsible for concealing intelligence from the Black Soldier Organization. These people contributed to the birth of the Insect Research Project. If they are strictly investigated, everyone will be blamed. What can we do now? Wu Dick asked. The military leaders were usually very powerful, but now they looked ashen. After General Wu Dick asked, no one answered for a long time. They didn't think Max would cover up for them, and they didn't think the Black Soldier Organization would not trace them in the end. The reason why the Black Soldier Organization didn't take action now was just that the time hadn't come yet. When the Zerg incident is resolved, they should be resolved, Caroline said dimly. I knew this would happen. It's all your fault. Why did you do some research on the worms in the first place? In the end, it was all in vain. And you dragged me into it. She was the least guilty among the group, because she was at most an accomplice, not the mastermind. She just concealed some information, Jackson said gloomily. You didn't report us at the time. Why are you pretending to be a good person now? Caroline slammed the table. You? Chris Badger, the director of the Zerg Research Institute, said. Okay. Don't argue. Jackson, you should say less. I heard that there is an old saying in Xia that is very suitable to describe our current relationship. We are like grasshoppers on a rope. Once the rope breaks, we will all be finished. Alas, Jackson sighed, looking miserable. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped them transport the experimental subjects from all over the world. His job was simple. Nothing more than human trafficking around the world. He controlled a human trafficking chain. People were disappearing all over the world all the time, and were being sold by human traffickers everywhere. He bought various experimental subjects steadily from some human traffickers. That's how Misha was sent to Papua New Guinea. Jackson was also desperate at this time, because if his case was exposed, he would definitely die. He looked at the other people for help, and found that the other people also looked desperate. But one of them was a little calmer. This person was Chris Badger, the director of the Insect Research Institute. As the director of the Zerg Research Institute, Chris Badger naturally has his own strengths. His strength is that he is calmer than ordinary people when facing crisis. In the process of Zerg research, various accidents are inevitable, such as Zerg suddenly breaking through the restraints and attacking the Institute, Zerg escaping from the Institute, and researchers who can't stand the psychological pressure and attack their colleagues in turn. Various crises have occurred in the process of Zerg research, which has trained Chris Badger's courage and made him have a big heart, allowing him to think calmly in times of crisis. He said, it's meaningless to discuss right and wrong now. I have an idea now, but I don't know if it's feasible. What? The other three looked at him with hope in their eyes, treating him as the last straw. Unexpectedly, Chris Badger said a few words lightly. Assassinate Max. The three were shocked. Are you crazy? Assassinate Max in front of the black soldiers? I'm not crazy, Chris Badger said. You are so scared that you can't think properly. Let me remind you that we haven't been caught until now. What does this mean? The three were stunned. Chris Badger didn't mean to keep it a secret. He said, this shows that the black soldiers have not suspected us yet, and further shows that Max is keeping his mouth shut and has not even confessed our existence. This sounds incredible, but think about it carefully. Isn't it? Jackson and Caroline gradually regained their composure under Chris Badger's analysis. Thinking carefully, it seems that this is indeed the case? General Woodick was so moved that he almost cried. My dear, you are so loyal to me that you didn't betray me until you were caught. Next year, I will pay my respects to your grave and give you a bouquet of flowers. Chris Badger smiled palely. That is to say, we still have room for recovery. As long as we can successfully assassinate Max, everything will end perfectly. Caroline sighed. But it's easy to say. How can we kill Max? He is strictly controlled by the black soldiers. And I heard that the 10 black soldiers who control him are all elite black soldiers. In their eyes, the physical fitness of the black soldiers is the same as that of Superman. Not to mention the elite black soldiers. It is said that the elite black soldiers can even see the trajectory of the bullet. Chris Badger shook his head. To be honest, I don't know how to assassinate. Others thought, what the hell are you talking about? Facts have proved that sometimes 4 cobblers can't beat 1 Zhuge Liang. Although they don't have any good ideas. This is their only choice. Only by killing Max can they finally feel at ease. General Woodick said to everyone, I have a death squad. All of whom are soldiers who are 100% loyal to me. Including a sniper who is 1 in a million. Let them try it first. The other 3 people were fine. Looked at each other, and agreed to this plan. This idiot actually chose to be the first to come out. If Woodick failed and was caught, they would unify their statements and say that the person who assassinated Max was Woodick, and it had nothing to do with them. Everything was unspoken, and the 3 of them confirmed this plan when their eyes met. Woodick sneered secretly. The soldiers he was going to send were all brainwashed soldiers, who had been secretly nurtured for many years, and they could say whatever they wanted. If they failed, he could also distance himself from the matter, and even let them identify whoever he wanted. And those soldiers would not say a word. These 3 guys treated him as a fool. But he was already thinking about how to sacrifice these 3 people to save himself. Who is the fool? Chapter 397 Assassination from Sniper. The assassination began. Tesla and others had intended to let Max take the lead, because they were not sure what kind of strongman the rebels would send out. So they used Max as bait first. If Max failed to lure out the rebels, then they could only let Thorn do it. At first, Max refused. In his expectation, the general and others would definitely send someone to assassinate him after hearing the news of his capture. There is no doubt about this, because he has been a sex partner with the general for many years. So he naturally knows how the general acts. Not only that, he also knew that the general had a group of dead soldiers under his command, all of whom were brainwashed into machines and only knew how to obey orders. They did not have the strong physical fitness of the black soldiers, but they had a loyal heart that was not afraid of death. If the general wanted to send someone to assassinate him, then this group of dead soldiers would definitely appear. What Max was most worried about was that the elite black soldiers were not well protected. If these dead soldiers succeeded by accident, it would be terrible. But his life was no longer his own. So he could only obey the orders of the elite black soldiers. The black soldiers' way of fishing was unexpectedly simple. They sent 2 elite black soldiers, Haagen-Dazs and 6 Fingers, to take Max out of the car to go to the toilet. People always have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Even the black soldiers would not let Max defecate and urinate directly in his pants when they were supervising him. So Haagen-Dazs took Max out of the car. They did this all afternoon, taking Max up and down openly. People were constantly evacuating Mount Hagen Square, and Max was constantly being taken back and forth between the 2 points in the vehicle toilet by Haagen-Dazs and 6 Fingers. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they might think that Max was urinating frequently and urgently. And General Woodick and other military leaders, who had deliberately hidden themselves, also discovered that Max was always in the toilet. I feel something is wrong. Who would go to the toilet so frequently? Chris Weigel said with a frown. General Woodick coughed lightly. Maybe he has diarrhea. He thought to himself. Could it be that Max was fucked by me too many times, so that the back door could not be closed tightly? This thing can't be thought about too much. Woodick shook his head. Anyway, this is a great opportunity. My sniper has found a great shooting position 1 kilometer away from the public toilet in the square. From that shooting position, he can even accurately aim at Max's pit. Chris Badger felt even more wrong. You mean Max always uses the same pit when he goes to the toilet? Woodick nodded. Yes. Chris Badger frowned. This is too unbelievable. rather than saying that this is an opportunity found by the sniper. It is better to say that it is an opportunity they personally presented to us. It is almost like they deliberately created an opportunity for us to see. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Could it be that all this was a trick to lure them in? Chris Badger is indeed a researcher. His brain works faster than those military high-ranking officials who do nothing all day. He quickly told the others his thoughts. But after knowing it, Wudik just nodded and said, "What you said is possible. But the arrow has to be shot at this time. What if Max really has diarrhea? If we don't take action now, it will be difficult to catch a better opportunity." Chris Badger hesitated for a while, but finally did not stop it. As for Jackson and Caroline, they would not stop it even more. So, the sniper 1 kilometer away received an order to shoot Max in the head the next time Max went to the toilet. Max was almost suffering from neurasthenia. He knew that he was going to be assassinated, but he didn't know when he would be assassinated. It was just messing with his mentality. Every time he went to the toilet, he was worried that a bullet would break through the toilet window and kill him directly. Therefore, he was trembling every time he took off his pants. Especially these 2 elite black soldiers did not let him go while he was in the toilet. They stayed by his side and even watched him go to the toilet. It was too shameful and too perverted. Max almost couldn't hold on. More importantly, he went to the toilet several times in the afternoon, but failed to attract the killer. When the sun set and the evening came, he took off his pants in the toilet again as a routine. I thought that this time going to the toilet would be as uneventful as before. But suddenly, Haagen-Dazs beside him suddenly tensed up. "Something is wrong," Haagen-Dazs suddenly said. Six Fingers also nodded. "Yes, I feel it. The danger comes from outside the window." It was just a vague sixth sense. Not so clear. It can be said that this is a level of danger that would be ignored even if it was felt on weekdays. And it is not worth mentioning. Tesla sent 2 elite black soldiers to look after Max for this very reason. If one elite black soldier might regard this sense of danger as an illusion, but if both elite black soldiers sense the danger, then there must be a problem. Haagen-Dazs and Six Fingers both knew that someone was going to take action. Sure enough, just as they were alert, the sense of danger soared instantly. If you want to describe it with numbers, the insignificant sense of danger at the beginning can be regarded as 0-1. And now the danger they feel can be regarded as 100. How fast is the reaction speed of the elite black soldiers? Almost at the moment when the sense of danger soared, Haagen-Dazs stretched out his hand like lightning to press Max's head and pressed it down vigorously. But for Max, it was like a heavy hammer hitting his head, making him dizzy. Six Fingers was not idle either. He used his body as a shield and stepped forward to block Max. His whole body directly blocked the path between the window and Max. At the moment when the 2 elite black soldiers finished all this, a bullet shattered the window glass and shot into Six Fingers' body on the bulletproof uniform. The sniper bullet was far from being able to penetrate the black soldier's uniform. At most, it could only send a force like a heavy hammer hitting. That was all. Six Fingers' body just shook slightly. The bullet hit Six Fingers' chest and then bounced to the ground. A sniper lying on a residential building 1 kilometer away was stunned when he saw this scene through the sniper's scope, and even wondered if he had seen it wrong. So in disbelief, he fired another shot. With a loud gunshot, the bullet burst out from the muzzle, swirled in the air towards the target, cut through the air, and crossed a kilometer to hit the figure in black uniform. However, the bullet still hit the chest of the figure straight, and finally fell powerlessly. Is this a human? The sniper began to doubt his life. However, he also had the quality of an elite soldier. He knew that his 2 shots had been noticed. So for his own safety, it would be best to move immediately. Just as he was about to evacuate, suddenly, there was a sound of the propeller of an armed helicopter turning in the distance. The sniper looked up and saw a helicopter rising in the distance with good eyesight. And standing in the helicopter was an elite black soldier in black uniform, holding a gun in his hand, aiming at the sniper's position from a distance. The sniper's pupils shrank slightly. Quick! The counterattack came too fast. The next moment, a white light flashed, and the sniper's entire arm was directly annihilated in the white laser along with the sound of the gun exploding. Chapter 398 Useless Assassination. As expected, the sniper committed suicide. When the black soldiers arrived at the rooftop of the residential building, they only found a body. The sniper stabbed a dagger into the side of the neck, cut the aorta, and ended his life. The scarlet blood solidified into a dark pool of death on the rooftop. No one was caught alive. When Tesla announced this result, no one was surprised, because this result is too normal. If they can easily catch the members of the rebel faction, the rebel faction will not hide in the organization for so long before being exposed. But, you got it right. The pianist looked at the prophet. How did you know that the rebel faction would take action in the evening? Guessed. Zhu Shizhou said lightly. No basis. Just based on feeling. The pianist denied feeling? The sixth sense is not enough to make such an accurate prediction. Right? This is just like the legendary seventh sense in a theoretical state. Incredible. Zhu Shizhou shrugged. Who knows? What are you going to do now? The assassination failed. And we didn't catch anyone alive. We have already alerted the enemy. The pianist opened her mouth and looked at Zhu Shizhou speechlessly. This guy just turned the page on the matter lightly. For a moment, she didn't think of what clues the other party had grasped to speculate the time of the rebels' action. There was obviously no clue. What else could it be if it wasn't based on feeling? The others also looked at Zhu Shizhou speechlessly. At this time, the voice of Thorn came faintly. He. I said. The prophet is a rebel. Of course he knows the rebels' actions. Maybe he received the action time of the rebel faction in a special way. Unknowingly. Tesla interrupted Thorn's slander in time. Don't try to distort our judgment. Thorn shook his head. I just make your judgment more objective. Tesla ignored Thorn's words and began to analyze the assassination of the rebel faction with everyone. The rebel faction only sent ordinary people as killers. It seems that it is only in the stage of testing between the two sides. If we want to continue to lure out bigger fish, we have to continue to test more. Thorn reminded. Don't kill Max. She still remembered that Max was a dead man who knew the existence of the chess club. Although Max may not know much about the chess club, this guy is a member of the chess club after all. More evidence and clues may be found under the interrogation of the organization. Max trembled even more when he heard Thorn casually talking about his life and death. He had personally experienced an assassination, and he felt exhausted and almost died under a sniper rifle. The assassination was so exciting at the beginning. So what about the later? If he was really killed, I'm afraid these people wouldn't feel sorry for him at all? Tesla did not change his decision to make the bait plan. He said, since we have already alerted the enemy, let's continue. This plan is an open conspiracy. If we can't hook them, this open conspiracy is meaningless. This time, Tesla arranged for Night God and the woodcutter to take Max out of the car. Max was already filled with fear and was almost dragged off the train by two elite black soldiers. Looking at the carriage door that was closed again, the elite black soldiers fell into silence. Failed? What should we do? General Wudik and others were also silent. In the small dark room, Chris Vajra felt more and more that they were being tricked by the black soldier organization, and said weakly, now we can only continue. Right? Wudik, didn't you say you had a group of death squads? Why was there only one sniper assassinated just now? Wudik cursed in his heart that this was not your army, and you didn't feel bad. But at this time, he couldn't turn his face. So he replied, there are few snipers for long-range assassination, and one less is needed. Others don't have the ability to long-range sniping. Jackson said faintly, are you still going to hide it now? If you hide again, you will die. Caroline said, Wudik, you shouldn't be that stupid. Right? Tell me. Just now it was just a small test. Right? Next, you will let your death squad come out in full force and do your best to assassinate Max. Right? Wudik complained again. But he finally realized that Max could not be solved by the power of a sniper. So he gritted his teeth and said, okay, that's all I can do. I hope my troops don't all die. His heart was bleeding. The Night God Woodcutter and the other two escorted Max and faced a new wave of assassinations. This wave of assassinations was more fierce than the previous one by a single sniper. The two of them led Max out of Mount Hagen Square and went directly into the woods next to it. A large number of masked soldiers with guns suddenly appeared in the dark woods. There were countless snipers in the residential buildings in the distance, shooting long-range sniper bullets at the outline drawn by the infrared sensor in the woods. However, even so, it could not stop Ishin and the woodcutter from protecting Max. 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes passed, and white light kept flashing in the woods for 5 minutes. And then the gunshots gradually stopped. when Yishin and the woodcutter walked out of the woods with Max, who was vomiting non-stop. 3 rows of scarlet blood footprints extended under their feet. Dead. All dead. Max muttered to himself while resisting the urge to vomit. Anyone who sees the picture of broken limbs will have physical discomfort. Max thinks he is a normal person. So after the battle, he vomited a lot. The assassination failed again. Many black soldiers appeared in the residential buildings in the distance, and they directly trapped the sniper in the residential buildings. However, when the black soldiers found the snipers, they were all warm corpses with daggers stuck in their necks. Night God and the woodcutter took Max back to the car. Max couldn't hold it anymore and knelt down to beg for mercy. Please, let me go. It's too torturous. Again and again. I really can't stand it. Tesla frowned and said 2 words coldly. Continue. But just when Tesla arranged for Rashomon and the Holy Hand to take Max down, Thorn suddenly raised his head and looked at Tesla. Thorn suddenly said something inexplicable. Are you testing the number of rebels? Tesla looked at Thorn deeply and said nothing. The others were at a loss. Chapter 399 Genius Analysis. None of the elite black soldiers spoke. But Thorn suddenly looked at Tesla. The last time was Haagen-Dazs 6 Fingers. The second time was Night God and Woodcutter. And the third time was Rashomon and Holy Hand. What is your intention in making such an arrangement? Tesla was silent for a while. Then said, It seems that you have reacted? Why? Do you want to remind the rebels in this car? He looked at Thorn, and then glanced around, and found that except for the Prophet, everyone else showed confused eyes, as if they didn't know what Thorn was talking about. The Prophet's reaction was very strange, as if he was not surprised by Thorn's question and his answer. Tesla pointed this out. Prophet, it seems that you also want to understand the intention of my arrangement. Zhu Shizhou yawned boredly. It's not hard to guess. I expected it when you made the arrangement from the beginning. Tesla was silent for a moment. He didn't dare to believe Zhu Shizhou's words. He thought he was being quite covert. And Thorn's ability to react was considered quick-witted. If Zhu Shizhou had reacted when he first arranged it, it would have been terrible. Wait. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word? At this time, the pianist finally spoke in confusion. Haagen-Dazs 6-fingered Night God Woodcutter War Mad Shura also looked at Zhu Shizhou, wondering what they were suddenly talking about. Zhu Shizhou simply pointed out the riddle they were playing. Tesla is testing the rebels in the team. Haven't you discovered it yet? The pianist and others were confused. Zhu Shizhou half sighed and half explained helplessly. First of all, we have to make it clear that the bait is not only Max, but also Thorn's. The pianist said confusedly. I know this. Now we just use Max as bait to fish. And then we will increase the intensity of using Thorns to fish. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Wrong. Now we have actually started to use Thorns to fish. Do you think that Max got off the car just to use Max to fish? Max got off the car to move. Just to use Max to fish for rebels outside. But what about the rebels in the car? Zhu Shizhou glanced at everyone, and looked at everyone with a suspicious look. And what Zhu Shizhou said made them all stunned. Zhu Shizhou said lightly. Thorns pointed out in the research institute before that there are still rebels among us. But she did not say the number of rebels. The only conclusion that can be inferred is that the number of rebels in our team is less than the number of loyal people. You already know this, right? Haagen-Dazs and the others recalled that this reasoning process had been pushed before in the underground of the research institute. If the number of rebels was greater than the number of loyalists, the loyalists would be wiped out underground. Tesla deliberately arranged a group of 2 black soldiers to escort Max. In fact, there are 2 purposes. One is the well-known fishing, and the other is to reduce the number of rebels. If we calculate based on the maximum number of rebels, there will be at most 6 rebels among our 12 elite black soldiers. Thorn has been identified as a traitor. Apart from Thorn, the worst possibility is that there are 5 more traitors among us. My weapons have been confiscated. If we consider the worst-case scenario, I am innocent. The loyal team is missing a fighting force. So, excluding me and Thorn, the ratio of loyalists to traitors is 55. Do you understand this? Everyone was thoughtful. They almost understood what Zhu Shizhou wanted to say. Zhu Shizhou continued to explain. When sending out the bait for the first time, if both Haagen-Dazs and 6 Fingers are loyalists, then the worst possibility of the ratio of loyalists to traitors in the car is 35. If one of Haagen-Dazs and 6 Fingers is, if there are 2 rebels, then the ratio of loyalists to rebels is 44. If both are rebels, Then the ratio of loyalists to rebels is 53. At this point, Haagen-Dazs also reacted. If there are more rebels on the bus, the rebels will attack Thorns. Because as long as the loyalists are killed, no matter what happens on the bus, the rebels can speak with one voice. As long as the loyalists are dead, the rebels can make up lies at will. Haagen-Dazs' words directly awakened the others, and the others gradually followed Zhu Shizhou's thinking. Yes. Zhu Shizhou nodded and said calmly. After several attempts, the rebels still did not move. This means that the rebel team on the bus is at most 4:4. If it is 5:3, the rebels may take risks and act. Look at the car. He asked Haagen-Dazs and Six-Fingered Night God to do the bait mission with the Woodcutters Rashomon and Holy Hand to protect Max. Why do you think it was? It was nothing more than to identify the rebels in groups of 2. Six Fingers is stronger than Haagen-Dazs. Night God is stronger than Woodcutter. Rashomon is stronger than Holy Hand. Let's take Haagen-Dazs and Six Fingers as an example, Zhu Shizhou said. This combination of them can make us sure that Six Fingers is a loyalist. Zhang Kuang was the slowest to react among the crowd. He asked, Huh? Why do you think so? Because Six Fingers is stronger than Haagen-Dazs. Zhu Shizhou looked at everyone. Six Fingers is stronger. If Six Fingers attacked Haagen-Dazs while protecting Max, Haagen-Dazs would probably die unexpectedly. At the same time, Max would also die under the sniper's shooting. But none of this happened, which shows that Six Fingers is a loyalist and strictly carries out the task of protecting Max. Haagen-Dazs wanted to refute, but he knew that he was indeed a little weaker. If Six Fingers was really a rebel, he might have died in the toilet. The same is true for Night God and Woodcutter. So we can be sure that Night God is a loyal person. If Rashomon and Saint Hand return safely later, then we can be sure that Rashomon is also a loyal person. Before in the Research Institute, Tesla had already tested Shura and asked Shura to supervise Thorns outside the main control room. At that time, it was confirmed that Shura was a loyal person. In this way, with 4 loyal people plus Tesla, we can be sure that there are 5 loyal people in our team. The worst case we considered before was that 5 members of the team were loyal and 5 were rebellious. In other words, each of the 5 elite black soldiers, the war-mad pianist, Haagen-Dazs, the Woodcutter and the Saint Hand, is suspected. Still considering the worst possibility. Maybe all 5 of you are rebels. Bullshit, Zhang Kuang said expressionlessly. Zhu Shizhou laughed and then looked at Tesla. In short, Tesla has gone to great lengths to confirm the identities of the 5 loyalists. If I am right, Tesla has 2 options for the next arrangement. One is to continue to test them. But if he continues to test them, the risk of Max's death will be very high. Because the next people to be tested are likely to be rebels. If we really consider the worst case scenario, and the 5 people including the war-mad pianist Haagen-Dazs and the Woodcutter are all rebels, then Max will definitely die if 2 of them are arranged to protect him next time. Of course, it may not be that bad. But as a commander, Tesla cannot be so rash. And he always considers the worst possibility. Zhu Shizhou now said Tesla's second choice. The second way is to let the 5 members of the known loyalists and the 5 members of the potential rebels pair up to carry out the bait plan. In this way, although the scope of the rebels cannot be further reduced, Max's safety is also guaranteed. The above is what Zhu Shizhou learned from Tesla about Tesla's bait plan through replaying and constantly pondering. Now all of them were turned into words and pointed out one by one. There was a dead silence in the car. After a long time, Tesla chuckled. Tesla had already overestimated Zhu Shizhou in his heart. But after listening to this, he had to raise Zhu Shizhou's genius to a higher level again. This guy is so genius that he analyzed the plan he conceived in his heart exactly. Chapter 400. Let me give it a try. Tesla looked strange. For some reason, he always felt that his every move was seen through by the Prophet. I thought that Thorn was sharp enough. But the Prophet's agility was even more shocking. Although he was an elite black soldier and did not have the emotion of surprise, he could objectively judge that what Zhu Shizhou had just shown might be just the tip of the iceberg. But, just think about it. Why say it out loud? Tesla sighed. Then he looked at everyone. Yes, the Prophet and the Thorn said it exactly. I am indeed testing you. There may be a rebel among you. Or maybe you are all loyal people. But as long as there is a possibility, we must guard against it. But what I can't understand is, Prophet, since you have figured it out, why don't you pretend to be confused? Could it be that, You are really a rebel as the Thorn said? Tesla looked at Zhu Shizhou suspiciously. He now suspected that the prophet was a rebel. Just based on his analysis just now, it is very likely to wake up the rebels among them. Although this analysis seems normal, Tesla didn't want the rebels to know his analysis. So he deliberately concealed his purpose. And Zhu Shizhou pointed it out. Zhu Shizhou smiled. No one could see the smile under the gas mask. But Tesla still saw Zhu Shizhou's eyes slightly narrowed because of the smile. Those eyes seemed to tell him that he was thinking of something wrong. Jingji looked at Zhu Shizhou indifferently, thinking that you have finally shot yourself in the foot. It is not so easy to seize power in a hurry to show your value. But Zhu Shizhou's next words changed the thought that had just arisen in Jingji's heart. Tesla, I saw it from the beginning. But I didn't point it out until just now. Don't you know why? Zhu Shizhou said, looking at Jingji deliberately. Tesla also narrowed his eyes and followed Zhu Shizhou's thoughts. Because Jingji, the rebel, has also noticed it like you? Yes, it is because Jingji has noticed it. So I directly exposed your purpose of temptation. Because Jingji has noticed it. Even if you want to deny it, Jingji will find ways to remind the rebels in the team not to reveal flaws. So that other rebels in the team will also know your temptation plan. Tesla didn't speak. Zhu Shizhou continued. If the rebels really noticed it, or if Thorn spread the plan without anyone noticing, then once Max outside was successfully killed by the rebels, wouldn't it be a waste of time to throw dirty water on us loyalists? If this plan is not discovered, it's fine. But once it is discovered, it will be easily exploited. Tesla knew that Zhu Shizhou was right. He had successfully tested that Six-Fingered Night God was a loyalist. This was done before the plan was exposed, and the result should be credible. But after the plan was exposed, if Max really died, should he doubt the teammates who failed to protect him? You did the right thing. After thinking, Tesla nodded to Zhu Shizhou. Thorns on the side saw that Zhu Shizhou was able to turn danger into safety so easily, and couldn't help but sneer. Prophet, you are quite good at talking. But have you ever thought that this will also plant the seeds of disaster for you? Zhu Shizhou also sneered the rebel is talking nonsense again? You know whether I am a rebel or not. Jingji replied in a seemingly pale and powerless manner. Go on. Go on. Jingji licked her lips secretly. Her heart was much more indifferent and calm than she showed on the surface. Zhu Shizhou thought that if she did nothing, she really had no ideas? Wrong. In fact, she also regarded herself as bait. This bait is not used to catch other rebels, but to catch Zhu Shizhou. From the moment she surrendered in the Underground Research Institute, she had already started planning. She has always claimed to everyone that she is not a rebel. Even after being caught, she has always denied it, just to let Zhu Shizhou work hard to throw dirty water on her. Zhu Shizhou is a member of the chess club. Obviously, he will not admit his identity as a member of the chess club. Therefore, Jingji took advantage of this and asked Zhu Shizhou to constantly identify her as a traitor. Even if everyone believes that she is a traitor now, it is useless. In the end, she will be handed back to the organization for trial. Jingji is reinforcing everyone's concept of the opposition between her and Zhu Shizhou. As long as Zhu Shizhou continues to identify her as a traitor, the more wrong she will be. When her innocence is proven, the antagonistic relationship between her and Zhu Shizhou, combined with the evidence of the existence of the insect girl, will become a sword called reversal and give Zhu Shizhou a fatal blow. The more Zhu Shizhou jumps now, the more suspicious he will be when the reversal comes later. As long as the organization can grasp this point and continue to investigate, then even if the chess club has done more to hide, it will eventually be exposed. To put it another way, even if nothing is found, the suspicion of Zhu Shizhou will continue to exist deeply. Zhu Shizhou thought she was a trapped beast in a cage, but little did she know that outside her cage, she had set up a bigger cage. Everyone has their own calculations, but for other elite black soldiers, it was just that the prophet pointed out Tesla's risky plan. When Rashomon and the Holy Hand brought Max, who had already peed his pants, back to the car, everyone confirmed Rashomon's identity as a loyalist. Rashomon said lightly, "This time there are 28 assassins, but they still failed to catch anyone alive." Tesla frowned. "It's really difficult. Are they still ordinary people?" "Yes, they are all ordinary people." The atmosphere in the car was a little silent for a while. They were all ordinary people, and they committed suicide decisively after the assassination failed. Even if they achieved a crushing result against those ordinary people, what could they do? They could never catch the tail of the rebel organization. However, what surprised everyone was that the rebel organization knew that the assassination of ordinary people was useless. So why did they keep sending ordinary people to assassinate? After probing for so long, why didn't they take it seriously? Is it because the bait is not enough? Tesla turned his head and looked at the thorns. Perhaps seeing Tesla's idea, everyone quickly stopped him. No. Indeed. It's too dangerous. Tesla nodded. If Max is replaced by Thorn, it will be too dangerous. It is better to control Thorn under the supervision of their elite black soldiers. Thorn said lightly. I am willing to do so. Everyone ignored Thorn. Now Tesla has no good way to solve the current stalemate. Just when he was about to arrange 5 elite black soldiers, who had been identified as loyalists to continue to implement the bait plan, Ju Sergio suddenly spoke lightly. You want to catch someone alive? Everyone was silent. Isn't this asking knowingly? Thorn was alert in his heart. Here he comes. This guy is going to do something weird again. Tesla looked at the prophet. Do you have a good idea? Ju Sergio smiled lightly. Yes. Why don't you let me try? Chapter 401 Compound Number 199. Failed again. In the small dark room, the results of 3 consecutive failed assassinations made the military leaders feel cold all over. They felt that the sharp blade hanging above their heads was getting closer to their necks, and it was possible to cut them in half at any time. This horrible result made their faces paler and paler. And until now, no one dared to speak. Overt conspiracy. Chris Badger spoke in silence, his voice trembling. This is an open conspiracy. I said there was a problem a long time ago, and now it seems to be true. The Black Soldier organization was assassinated again and again, and Max came down from the car again and again. At first, they didn't understand, but now even a fool knows what's going on. Obviously, they want to find the mastermind behind the insect research plan. But Max didn't confess, and they want to use Max to fish. This fish caught neither side satisfied. This was a fair and open bait, but they had to take it, because if they did nothing, they would be dead when Max confessed everything. General Wudik was sweating profusely. What do you say? I have all my soldiers. Don't you have any good ideas? If you have any means, use them quickly. I'm at the end of my rope. Wudik didn't care about the conspiracy, whether his people would be captured alive or not. He only cared about how to kill Max. Even Chris Badger, the calmest of the 3, looked desperate. They didn't have any intuitive feeling about the combat effectiveness of the black soldiers before. But now it seems that the elite combat effectiveness among ordinary people is nothing in the eyes of the black soldiers. The black soldiers were so strong, which was far beyond Chris Badger's expectations. They were all a little desperate, and they felt that it was a foolish dream to kill Max. But what else could they do if they didn't do this? Just when everyone was desperate, Wudik's intercom rang. Wudik turned on the intercom, turned it to public, and placed it on the table. General, the situation has changed. This time, there is only one black soldier protecting Max. The voice of the scout came from the intercom, and the words of the scout broke the atmosphere of despair, making everyone in despair look up immediately. What? One black soldier? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Yes, I am sure. There is only one black soldier, and that black soldier is now escorting Max out of the car and walking towards the residential area outside the square. No one is following him. Wudik's blood surged instantly, and his eyes flashed with excitement. This is a good opportunity. No. Wait. I suspect there is a trick. Chris Badger raised his hand to stop Wudik, who was about to jump up excitedly. There were 2 elite black soldiers protecting Max before. Why is there only one left now? After 3 assassinations? And each one is more powerful than the last. How dare they send only one person to protect Max? Indeed, the situation is quite weird. It was so weird that no one in the small dark room spoke for a while. But General Wudik was still excited. Is there any need to think about it? They just want to lure us in. They are also afraid that we will fail too many times and dare not take action. In that case, they will lose the ability to capture our people alive. So they are even bolder and directly let a black soldier protect Max, and want us to send people to assassinate Max. Wudik's voice could not suppress the excitement in this small dark room. The 2 black soldiers protected perfectly. But if it was just one black soldier, it might not be so easy. This is our chance. You have a point. But I still think there is a problem. Chris Badger always felt that the black soldier organization should not be so stupid. It is important to capture live people. But the live people they can capture are the killers they sent out. Can they be as important as Max? If the black soldier fails to protect well, wouldn't it be a loss? Chris Badger expressed his concerns. Caroline also thought for a while. But she came up with a conclusion that was consistent with the strange actions of the black soldier organization. On the surface, they only sent one black soldier, which seems to be less protective than before. But what if this black soldier is stronger than the previous black soldier? Makes sense. Jackson was completely at a loss, listening to everyone's discussion, and felt irritated. Don't talk so much. Do we have any other way to go now besides continuing the assassination? Chris Badger and Caroline opened their mouths and trembled. They sadly found that it seemed there was indeed no way out. Jackson glared at Chris Badger. Chris Badger. I know. You still have a trump card in your hand. Right? If you don't use it again, there will be no show. As Wudick said, there is no better opportunity than this. Chris Badger gritted his teeth. Damn. Now it seems that we can only use Compound 199. The other three were shocked. You still have Compound 199 on hand? Aren't they all in the lab? Chris Badger gnashed his teeth and said, Idiots. Do you really think that I, the director of the institute, won't keep some of it? To tell you the truth, I was originally planning to secretly train a group of my own troops after it was safe. So I kept a batch of Compound 199 privately. I didn't expect that I would use it here now. Compound 199 is a byproduct of the Research Institute's research on insects. It can temporarily enhance the physical ability of soldiers. However, if used too much, there will be sequelae, and some body tissues may become insectized. Now is not the time to keep it private. Chris Badger made a phone call and began to arrange for the death squads under General Wudick to use it. After the call, Chris Badger showed a distressed expression on his face. If you don't die this time, then there's really nothing you can do. Lord Prophet, it's unnecessary. It's really unnecessary. Isn't it too dangerous to just let you escort me? Zhu Shurjiu led Max to walk on the empty street, with tall and short residential buildings on both sides. There was no one in the residential buildings. The residents all evacuated to Mount Hagen Square to wait for evacuation. So this residential area was more like a no man's land. Zhu Shurjiu casually explained. It's necessary. If you still let two elite black soldiers escort you, then wouldn't the credit of capturing them alive this time be given to others? Max wanted to cry, but had no tears. He suspected that Zhu Shurjiu was joking with him. Could the legendary emotionless black soldiers be so utilitarian? They may not come to assassinate me. In my opinion, we should just turn around and go back. Max kept talking, persuading him earnestly. He really didn't want to experience the excitement of walking on the edge of death. Zhu Shurjiu took Max into a small alley, kicked over an iron trash can, and said lightly, Yes, they will come. Prophet, what are you doing? Go in. Zhu Shurjiu dumped all the trash in the overturned trash can, and then raised his gun to Max. Max was dumbfounded. What? Hide in? It's too troublesome to carry you with you. I can't protect you in a fight. So go in and hide until I come to find you. Otherwise don't come out. Max's eyes widened. You mean? You want to leave me here alone and fight the killer yourself? Zhu Shurjiu shook the gun in his hand, and then shook the two guns hanging on both sides of his waist. What? Is there a problem? Max looked at the black muzzle pointing at him, and swallowed his saliva. Prophet, don't play with me. What if I get discovered? Zhu Shurjiu said. Just get rid of them before you are discovered. Are you going in? I'll give you 10 seconds. 19. Max shouted to raise his hands in surrender. I'll go in. I'll go in. As he said that, he quickly got into the trash can. Zhu Shurjiu helped Max cover the trash can, then turned around and left the alley alone. Without even looking, he raised his hand and fired a shot at the upper left side. In a residential building, the scout who witnessed Max hiding in the trash can was about to pick up the walkie-talkie to report. But before he could report, he was pierced through the chest by a white laser. Zhu Shurjiu, walking on the street, glanced at the darkness around him and laughed. Hee. How could anyone else get Compound 199? Chapter 402. Are all the captains dead? The deserted residential streets are deserted. It is nighttime now, and the thin and weak moonlight is not enough to illuminate the streets. Fortunately, there are dim street lights flashing on both sides of the street, so you can see everything. Zhu Shurjio's night vision has been greatly enhanced. It should be a dim vision, but everything is clear in his eyes. All thanks to the 2 potions he had injected. But that's it. Zhu Shurjio always knew that his physical fitness was far worse than that of a real elite black soldier. Just 2 potions were not enough to make his body reach the level of an elite black soldier. He had a very tight schedule, and needed to improve his physical fitness as soon as possible. Compound number 199 can make a person have powerful strength for a short time. This compound can even make an ordinary person's physical fitness quickly reach the level of a trainee in the black soldier training base within a short time. Needless to say, everyone knows that this potion hides the secret of strengthening the body. He was already preparing to study the insect girl Misha in private, and it didn't seem to be a big deal to take on another project to study compound number 199. Zhu Shurjio stood in the middle of the road while thinking, and then shouted to the empty street, "Don't hide. I'm here. Come if you want to kill me." There were a few shadows peeking at him from the windows of the residential buildings high above. Zhu Shurjio actually knew where the assassins were hiding without even looking. But he also knew that if he fired rashly, the other assassins in the dark would not dare to come down and fight him. Zhu Shurjio must give them the feeling that he is not very strong and can only hold the situation with difficulty, so that they will come forward one after another to give their heads. At this time, in a residential building about 50 meters away from Zhu Shurjio, a team of soldiers was secretly spying on the man, wearing a black soldier uniform, with 3 guns hanging on his body, not far below. Are we going to take action now? The scout has lost contact. Max is not known where he is hidden. Our goal should not be to fight him. But now we have no choice but to do it. One of the soldiers took out a syringe filled with colorless transparent liquid from his arms, and the needle of the syringe flashed a dark light. With compound 199, we can also become Supermen. A dozen soldiers took out the syringe from their arms, and their eyes flashed with almost pious light. Together, they inserted the syringe into the blood vessels in their arms, slowly pushing the liquid into their bodies. And then, they felt a burning force erupting from the injection site, quickly sweeping through every cell in their bodies. With this burning explosion, their heartbeats began to speed up, and with every breath, they could feel their lung capacity expanding, and their cardiopulmonary capacity was greatly enhanced. At the same time, their limbs seemed to have endless power, and they could feel the firm grip from their palms with a casual fist. "I'm so strong now." Some soldiers felt this powerful force and shouted excitedly. The leading soldier laughed and said, "This is the power of the devil. We are no longer mortals now. Go! Tear up that enemy." As soon as the order was issued, the windows shattered. All the soldiers in this squad smashed the windows and jumped out of the building one after another. At the same time, they aimed at the man 50 meters away in the air. A series of explosion-like sounds erupted from their guns, and bullets whizzed out in a spinning manner. Die! However, what greeted them was a dazzling white light. The scene of soldiers jumping off the building like dumplings was naturally captured by Zhu Shurjio. When they jumped off the building, he caught the time, turned his feet, and dodged the bullets that were about to hit him in advance. This was a prediction that only he could do. Ordinary black soldiers could only sense that the enemy's bullets were about to hit them through their sixth sense when they saw the enemy raising their guns, so they could dodge. But he was different. He took action before the soldiers raised their guns. It seemed that he just took a step to the side. But when the soldiers raised their guns and shot, the bullets brushed past him and shot the ground behind him. And then, they knew what incredible operation he had achieved. If ordinary black soldiers saw this, they would probably suspect that this guy had a seventh sense. But now, only a group of soldiers were watching him evade. Zhu Shurjio rushed forward quickly, and at the same time raised his hand and fired a shot. One of the soldiers who was still in the air and about to fall was accurately shot in the head by a white laser. And finally the headless body fell heavily to the ground. This action directly poured cold water on the soldiers, who were originally a little excited. They had only heard about the strength of the black soldiers, but they didn't expect to actually meet them. As a result, they still underestimated the strength of the black soldiers. In less than a second, they lost a brother. The other assassination teams, who saw this scene in the darkness, were also shocked. But this made them more determined to make a decision. And they all injected compound 199. Are you kidding? They were easily solved after injecting the compound. Wouldn't they be weaker without the injection? The first batch of assassination teams that injected the compound jumped out of the building like a fuse of dynamite. And the other assassination teams also realized that if they wanted to kill the man, They had to act collectively. Otherwise they would only be sending their heads. So, for a while, no one gave orders, but all the teams emerged from the darkness at the same time. Some of them jumped down from a 3- or 4-story building like the first team. Some filed out from another alley. And some showed their heads and sniper rifles on the roof of a tall building in the distance and began to aim. For a moment, the originally silent streets in the no man's land suddenly became lively. "Come on, all of you," Zhu Shizhou shouted at the group of soldiers, and then swung his body. The gun on the left waist was lifted up by him, and his left hand grasped the gun like lightning. At the same time, the firecrackers exploded. The continuous gunshots resounded throughout the no man's land. When Zhu Shizhou rushed forward, all the soldiers aimed their guns at him and pulled the trigger. On the battlefield, this series of barrages would form an impenetrable fire coverage area, and even if a group of teams rushed towards them, there would be no good results. However, in their eyes, a very strange scene appeared. The man just dodged left and right, and their bullets missed as if they had not aimed at all. They used the human body outlining method often used by rookies in the game. Dozens of people fired, but no one hit the target. During the 10-second continuous shooting, Zhu Shizhou approached quickly with his ghostly figure holding 2 guns. During this period, he fired several more shots, each of which hit the head and killed several more soldiers. "Captain, what should we do now? Captain? Should we retreat temporarily or continue?" The first group of teams was Zhu Shizhou's target. They watched Zhu Shizhou approaching them frantically, and panic appeared in their hearts for a while. "Where is the captain?" They shouted, but no one responded. One of the soldiers searched for a long time, and then cried out in horror, "Fuck! The first one to die is the captain." When they jumped out of the building, a soldier in the air was shot in the head by Zhu Shizhou, and his entire head was annihilated. It turned out to be their captain. The other teams looked at the people around them belatedly. Then a terrifying thing happened. Their captain was killed by the few shots that Zhu Shizhou fired when he charged at them. How could this happen? All the dead were their captains? For a moment, they couldn't tell whether it was a coincidence or something else. The atmosphere of terror instantly enveloped the soldiers in this area. In this terror, Zhu Shizhou had already rushed to the front of the first batch of soldiers. Chapter 403 Killing 32 people. Zhu Shizhou didn't even need to count. He could count the number of soldiers besieging him with just a glance. Originally there were 36 people, but he shot and killed 4 captains at the beginning, leaving the group of soldiers leaderless. For a while, the soldiers without command and discipline could only fight with their own experience. Zhu Shizhou knew how important the commander of a team was. If he didn't get rid of the captain of their team at the beginning, the battle would become difficult. "Don't be afraid. We are no longer ordinary people now," one of the soldiers shouted loudly, reminding everyone that they were already superhumans with enhanced bodies. Although this enhancement was only temporary, they united and had the power to deal with a legendary black soldier. More than 30 superhumans can't beat a black soldier? What a joke. Their courage suddenly became full. And at this time Zhu Shizhou had already rushed to a soldier, shooting with both hands at the same time. White lasers danced in his hands, cutting through the dark night and shooting through the chests of soldiers on the left and right sides 10 meters away from him. At the same time, the gun in his hand that had entered the cooling period turned into a powerful stick, which he swung out easily. It seemed to be just a light swing, but the soldiers heard a whistling sound with a breaking sound. The next second, a soldier's face was hit by the stick in Zhu Shizhou's hand, and several teeth were ejected from the soldier's mouth with the sound of bone cracking and screams. Zhu Shizhou first eliminated the soldier in front of him. This blow was not fatal, but it was enough to stun a soldier. He reached out and grabbed the soldier's collar, then threw the soldier's body with great force, using it as a shield in front of himself. Ah! Bang, 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 bang. The other soldiers' shouts of courage came from all directions, and there were almost no intermittent gunshots. The soldier in Zhu Shizhou's hand, who was used as a shield, was constantly bleeding. Zhu Shizhou waved it, and then he only heard the sound of bullets entering the body in addition to the gunshots. Even if the soldier was strengthened by Compound 199, he could not withstand such intensive shooting. These bullets accumulated in the soldier's body and shattered the soldier's internal organs. Not long after, the soldier in Zhu Shizhou's hand whimpered and vomited blood and died. The sticky blood splashed on Zhu Shizhou, but he didn't care. He used the soldier's body as a shield and rushed towards the weakest direction of the encirclement. Why Why can't I hit it? Does this guy have eyes on his back? How can he miss it? The soldier shot at Zhu Shizhou, who was moving in an S shape. But no one really hit him. It was as if he knew magic and separated all their bullets. Does Zhu Shizhou know magic? Of course he doesn't. He just used the body as a shield in the dense barrage, separating 40% of the bullets. And the remaining 60% was directly avoided by fine-tuning his powerful movement. Fortunately, he had done the bullet dodging training at the Black Soldier training base, so he can now dodge the remaining 60% of the bullets by backrolling. Backrolling is powerful, but what really makes him stronger is the combat experience integrated into his head. Zhu Shizhou saw the direction of the soldier's gun through the gaps caused by the occasional swing of the shield. After seeing it more, he knew the trajectory of the bullet after it was fired. Through the prediction, he took 3 or 2 steps in advance and twisted, and the ghostly figure dodged. This is the truth behind the soldier's terrified doubts. There is a big gap between their outlining method and the operation they originally imagined in their heads to easily solve the Black Soldier. No wonder they can't help but make a sound of fear from the depths of their souls. Don't come over. Don't come over. A soldier retreated in fear and shot forward. But how fast was Zhu Shizhou? Even if he was carrying the weight of an adult, he could increase his movement speed to less than 10 seconds in just 1 second. The specific speed could not be measured now, but it was obvious that his speed was far beyond the retreat speed of the soldier. Perhaps in just a few breaths, Zhu Shizhou had already rushed in front of the soldier. His ferocious smile was hidden under the gas mask, and the soldier could not see it, but he could feel the terrifying aura coming from Zhu Shizhou. In this extreme panic, the soldier directly threw away the gun in his hand and chose to kick this terrifying man. This kick came so fast that a normal person would definitely not be able to react in time. But Zhu Shizhou still stepped to the side in advance, and the soldier was horrified to find that his last struggle had become useless. His legs and feet were held by a hand. Then, there was a sudden sharp pain in his ankle, which was caused by Zhu Shizhou's tight grip. The soldier cried out in pain, but the next moment, his cry turned into a scream mixed with shock. He was swung up by Zhu Shizhou. A person was flying in the air like a stick. Zhu Shizhou gave up the original shield and used the newly captured soldier in his hand as a huge stick to rotate around him. A large number of bullets were shot at the soldier. In just 1 second, the soldier was shot and killed by his own people in despair. Zhu Shizhou rushed out of the encirclement. Bullets from all directions are still difficult to dodge. If he is not careful, he will easily be shot. After many battles, he chose the easiest way. When the bullets of these soldiers all came from the front, the bullet shot at him would form a fan shape, which was much easier than being surrounded. Zhu Shizhou put a shield in front, turned around, and started sprinting at high speed again. His killing started again. He held a human-shaped shield in his left hand and shot with a gun in his right hand. His gun was not a bullet, but a white laser that could cut through the sky. This white laser was enough to shoot through flesh and blood without losing momentum, and at the same time shoot through the second and third soldiers in a straight line. Zhu Shizhou completed 3 kills with 1 shot. Don't stand in a straight line. Some soldiers soon discovered the secret of Zhu Shizhou's shooting and shouted to other soldiers. Zhu Shizhou didn't understand what the soldiers who were shouting in Pidgin language were saying, but after many replays, he knew that after the shout, all the soldiers would disperse, and their movement trajectories were all remembered clearly in his mind. A soldier was about to dodge to the side, and the next moment, a white laser hit his head directly. Before other soldiers could react, another white laser shot next to the headless soldier and pierced his chest directly. Before he died, he still had one last thought in his mind. Didn't they say that the Black Soldier's guns have a 1-second cooldown period? Chapter 404 Biggs. Turned back. Zhu Shizhou's gun has a cooldown period. But who told him to have 3 guns? In this battle, he did not use the 3-gun flow. Although the 3-gun flow can get rid of these soldiers faster, there is no need to do so, because once he uses the 3-gun flow, the soldier's action plan will change, making the battle more complicated. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou chose to use 3 guns in turn. That is, 3 guns in one-handed rotation. All 3 guns were tied to his body with straps. After using 1 gun, he switched to the next gun. Zhu Shizhou relied on this operation to avoid the embarrassing situation of not being able to shoot during the cooldown period. Accurately killing 2 soldiers is just the simplest shooting game for him. The assault course in the Black Soldier training base and all the shooting experience in Papua New Guinea have made Zhu Shurjo a skilled shooting master. Even if we put aside the rollback now, his shooting ability has reached the level of a normal black soldier, and is gradually evolving towards the ability of an elite black soldier. In this way, shooting at the soldiers in front of him gave him the feeling of fighting an easy enemy. Especially the targets in front were too easy to hit. They were not as fast as the Zerg, and there was no need to worry about not being able to kill them after shooting other parts. As long as they simply shot the soldiers in the chest, they could switch to the next target. Although the soldiers had been physically strengthened, they were still human bodies. Zhu Shurjo did not need to painstakingly shoot them in the head. Even the injuries of broken hands and feet were enough to make these soldiers bleed to death, not to mention directly piercing their chests. Compared with the Zerg and Zergmen, humans were too fragile. Soldiers fell one after another, and other soldiers shot at Zhu Shurjo, who was shooting at the post like crazy, trying to shoot through the shield in front of Zhu Shurjo, and hit Zhu Shurjo behind the shield. No soldier chose to attack Zhu Shurjo in a roundabout way, because they had seen Zhu Shurjo's speed of breaking through the encirclement, which was so fast that it was explosive and very easy. Besides, the encirclement seemed to have no effect on Zhu Shurjo. God knows how this guy managed to dodge the bullets from behind. So they pinned all their hopes on trying to shoot through the shield. The shield was just an ordinary soldier, and the soldier didn't wear a very advanced uniform. As long as they could shoot through the body, they would win. However, reality is cruel. Zhu Shurjo's speed in killing them was too fast. What was even more terrifying was that since they were shooting at Zhu Shurjo in a fan-shaped pattern, Zhu Shurjo chose to shoot them one by one from left to right in order. This was equivalent to the visible death approaching them. When their companions died, it was their turn next. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the soldiers were shot in the head or pierced through the chest. The soldiers fell down very quickly, just like overturning dominoes. Almost every second, 2 soldiers died. The body of the previous soldier had not completely fallen to the ground, and the next soldier had already lost his life. This terrifying atmosphere lasted only 5 seconds. Within 5 seconds, 1/3 of them were killed by Zhu Shurjo. All retreat. Retreat quickly. When it was the turn of a soldier to watch his companion fall, he finally couldn't help but scream wildly, trying to call on other companions to retreat. But the next moment, his shouting stopped abruptly because his entire head was annihilated by the white laser. His shouting almost caused a rout. When other soldiers were also panicking and preparing to evacuate, Zhu Shurjo suddenly screamed, attracting the attention of all soldiers. He's hit. He's shot. Ha! Shoot. He's almost done. All the remaining soldiers shouted in surprise. Little did they know that Zhu Shurjo, who was behind the shield, still had no scratches on his body, and was still shooting forward calmly and indifferently. However, this time he deliberately slowed down the shooting speed to create the illusion that he was injured. If he didn't do this, these soldiers would rout, and after they rout, he would have to chase them, which was quite troublesome. So Zhu Shurjo chose to pretend to be injured to confuse the soldiers. The shooting lasted for half a minute. The number of soldiers decreased by 1/3. At this time, their surprise could not last, but turned into greater panic. The shooting method of calling out names one by one was too terrifying, and this kind of terror would spread from the last dead soldier to the next soldier who was shooting hard. Before he could savor it carefully, he lost his life, and turned into greater fear to continue to pass down. There were only 7 or 8 soldiers left, and Zhu Shurjo no longer needed to use a shield. He stood up and threw the bloody shield in his hand to the side. Then his body slightly deflected. If he could slow down and watch, he could find that the whistling bullets that brushed his body were all shot into the air. But in the eyes of the remaining soldiers, it became a chilling scene that Zhu Shurjo just stood and moved his body to avoid their bullets. Until now, their arms holding guns began to tremble. My God, what kind of monster is this? They were all soldiers strengthened by Compound 199. Their control over their bodies was no longer the same as before. But they still couldn't stop trembling because of the fear in their hearts. So that their shooting accuracy was worse. Their shooting was worse, which made it easier for Zhu Shurjo to dodge. He began to walk slowly towards the remaining soldiers. This kind of death that was visible to the naked eye made them more afraid. And their shooting accuracy was further worse. This was a vicious cycle. Until the end, when Zhu Shurjo picked up 2 guns on the left and right and shot at them. They finally stopped the meaningless shooting. Retreat. Tactical retreat. Run away separately. Find cover. Run. 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 Don't look back. They made the most correct choice at this moment. But when they turned around in horror, Zhu Shizhou had already opened fire, and 2 soldiers were killed. When the remaining 5 soldiers dispersed to find cover, Zhu Shizhou picked up the 3rd gun and shot at them slowly. After killing one, the cooling period of the 2 guns had ended, and then 2 more soldiers were killed by Zhu Shizhou without looking back. Finally, the 2 soldiers rushed into a dark alley as if they had escaped death. The alley was very long, and the soldiers were a little desperate for a while, because after they rushed out of the alley, the devil behind them might catch up. Wait! There is a trash can here. One of the soldiers found the last glimmer of hope. Judging from the size of this trash can, it could only hold 1 person in a hurry. The 2 soldiers looked at each other, and then the slightly older soldier took the lead and said quickly, "I will run forward. You hide in it." The young soldier nodded with tears in his eyes, and just as he was about to open the trash can, the older soldier suddenly said faintly, "If you are about to be caught, don't forget to commit suicide. Everyone has a dagger, which is specially used for suicide." The young soldier's body stiffened slightly, and finally nodded heavily, and handed the gun in his hand to the older soldier. The older soldier smiled with relief, and then rushed to the alley with 2 guns on his back. The young soldier quickly wiped the tears of emotion from the corners of his eyes, and quickly opened the lid of the trash can. However, just as he was about to get in, he froze, because inside the trash can, a disheveled, dirty blonde man was curled up with his knees hugged, looking up at him with a pale face. Fuck. The young soldier recognized the guy's face. Wasn't this guy the Max they were looking for? Biggs! The young soldier shouted at the alley entrance. But Biggs, who was running away, turned around and saw the young soldier standing in front of the trash can without going in. From his perspective, he couldn't see Max in the trash can at all. Biggs's steps of running away were slightly disordered. He seemed to have misunderstood something, and his eyes were suddenly filled with tears. The young soldier seemed to want to tell him some last words, and opened his mouth to shout something to him. But Biggs roared with tears. "Go in. Why don't you go in? Are you buying me time to escape? I don't need your sacrifice." The young soldier was stunned. But at this moment, he couldn't hesitate any longer, because the devil would appear at any time. He made a decision in an instant, and was ready to take out a dagger from his arms to kill Max in the trash can. Max had been waiting for a long time when the 2 soldiers were talking. The young soldier was unprepared, but he was ready to go. When the young soldier took out the dagger, Max suddenly jumped out of the trash can and punched the young soldier. The young soldier was hit so hard that he saw stars. Damn! The young soldier was about to fight back, but then his shoulder was grabbed. It was a pair of hands from behind. The next moment, his shoulder was dislocated. He knew that the devil was catching up. "Biggs!" The young soldier used up his last bit of strength and shouted towards the alley. Biggs only needed to turn around and shoot Max, and Max would be dead, and their mission would be accomplished. "Biggs! Turn around! Turn around!" However, Biggs had already rushed out of the alley and disappeared without a trace. The young soldier turned around in despair and met the man's cold eyes. Chapter 405. The death soldiers are all killed. Biggs used all his strength to escape from the alley. After escaping from the alley, he did not escape to the street, but immediately went into another alley. That man was a demon, and he could not fight him in the open area. He finally understood that if he faced the man head-on, he would be courting death. No matter how many people shot at him, he could dodge with miraculous skills. He circled around in the huge residential area, and when he looked back, the nightmare figure did not catch up, and there was no sound of footsteps. Fortunately, I should have gotten rid of it. Biggs breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was not injured at all. It can be said that he was intact except for the consumption of some physical strength. The effect of Compound 199 had not passed, and his combat effectiveness was still at its peak. In theory, as a death soldier, he should go back and die immediately to get rid of the man. However, he knew that there was no point in doing so except to die. He hid beside a trash can in an alley, leaning his back against the wall, took a few deep breaths, then took out the walkie-talkie and adjusted the frequency. "Team received. Please reply. Team received. Please reply. Soon." The voice of the team came from the other side of the walkie-talkie. "Received. Please speak." The team leader's voice was obviously a little surprised, because it was not a captain among the dead soldiers who contacted him, but a team member. That's right. Among the arrangements of these dead soldiers, in addition to the 4 teams that attacked Zhu Sergio at the beginning, there was another team. This team did not appear in front of Zhu Sergio with a big fanfare, but was looking for Max in this residential area. They always remembered that their goal was to kill Max, not to be enemies with the Black Soldier organization. However, since the scout was killed by Zhu Sergio at the beginning, they didn't know where Zhu Sergio hid Max. The team leader waved his hand, and the team members who were following him to search for Max's trace stopped. Then he heard the team member named Biggs on the intercom with a strong sad voice. ABCD team, all destroyed. Request support. What? What did you say? The team leader was shocked, and then at a loss. How long has it been? And you are all wiped out? You are the only one left? Even if others treat you like pigs, it won't be that fast. Right? What did you do? He really wanted to ask a series of questions, but he quickly thought of the combat effectiveness of each team. He knew their combat effectiveness, and they were not so weak. Thinking of the previous assassination sent by General Wu Dick, all of which were unsuccessful, he now realized that the black soldiers were much stronger than he thought. Have you used all the compound number 199? Yes, all of them. The captain looked back at the other team members. Their team only had 10 people. ABCD, the 4 teams failed to make any achievements. What should their team do to fight against the black soldier? Big said to the intercom. Listen to me, Captain. I understand one thing now. For that demon, the number of people is useless. If we want to defeat him, we can only play our quality advantage. Quality advantage? What do you mean? Biggs felt the powerful force in his body that had not yet subsided and said, You haven't used your compound number 199 yet? Yes, I haven't used it yet. Don't keep it, and don't use it separately. For that man, the combined combat power of a group of noobs is nothing. If you want to defeat him, then concentrate all the compounds on one person. As soon as Biggs said this, the captain of the team immediately scolded him. You are crazy. If all the compounds are concentrated on one person, then you should know what the user will end up with. Right? Biggs sneered. Uh-huh. It's nothing more than insect transformation. After the compound's efficacy fades, the user's body will die due to genetic confusion. I knew this a long time ago. I know. But our duty as a soldier is to die for our master. As long as we can achieve our goal, death is nothing to us. The captain was silent for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. I understand. I accept your suggestion. If I meet that man, I will use all the compounds. It's better to use it in advance. Otherwise it will be too late to prepare on the spot when facing that man. The captain's tone was cold. I need you to teach me how to do things? Biggs smiled awkwardly. No. I'm just talking casually. By the way, Captain, where are you now? I'll go find you. The captain did not report the location, but asked, Where are you? I'm in the alley opposite the convenience store at number 28 East Street. Okay. You're on your own, the captain said calmly, and then disconnected the intercom channel. Biggs stared blankly at the noisy intercom, his body slightly cold. He knew that he was abandoned. The reason for being abandoned was easy to understand. The captain could not confirm his current state, did not know whether he was captured, and did not know whether he surrendered. So he would not rush to pick him up. If you want to find the team, you can only look around like a headless fly. Uh-huh. Forget it. At this point, you can only take it one step at a time. At least Bartona's sacrifice bought me some time. Biggs staggered to his feet, and he felt the strength in his body slowly disappearing. However, at this moment, suddenly, his shoulder felt slightly heavy. Biggs froze, looking at his shoulder in shock and fear. A hand was placed on his shoulder. Biggs looked back with a blank mind. And then he saw the figure that frightened him. Damn it! This was his last words left in this world. On the other side, the captain of the team had collected compound number 199 from all the team members. If he really met that black soldier, he would use it. Because right after finishing the conversation with Biggs, he immediately tried to contact the captains of the 4 teams ABCD, but he never got in touch. And it was basically confirmed that they were really wiped out. So if he really met that black soldier, he would decisively inject the compound. As for the sentence that Biggs warned him, saying it's better to use it in advance, He didn't take it seriously. Because you have to know that there are 9 other team members around him. If he really meets the black soldier, he believes that his team members will buy him enough time to inject. At this moment, he only imagined how powerful Zhu Shizhou was. Although he had overestimated the power of the black soldier, he didn't expect that he still underestimated the black soldier. Not only that, the captain of the team didn't even think that after Zhu Shizhou killed Biggs, he went straight to the back of the team. The distance between them was at least 1 mile. But Zhu Shizhou seemed to have a radar on his body. It didn't take long for him to sneak to the location of the team. Under Zhu Shizhou's peeping, the team was groping along the corner of the street at this time. For some reason, the captain of the team felt a little uneasy. But he touched the 10 number 199 compounds in his arms. And his uneasy mood calmed down. What he didn't expect was that Zhu Shizhou hid in the dark and raised the cold gun to aim at them. "We're all wiped out," Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself, and then pulled the trigger. Chapter 406 Fabricating Evidence. Captain Tom could never have imagined that his team would be attacked within a few seconds after the call ended. It would have been fine if they were attacked. But they were wiped out without even having the strength to resist. From the time the guy appeared to the end of the battle, it only took half a minute. At this moment, the black soldier slowly walked over from not far away, with one hand covering his bleeding abdomen. Tom sat on the ground with a pale face, looking at the man walking towards him, and he began to think about whether to commit suicide. In other words, if he used all the 10 number 199 compounds in his arms, would he be able to fight? In short, if he wanted to die, he had to commit suicide now. If he wanted to resist, he had to inject all the number 199 compounds in one breath now. "Don't waste your energy." Zhu Shizhou said this in English. Tom could barely understand a little English. In order to delay time, Tom deliberately put his hand into his arms and said, "I warn you not to come forward. I have explosives on me. If you want to be blown to death by me, just come." "Haha. Do you think I believe you? Aren't you a bunch of dead soldiers trying your best to kill me? If you really have explosives in the mountains, then the best thing for you to do is to wait for me to get close and then activate the bomb." "How could you remind me?" Tom was stunned. It seems to be true. Damn. Has my brain become stupid because of excessive blood loss? Tom no longer hesitated, and the hand holding compound number 199 in his arm suddenly pulled out. He could only hold 4 compound syringes in one hand at most, so he could hold as many as he could at this time. After pulling out the syringe, he suddenly stabbed his arm. However, Zhu Shizhou's reaction was much faster than he thought. A white laser hit his arm immediately, and his last remaining arm was annihilated. Tom was desperate. He finally understood what Biggs meant by using the compound in advance. Now, let alone using the compound, he was powerless even if he wanted to commit suicide. "Don't inject randomly. Waste," Zhu Shizhou said lightly, then walked to Tom, picked up the syringes scattered on the ground, and rummaged through Tom's arms to take out all the syringes. This thing can only play the greatest role when injected into the blood vessels. Just like Tom's attempt to stab his arm casually just now. It was a pure waste of compound. Tom also saw it clearly at this time. He knew that he had become a lamb to be slaughtered. "I said why you didn't kill me for a long time. So you are interested in this thing?" He deliberately didn't say the name of compound number 199. Zhu Shizhou picked up one of the syringes and looked at it in the moonlight. The transparent liquid shone coldly in the moonlight. "Don't be so secretive. I know what this is. This is compound number 199, which can temporarily strengthen the human body. If too much is injected, the body will also become insect-like." Tom sighed. "It seems that you know everything." "Yes. The effect of these compounds is equivalent to a weakened version of the Insect Man potion. It can strengthen the human body. But if too much is injected..." Zhu Shizhou interrupted Tom's speech. "If it's useless, don't say it. You are stalling for time. Right?" He knew very well that if he let Tom continue to talk, Tom would miss the rescue time due to excessive blood loss, and he could only watch Tom die in the end. This was also Tom's last struggle as a dead man. He didn't want to be captured alive, so he chose to delay time in a hurry. Unexpectedly, this last struggle was seen through by Zhu Shizhou at a glance. Tom smiled bitterly and then cursed. "Kill me! Kill me! You bastard! Do you think I want to capture you alive?" At this time, Zhu Shizhou suddenly waved his hand. Tom was stunned, and the provocation he was about to use came to an abrupt end. "What do you mean?" This guy doesn't want to capture people alive? Then why waste so much time talking to him? This is the last combat force you have. Right? This makes it difficult for me. Because I boasted to those guys that I would find evidence of your collusion with the rebels, and I would definitely capture you alive. But you have been sending out only some garbage. And the so-called rebels are nowhere to be seen. Zhu Shizhou kept chattering about things Tom couldn't understand. And squatted beside Tom, and pulled open his clothes. Of course Tom couldn't understand. Because Zhu Shizhou was speaking Chinese. He just felt that this guy was crazy. He even stripped him of his clothes. What was he going to do? Tom thought of the things that Max, who was raised by his master, encountered all day long. His pupils and anus shrank slightly. He looked at Zhu Shizhou in horror. This guy is so heavy? However, before he could react, Zhu Shizhou's hand groping on his immobile body suddenly pressed lightly. It's fucking annoying. Don't move, Zhu Shizhou scolded, and then picked up a syringe and stabbed it directly into the blood vessel in Tom's chest. Tom was shocked. Are you injecting me with compound 199? He saw clearly that Zhu Shizhou did not replace the compound number 199 after receiving it. It was indeed the compound number 199 that was injected. Tom questioned because it was too unexpected and difficult for him to understand. His body was already dying, and he could not move due to excessive blood loss. But now, with the injection of a compound number 199, his heart suddenly pumped. Then the hematopoietic organs in his body began to work forcibly. And under the stimulation of the compound, they contributed more blood to transport the compound to other parts of the body. He was able to move again. But Tom did not move, because Zhu Shizhou still pressed his body with one hand. He tried to get rid of Zhu Shizhou's control, but to no avail. I told you not to move. Now it's the second one. Tom's head was confused. What on earth was this guy doing? What was the purpose of injecting him with compound number 199? And one was not enough. So he injected the second one? Zhu Shizhou injected the second compound into Tom's body, and then picked up the third one. You are crazy. If this goes on, I will become a worm. The power in Tom's body surged more and more. I know, Zhu Shizhou said calmly, and then quickly picked up the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh syringes and stabbed them into Tom's body. Ah! Tom's body began to twitch wildly, and then he lost control of his bowels and bladder, making a foul sound. Zhu Shizhou took 2 steps back and watched Tom's body begin to deform. He still had 3 compound medicines left in his hand, and he hid them in the interlayer under the thick uniform. It is not meaningless for him to do these. General Wu Dick and his men are extremely weak. In the imagination of Tesla and others, the rebel faction is extremely powerful. Now they should still be in the stage of mutual testing. These dead men are just small shrimps. The real strong killers should still be waiting behind. However, only Zhu Shizhou knows that this is the last wave of assassinations. After this wave of assassinations, General Wu Dick and his men will no longer have assassins to send out. This will also cause Tesla and others to doubt the rebel faction. So, he simply manually created a killer from the rebel faction. And he was ready to fabricate evidence. Tom, this guy is a qualified substitute. His body can withstand the effects of 7 number 199 compounds, thus deforming into a half-human, half-insect existence at the genetic level. Under Zhu Shizhou's gaze, Tom's wounds healed. Not only did the wound heal, but a hard shell also grew on the wound. The arms that had been annihilated also grew 2 sharp limbs again. The muscles and blood vessels all over the body bulged, and the skin even turned blood red. The whole person was bloated and more than 1 circle bigger. Looking at Tom's head again, I saw that his head had also changed. The left and right sides were uneven in size. His eyes were dull and white, and his mouth was wide open, looking extremely disgusting and terrifying. The distortion continued, but Tom had already stood up shakily. Zhu Shizhou saw that Tom had the ability to move, and shook his head. Let's stop here. Just as Tom was about to rush towards the only living person in front of him, Zhu Shizhou raised his hand and shot him, and the white laser directly shattered his head. Tom's deformed and still squirming body fell down with a bang. Compound 199 was just a weakened version of the Bugman potion, but its side effects on the body were very similar to those of the Bugman potion, at least on the surface. Tom's body had become a monster that was not much different from the Bugman, and it was no longer what a normal body should look like. Zhu Shizhou stepped forward to drag Tom's body, muttering, "It's damn heavy." He dragged it all the way back to the alley. In the alley, the young soldier was lying on the ground with all his limbs broken, staring at Max, who was guarding on the side with resentful eyes. A living person from the Papua New Guinea military. A deformed monster from the rebel faction invented by Jew Sergio. Jew Sergio smiled faintly. All done. Return journey. Chapter 407 Interrogation. You want a live person. Mount Hagen evacuated the square. Next to an armed vehicle, Jew Sergio threw a living prisoner with broken limbs and a broken body in front of the black soldiers. The black soldiers looked at each other. They had sent out 3 waves before, but they failed to lead out the rebel faction behind the scenes. They only attracted small-scale assassinations and failed to capture a live person. As a result, Jew Sergio not only led out the rebels immediately, but also captured a live person? In comparison, it seems that they are incompetent. However, they are all elite black soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles. 3 consecutive failures are not enough to make them doubt themselves. What they are lamenting now is not their incompetence, but Jew Sergio is too good. Tesla sighed. You are worthy of being the genius of our command. Fortunately, you have fulfilled your mission. Jew Sergio looked at everyone, and everyone had further trust in him. If they had some doubts about him being from Jingji's side before, now their doubts have been reduced to less than 10%. Except for Jingji. She was still the same, looking like she had seen through everything and quietly watched his performance. Jingji saw that everyone seemed to have recognized Jew Sergio, and sneered. Is this the beginning of the show? You know, if the prophet is a rebel, it would be easy to communicate with the rebel faction and let them send a dead man to negotiate with the prophet. It is natural that the prophet would catch the person alive. It must be said that the possibility imagined by Jingji does exist, and everyone has to be on guard. So everyone looked at Jew Sergio. John Kwang didn't have any tricks, so he asked directly, how did you do it? You signed a military order before you set out, saying that if you couldn't capture a live prisoner, you would consider yourself a traitor. You seem to be very confident that you can capture a live prisoner? That's right. Jew Sergio signed a military order before he set out to convince everyone to let him move freely. And Tesla just wanted to verify Jew Sergio's identity. So he really let Jew Sergio move freely. Just like before. Max was just a tool to lure out the real traitor. If Max died, Jew Sergio's identity would be questionable. But now the fact is that Max is not dead. Tesla didn't doubt Jew Sergio's identity very much. But from a rational point of view, there were indeed doubts. When he was about to speak, Jingji pointed out the suspicious points first, and his communicator was not turned on. We didn't know what happened the whole time. In the end, didn't we let him make up stories? Jew Sergio nodded objectively and impartially. Indeed, I may have made up stories. How about you interrogate this survivor on your own? By the way, no one except Captain Jingji can speak Baijinyu. Why don't you ask Captain Jingji to help translate the testimony of this survivor? When Jingji heard what Jew Sergio said, he immediately understood that he had a response. At least there were no obvious omissions in this matter. Did Jew Sergio really not communicate with the chess club and let them find a scapegoat to give him credit? But in any case, she had a chance. And she also wanted to find out how Jew Sergio caught. To this living person, Thorne said faintly, I can translate for you. But can you really interrogate him? Even if I finish translating, will you believe my translation? Tesla said lightly. Don't worry about this. There are also people in the organization who are proficient in languages around the world. And the logistics department has a lot of them. However, in order to prevent the people we find from being rebels, we are going to let you and the organization personnel we find translate separately. And the translation results will reflect each other. If your translations don't match, Tesla's response was very sufficient. Naturally, this also dispelled the doubts in Thorne's heart. She was still worried that Tesla would find a translator at random. And that translator was from the chess club. Thorne simply nodded and said casually, Okay. Then start the interrogation. The living person was dragged away by several black soldiers. In order to keep the results of the interrogation confidential, Tesla and Shura are the only ones who are qualified to listen to the interrogation process for the time being. At the same time, considering the possibility of accidental failure during the torture, the woodcutter and the holy hand also followed, ready to rescue the captives at any time. The rest of the people waited beside the armed vehicle. Max stood aside with some sadness, watching the soldier being dragged away, and the sense of crisis in his heart became stronger. At the same time, he looked at the half-human, half-insect monster corpse lying on the ground. He knew that if the living person confessed, then he and the Papua New Guinea military leaders would not be spared. He also gradually figured out the logic of these elite black soldiers and the conversations of the elite black soldiers without paying attention to others. According to the logic of these elite black soldiers, there should be a rebel faction involved in the process of the insect research plan. And what they want to do is to lure out this rebel faction. At first, Max didn't understand. And he was puzzled, thinking, where is the bullshit rebel faction? Isn't it all the work of the Papua New Guinea military? But when he saw the body lying on the ground next to him, he was a little uncertain for a while. If there is no rebel faction, then where the hell did this thing come from? Did the general and his men raise a group of insect assassination teams? Max was in doubt. In addition, the elite black soldiers all swore solemnly, and seemed very sure that there was a rebel faction. 3 people make a tiger. And Max, who should have known the facts best, began to doubt the truth he knew. Is everything I know the truth? Could it be that there is really a rebel faction of the Black Soldier organization behind everything, controlling and guiding my actions all the time? Max's thoughts were interrupted soon. Tesla and others came back. Haagen-Dazs asked, "What's wrong? The interrogation ended so quickly? He would rather die than surrender, or what? Does he need our help?" The other elite black soldiers had similar ideas to Haagen-Dazs. However, Tesla shook his head with a strange expression. "No. On the contrary. That guy confessed too quickly. He told everything almost as soon as we were about to start the interrogation. But we didn't believe what he said. So we tortured him. And the woodcutter and the holy hand were treating him. Everyone. The specific content is confidential. Right? Then we won't ask." Zhu Sergio spoke up to break the awkward silence. "No. It's not about the rebel faction. The information he revealed is far from confidential. Maybe he doesn't know much. If you want to watch, come along." Chapter 408, Is the Chess Club the Truth? Everyone soon saw the prisoner alive in a tent in the temporary evacuation point of the black soldier camp. After just a while, the prisoner was already bloody, and was still shouting something weakly. "What is he shouting?" Zhu Sergio pretended not to know. The voice of the translator came from a communicator on the table beside him. "He basically meant that I have confessed everything. Why are you still forcing me to confess? What else do you want to ask? Give me a quick answer." Haagen-Dazs was puzzled. "Are you sure?" He shouted so much. "But only these 3 sentences? Did you really translate it exactly as he said?" He began to doubt the translator in the organization that Tesla found. The translator was not angry when he was suspected, but said calmly, "Please don't doubt my professionalism. If you want to hear his original words, I can also translate them. You sons of bitches. I confessed everything to you sons of bitches. You are just a bunch of born things who don't understand human language." Haagen-Dazs quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Stop. Stop. Stop. I believe it. I believe it." No need to translate anymore. He suspected that the translator was scolding him, but he had no evidence. The translator asked, "Anything else? If not, I will withdraw first." Tesla rubbed his eyebrows. "Okay. You hang up." The call was disconnected on the communicator. Tesla summarized the interrogation results for everyone. According to his statement, the mastermind is Chris Vadger. Before coming to Papua New Guinea, everyone had already consulted the relevant information, so they were very clear about the military structure. Chris Vadger served as the director of the military research base in the Papua New Guinea military. Chris Vakil is the director of the military research base on the surface. But at the same time, he is also the director of the Bugman Research Institute. Tesla quickly shared the intelligence obtained from the interrogation with a group of elite black soldiers. According to the statement of the prisoner, he was Chris Vakil's assassin, and this time, he was sent by him to kill Max. Max, who heard everything on the side, couldn't help but say, "What about Jackson Caroline? And the most critical General Wu Dick?" "I don't know." The assassin shook his head frantically. "I just know that my master is Chris Vakil, and I don't know anything else. This guy is obviously framing. Max knows better than anyone that General Wu Dick has a group of assassins under his command. According to his understanding, Chris Vakil has no hidden power under his command. If General Wu Dick saw him being captured but didn't make any move, it would be too suspicious. So he suspected General Wu Dick more than Chris Vakil. However, before this, he had already identified General Wu Dick as the leader of the Bugman research plan. But the Black Soldier organization never took any action. And no one knew what they were thinking. Everyone left the interrogation tent. After a moment of silence, someone asked, "Catch him?" Tesla thought for a while and shook his head. "No hurry. If Chris Badger really has problems, then other high-ranking military officials are likely to have problems. In this case, it is not convenient to take action. It is better to wait until the people have been properly evacuated before dealing with these things." Tesla then turned his head and looked at Zhu Shurjo, who looked thoughtful. According to his description, you hid Max from the beginning of the battle and killed their scouts first? Zhu Shurjo stopped pretending to think and nodded. "Yes. Is your sixth sense really that strong?" Zhu Shurjo said calmly. "I don't know if it's strong or not." "Why? Can't you do it?" Everyone was a little speechless. If they could do it, the towers would sneak up and capture all the scouts who were spying on them. So how could they send out bait? "Well, it seems that I overestimated you." Zhu Shurjo smiled. "I can do it. Don't forget, I also discovered the existence of alien insects underground in Papua New Guinea this time. Maybe my sixth sense is stronger than all of you." This guy said some extremely pretentious words in a calm tone, which is really a bit stupid. I've heard that the strongest undead in the world has trained his sixth sense into a normal sense, and can also sense harmless peeping. Even if someone looks at him from behind, he can clearly sense it. Are you almost the same? Zhu Shurjo was a little modest. I can't normalize my sixth sense yet. In fact, he doesn't even have a sixth sense now. If he says he can normalize it, the risk is too great. Everyone understood what Zhu Shurjo meant. Zhu Shurjo said he couldn't normalize his sixth sense, but he didn't deny that his sixth sense was sharp enough to detect other people's peeping at him. If Zhu Shurjo had said this before, they would have just thought he was talking nonsense. But now Zhu Shurjo has captured the prisoner they wanted to capture alive with this super sixth sense, which makes it seem a little true. Tesla was particularly concerned about this and said, "Let's test it." Zhu Shurjo pretended not to know. "How to test it?" "Turn around. I'll arrange for them to open and close their eyes randomly. You can judge how many people are looking at you. And if you can do it, you can also say who is looking at you. I want to test how sharp your sixth sense is." Zhu Shurjo turned around as instructed. The test began. After a while, Zhu Shurjo directly skipped the stage of judging the number of people and accurately reported the person Haagen-Dazs Woodcutter War Maniac. Tesla looked at the Haagen-Dazs Woodcutter War Maniac, who opened his eyes. John Kwong said carelessly, "You really guessed it right." Zhu Shurjo shook his head. "This is not a guess. It's a perception," Tesla said. "Come again." This time, he asked John Kwong and the woodcutter to close their eyes, and asked Shura, Rashomon, and Yishan Lu Jisheng Shou to open their eyes. "If my perception is correct, there are 5 people this time. Well, this feeling. Among them are Shura and Rashomon." "Huh?" "Yishan, did you deliberately restrain your pheromones? It's useless. If you can't block your pheromones, you can't hide it from me. And Lu Jisheng Shou, you two are also looking at me. Right?" Everyone was silent. Tesla was also silent for a long time, and then said, "That's right. Keep testing." Then he tested several times in succession, and each time Zhu Shurjo was able to accurately point out the person who was spying on him. This made everyone dumbfounded. Tesla finally looked at Thorn, who also looked confused. "You are his captain, and you didn't know he had such a strong sixth sense?" Thorn was silent and let out a long breath. "I only knew that he could accurately sense the number of alien insects in the alien insect cave, but I didn't know that he could even accurately sense the peeping that was not dangerous. This is obviously abnormal." Tesla and the others only thought that Zhu Shurjo was a genius. But she knew that Zhu Shurjo was the secret weapon of the chess club, so she thought more than others. For a while, she was a little dazed. How much did the research of the chess club surpass the organization? In this world that is about to collapse, the most important thing is strength. The traditional research of the Black Soldier organization cannot make a human whose physical fitness has not yet reached the limit have such a keen sixth sense. But the hidden rebel faction chess club has easily done it. Could it be? Chess club is the truth? Chapter 409, Blaming Each Other. The assassination stopped. To be precise, it was General Wu Dick and his men who gave up the assassination. No one spoke in the small dark room. Wu Dick, Chris Badger, Jackson and Caroline were all in dead silence. And this situation had lasted for more than an hour. Speak up. What should we do now? Finally, it was Chris Badger who broke the silence. There is no way. There is no way. General Woodick looked ashen and muttered to himself. Is that so? Chris Badger's eyes flickered. If that's the case, then we'll just wait to be captured. I have something else to deal with. So I'll leave first. Well, what do you have to deal with? Shouldn't we continue to discuss how to deal with it later? Chris Badger looked heavy. It's meaningless to discuss these things. Besides, if the Black Soldier Organization finds out that we are secretly gathering here, if one of us is caught, all of us will suffer. It would be easier to deal with it separately. I have another proposal. Hypothetical. I mean hypothetical. Suppose one of us is caught. Then don't give out the others. Jackson was at a loss at this time, and nodded repeatedly when he heard it. You're right. But the Black Soldier Organization has a lot of ways to interrogate us. Can we really hold on? Chris Badger stepped forward and patted Jackson on the shoulder. Jackson, do you want me to give you out after being caught? If not, try to abide by this agreement. It will be good for everyone. Jackson wanted to say something, but Chris Badger then added with a wry smile. Of course, if you really can't hold on, just confess. I don't have much confidence in my willpower. Jackson also heard the despair in Chris Badger's words. Chris Badger turned around and looked at the three colleagues, who were still slumped in their seats. I have to go back to deal with the aftermath. I still have to explain to my wife and son. They are all innocent people who don't know about it. If I just explain the aftermath, the Black Soldier Organization shouldn't make things difficult for them. Or after saying that, Chris smiled bitterly, and then turned and walked out of the room. But the moment he closed the door, his miserable expression instantly became cold. Ha. You idiots. Be my scapegoat. In fact, he had already considered the future that was discovered by the Black Soldier Organization before studying the Insect Man. He thought he was a little smart. So how could he not be on guard? In his home, there was a detailed crime investigation report forged by him. The contents of the crime investigation report were all forged materials that he had carefully prepared and scrutinized, which recorded in detail how he was as an upright bystander. He found that Woodick, Jackson and Caroline were acting strangely. So out of his sense of justice, he began to investigate the abnormal behavior of the three people, and finally found out that they were studying the truth about insects. During this period, his investigation process was full of dangers and ups and downs. In the end, in order to expose their behavior and collect more evidence, he pretended to be with them at their invitation and became the director of the Insect Research Institute. He also insisted on writing a carefully forged and polished log every day, just like writing a diary, and made a separate notebook to record his investigation. Anyone who read his diary and the investigation report that he repeatedly polished would probably think that he was on the side of justice, just temporarily lurking around these evil people. In order to increase the authenticity of the investigation report, he also chose the method of 9 true and 1 false, and recorded most of the details with a few slight modifications. The whole report looks very real. It can be said that the investigation report is absolutely logically flawless. Now that their affairs have been exposed, it would be great if Woodick and his men could kill Max. But these rubbish are useless. Several waves of assassination sent out in succession all ended in failure, and the last wave was even caught alive. Jackson is the rubbish among rubbish. In addition to trembling with fear throughout the whole process, he did not make any useful suggestions at all. Caroline usually screams loudly, and her appearance of being innocent makes people want to bite her. But in the end, she is useless. A waste with high expectations but poor skills. Chris Badger felt that if he stayed with these wastes, he would be dead. So he hurriedly chose to leave, just to give them a final backstab. He wanted to find the investigation report from home and write down everything that happened today. Of course, he had to modify his own positioning, and he had to package himself as an innocent person who was coerced. After writing it, he can hand the evidence to the Black Soldier. Otherwise, he is really afraid that these rubbish will do something weird again. He just told the others that they agreed not to confess other people after being caught. But in fact, he didn't expect these guys at all. If they were caught, they would confess before being tortured. But what about that? He has a carefully prepared criminal investigation report in his hand, which is enough to save his life. Chris Badger gradually walked away with a hopeful heart. But what he didn't know was that the three people in the small black room who had been defeated before and seemed to be too scared to leave their seats had regained their emotional stability, and strangely showed each other a forced smile, without the previous despair. Jackson and Caroline looked at General Woodick. "Are you sure you have told the dead soldiers clearly?" "Don't worry. The dead soldiers will not betray us. They will only identify Chris Badger. As for the two of you, you are very safe." "Huh?" Jackson and Caroline both breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. But isn't this a bit crude? Will the Black Soldier Organization really agree with this truth?" "Uh-huh. Crude?" General Woodick sneered. "Do you think I'm just giving orders to the death squad?" Jackson and Caroline were stunned. "Isn't it?" "No. I had anticipated this situation when I started studying the Insect Man. So I was prepared early. When I started training the death squad, I did it to my death squad. 2 groups. One group is my people. That is, the first 2 groups of death warriors. But the 3rd and 4th groups of death warriors, I have instilled in them the concept that Chris Badger leads them since I trained them. And they still think that their master is Chris Badger until they die." Jackson and Caroline took a breath. This is too cruel. General Woodick had prepared the means of framing long before the incident happened. And it was extremely clever. If they were targeted by Woodick as scapegoats. They shuddered. Caroline quickly recovered from the shock and tried to think calmly. And then she asked a question. "What about us? Since you have set a death warrior trap for Chris Badger, what about us? I don't believe you won't use the same means to deal with us." Woodick's fat face smiled slightly, and the fat on his face trembled, looking extremely terrifying. "You know, once we are caught, you have to cooperate with me. Understand? The scapegoat now is Chris Badger. Don't force me to slander you as a scapegoat." Caroline and Jackson nodded stiffly. Chapter 410 Preparations before the Zerg Uprising. Just as Woodick and his men were trying hard to get rid of the blame, the black soldiers had already secretly monitored them. According to Max's description, several military leaders were guilty. And because of Max's previous identity as an intelligence dealer, he paid special attention to the privacy of intelligence and had already collected more evidence to prove the guilt of several people in private. There is actually no point in Woodick and his men blaming each other. The Papua New Guinea military is just a secondary issue. There is no intelligence about the rebel faction? No way. They are hiding too deep. If it weren't for the confirmation that Thorn was a member of the rebel faction, and that the rebel faction did attack the Prophet, on the surface, everything was almost entirely done by the Papua New Guinea military. And there was no third party involved. The results of Tesla and others' investigation were very shocking. The rebel faction did not leave any tail at all. Even if they wanted to investigate, they had no way to start. Only Zhu Sergio thought to himself, "Where is the rebel faction? Everything is just fabricated by him. All fake. Rebel." From beginning to end, there was only one person. However, it is meaningless to let the elite black soldiers investigate now. Zhu Sergio knows that in a few hours, the first wave of alien Zerg will appear in this Mount Hagen Square. If he does not make any preparations, the first wave of alien Zerg will take thousands of lives. At the same time, the appearance of this wave of alien Zerg will be like the burning fuse of explosives, alarming the alien Zerg in other parts of Papua New Guinea. That is the real crisis. Zhu Sergio painstakingly fabricated the existence of a rebel faction, not just to throw dirty water on thorns. But it had nothing to do with thorns. He just wanted to solve the Zerg riot crisis at the end of the evacuation of the people. Tesla, have you ever thought about the possibility of the rebel faction causing trouble? Tesla and other elite black soldiers investigated the rebel faction to no avail. And Zhu Sergio reminded Tesla at the right time. What do you mean? The rebel faction already knows that they are about to be exposed. Will they do something extreme? You know, our main purpose in Papua New Guinea is to solve the Zerg crisis. So, will the rebel faction be bold enough to use the Zerg to deliberately cause trouble for us? Tesla frowned. You are saying it is possible. But we don't have any good solutions after all. I suggest that the fact that there is a rebel faction should be passed on to every elite black soldier who is carrying out this mission, so that all loyalists can be alert. At the same time, I also suggest that the existing medical forces be redistributed, and the medical forces of the white-clothed logistics team should be aggregated to focus on the following areas. Zhu Sergio said while opening the map in front of everyone, and drew several circles on the map with a pen, and circled several places, all of which were the places where only he knew that the Zerg would break out first. At present, the medical forces are evenly distributed near each evacuation point, which seems to be thoughtful. But in fact it is impossible to effectively deal with the urgent and fierce Zerg outbreak. Only by making targeted arrangements can this Zerg crisis be resolved. Tesla agreed with Zhu Shurgio's suggestion to widely inform other black soldiers of the existence of the rebel faction, but questioned Zhu Shurgio's second suggestion. Why do you want to focus on these areas? Zhu Shurgio raised his head and said to everyone calmly, "Intuition." Everyone was stunned, and Tesla confirmed that he had not heard wrongly. You said, intuition? Or sixth sense? Compared to intuition, they are more willing to believe in the sixth sense. Although the sixth sense is also a nonsense reason. But to be honest, they thought Zhu Shurgio would give a well-reasoned reason. But they got a not very reliable answer. It's intuition. Zhu Shurgio put his hand on the map on the table. If I were the commander of the rebel faction, I would choose to start from these places and deliberately create chaos. In this way, Zhu Shurgio's finger slid a long track on the map. The rebel faction can use this route to attack us who are busy with our own affairs. First break through here, then attack this place, and then here. Zhu Shurgio randomly planned a possible route for the rebels to attack on the map. Tesla was speechless. Are you a rebel? Why do you come up with it casually? Zhu Shurgio's writing and drawing on the map were too imaginative. And they were all Zhu Shurgio's personal opinions, which really didn't count. Tesla wanted to interrupt Zhu Shurgio's speech directly, but Zhu Shurgio didn't give up. He turned his head and looked at the Thorns who were always silent on the side. Captain Thorn, what do you think? At this time, everyone suddenly realized that, yes, there was a real rebel among them. Although this rebel might lie, her opinion could also be used as a reference. As for Thorn, she had never expected Zhu Shurgio to turn around and ask her, and she was a little stunned for a while. Just now, she was still thinking about the dispute between the chess club and the Black Soldier organization. She also heard what Zhu Shurgio said, but she couldn't figure out why Zhu Shurgio asked her. When she looked up at Zhu Shurgio, she saw a firm look. Thorn was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "He is right. The rebel faction has indeed focused on arranging forces in these areas and is ready to attack at any time." She even suspected that if she disagreed with what Zhu Shurgio said now, the chess club might really plan such a route to attack the loyal black soldiers. You know, the chess club is crazy enough to directly release the existence of the insect man in order to create merits for Zhu Shurgio. She now understood that the chess society spared no effort to make Zhu Shurgio a hero with outstanding achievements in this crisis. At all costs. Tesla and others didn't know what Thorn had thought in their hearts. Seeing Thorn say this, although they had doubts in their hearts, they still decided to adopt some of Zhu Shurgio's suggestions after discussion to gather some medical forces and arrange them at several locations on the map he pointed out. Thorn remained silent and looked at Zhu Shurgio with complicated eyes. Zhu Shurgio looked at Thorn and then lowered his head again. In order to achieve the current result, he tried countless times, and when he was about to give up in a certain round, he chose to ask Thorn for help. But he didn't expect Thorn to respond to him. It took him several rounds to figure out why she responded to him. It's a pity that no one present could understand his decision. If Su Feng was here, he might be able to analyze everything through clues. But these people, after all, they are not Su Feng. Chapter 411. No time to explain. Get in the car. There are rebels among the black soldiers. Tesla first uploaded everything that happened to them in a few hours to the organization. If the organization still did not respond as before, then they would act according to their decision. But if the organization has any other arrangements, then the content they decided on their own before will be regarded as nonsense. Soon, Tesla got a response from the organization. The organization asked us to do it. Tesla said to everyone. The organization asked everyone to do it. Either because they thought their arrangements were perfect and there was nothing to add, or because they thought their decisions had no impact on the overall situation, and it was meaningless to revise them or not. Everyone was more inclined to the latter. What's wrong with the organization this time? It feels like such an urgent event. But no arrangements were made. The degree of freedom is abnormally high. The outspoken Zhang Kuang muttered. Zhu Shurgio had a guess. It was probably Su Feng who helped him to create a stage for him to give full play to his abilities, by bringing out tens of millions of people and thousands of black soldiers in Papua New Guinea. But guesses are just guesses. Even if the guesses are true, Zhu Shurgio will not feel any gratitude towards Su Feng. The relationship between him and Su Feng is just a relationship of mutual benefit. He believes that Su Feng can definitely guess that this rebel faction is his doing. He also wants to hide it from Su Feng. But at the same time, he also calculated that Su Feng has no way to punish him. The rebel faction has never existed. How to punish it? Su Feng wants to promote his growth. Why sanction it? In this case, let's do it according to the predetermined plan. Tesla looked at Zhu Shurjiu carefully. And maybe he would listen to Zhu Shurjiu's opinion before making a decision. After all, this predetermined plan came from Zhu Shurjiu's mouth. And he just adopted Zhu Shurjiu's suggestion. However, no one knows whether the arrangements in this plan will work in the future. In this way, time passed quietly as everyone was on guard against the attacks of the rebel faction at any time. Several hours passed, and a night passed. When the sky was slightly white, the evacuation plan had come to an end. Millions of people are still evacuating one after another, because Zhu Shurjiu used the insect man to drive away those people who deviated from the evacuation route before, so that all the people were back on track. The evacuation order seemed more orderly than before, and there would not be a situation where the number of people at the evacuation point exceeded the estimated upper limit. From the overall situation, at least the people are evacuating in an orderly manner according to the evacuation plan. This evacuation plan was also submitted by Zhu Shurjiu to the organization. It was revised countless times and given countless opportunities for discussion by the expert group in the organization. It was modified little by little to a perfect evacuation plan. The expert group has already expressed their feelings about this plan countless times. Ideally, if there are no accidents, the evacuation of the people can be completed within 24 hours. The ideal state here refers to no alien insects appearing in the middle. At the last moment, all the black soldiers distributed throughout Papua New Guinea fully developed their sixth sense in order to guard against the appearance of alien insects. As long as the people can evacuate, the number of alien insects underground has nothing to do with them. Once the death rose blooms, the Zerg and the entire island will be wiped out. But the black soldiers cannot leave until the people evacuate. So the defense work before the people evacuate is the main work of these black soldiers. In the car, Tesla and his team used their sixth sense to capture the pheromones from the outside world while vigilantly monitoring Thorn and Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the time, and it was almost time. Suddenly, Zhu Shurjiu said to everyone, "Everyone be careful. I feel something is wrong." Everyone was already concentrating and would not let go of any movement. So when they heard Zhu Shurjiu's warning, they quickly reacted. What? Did you sense it? Zerg or rebels? They all knew that Zhu Shurjiu had an extremely powerful and perverted sixth sense. He could even sense other people's side of spying on him. So they did not suspect that Zhu Shurjiu was shooting at nothing. Zhu Shurjiu suddenly stood up in the car. The danger comes from underground. It's the alien Zerg. At this moment, all the elite black soldiers made a choice to leave the car. After Zhu Shurjiu's warning, they also sensed the gradually increasing dangerous atmosphere from underground. Based on their countless battles with alien Zerg, it was indeed alien Zerg. Tesla made a prompt decision and quickly turned on the communicator. Be on alert. Be on alert. Everyone be on alert. Alien Zerg are about to appear. Location: Mount Hagen evacuation point. Boom. Boom. The Mount Hagen evacuation point is a large square. When Tesla was reporting to the communicator at full frequency, suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the square. It was the sound of the ground shaking, and also the sound of the surrounding building shaking and collapsing. This deafening sound was like the roar of a dragon, directly covering Tesla's voice. Tesla simply converted it into text, and sent it to all the black soldiers participating in the mission in the form of a short message. The ground collapsed. Run! There's an earthquake. Ah! The screams of the crowd were everywhere, and the dust in the sky was flying wildly in the morning sun. The golden sunlight formed a path in the dust. The entire Mount Hagen Square collapsed to the center. A large number of helicopters originally parked on Mount Hagen Square had to take off to avoid damage. Tesla and his group were originally in the vehicle at the edge of Mount Hagen Square. After hearing the movement, they immediately rushed to Mount Hagen Square. Don't panic. Evacuate in this direction. Tesla roared and rushed into the crowd with a gun, indicating an evacuation direction for tens of thousands of people in the square. In the chaotic crowd, it is important to have a clear evacuation direction. Otherwise, it is easy to cause collisions and stampedes. In addition to him, other elite black soldiers and black soldiers were also shouting at the crowd, giving correct instructions. But the power of these black soldiers was tiny. The ground was still shaking, and the rumbling noises from all directions continued in the square. Their voices could not reach far before they were covered. In addition, the high decibel screams of the crowd gathered together, enough to drown his voice and all the deafening noise. Where is the army? Where is the army? Tesla looked around and found that the Papua New Guinea army was also in chaos. These troops did not maintain order at all, but fled everywhere like ordinary people. Just when he was helpless and at a loss, suddenly, a series of gunshots suddenly exploded behind him. There was also an armed vehicle coming from the edge of the square. The armed vehicle rushed directly into Mount Hagen Square. The ground was full of broken, concave and protruding tiles, and the car rushed over at full speed. Every bump would stay in the air for 1 or 2 seconds, and then fall heavily, and the speed was extremely fast, just like a crazy beast rushing around. A familiar figure sat in the driver's seat of the beast, leaning out of the window with a gun in one hand and constantly adjusting the steering wheel with one hand. The gunshot Tesla heard came from the gun in Zhu Shizhou's hand. The gun he was holding was not a black soldier gun, but an ordinary one with bullets. The gun in Zhu Shizhou's hand was spitting flames out of the car window, and the bullets were shot directly at the people. Tesla looked at the people fiercely, but saw that the bullets did not hit their bodies, but the ground under their feet. The people screamed and began to flee in the same direction driven by the car driven by Zhu Shizhou. The crowded and chaotic flow of people immediately became neat. So that's it. Tesla didn't have time to sigh at Zhu Shizhou's good shooting skills. He could drive and shoot at the same time like a stunt, and he was distracted and multitasking. It was not an operation that normal people could achieve. The armed vehicle drove straight to their side. Its wheels rolled over a protruding stone slab, tilted in the air, and then slammed heavily beside them, drifting gracefully, and the wheels left a long black mark on the ground. The rear door of the vehicle was open and stopped right in front of them. Zhu Shizhou leaned out of the window and turned around and shouted at them. No time to explain. Get in the car. Chapter 412, Zerg Outbreak. Command? Zhu Shizhou had expected that Tesla and others would not be able to cope with the Zerg outbreak, because these elite black soldiers only wanted to deal with the Zerg. They did not know in advance that the ground would collapse. Nor did they know that the people would flee everywhere like headless flies. Only Zhu Shizhou, among all people, knew that there would be a small earthquake before the Zerg emerged from the ground, and then Mount Hagen Square collapsed. He even knew the specific location of the collapse and the specific direction of the crowd's escape. He also knew what to do to make the crowd flee in one direction, so as not to cause a large-scale stampede. Of course, it goes without saying that all of this was the result of repeated experiments. While everyone was trying to appease the people, Zhu Shizhou entered the pseudo-pheromone closed state, reduced his presence, and then entered the vehicle's cab. He did not stay in this state for long, mainly to hide from everyone's surveillance, and he recovered when he started driving. Now, the entire Mount Hagen Square is in a state of ruins, and the central area has a ground collapse of more than 20 meters. In the general society, this is just a natural phenomenon caused by loose building structure. But this situation is obviously abnormal in Papua New Guinea. Now Tesla has broadcast the situation of the appearance of alien insects in Mount Hagen to all other black soldiers in advance. Full channel notification. The alien insects first appeared in Mount Hagen. Before seeing the insects, they smelled the pheromones first. That's right. The pheromones they sensed told them that there was a danger approaching them underground. They took the initiative to predict and immediately determined that the danger approaching them was the alien insects. The tremors continued, but after a brief period of chaos, the Papua New Guinea army had successfully reacted and began to flee the square while dispatching the crowd. It happened suddenly. It's a pity that you can react like this. Prophet. In the car, Tesla said to Zhu Shizhou, who was shooting wildly in the driver's seat. This was a sincere compliment. This car was originally an armed vehicle of Papua New Guinea, so there were many guns hanging in the car. Under normal circumstances, they were not used, but now they became weapons for them to deter the people. Everyone took a gun, no matter how powerful it was, as long as it could fire bullets. They could use the deterrent power of bullets to force the people to evacuate in a certain direction according to their ideas. Zhu Shizhou was not proud of Tesla's praise. He was now concentrating on driving. After driving for a distance, everyone kept shooting outside. The armed vehicle quickly drove back and forth in the square, and finally successfully drove the people away like a flock of sheep. Zhu Shizhou calculated the time for a while, and suddenly said, "The alien insects will appear soon. Appear in 10 seconds. 1987. This was too sudden. Instantly, they tensed up when they heard Zhu Shizhou's words, and threw their ordinary guns at their feet, and picked up their black soldier standard guns again. Zhu Shizhou could actually predict it 1 minute in advance. But in that case, Tesla would temporarily become the commander of the team, and he would not be able to make reasonable arrangements for everyone. Therefore, he did not give Tesla and others extra time to think, and took the initiative from the beginning. Tesla and his friends did not doubt Zhu Shizhou's judgment, because Zhu Shizhou's sixth sense was much sharper than theirs. They did not know how strong Zhu Shizhou's sixth sense was, but they knew that Zhu Shizhou's sixth sense was enough to convince them to believe in Zhu Shizhou. Tesla's reaction was also very fast. Just as he was about to speak to command everyone, he was suddenly interrupted by a bump. The vehicle may have pressed a raised stone slab, and the whole car was flying in the air for a short time. For a while, the vehicle even made a tilt angle in the air that was about to roll over. But fortunately, the vehicle landed again soon, avoiding the end of the rollover. But the bumps of falling back to the seats after the short weightlessness in the vehicle made their buttocks a little uncomfortable. But there was no rollover. The prophet must be an old driver, everyone said in their hearts. Zhu Shizhou drove the vehicle on the bumpy square ground and drifted like a Scandinavian pendulum, almost throwing the black soldiers out of the car with the door wide open. Everyone get out of the car. It was Zhu Shizhou again, who interrupted what Tesla wanted to say to everyone. Now Tesla had no time to speak, because just as everyone got out of the car and their feet landed on the ground, the alien Zerg appeared. Densely packed alien Zerg rushed out from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. Zhu Shizhou saw this disgusting scene, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. When he first saw the alien Zerg in Mount Hagen, Häagen-Dazs was the main black soldier in charge of the Mount Hagen evacuation point. In order to maximize the benefits, Häagen-Dazs chose to wait until other black soldier teams came to support him before he commanded the team to fight the alien Zerg. During this period, countless people died. When he arrived, the whole square was covered with blood. Now, the same thing will not happen again, because there is more than one elite black soldier here. Just do it. Zhu Shizhou picked up the 3 guns again, jumped out of the car and started the 3-gun flow, and started a gorgeous and uninterrupted shooting at the alien insects flying and wandering in the sky. At the same time, he also shouted before Tesla spoke, "Execute the tactics in the Underground Research Institute." Everyone was stunned, and then found that Zhu Shizhou had entered the pseudopheromone closed state. In a hurry, they could not make more detailed arrangements. But the battle in the Underground Research Institute made them remember it clearly. They did not need Tesla to speak again to remind them, and they automatically formed a tactical formation. Tesla was a little confused. What's going on? I was deprived of power, but although I thought so in my heart, my body had already taken action. In the Underground Research Institute, Yishan and Zhu Shizhou monopolized the life and death of the insects in the sky. And now, he and Zhu Shizhou also took on the task of killing the alien insects flying and wandering in the sky. War mad Shura Rashomon. Bait. Received. Understood. Got it. Understood. They had already executed a similar tactic once. So under Zhu Shizhou's temporary command, everyone's cooperation was unimpeded. In this emergency situation, if the pheromone burst is not turned on, there is no way to attract the attention of the alien insects, and the alien insects will attack the crowd. War mad Shura Rashomon rushed out, and the pheromone burst violently. The people behind only saw the black shadows flying in the sky pause slightly, and then madly covered the direction of War Mad and the other two. The ordinary black soldiers also shot white lasers at the black fog formed by the alien insects at the same time. It doesn't matter if it's accurate. One shot directly swept a large number of alien insects, and just shot at the air without thinking. However, did Zhu Shizhou do this? Shoot at the air without thinking? No. Tesla was the first to discover it. Alien insects. None of them successfully attacked the crowd below who were screaming in fear and fleeing. Chapter 413, all against each other. No casualties at the beginning. This was a miracle that should not have happened. But Zhu Shizhou pushed it forward and made it happen. Tesla knew that no matter how timely and fast they commanded, it was only for humans. For the Zerg, their fast command process could completely allow them to kill in and out of the crowd. The Zerg that had just regained the light of day hovered in the sky for a while. Zhu Shizhou had already made tactical arrangements. When the Zerg that first chose to attack the crowd was ready to dive, he quickly killed the diving Zerg one by one with 3 guns. And when Zhang Kuang and the other two burst out pheromones and successfully attracted the Zerg had no chance to attack the crowd. The ordinary black soldiers have made corresponding deployment preparations. At this Mount Hagen evacuation point, there are 12 elite black soldiers and nearly 200 ordinary black soldiers. These ordinary black soldiers are all commanded by these 12 elite black soldiers. They were originally used to deal with the sneak attacks of the rebel team that might come, but now they help them successfully resist the casualties caused by the alien Zerg to the crowd. But the alien Zerg are different from the insect people after all. They launched a charge at Zhang Kuang and the other two, but they were successfully dodged by their sixth sense. At the same time, there were also a lot of alien Zerg being shot down in the air. They knew that these humans in black uniforms were not easy to mess with, so it was better to enjoy those humans who were not dangerous. This is also the difference between alien Zerg and insect people. Alien Zerg know how to seek benefits and avoid harm, but insect people don't. If the current situation is maintained, the alien Zerg will attack the people again. Tesla was still the first to react when he saw the black shadows and white light covering most of the sky. But strange things happened again. When he opened his mouth to give an order, Zhu Shizhou's voice rang out. All black soldiers. Erupt pheromones. Intermittent burst. Duration. 20 seconds. To be honest, Tesla actually wanted to give a similar order, but he didn't mean 20 seconds, but 15 seconds. He thought 15 seconds would be enough. The number of alien insects in the sky was nothing compared to the huge group of black soldiers on the scene. He conservatively estimated that 15 seconds would be enough to solve the alien insect crisis in the air. But he didn't know that Zhu Shizhou's goal was always to keep the people of Mount Hagen safe. Zhu Shizhou gave 20 seconds, which was also the result of repeated adjustments and replays. Pheromones exploded violently in Mount Hagen Square like a nuclear bomb explosion. How strong are the pheromones of 200 black soldiers? Even Zhu Shizhou, who knew nothing about the sixth sense, felt palpitations at this moment, and goosebumps appeared on his skin. This is the instinct of living things. The cells in the body sense the stimulation of external pheromones. That stimulation oppresses the chemical transmitters in the body to be transmitted inside the body. A large amount of adrenaline is secreted in the body in an instant. But it stops in an instant because the cells feel that this is just an illusion. So they calm down again. The whole process is very short, but very real. Everyone, follow me. Zhu Shizhou released the pseudopheromone blockage at this time, and roared to order everyone to rush directly in the direction of Zhang Kuang and others. Although there are many alien insects, he can still successfully dodge the attack of alien insects in just 20 seconds. Tesla and the others had no time to think for themselves, and could only make hasty judgments. Zhu Shizhou's current decision should be fine, so they followed suit. The Zerg soon noticed the 9 elite black soldiers rushing over not far away. In their perception, except for the leader, the other 8 elite black soldiers were more delicious than the other. So some Zerg dodged the white laser in the air and attacked Tesla and the others. Be careful, Zhu Shizhou shouted to everyone. But he quietly slowed down the shooting rhythm. Only he knew that the Zerg attacking them could not pose a threat to them at all. If Zhu Shizhou wanted to, he could kill the Zerg accurately before he had this idea. But he did not do so. The purpose was still very simple. That is, to strengthen his excellent qualities in the eyes of everyone. He needs to use this battle to determine his qualifications as a commander, so that he can improve his status little by little, and thus dominate the end of the Papua New Guinea evacuation plan. In short, he is now gradually replacing Tesla. As long as Tesla recognizes him, he can temporarily share some ordinary black soldiers from these elite black soldiers as temporary team members. A flexible alien insect in the sky attacked Tesla. Tesla was speechless. When he turned sideways and dodged the attack of the alien insect, he did not forget to glance at Zhu Shizhou, with an incomprehensible thought in his eyes. What about the pheromone burst? Everyone is bursting with pheromones. Why are you not moving? Tesla was thinking about this. But before he could think for long, Zhu Shizhou suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" A beam of white light narrowly brushed Tesla's cheek and hit an alien insect. The high temperature left a small burnt mark on his cheek. The remains of the alien insect also fell to the ground. Due to inertia, it also hit the hard ground a few times, and then smashed into the ruined ground of the square with a large amount of smoke and dust. Zhu Shizhou said seriously, "Tesla, what are you thinking about? Don't be distracted." Okay. Tesla shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He couldn't think about more things now. If he carefully reviewed the whole process, he would find that Zhu Shizhou was obviously capable of accurately killing other alien insects. But he let an alien insect almost sneak attack his back. This is a terrifying thing. Under Zhu Shizhou's scolding, Tesla really thought that he was distracted and almost attacked by the alien insect. So he quickly restrained his mind. Speaking of which, this guy really has the demeanor of a commander. Tesla looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was skillfully issuing various commands while not forgetting to shoot, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the prophet was a natural commander. Zhu Shizhou's reprimand just now seemed natural to him. Shining gold can also shine in the sand, and cannot be hidden at all. In just 20 seconds, the shining white light in the sky gradually suppressed the black shadows. Until the end, when the square was filled with the smell of burning alien insects. The last alien insect was accurately shot in the head by Zhu Shizhou's shot, and fell from the sky. From the appearance of alien insects to the end of the battle, the whole process took more than 4 minutes. And the number of casualties was 0. To be honest, this result is quite explosive in the elite black soldier circle. But before everyone could savor the result of this battle, the black soldiers' communicators suddenly received several reports from the entire channel. Alien Zergs were found in the southeast 3rd district. Alien Zergs appeared in the northwest 26th district. Alien Zergs appeared at the 2nd evacuation point in Licheng. Tesla. No. This time it was not just him who reacted first. But all the elite black soldiers instantly looked at Zhu Shizhou, because they felt familiar with these place names the first time they heard them. And then after thinking carefully, a map appeared in their minds at the same time. That was the route map that Zhu Shizhou imagined the rebel faction would create in the car. The marks on that map just matched the location where the alien Zerg appeared in the entire channel report. Chapter 414 Nonsense. The Zerg has broken out. This was expected by the Black Soldier Organization. But regarding the location of the Zerg, the Black Soldier Organization can only leave it to fate, because it is impossible for anyone to predict where the Zerg will appear. Really? Did no one really expect it? No. Someone guessed it. How did you do it? A group of elite black soldiers looked at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou said calmly, I have said before that the Zerg outbreak is not random, but controlled by the rebel faction. Therefore, as long as you can grasp the ideas of the rebel faction, you can successfully predict the location of the Zerg outbreak. Everyone already knew this. But to be honest, everyone didn't have much hope for the location marked by Zhu Shizhou on the map at the beginning, because the rebel faction might not be able to attract the Zerg, and might not really act according to Zhu Shizhou's ideas. There are too many uncertain factors. However, the magical thing is that the Zerg really broke out as Zhu Shizhou expected. Although the Zerg outbreak is only in some places now, it is exactly the same as the place marked by Zhu Shizhou on the map. Tesla also believed that the Zerg outbreak was caused by the rebel faction. So he immediately turned on the communicator and was about to report it to the whole channel. But at the moment when he was about to press the full channel button, he stopped abruptly. No. If it is really the rebel faction, then we report it to the whole channel, which may alert the enemy. However, Zhu Shizhou suddenly said, Tesla, don't lose the big picture for the small one. Tesla was stunned. Our mission is not to find out the rebel faction, but to successfully implement the evacuation of the people. Since we can destroy the plan of the rebel faction, we don't have to worry about alerting the enemy. Tesla was educated by a new black soldier. But Zhu Shizhou's words made sense. Since the organization has not made any arrangements for the rebel faction, the evacuation mission should be the main task. At this time, Zhu Shizhou added, and, since I can predict the plan of the rebel faction's first attack, I can predict the second and third. Believe me. Hearing this, everyone thought to themselves, this is too crazy. But they gradually developed an illusion, as if he really would not make mistakes. From the time he met him until now, he behaved more like an elite black soldier than a senior elite black soldier. And he didn't look like a newcomer at all. So everyone reluctantly believed Zhu Shizhou's statement. Tesla began to report to the whole frequency, and strengthened the arrangements for other places that Zhu Shizhou had marked on the map before. According to Zhu Shizhou, other places will also have outbreaks of alien insects one after another. Zhu Shizhou sorted out his equipment, checked the time on his communicator and said, We'll talk while we walk Häagen-Dazs. Please handle the follow-up work in Mount Hagen. Make sure to restore the evacuation order of Mount Hagen within half an hour. Häagen-Dazs responded subconsciously. And then he realized that this guy was just a newcomer among the elite black soldiers. So why did he give him an order so naturally? But this order was correct, So correct that he couldn't refute it. So Haagen-Dazs didn't refute it. But I guess, since the Zerg here have been eliminated, the rebel faction should immediately give up the idea of focusing on attacking here. Even if there are Zerg here later, there shouldn't be too many. Why do you say that? What's the basis? Zhu Shizhou started to talk nonsense. The rebel faction has not shown up yet, which means they still want to hide themselves. We are worried about alerting the enemy, but the rebel faction also thinks so. Since they have chosen to attack here, whether they succeed or fail, they will give up their plans here, because the evacuation plan has come to an end and they don't have enough time. Everyone thought about it, and it made sense. What they didn't know was that the reason they thought it made sense was because Zhu Shizhou had successfully predicted the idea of the rebel faction once. So now they also recognized that the appearance of Zerg depends on the decision of the rebels. Predicting the location of Zerg appearance has become a guess about the psychology of the rebels. After Zhu Shizhou forced everyone to join his thinking, he said at the right time, Haagen-Dazs, since there are not many alien insect attacks here, can you lend me 2 or 3 black soldiers? Haagen-Dazs led 20 ordinary black soldiers this time, and it would not have much impact if 3 black soldiers were missing. He really thought about it seriously, and then nodded. Okay. Then he casually summoned the black soldiers of his team. Pick one. You. Zhu Shizhou casually picked 3 out of the 20 people. Haagen-Dazs said to the 3 people, now you will temporarily change your affiliation to the team and transfer to the Prophet's subordinates. The duration will last until the evacuation mission is completed. And return to the team after the mission is completed. Several ordinary black soldiers also immediately responded received. There are often various emergencies during the execution of the mission. This is a very normal operation. They are used to it. Zhu Shizhou said to the 3 people. Then you are number 1, number 2, and number 3. The 3 black soldiers nodded and stood behind Zhu Shizhou expressionlessly. The rest of the black soldiers went back to deal with the Mount Hagen scene again. After dealing with the alien Zerg at the evacuation point of Mount Hagen, the medical team near Mount Hagen also rushed here. These white-clothed soldiers hurried over, thinking that they were going to do a big job. But they were dumbfounded when they arrived. There were alien Zerg corpses all over the ground. But they could not see the casualties they imagined. After asking around, they found out that this was all the credit of the Prophet. The Prophet first reminded the black soldiers of the fact of the alien Zerg outbreak, and gave extremely calm and fast command arrangements, which saved them from the fate of heavy casualties. What should we do next? The white-clothed soldiers asked Haagen-Dazs, who stayed in Mount Hagen. Zhu Shizhou and his team had already left, and were heading off to support the black soldiers at other evacuation points. Haagen-Dazs thought for a moment and said, send some of your people to stay here, and the rest to support the following locations. Haagen-Dazs told the white-clothed people the remaining few marked points on the map. The white-clothed people heard that although there had not been an outbreak of alien Zerg in these places, according to the Prophet's speculation, there should be alien Zerg in these places. This sounded unreliable, but Zhu Shizhou had successfully predicted the outbreak of alien Zerg at several evacuation points. So they did not dare to take it lightly, and quickly followed him. At this time, Zhu Shizhou and Tesla were already in the helicopter, flying to the next evacuation point. Chapter 415, I may have already become the human with the strongest sixth sense. When Zhu Shizhou and others arrived in Licheng, the black soldiers here were trapped in a bitter battle. Heavy casualties. No matter how many times Zhu Shizhou saw it, he would sigh. The scene in Licheng looked much worse than Mount Hagen, with broken arms and legs everywhere. The ruins after the collapse of the building were similar to Mount Hagen, but the casualties of the people were obviously much more serious. The screams of the fleeing people were transmitted from the ground to the sky, and their screams could be clearly heard in the helicopter. Tesla said lightly, it's normal. This is the normal result of dealing with the Zerg attack. Thorn glanced at Zhu Shizhou at this time, thinking, isn't this all the work of your chess club? What are you sighing about? Haha. It's quite good. But she didn't say anything, because at least the chess club is now arranging Zhu Shizhou to rescue people. Everyone landed, and the mighty presence of dozens of helicopters clearly alarmed the Zerg, and also attracted the attention of the elite black soldier in charge of the Licheng evacuation point. Just as Tesla was about to open the communicator and speak, Zhu Shizhou opened the communicator before him. Call Tianxian. Call Tianxian. We are the support troops. What is the situation below? Soon, the communicator was turned on. An anxious and angry voice came from the other side of the communicator. CK. Southeast direction, Cover me. Don't worry about it. Shoot, huh? Southeast direction. I have delayed most of the Zerg. But a small number of Zerg are still heading in that direction. You hurry up to rescue people. Haha. Send a team to support me. The situation is urgent. Please. Understood. Before Tesla could think, Zhu Shizhou quickly ended the communication as if he had finished a meaningless game conversation. Everyone was speechless. You understand now? His emotions are a bit abnormal. And the emotional erasure effect is invalid. You should know what this means. Right? Zhu Shizhou simply reminded everyone, explaining why he responded so quickly. Everyone began to think about Zhu Shizhou's suggestion at this time. And Zhang Kuang replied, Hey, I know this. When you lose too much blood, the levels of various hormones in the human body will be forcibly increased, so that there is a probability of breaking through the shackles of emotional erasure. Zhang Kuang reacted faster than others because his fighting style was quite wild, so that he often suffered from dangerous situations of excessive blood loss. But he was an elite black soldier, and several dangerous situations also created his strong fighting ability. Other elite black soldiers had not experienced excessive blood loss, so they were half a beat slower. Yes, Tianxian is probably at the end of his strength, and the situation is already quite critical. Let's act quickly. Zhu Shizhou nodded to Zhang Kuang, and then quickly made arrangements. Tesla, take your team and go to support Tianxian. You take care of the scene. I and the others will go to the southeast to deal with other alien insects. Understood. Tesla was almost convinced by Zhu Shizhou's arrangement at this time. Zhu Shizhou's reactions all crushed his reactions, and he was also quite experienced. He could make accurate arrangements without thinking, and was more suitable to be a commander than him. Others also began to regard Zhu Shizhou as a commander without realizing it, and subconsciously followed his orders. Only Jingji was very calm and objective, and she watched from the beginning to now from the perspective of a bystander. This guy is too scheming. He quietly transferred Tesla, the most threatening person in the team. Then among the remaining people, only Zhu Shizhou came from the command center, and he could naturally take the position. When Zhu Shizhou and others pacify the alien insects in the southeast, I am afraid that others will further follow Zhu Shizhou's orders. And more importantly, no one will think that there is a problem with this operation, because Tianxian is at the end of his strength. A commander is needed to replace Tianxian. Although everyone present is the captain of a team and has certain command capabilities, if they are asked to face an unfamiliar team, they may make many mistakes. Only Tesla, who came from the command center, has the ability to command an unfamiliar team at will. So Zhu Shizhou arranged Tesla to support Tianxian, and even Tesla thought there was no problem at all. What a shady old man. Thorn sighed. Thorns kept all these words in his heart. Firstly because they might not believe what he said, and secondly because now was not the time to have internal strife. Tesla got off the helicopter, and a helicopter full of black soldiers also landed behind him. When everyone left, they saw the scene of Tesla and a group of black soldiers of Tesla's team bursting with pheromones, attracting a large group of alien insects. Thorns thought coldly in his heart that if he was a member of the chess club, he would probably take this opportunity to get rid of Tesla, so that it would be more convenient for Zhu Shizhou to command next. The helicopter left and flew southeast. But the key is, where are the alien insects in the southeast? Tianxian did not give the exact location, but only said the direction where the alien insects left. I am afraid it was just based on his own judgment, because he was dragged to the evacuation point, and he only knew that the alien insects went to the southeast. Let's look for it separately. Shira, the senior elite black soldier after Tesla, made a suggestion. After Tesla left, he naturally began to speak. This is a very normal operation among elite black soldiers. The deeper the seniority, the more right to speak. However, when everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou, they saw that he closed his eyes. Zhu Shizhou deliberately did not give suggestions at the first time, just to wait for Shura to speak. After Shura made a suggestion, he closed his eyes and rejected Shura's suggestion. No. Don't forget how strong my sixth sense is. Seeing Zhu Shizhou's operation, Jingji couldn't help but shook his head silently at Shura in his heart. She stayed with Zhu Shizhou for a long time, and gradually understood how scheming Zhu Shizhou was. Shura finally spoke once, but was rejected by Zhu Shizhou. As long as Zhu Shizhou can prove that he is right, then everyone will give priority to Zhu Shizhou's arrangements. Now everyone looked enlightened, and Thorn almost broke through the emotional killing limit. Zhu Shizhou pretended to close his eyes and felt for a while, then opened his eyes and said, "I feel it." At 9 o'clock, about 3 kilometers forward, in the residential area. The crowd should be hiding in the residential area, and the alien insects are also chasing the people in various buildings. According to Tianxian, most of the Zerg have been dragged to the evacuation point by the Tianxian team, and only a small number of Zerg are chasing the crowd. Although it is a small number, don't underestimate the lethality of Zerg. Even if only one Zerg targets the fleeing crowd, the crowd will only be slaughtered. Therefore, they must kill all the Zerg that appear at the evacuation point. In this regard, Zhu Shizhou said to everyone, "You all lead the team down. I will command from above. I can accurately point out the location of the Zerg, and all you need to do is rush to the location I point to, and then kill the Zerg." This is getting more and more perverted. To be honest, if Zhu Shizhou can really accurately point out the location of each Zerg, then this sixth sense may have reached the peak of the Black Soldier. Zhang Kuang looked at Zhu Shizhou seriously. "Can you really do it? Don't let us down," Zhu Shizhou said calmly. "I don't know how strong the strongest sixth sense of humans is, but among the elite Black Soldiers I have never seen a sixth sense stronger than mine. Maybe I have already become the human with the strongest sixth sense." Chapter 416 The Secret of the Birth of the Chess Club. Is Zhu Shizhou the human with the strongest sixth sense? No one else refuted this, because the sixth sense that Zhu Shizhou has shown so far is far beyond their understanding. They know that there is a big gap between their sixth sense and Zhu Shizhou's. Just like ants cannot describe which one is stronger, humans or giant elephants, and they are not qualified to judge whether Zhu Shizhou's sixth sense has reached the peak of humans. However, when Zhu Shizhou said this, they also unconsciously murmured in their hearts. Especially Jingji. She thought of the strange accuracy that Zhu Shizhou showed when he was acting with Zhu Shizhou, as if he suddenly got the information from somewhere, planned the route in advance without any detours, and rushed directly to the destination. Could it be that all this was not because he quietly got the information from the chess club, but because he got the information through his sixth sense? "This guy is so terrifying," he said, that he might have already become the human with the strongest sixth sense. Was he not joking? When Thorn thought of this, he felt that all his inner persistence was about to be shattered. The strongest sixth sense. That is the realm closest to God. Legend has it that there is a seventh sense above the sixth sense, which is to predict and prevent dangerous events before they happen. If humans can really develop the seventh sense, will the Black Soldier still suffer casualties in every action? Will every large-scale attack by the alien insects catch humans off guard again? Thorn is still in a state of emotional obliteration. Because of this, she can judge the importance of this matter in the most objective manner. The premise of her almost absolute loyalty to the Black Soldiers organization is that the Black Soldiers organization is the strongest. However, this premise seemed to have cracked little by little under Zhu Shizhou's display. Zhu Shizhou glanced at the bewildered Thorn, which was exactly his purpose. Originally, he thought that Thorn's loyalty to the organization was impeccable, and he had tried countless lives, but could not make Thorn defect. But all the problems related to people's hearts. As long as the number of attempts is enough, there is always a solution. Zhu Shizhou found the right way. He created a crack in Thorn's heart. Now he has to take the opportunity to plant seeds in this crack and force the crack to expand. He needs to create opportunities. Before Zhang Kuang and others left the helicopter, they asked, "Do you want us to send someone here to help you supervise Jingji?" "No need. She has no weapons in her hands. If she riots at the first time, I will subdue her at the first time. The alien insects below need all of you to go down to solve them. We can't delay any more time. Every second of delay, I don't know how many people will die." Everyone looked at Jingji, who had always been very obedient. Why not remove her limbs first? Jingji. In the end, they did it. Jingji lay on the ground of the armed helicopter with no desire to live, and her limbs were dislocated. But Zhu Shizhou did not stop their behavior. This can also be analyzed that they have basically dispelled their doubts about him, and have basically confirmed in their hearts that Jingji is the rebel. Zhang Kuang and others went down. After Zhang Kuang and others left, only Jingji and Zhu Shizhou were left in the armed helicopter. The room in the cockpit was separated from the rear compartment by a thick steel wall. Now no matter what Jingji and Zhu Shizhou said, only the two of them knew. Jingji felt more and more that everything was under Zhu Shizhou's control. The current situation where the two of them were alone was obviously created by him on purpose. "Did you do it on purpose?" "Yes. I did it on purpose. Facing Jingji's question, Zhu Shizhou admitted it very readily. Jingji was speechless. He thought Zhu Shizhou would argue for a while, or deny it directly. I deliberately led them away just to give you a chance. Jingji asked calmly. Opportunity? What opportunity? A chance to live. Zhu Shizhou's eyes became much sharper. As long as you cooperate with our chess club, we will save you and prevent you from becoming an experimental subject after returning to the organization. Jingji suddenly sneered. Uh-huh. Do you think you really have a sure win? Zhu Shizhou stared at Jingji dimly. Are you still thinking of relying on Misha to convict me? Do you think I really didn't find out your purpose? Or do you think that the chess club won't have any targeted arrangements? Hearing this, Jingji was shocked. Yes. Why did she think that her purpose could be hidden from the chess club? With such a big flaw, does the chess club really have no response at all? Jingji was silent. So far, Zhu Shizhou's silence made her think that the chess club was negligent. But now that Zhu Shizhou said this, she was not sure again. However, only Zhu Shizhou knew. Hey, he really had no way to deal with it. If he wanted to study the secret of the insect girl's power, he had to bring the insect girl back to Illinoisan Island. But it goes without saying that Illinoisan's defenses would be very strict. His replays so far were limited to dealing with the Zerg incident in Papua New Guinea. And he had not yet reached the progress of elimination. So he had no idea about taking the Zerg girl back. However, he did not know elimination's flaws. What about Thorn? After a long silence, Thorn finally couldn't help but said, I can't understand why you spared my life. That's right. No matter what Zhu Shizhou said, there was one thing she couldn't understand. Since the chess club had made all the preparations, was she still important? What was the reason why Zhu Shizhou saved her so painstakingly? If Zhu Shizhou was asked to confess, he could give a lot of reasons. On the one hand, he really wanted to save Jingji. And on the other hand, he wanted to find a flaw that could realize his plan. On the third hand, he wanted to avoid being accused by Jingji and falling into a situation of surveillance and control. On the fourth hand, he wanted to expand his power to make trouble. On the fifth hand, he wanted to confuse Su Feng's sight and get himself out of Su Feng's control. On the sixth hand, he wanted to. In short, he had a lot of reasons to keep Jingji. These reasons were enough for Zhu Shizhou, but not enough for Jingji. So, Zhu Shizhou's eyes became deep. Do you know why the chess club was born inside the Black Soldier organization? Jingji's eyes condensed. Is this about to start telling the origin of the birth of the chess club? This must be the biggest secret of the chess club. Zhu Shizhou said. You may think that the chess club was born to oppose the Black Soldier organization, or even to overthrow the Black Soldier organization. But on the contrary, the birth of the chess club is to correct the current path of the Black Soldier organization. The Black Soldier organization has gone the wrong way. Under the guidance of a group of incompetent leaders, it has long been difficult to reverse. In order to correct the mistakes of the Black Soldier organization, we need more elite Black Soldier power. Zhu Shizhou just started, and suddenly changed the subject. Wait a minute. I'll deal with the alien insects first. He turned on the communicator and gave orders to Zhang Kuang and others. Zhang Kuang, lead a team of 10 to the office building at number 32 East Street, Akebelison Avenue. Shura's clearing location is the Zilia supermarket at number 168 South Street. Yishan. Below. Zhang Kuang and others were already in position. They landed in the residential area and waited for Zhu Shizhou's orders. Zhu Shizhou's orders were incredibly clear. In the past, they had conducted large-scale searches under the guidance of the commander. If they could find the alien insects, they had to actively release their own pheromones to attract the alien insects. But now Zhu Shizhou's orders were beyond their understanding. Can you really find the alien insects this way? Just try and you will know. Chapter 417, A long-lost empty check was issued to Thorns. There are nearly 2.5 months left before the organization launches an attack on the enemy of the world. The disaster will be so widespread that it may destroy all the land and humans outside the island of Illinoisan. Zhu Shizhou explained to Thorns a lie with some truth. Obviously, Thorns did not know the organization's arrangements. Not all Black Soldiers knew the organization's plan. They always did whatever the organization asked them to do. Whatever plans the organization had, they had nothing to do with them. Only the Black Soldiers under Su Feng had the possibility of being exposed to the enemy of the world's test attack plan. Zhu Shizhou only knew a rough idea and personally experienced the death of all things being destroyed. But he did not tell Thorns too much. He just told her roughly that when the plan was implemented, the Black Soldier organization would ignore any casualties in the outside world and annihilate everything in the outside world at all costs. At that time, all alien insects would perish with the attack of the Black Soldier organization, along with the humans living in the outside society. Thorn murmured, I obey all decisions made by the organization. Do you think what the organization does is really right? Zhu Shizhou said calmly. Thorn asked the air. Did the organization do something wrong? Sacrificing most of the human race and leaving the last hope for the human race. Is that wrong? She was not very confident about the correctness of the organization's decision, but she could understand it. Once the organization has the courage to deal with all the humans and alien insects outside, then humans will usher in the most advantageous situation against the alien insects. No matter how many alien insects there are that have been breeding crazily for 35 years, once they are all wiped out, the 3 alien insects produced by the enemy of the world every day will not be a big deal. It is equivalent to sacrificing 99% of the world's human beings. And the situation they face against the world's enemies has returned to the beginning of the advent of the world's enemies 35 years ago. But unlike 35 years ago, they now have the ability to kill the alien insects. They will no longer allow the world's enemies to produce alien insects recklessly for 2 years. After everything outside is destroyed, the Black Soldiers of Elimination will attack to defend the world's enemies and annihilate the alien insects. In response to Thorn's question, Zhu Shizhou only asked, if this is correct, why didn't the organization do this from the beginning? As long as there is the awareness of sacrificing 99% of the world's human beings, the organization does not need to take into account the land where humans currently live. It is enough to annihilate the continent like annihilating Papua New Guinea. In this way, the alien insects hidden underground will not survive at all. Now we have no need to save the people of Papua New Guinea. Right? This question stumped Thorn. Just as Jingji remained silent, Zhu Shizhou said, so this plan is just a last-ditch effort by the organization. And it is not the best decision. Does the best decision really exist? Can we save all of humanity? The chess club is a club that aims to prevent the organization from going to its final end. It is parasitic inside the Black Soldier organization, and exists to influence and coordinate the organization's various risky choices from all aspects, advocating the preservation of all of humanity. Zhu Shizhou's tone gradually became high-pitched. Do you think my appearance is just an isolated case? No. My appearance is just a microcosm of the chess club. We have surpassed the Black Soldier organization by far in the study of the sixth sense. I am a living example. At this point, Zhu Shizhou did not wait for Jingji to respond, but let her think for herself. And then he turned on the communicator. John Kwang. Report the position. John Kwang's voice came out. We have arrived. We are in battle. If you have anything to say, please fart. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Jingji. Jingji also knew the meaning of this glance. Obviously, the position that Zhu Shizhou had reported to John Kwang and others before worked. The alien insects are really at the corresponding position. A sound of broken glass came from the communicator, followed by John Kwang's slightly panting voice. What instructions? Say. You are on the second floor now. Right? Yes. You see me? The alien insects here have all been eliminated. At least that's what my sixth sense says. Zhu Shizhou replied. Oh. Then your sixth sense is wrong. There is an alien insect in the room near the stairs on the 3rd floor. Go and deal with it. You felt that too? John Kwang questioned. But from the footsteps coming from the communicator, he knew that others had already started to move. If you hadn't experienced 2 pheromone bursts before, you should be able to sense it now. Your sixth sense has become dull. Got it. Oh. Really? Pay attention to cover. I'm going. John Kwang's next words were said to his own team members. Jing Ji was already dumbfounded at this time. John Kwang thought they were on the helicopter now, so he saw the scene of John Kwang fighting from the sky. But in fact, Jing Ji saw it clearly. Zhu Shizhou didn't even look outside the helicopter from beginning to end. He just casually said the location of John Kwang, and also pointed out the remaining alien insects at the location where John Kwang was clearing. Sixth sense? Can this be a sixth sense? Jing Ji couldn't understand it from a rational point of view. Zhu Shizhou didn't hear the sound of John Kwang fighting. He knew without listening that John Kwang would get rid of the alien insects. When switching the communication channel, he left a message to John Kwang. After you get rid of the alien insects, go to support Rashomon. Then he switched the channel to Rashomon. Support. Request support. As soon as Zhu Shizhou's communicator was connected, he heard Rashomon roaring at the communicator. Hold on for 2 minutes. John Quan will come to support you. By the way, pay attention to protecting the assault team in front of you on the left. The Zerg may break through from the left front. After saying that, Zhu Shizhou changed the channel again. Saint Hand Woodcutter. Have you found the injured people? Saint Hand replied calmly. Yes. We encountered 3 Zerg on the route you mentioned. And we dealt with them all. Very good. Now take the people out of the residential area. And when you get there, the battle at the Licheng evacuation point should be over. Let them re-establish the evacuation order and restore the medical point. Deal with the wounded with life-threatening injuries first. And connect with Tianxian. Understood. Saint Hand and Woodcutter responded. After a wrestling, they started to move with the wounded. Zhu Shizhou changed the channel again. Yishan, are you done? If you are, please go to the underground parking lot 500 meters northwest of you and deal with the alien worms there. Yishan received. Zhu Shizhou changed the channel again. 6 Fingers. There are alien worms trying to escape from the residential area. Go and intercept them. I'll give you a location. Go and clean them up. Pianist. Did you receive the electronic map I sent you? There are some points marked on it. There are no alien worms, but civilians. Go and lead the hiding civilians out of the residential area. At the same time, pay attention to the 4th point I sent you. There may be alien worms ambushing there. After contacting everyone one by one, Zhu Shizhou put down the communicator. Zhang Kuang and the others thought that Zhu Shizhou was watching them closely in the sky. But in fact, Zhu Shizhou knew what was happening below without even looking. Jingji stopped talking. Want to know how I did it? Zhu Shizhou said lightly. Jingji frowned slightly. Is this really the 6th sense? Just scan the entire residential area through the 6th sense. And then build a physical model of the residential area in your mind. And finally deploy the team according to the actual perception. It sounds simple, but it's as amazing as turning on the perspective cheat. And this space construction ability. Can a human do it? There was a long silence between the two. Zhu Shizhou did not urge Jingji, but turned on the communicator again during this period to go. Deployment and command. Every order was so accurate. And before each order was issued, he did not even look down. He just sat steadily in his seat. As steady as a mountain. Finally, he looked at the time. It was almost time. Zhu Shizhou looked at Jingji. Jingji seemed to have made up her mind at this moment. And slowly said, Joining your chess club, will I have a strong 6th sense like you? She made a decision in her heart that went against the organization. Zhu Shizhou laughed. Then it depends on your performance. The long-lost blank check was given to Jingji. Chapter 418. Half an hour before the Zerg outbreak. Everyone, please report the situation. The Zerg has been eliminated. The mission has been completed. The mission has been completed. Okay. Get back on the plane and prepare to return to the Licheng evacuation point. The Zerg in the residential area has been completely eliminated. Not a single one is left. Of course, this is just what Zhu Shizhou said. After Zhu Shizhou announced that he was going to return to the Licheng evacuation point, Zhang Kuang and others searched the residential area roughly, and found no more Zerg. When Zhang Kuang and others returned to the helicopter where Zhu Shizhou was, Zhang Kuang was still amazed. Too strong. Prophet, if you hadn't died young, you would have risen in a short time and become the captain of the elite team. Just relying on your 6th sense. I'm afraid you could save a lot of time for every mission. Shura on the side knew the meaning behind Zhu Shizhou's terrifying 6th sense. He shook his head and said, That's wrong. In my opinion, the Prophet's 6th sense even has strategic significance. When I return to the organization, I will recommend it to the organization. It would be best if the Prophet could be sent to the front line. Yeah. It's a bit of a waste of time to stay in the training base at this time. Everyone was chattering. And there was no time for Zhu Shizhou to speak. Zhu Shizhou waited until the discussion gradually died down, and only said, My physical fitness is not as good as that of a formal black soldier. Everyone was still discussing enthusiastically. But at this time, it seemed as if their throats were strangled, and their voices stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at each other. Zhang Kuang said bluntly, Hey, you're so strong that I forgot that you're still a newbie. Zhu Shizhou. In fact, everyone did overlook this point, because the Prophet's command was the easiest mission they had ever experienced. When clearing the alien insects below, every order of the Prophet was extremely clear. Where the alien insects were, how long it would take to get to the designated location. All clear. As if every order was tailor-made for them. As long as they get there within the specified time, everything can be perfectly executed according to the order. They don't know that every order given by Zhu Shizhou is constantly adjusted based on the experience of replaying. The reason why it fits everyone so well is that these orders are just the choices they made when they once were free to act. What a pity. If your physical fitness is stronger. Everyone shook their heads helplessly. Zhu Shizhou was very calm. His goal was to become the strongest in the world. Now he has only taken the first step. And he will continue to improve himself in the future. Suddenly, Shura looked at Jing Ji, who was lying there, and glanced at Zhu Shizhou. By the way, Jing Ji didn't do anything weird. Did she? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. No. She is very quiet. In fact, Zhu Shizhou had reached an agreement with Jing Ji to let her cooperate with him, so that he could do more to save Jing Ji. The crowd did not suspect anything more, but simply helped Jing Ji's dislocated limbs to be reconnected. The helicopter rushed back to the evacuation point in Licheng. When they returned, the Zerg rebellion at the Licheng evacuation point had been quelled. As they had seen before, the ruins were full of blood and body parts. But unlike before, there were white-clothed people carrying medical kits to treat the injured black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou's previous arrangement worked successfully. He had previously proposed to strengthen the setting of medical teams near the evacuation points he marked, and Licheng was one of them. If this had not been done, many black soldiers would have died. And now, these black soldiers are just injured. No matter how serious the injury, as long as the person is still alive, the white-clothed people can save them. Zhu Shizhou saw that the right abdomen of the most seriously injured black soldier at the scene was hollowed out in half. It was the result of the high-speed collision of the Zerg and the failure to dodge in time. The intestines leaked out from the gap in the right abdomen. The white-clothed people started to work directly, taking out the spray to paste the broken flesh and blood to prevent heavy bleeding, and then shoved the intestines back into the black soldier's body, and then began to sew. Zhu Shizhou did not watch the specific treatment process in detail. The black soldier being treated remained indifferent and clear at all times, and the severe pain did not affect him at all. While the white-clothed men were busy, everyone saw Tesla again. He led the team to clean up the ruins, and had already cleared a large area of open space. At least most of the evacuation order could be restored. Tesla, how about you take over the Licheng evacuation point next? After seeing Tesla, before Tesla could speak, Zhu Shizhou directly spoke up and made a suggestion. Tesla said, "There is no problem here, but I have to rearrange someone to replace the evacuation point where I was originally stationed." He made a calm judgment. Tianxian, who was originally at the evacuation point in Licheng, had fallen into a state of pheromone depletion at this moment and could no longer continue to fight the alien insects. Although there was nothing wrong with his body, without the sixth sense, Tianxian could only wait to die when facing the weakest alien insects. So at the moment, he was the best choice to replace Tianxian. I understand. The evacuation point you are at happens to be on our support route. I will arrange it directly when I go there. Don't worry. Zhu Shizhou naturally left Tesla in Licheng. Tesla nodded. But it ended so quickly there? Was it easy? John Kwang directly told Tesla all the command process of Zhu Shizhou. And Tesla even thought that John's situation was a joke. But when he saw the expressions of others, he knew that John Kwang was not lying. This sounded too bizarre. And it was simply challenging his view of black soldiers. All the conversations with Tesla were just a cut scene for Zhu Shizhou, and could be omitted appropriately. After listening to John Kwang's boasting for a while, he interrupted John Kwang's words at the right time. Don't waste time. Hurry up and set off. There are more places that need our rescue. Individual power is weak. But this is not entirely true. In this Zerg riot, the elite black soldiers' ability to adjust themselves was very strong. Zhu Shizhou only had to rescue those evacuation points that would be breached. Just like Licheng. If he hadn't made any move, Licheng would probably have been occupied by alien Zerg now. There will be more alien Zerg appearing at the evacuation points in the future. Zhu Shizhou has experienced this many times, so he naturally knows which evacuation points need rescue and which don't. But in the eyes of John Kwang and others, this has become a game between Zhu Shizhou and the rebel faction. Several people set out again to the next evacuation point. On the helicopter, they heard the voice of reporting the appearance of alien Zerg in the communicator. There are more and more places where alien Zerg appear. And they are all the evacuation points that Zhu Shizhou had expected before. What a terrible calculation. The thoughts of the rebel faction were all calculated by the Prophet. Everyone sighed in their hearts. The more important problem now is not the rebel faction, but the alien Zerg. When Zhu Shizhou and others rescued 5 or 6 evacuation points in succession, alien Zerg had appeared in 80% of the evacuation points. What's even more terrifying is that the number of Zerg seems to be endless and is still growing. Except for Zhu Shizhou. No one seems to realize that this is just a small wave before the Zerg outbreak, and the real tsunami-like Zerg has not yet erupted from the ground. Zhu Shizhou has never thought of relying on their team to resist the impact of the big wave. He just wants to expand his influence as much as possible when this big wave comes. Command the black soldiers to save the evacuation points one by one, and spread the name of Prophet to all the black soldiers in Papua New Guinea. In this way, when everyone is fighting on their own, he can throw out his name and let these black soldiers hear his command. There is still half an hour before the real Zerg outbreak. Chapter 419, The Legend of the Prophet. A medical point somewhere. Give me a tube of adrenaline. It's almost not working here. Or 23 hormone. We need coagulation spray here. Someone come to help me. I need to suture a large wound. We don't have enough manpower here. Busy. Who can help find his left leg? It seems to have fallen into the ruins of the evacuation point. If it's too late, we'll have to amputate it. Fuck. What's yours? Just amputate it. I've already opened my head. Come with 3 people to perform a cortex resection with me. Who has an extra scalpel? My scalpel was bent by the patient's bare hands. Hey. Don't move. It's just a testicle. It's no big deal to remove it. Ah. Someone. The patient hit me. In the tent of the medical point, beds were neatly arranged. And in the noisy sound, people in white clothes shuttled back and forth between the neatly arranged beds. Walking hurriedly, simple surgical sites can be seen everywhere here. Every bed, a patient, and a white coat represent an operation. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood, rust and disinfectant. If ordinary people come to this tent, they will probably get alcohol poisoning after staying for 10 minutes. However, whether it is the injured or the white coats who are treating the injured, they all move freely as if they have no feeling. Most of the white coats hold scalpels, bandages, suture needles and syringes in their hands, and continue to treat patients lying on the beds. They use surgical tweezers and alcohol cotton to clean wounds, suture wounds, and inject injections into the wounded. Various operations sound simple, but in society, operations that take a person half an hour to complete take less than a minute in their hands. The characteristic of their surgical process is only one word: fast. The operation is obviously a series of very common surgical processes. But in their hands, it is as if time has been accelerated, and the surgical instruments in their hands are dazzling. For example, suturing a wound. In the concept of ordinary people, this should be an extremely delicate and slow process. But the white-clothed people sew the needle and thread to perfection, so fast that after images appear, often when you look closely, you can only see the shadows of the needles flying. And after a blur, a wound is sutured, and the wounded they treat are not simple. Each of them has knotted muscles, facing the severe pain of the operation without anesthesia. They all look normal, and don't blink. Several black soldiers who were injured in the battle with alien insects are lying on the hospital bed in the corner of the tent, undergoing surgery and chatting. Their injuries are relatively light in this tent, all of which are the result of fighting with alien insects. However, the light injuries here may be serious injuries in the eyes of ordinary people. For example, there was a black soldier whose waist and abdomen were bloody and fleshy, and his upper and lower bodies were only connected by a spine. The white-clothed man was trying to perform surgery to restore the nerve sensation of his lower body and try to reconnect his lower and upper bodies. The bleeding had stopped, and with the blood coagulation spray, the black soldier was basically unlikely to lose blood and faint. The injuries of other black soldiers were similar. One of them had his left hand, left leg and right leg all separated from his body. The worst possibility was that he would become a useless person with only his right hand left among his 4 limbs for the rest of his life. The reason why they were so tragic was not because the alien insects were too strong, but to protect the people. The appearance of the Zerg underground was quite sudden. But for them, with a sixth sense warning, they were not completely defenseless. But the real problem was that after the Zerg appeared, They almost immediately targeted a large group of people. How terrifying is it to have the fear pheromones of thousands of ordinary people gathered together? How delicious is it in the eyes of the Zerg? So in order to protect the people at the evacuation points from being attacked by the Zerg, almost all the black soldiers at the evacuation points chose to burst pheromones as soon as the Zerg emerged from the ground. In the state of pheromone burst, every black soldier is a god of war. Their senses are amplified several times, and they are extremely sensitive to all the slightest movement, which allows them to survive the most ferocious stage of the Zerg at the beginning. What really hurt them was that when the Zerg were almost killed, their pheromones dried up, causing their sixth sense to lose its function, and the Zerg easily injured them. And the reason why they didn't die was because of a common reason. Make way. Make way. Make way. There's another wounded person. Make room for a bed. Several white-clothed men came to the corner of the tent with a stretcher carrying a bloody black soldier. Another one. One of the black soldiers, who was undergoing an amputation operation, muttered. And the other black soldiers greeted the new wounded person. Hey, brother. Were you also saved by the Prophet and his men? The bloody black soldier on the stretcher said weakly. Brother. Shit. I'm a woman. But you're right. I was saved by the Prophet and his men. The female black soldier added. A black soldier who was undergoing an internal bleeding repair surgery next to him interrupted and said, I heard that a black soldier team was rescuing people everywhere. It was not until I was rescued that I found out that the rescue team was led by the Prophet. Same as above. Other black soldiers also echoed. In the details of this evacuation mission, it was mentioned that he came out with thorns to eliminate the Zerg in Papua New Guinea, but found that there were a large number of Zerg underground. The evacuation of the people of Papua New Guinea was caused by him, and the entire evacuation plan was formulated by the Prophet and the expert group in the organization. The Prophet. That guy is really too strong. Is there a shortage of beds? Forget it. I'll make room for it. Anyway, it's just an amputation surgery. No big deal. The female black soldier, who was carried over on a stretcher, greeted. Thanks. Brother. What's your injury? The female black soldier replied. Muscle rupture. 1/8 of the muscle on my body was eaten by the Zerg. Now we need to reconnect the muscles. Oh. The situation was very critical. Wasn't it? It was obviously at the last moment. And I was almost eaten by the alien Zerg. Who said it wasn't? If it wasn't for the Prophet. At this point, the female black soldier suddenly became excited. The Prophet. He killed the alien Zerg that was eating my flesh and blood with a casual shot. Without any deviation. And more importantly, he really just shot casually. And after saving me, he was still slaughtering the alien Zerg crazily. I have been a black soldier for so long. And this is the first time I have seen such a powerful black soldier. The other black soldiers looked at the female black soldier, who was out of control, and then looked at the white-clothed man, who was injecting the female black soldier with medicine. Brother Bai, the amount of medicine you injected is a little too much. Right? The female black soldier's emotional erasure state was obviously problematic. The white-clothed man glanced at the other black soldiers indifferently. Are you teaching me how to do things? The black soldiers. Chapter 420. Ju Sergio. I have a plan. The legend of the Prophet spread in the medical points near each evacuation point. Ju Sergio led the team to continuously support each evacuation point and save batches of black soldiers. Even though he worked so hard, the injuries of the black soldiers he saved were still a bit serious. Basically, they would spend their lives in bed after being saved. But it was fine. He had no other requirements. He just wanted these black soldiers to be alive. As long as these black soldiers were alive, and they could speak, he could make these black soldiers spread the name of Prophet by word of mouth. The more fiercely they fought with the alien Zerg, the more powerful he would be. A god of war appeared on the battlefield, saving a large number of black soldiers who were about to die in the mouth of the alien Zerg with his own strength, and also slaughtering the alien Zerg with ease with a unique 3-gun flow. It can be said that at every evacuation point, he was a well-deserved V. Even if the elite black soldiers he led were strong, they could not cover up his glory. Every black soldier he rescued would be sent to the nearest medical station. And then because of the surgery, the white-clothed soldiers had to inject them with emotional recovery drugs to restore their severely injured bodies to normal hormone levels. That is, temporary emotional recovery is required during the surgery. During this period of emotional recovery, the gratitude for surviving the disaster, the fear of alien insects, and the instinctive desire for survival will be amplified, and then transformed into gratitude for him bit by bit. The deeper this gratitude is, the deeper it will go into rational logic when they are wiped out by emotions again. And the prophet is very strong will be engraved in their hearts. This concept, when they look back and analyze step by step, they can more and more appreciate the power of the prophet. As long as this concept spreads in the organization, he can climb up and gradually become a strong man with enough voice from a small shrimp that no one cares about. And this opportunity to become a strong man is won by himself. More importantly, although 80% of the black soldiers he rescued became disabled, 20% of the black soldiers were still able to recover their combat effectiveness after surgery. The more he rescued, the bigger wave he could set off later. If there are few people who go against the organization's ideas, it is called rebellion. If most people in the organization go against the organization's original ideas, it is called revolution. Now it is just the first step. The legend about Zhu Shizhou spreads little by little, and Zhu Shizhou himself is resting with his eyes closed on the armed helicopter at this time. The other elite black soldiers are also exhausted and staggering on the helicopter to take a short rest in the most restorative posture. They are now experiencing pheromone depletion. After rescuing an evacuation point just now, John Kwang entered the pheromone depletion state first. The others were not much worse. I am afraid that even if the pheromone bursts again, they will not be able to last for 2 minutes. How is it? Shura, can you still hold on? I sense that your pheromone is more than others. How long can you hold on? Zhu Shizhou asked Shura, who had the most abundant pheromones at the scene. Everyone was too tired to complain. Pheromones are not energy. It is too magical that this thing can sense how much is left. Anyway, it is beyond their rational logic. However, the prophet has broken many conventional concepts in their eyes. He can sense the remaining pheromone level of a person, which is probably understandable. Everyone no longer expects to be able to interpret the prophet in a normal way. This guy is a monster. I can probably hold on for about 10 minutes. Ashura's indifferent tone is full of fatigue. John Kwang complained. You said you could only hold on for 10 minutes last time. Ashura said. I recover faster. Isn't it okay? This is true. People have different physiques. Shura would not joke at such a serious moment. He is naturally able to restore pheromone levels. John Kwang had nothing to say. Shura looked at Zhu Shizhou. Prophet, you have never had a pheromone burst. What are you waiting for? Everyone also looked at Zhu Shizhou, hoping to get an explanation. According to Zhu Shizhou, his sixth sense may be the strongest among humans, and the sixth sense relies on pheromones. Although Zhu Shizhou had not mentioned it, they did not believe that Zhu Shizhou could not perform pheromone bursts. This guy had a super sixth sense with a physical fitness that had not yet reached the peak level of the human body. So pheromone bursts should be a small problem for Zhu Shizhou. However, the fact was that they had never seen Zhu Shizhou perform pheromone bursts. In every battle, they only saw Zhu Shizhou frantically using the 3-gun flow to kill insects at high speed, which was faster, more accurate and more efficient than them. But there was a problem here. They had pheromones burst during the battle, but Zhu Shizhou did not make any movement. So the alien insects would naturally target them who were bursting with pheromones. They were like bait for Zhu Shizhou for nothing. Facing Shura's questioning, Zhu Shizhou simply said, after fighting with the Zerg for so long, have you forgotten the rebel faction? What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Zhu Shizhou said calmly, the more I fight, the more uneasy I feel. The more Zerg we kill, the more stable our sixth sense should be. But in fact, it is just the opposite. I have a feeling that there is a greater danger waiting for us. Everyone heard the implication of Zhu Shizhou's words. You mean, the rebel faction has a backup plan? Zhu Shizhou nodded. You all saw it before. I accurately guessed all the attack locations of the rebel faction, which means that the rebel faction is behind the Zerg attacks. Everyone nodded, and they basically recognized Zhu Shizhou's judgment. In my imagination, I saw through the arrangement of the rebel faction and carried out targeted arrangements. The rebel faction should have prepared a backup plan to deal with my arrangement. But so far, they have allowed us to quell the Zerg at each evacuation point, which is obviously abnormal. Could it be that the rebel faction really prepared a bigger backup plan? Everyone thought so unconsciously. Are there really only a few Zerg underground? Zhu Shizhou said so. You call this a little bit? The other elite black soldiers frowned slightly. You know, the evacuation point has been riddled with holes by the Zerg. So this can't be called a little bit of Zerg, right? Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly. If there are really only so few Zerg, then is it necessary to use the Death Rose? Everyone was stunned. Death Rose. This is a continental annihilation weapon. Once activated, the continent will be annihilated into slag. If there are only so many alien insects, there is really no need for this thing. It is just a cannon to kill mosquitoes. The total number of all the alien insects currently infesting is probably only over 10,000. And they have basically been pacified by them. You mean? This wave is just a test by the rebel faction. Zura spoke first. And it seemed as if a heavy stone was pressed on his heart, and he couldn't breathe. Zhu Shizhou asked, the evacuation plan is now coming to an end, right? Everyone nodded. Yes. It seems that the rebel faction is also going to take action. I have understood the idea of the rebel faction. They want to consume our pheromones, and then take advantage of our dull sixth sense to catch us all in one fell swoop, Zhu Shizhou said with deep eyes. Didn't you ask me why my pheromones haven't erupted yet? I can give you the answer now. He glanced at everyone. I have prepared a backup plan that can resolve the rebel faction's plot and perfectly deal with this crisis. But I need your cooperation. Chapter 421 Goodbye Misha. Will Zhu Shizhou have a pheromone burst? No. He can't. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he doesn't have the ability. Even if someone puts a gun to his head and makes him burst his pheromones, he can't make a fart sound even if he holds his shit. So Zhu Shizhou's statement to everyone that he plans to burst his pheromones when dealing with the actions of the rebel faction later is just a lie to deal with the matter. Of course, the so-called rebel faction does not exist. The reason why Zhu Shizhou said this is to impose a concept on everyone. He still has a high degree of control over the current situation. And everything that happens is under his control. It's not a joke to say that there is a backup plan. He does have a backup plan. But in all the replays so far, he died in that backup plan. And he didn't see the dawn of the next day even once. Even so, this backup plan can delay the overwhelming pace of the alien Zerg when the alien Zerg breaks out, so that the last people have time to evacuate. Cooperate with me. If you can make all the black soldiers obey my command, then this crisis will be perfectly overcome. Zhu Shizhou disappeared after leaving this sentence. To be precise, he drove away all the other black soldiers on the helicopter and drove away alone. No one knew what Zhu Shizhou was doing. He did not tell Shura Zhang Kuang and the others about his backup plan. But Shura and the others believed what Zhu Shizhou said. According to the prophet, this wave is just a test, and Papua New Guinea will usher in another wave of alien insect outbreaks later. There is not much time left. We have about 20 minutes left. To be honest, if the person who said this was not the prophet, I would definitely treat it as fart. After Zhu Shizhou left, Shura naturally became a member of the command team. Others could understand what he said, because apart from the prophet, who else could give a 20-minute advance warning? No one. But the prophet has shown his magic countless times, so that they all chose to believe Zhu Shizhou's words at this moment. He might really be able to solve the alien insect crisis. Next, let's act separately. Shura gave everyone instructions. What they had to do was very simple. That is, to act separately and persuade other black soldiers to wait for Zhu Shizhou's command within 20 minutes. That is, to make all black soldiers recognize Zhu Shizhou's identity as the commander before the organization appointed him as the commander of this operation. How difficult is this for the black soldiers? They are also black soldiers, and they have always been based on the organization's orders. But this time the organization has no arrangements, and they rely entirely on the black soldiers' independent ideas and actions. So their behavior is equivalent to trying to use rational logic to persuade other elite black soldiers. Zhang Kuang and Luo Shengmin had opinions, but they thought of Zhu Shizhou forcing them to owe him a life in the Underground Research Institute. So they only struggled for a while, and finally agreed to Zhu Shizhou's proposal. They started to act. Needless to say, as a major suspect of the rebel faction, Jingji was controlled by Shura, and he had no weapons at hand, which basically cut off Jingji's chance of rising. The members of the elite team that Zhu Shizhou had led to save one evacuation point after another began to operate in their own way. The first place they went to was the evacuation points that they had saved. As expected, when they heard that they were asked to follow the prophet's command to fight against the Zerg, they agreed without hesitation. No one knew the prophet's power better than them. As long as they had fought with the prophet, they would know that the prophet was far beyond their understanding. These people were easier to deal with. Not only were they easy to deal with, but they also took the initiative to join them after hearing that Shura and the others were going to persuade other elite black soldiers to follow the Prophet's command and deployment. In 20 minutes, if Shura and his men were to act alone, they would probably not be able to fly to 1/10 of the evacuation points in Papua New Guinea. However, it would be much easier with these elite black soldiers who were persuaded by them. Their team was like a snowball, growing bigger and bigger, and began to sweep across the entire Papua New Guinea continent with the momentum of a prairie fire. Shu Sergio didn't know how Shura and his men managed to unify the other black soldiers to obey his deployment. But he knew the result. Shura and his men lived up to his expectations and successfully completed the task. When the alien insects broke out, he was able to give orders to all the black soldiers in the communicator as easily as his own hands. All thanks to Shura and his men. And now the 20 minutes are a calm that belongs only to Shu Sergio. Just like the calm before the storm. He flew the helicopter to the destination he wanted to go. The port. That's right. That port was the port where the Thorn Squad took him to by submarine. In this port, the Black Soldier Organization detected a large number of alien insects lurking underground. This was also the basis for the Black Soldier Organization to clearly implement the annihilation plan of the Papua New Guinea continent. It was also because the organization detected a large number of alien insects here that this port was not used as an evacuation point. At this time, the port here was completely different from the busy evacuation points in various places, and was filled with dead silence. Shu Sergio drove the helicopter to the port in just 5 minutes. By the way, his basic helicopter driving skills were also mastered through constant death. Although he could not perform high difficulty and fancy driving operations, he could still take off and park. Thanks to his strong learning ability now, he parked the helicopter casually in an open area of the port. Shu Sergio turned off the helicopter and went straight to where the submarine was. Thorns thought that there was a chess club behind him. He had never cared about the insect girl Misha after he placed her in the submarine. In Thorn's cognition, the chess club should have moved the insect girl away while they were running around Papua New Guinea. But in fact it was not the case. Misha still stayed in the submarine, still in the room full of food. Shu Sergio boarded the submarine, walked through the long corridor, and came directly to the door of the room where Misha was imprisoned. He opened the electronic password lock of the door and entered the password he got from Jingji. This is also the 6th reason why Shu Sergio persuaded Jingji to join him. If he could not persuade Jingji, he would not be able to open the door in the remaining time, let alone save all the people of Papua New Guinea. On the helicopter, after he persuaded Jingji, he successfully got the method to open the door from Jingji. The electronic steel giant door slowly opened, and Shu Sergio saw Misha again. Misha was sleeping on the ground at this time. She had no image at all, lying on the ground with her legs spread out. It seemed that the sound of the electronic door opening startled Misha. The moment Shu Sergio took a step towards her, her figure disappeared with a gust of wind. How could there be a gust of wind in a submarine? Obviously, this was the airflow generated by Misha's small body moving at high speed. Shu Sergio moved slightly to the side, and a leg pierced into the air from behind him, brushing his cheek. If he hadn't moved just now, this leg would have penetrated the back of his head and directly blown him off. Misha. Shu Sergio smiled bitterly and turned away, with a lot of resentment in his words. God knows how many times he has died here, because he knew that Misha didn't do it on purpose. But it was a biological instinctive reaction. So he chose to forgive. Misha was about to attack Shu Sergio again, but the next moment she shook her head behind Shu Sergio, stared at her confused eyes, and saw the person in front of her clearly. The next moment, she retracted her legs and opened her small mouth. Ah. Chapter 422, I will be the only bait in this operation. Well, I know. You have been here for a long time and want to go out. I promise that you will be able to go out soon. As long as I take care of everything outside, I can take you out. But before that, you have to be obedient. Okay? In the storage cabin full of food in the corner, Shu Sergio sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the small body of the insect girl Misha in his arms, gently stroking Misha's head, and soothing Misha's emotions. This period of soothing is a necessary preparation. He once tried to take Misha with him without soothing her in order to save time, but in the end Misha chose to escape alone at the critical moment. So from that time on, Shu Sergio knew that his relationship with Misha was still extremely fragile so far. The timeline of his getting along with Misha no longer exists. And he cannot impose his intimacy with Misha on the current Misha. He must manage his relationship with Misha and make Misha a close person during this last bit of time. Zhu Shizhou couldn't tell whether Misha was more like a human or a beast now. But what was certain was that Misha could be tamed by him in a short time. As long as he used his unique soothing method, he could naturally capture Misha's heart. Zhu Shizhou was holding Misha in his arms, gently scratching Misha's chin with his hand. And Misha also showed a comfortable expression like a pet dog. She liked this kind of gentle touch very much. Of course, it was limited to people she trusted. And Zhu Shizhou was the person she trusted now. Zhu Shizhou also speculated why Misha liked this kind of caressing, and then came to a conclusion that it was because Misha had no hands. Misha only had extremely sharp feet, which were the most powerful part of her body, so that if she rubbed her own body with her feet, her body would also be hurt by her feet. But Misha happened to have a human body. If there was an itchy part on her body, with her current body structure, she could not stop the itch at all, and could only wait for the itch to pass. Misha didn't like itching very much, because her willpower was very low. She was just a little girl who transformed from a human to an insect man. Her willpower and her body were completely at two extremes. Therefore, whenever she felt itchy somewhere on her body, she could only rub it on the ground. But this was ultimately not as good as Zhu Shizhou's personal touch. If there were levels to appease the insect girl, Zhu Shizhou, who had died many times, had undoubtedly reached the master level of perfection. No one understood the insect girl better than him. After appeasing Misha for a while, Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. It was almost time. Misha, let's stop for a while, Zhu Shizhou said to Misha softly. Misha raised her head in Zhu Shizhou's arms, rubbed her little head in Zhu Shizhou's arms, and then stood up expressionlessly. Misha's expressionless face does not mean that she really has no emotions. In fact, Misha's emotions are richer than Zhu Shizhou, who is almost numb from dying over and over again. It's just that her emotions can't be seen because of the facial nerves and muscles. She tilted her head and asked Zhu Shizhou what was wrong with her eyes. Zhu Shizhou also stood up and smiled at Misha. Follow me. Then he took Misha out of the room. He had already figured out everything about this submarine in the replays, so he didn't need anyone to guide him to know what each room was used for. For example, if he wanted to go to the submarine's cab, he would walk through the corridor in the submarine, pass the fork, and directly reach the submarine's cab. Although Misha didn't know what Zhu Shizhou wanted to do, she still followed Zhu Shizhou obediently and followed him into the cab. The cab was not big, and there were various operating tables with complex and delicate buttons, various display screens hanging from the ceiling, and a leather seat for the driver in front of the operating table. If the alien insect incident in Papua New Guinea was not more urgent, a submarine would definitely have to have a black soldier stationed inside. But now all the black soldiers are on the mainland, and there are only Zhu Shizhou and Misha in this submarine. So no one came to stop Zhu Shizhou's operation. What he did was very simple. Nothing more than setting up an automatic driving program for the submarine. He couldn't put all his energy into driving the submarine, so he directly relied on his foresight to operate on the console, planned a route for the submarine, and then let the submarine automatically start sailing according to his route. After completing this operation, Zhu Shizhou took Misha back to the food storage cabin. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. There are still 10 minutes. They should be ready. Please, this time must be successful. I don't want to do it again. Alas, Zhu Shizhou died tired. In his tiredness, he turned on the communicator and then connected to the communication channel of Shura and others. Zhu Shizhou, how is it? Shura's voice came faintly from the communicator. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Now we have coordinated all the black soldiers and obey your orders. As long as you give an order, we can execute your orders. By the way, you don't have to chat with me privately now. You can use the public channel. Zhu Shizhou certainly knew that Shura and others had completed the task, and now the conversation with Shura was just a routine to understand the known situation. Before opening the public channel, he said to Misha, Misha, don't talk later. Misha nodded, and then felt the pheromones that Zhu Shizhou was transmitting to her. She felt fatigue, tension, fear, expectation, all kinds of complex emotions from these pheromones. She rubbed her head against Zhu Shizhou's face. Ah, Zhu Shizhou smiled. Don't comfort me. I'm used to it. Misha. Only Misha could feel his emotions. In each death, he was still afraid of the failure. He even had psychological problems, and began to fear the replay itself. He had thought that it would be good if he couldn't replay. In this way, he wouldn't have to insist and could die peacefully. Misha's comfort didn't work. She seemed to know this, and continued to rub against Zhu Sergio's arms. Zhu Sergio took a deep breath, and then turned on the public channel. There was silence on the public channel. Generally speaking, the public channel must be the noisiest channel, because all the black soldiers will communicate with other black soldiers in the public channel if there is any emergency. Therefore, if there is no special arrangement, once the public channel is opened, various noisy sounds will be heard continuously. But now, the public channel is silent. He knows that this means that all the black soldiers in Papua New Guinea are obeying his orders. Every word he says now will be heard by the black soldiers. Hello everyone. I am the Prophet. Zhu Sergio slowly exhaled the turbid air and introduced himself first. I know you may be confused now, but I want to tell everyone one thing. The Zerg will collectively erupt from underground in 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? In short, the overwhelming Zerg will devour the entire sky of Papua New Guinea. And now there is another group of people who have not evacuated. Under normal circumstances, according to the organization's arrangements, we will sacrifice this group of people, and after collective escape, activate the death rows to annihilate the continent. But is there really no way to save them? Can we only give up on them? No. There is still a way. Now, I will tell you all the places where the Zerg will appear. Please call on the missile weapons of the Papua New Guinea military. At the end of the countdown I have announced. Carpet bomb the following places I have reported to you. Zhu Sergio moved his fingers and directly passed a map to all the black soldiers. Then, he talked about his arrangements. And I, the Prophet, the unofficial commander of this operation, will release the most powerful, strongest and most delicious pheromone in human history as the only bait in this operation to attract all the Zerg in Papua New Guinea. There are only 3 things you need to do. First, carpet bomb the first batch of Zerg that erupt from underground. And second, while I am the bait, arrange for the last batch of millions of people to evacuate Papua New Guinea. Third, when the evacuation plan is completed. Zhu Sergio paused, smiled, and touched the head of the Zerg girl in his arms, and continued to spit out the second half of the sentence. Activate the death rows and annihilate the continent. Chapter 423 Debate. Is this the Prophet's backup plan? Zura Zhan Kwang and others have gathered together again. After hearing Zhu Sergio's full-frequency report on his plan to resolve the alien insect outbreak crisis on the communicator, Zhan Kwang stood up suddenly. No! I have to stop him. Zhan Kwang. Wait a minute. Zura was very calm. He stood in front of Zhan Kwang. If what the Prophet said about the Zerg outbreak is correct, then there is not much time left now. It is too late to change the plan. It will be useless to look for him. Zhan Kwang pushed away Shura, who was blocking him, glanced at the people who were sitting together to rest, and said bluntly, "This is too stupid. Who does the Prophet think he is? Do you really think his plan has the possibility of success? For his plan to succeed, there must be 3 prerequisites. The first prerequisite is that he can sense the Zerg outbreak crisis 8 minutes in advance. The second prerequisite is that he can also sense the location of the Zerg outbreak. The third prerequisite is that the guy's fucking pheromone outbreak can attract Zerg in the whole of Papua New Guinea. Each one is more ridiculous than the other. Let's talk about the first and second premises first. He was able to sense the time and location of the Zerg outbreak so far in advance. This is not something that the 6th sense can do. This is already the 7th sense. The reason why the Prophet was able to determine the location of the first wave of Zerg was because he predicted the actions of the rebel faction. But what about this time? Everyone present had doubts. Can the rebel faction really control the actions of the entire Papua New Guinea Zerg? The existence of the rebel faction is a mystery. And the way they attract the Zerg is also a mystery. Everyone may not be without doubts in their hearts. If the previous doubts had been dispelled by the Prophet's repeated rescue actions at the evacuation point, the doubts now could not be easily resolved. It involves the safety of the last people in Papua New Guinea, and the lives of the black soldiers, who are currently carrying out the mission. If the Prophet's judgment is wrong, then the problem will be very serious. After all, the organization has already decided that if the alien insects really break out, the black soldiers will give up rescuing the people of Papua New Guinea and evacuate on their own, annihilating the last tail of the evacuation team along with the entire Papua New Guinea. Zhan Kwang also expressed this doubt. Doing this has violated the organization's decision. Hasn't it? Everyone thought. And at this moment, Tesla said lightly, "No. You are wrong. The organization's arrangement is very clear. If the situation cannot be controlled, the plan to annihilate the continent needs to be implemented." "What's the difference?" John Kwang asked. Tesla replied, "The difference lies in whether the Prophet can really control the situation when the Zerg breaks out." John Kwang felt that Tesla was really crazy. Could it be that because he and the Prophet were from the same headquarters, he favored the Prophet? Even the most basic rational judgment was lost? He stared at Tesla. "This is about the third premise. Do you really think that the Prophet's pheromone outbreak can attract the Zerg in the entire Papua New Guinea? And even buy us enough time?" Tesla nodded slowly. John Kwang. He was speechless. What else can be done? Tesla can believe such an outrageous thing. He is really crazy. Then John Kwang looked at everyone. "Do you think so too?" Everyone was silent. Just as everyone was silent, Thorne suddenly spoke up. "Listen to the Prophet. I believe him." John Kwang turned his head and stood in front of Thorne. He looked down at Thorne with a head taller than her. "You rebel." Thorne interrupted John Kwang's words lightly. "Watch your words. I haven't confirmed my identity as a rebel yet. Your empty words are slander. If you really want to call me, please call me a major suspect of rebellion." John Kwang wanted to say something, but Thorne said, "So, are you going to continue wasting time here? On the battlefield, the most taboo thing is to question the commander's decision, even if the commander's decision seems outrageous. Don't act on your own and go against his decision. Haven't your captain taught you the first lesson of becoming a black soldier?" John Kwang sneered. "Uh-huh. I was directly recruited as an elite black soldier." Thorne looked down at the time. 5 minutes left. In this situation, it is hard to doubt that the Prophet did not do it on purpose. John Kwang even thought that the Prophet had deliberately given them only so much time. And it was too late to change the decision. They could only follow Zhu Shurjio's orders. At this time, Tesla Shura and others were almost convinced. Compared with their own rational logic, they were more willing to believe that the Prophet's pheromone burst could really attract the alien insects on the entire island. The reason was that the Prophet had broken their rational logic many times. Moreover, if the Prophet was really unsure, would he choose to do this? During the period when the Prophet was in contact with them, he did not behave like a newcomer at all, but a seasoned elite black soldier. Thinking of this, Tesla became firm. He stepped forward and patted John Kwang on the shoulder, saying seriously, "Execute the mission." John Kwang. Jingji didn't say anything else, because she knew that the elite black soldiers and ordinary black soldiers on the island had already taken action before the order was issued. John Kwang and others' hesitation could not affect the overall situation at all. Zhu Shurjio acted with John Kwang and others. Every correct decision lowered the psychological bottom line of John Kwang and others, so that they blindly believed Zhu Shurjio's words, handed over the command to Zhu Shurjio, and also rushed to tell each other, so that all the black soldiers were waiting for Zhu Shurjio's order. Other black soldiers would only think that this decision was a feasible plan that was jointly certified by a large group of elite black soldiers. They would not doubt more, and would not know that this decision was just a decision made by Zhu Shurjio on his own initiative. So other black soldiers were more likely to execute orders. But this state is very easy to destroy. As long as John Kwang and others stand up and report to the full frequency, they can easily overturn Zhu Shurjio's order and make all the black soldiers stop. This is why she stood up and denied John Kwang. If they were really just hesitating, the final result would not change. But if John Kwang and others decided to overturn Zhu Shurjio's decision, that would be really bad. Jingji knew that Zhu Shurjio's decision was not made casually. His confidence was not the pheromone outbreak, but the insect girl. Among the people at the scene, only Jingji knew the method used by Zhu Shurjio. Before leaving, Zhu Shurjio clearly told her that he would go to the submarine to find the insect girl, and then let her release pheromones to attract the alien insects when the alien insects broke out. And these black soldiers should arrange for the evacuation of the people as much as possible during this period, and activate the death rows to annihilate the alien insects before the alien insects break through Zhu Shurjio's defense. In this way, the bait plan can be realized. But there are two problems here. Facing the siege of alien insects, can Zhu Shurjio really hold out until the people are evacuated? How can he ensure that he is not within the annihilation range of the death rows? Zhu Shurjio did not say these 2 points. And the worst possible scenario is, Zhu Shizhou wants to sacrifice himself to save everyone. Chapter 424 Missile Bombing. Protective Circle. Does Zhu Shizhou want to sacrifice himself to save everyone? If he heard Jingji's inner thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. This is pure bullshit. Even if he wants to sacrifice, he is powerless. If he sacrifices and then rewinds, it would be strange if he can save everyone. Zhu Shizhou, who is in the submarine, doesn't even know that Zhang Kuang has a dispute about him. He is now listening to the reports from the communicator about the preparations made by the black soldiers to form a defense line around the Zerg outbreak points. All of them have been reported by the black soldiers. They have also successfully connected with the Papua New Guinea military and controlled the military's national arsenal. They are about to carpet bomb those outbreak points when the Zerg outbreak occurs. In addition, Zhu Shizhou also informed everyone on the public channel that when the alien insects broke out, there would be a major earthquake throughout Papua New Guinea, and they needed to be very efficient on this issue. He gave them 8.5 minutes. But they only took 5 minutes to complete all the advanced preparations. At this time, Zhu Shizhou was enjoying the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds of tranquility. Misha, do you think I will succeed this time? He touched Misha's head and asked softly. Although he asked, he was not prepared to get any response, because Misha could not speak. However, Misha knew the confusion and nervousness in Zhu Shizhou's heart, and she rubbed against his arms. Zhu Shizhou looked at the 3 number 199 compound syringes placed aside. These 3 compounds basically represent his last chance of survival, except for one of them that he reserved for research. The other 2 were his backup for fighting against the Zerg. The compound number 199 obtained from the assassination teams can greatly improve physical fitness as long as it is injected. But due to personal physical reasons, if too much is injected, it is very likely that the body will become a worm. Why do those ordinary dead soldiers only carry 1? Of course, it is because ordinary people will become a worm if they inject 2. Zhu Shizhou has tested that with his current body. Injecting 3 will cause problems, while a mere 2 will not be a problem at all. After injecting 2 number 199 compounds, his body will temporarily reach the physical fitness level of elite black soldiers. At that time, Misha will be the main force, and he will be the auxiliary. And the 2 will fight against the Zerg together. 3.5 minutes. Time passed quietly. In the last 10 seconds, Zhu Shizhou issued a countdown announcement to all channels. Attention everyone. There are 10 seconds left. All missile launch procedures are ready. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ready. Ready. Received. Ready. Ready. The black soldiers responded in the communicator. It was obvious that they were all prepared to deal with it. And the missile launch procedure was set in advance to be launched on time after the countdown ended. Zhu Shizhou said in a deep voice. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Papua New Guinea military base. Inside the military weapons control room, the black soldier stationed here listened to the countdown of the prophet in the communicator. At the moment when the countdown ended, he pressed the missile launch button and started the launch program. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of missiles were launched in sequence from the military base, forming a rain of missiles covering the sky in the air, dragging long tails of smoke across the sky, going their separate ways in the air, and heading straight for their target points. And just when the missiles were launched, everyone felt it. There was a continuous vibration from 0 to gradually increase under my feet, and all the houses were shaking slightly under this vibration. As time went on, the shaking became more and more violent and spread to the entire Papua New Guinea continent. The shaking continued to increase for more than 10 seconds, and some poor quality houses in some residential areas began to collapse. Fortunately, the people have evacuated from the residential area, because the collapse of the residential buildings will not affect the safety of the people. The people at the various evacuation points also felt the horrible earthquake. Some people with poor physical fitness could not stand and fell to the ground with loud screams. Thanks to Zhu Shizhou's early warning, the army maintaining the team and the black soldiers stationed at the evacuation points immediately maintained the order of the evacuation team. The evacuation was not stopped when the earthquake occurred, and it was still evacuated in an orderly manner according to the established procedures. The black soldiers who felt the earthquake were all on high alert. In their hearts, a thought echoed, Prophet. YYDS. The alien insects really appeared. The alien insects really broke out. At the first moment of the earthquake, their sixth sense began to frantically warn. The sense of death that was so strong that it was unprecedented and incomparable descended on their hearts. Every black soldier, whether it was an elite black soldier or an ordinary black soldier, had the same sense of the upcoming sixth sense crisis. John Kwong and others who acted together also felt the strong sense of danger that could almost paralyze a person's nerves. The alien insects really appeared. John Kwong felt that his black soldier view was reshuffled again. Zhu Shurjiu successfully predicted the appearance of the alien insect outbreak 8.5 minutes in advance. No. Did he really only predict the appearance of the alien insects 8 minutes in advance? Not necessarily. Considering that the Prophet made preparations and backup arrangements in advance. It must be more than 8.5 minutes. This is the fucking sixth sense? It has been countless times. And everyone began to complain in their hearts. Tesla took everyone's helicopter to the sky, and then saw a black fog rising from the ground in the distant sky. It was a black insect tie composed of alien insects. Because there were too many of them. The densely packed area made people think it was black fog. Having witnessed the outbreak of the Zerg with their own eyes, they were already convinced by Zhu Shurjiu. Tens of thousands of missiles fell from the sky at the moment the black fog rose, and had already reached the ground. The blazing red flames almost engulfed the forest within a radius of several kilometers at the moment of the outbreak. And the forest turned into a sea of fire. In the center of the explosion, the dazzling flash that shot up into the sky obscured everything. Tesla and his men could not see the situation of the Zerg in the distant sky. They only saw missiles one after another rushing into the sea of fire. The flames under the high temperature and high pressure in the central area where the missiles were launched had become a blazing white light as dazzling as the sun. Then came the violent shock-wave airflow and the deafening roar of the huge explosion that reached Tesla and his team. The helicopter in the air staggered suddenly, but was stabilized by the pilot's superb driving skills. Then came the smoke and dust carried by the shock wave, and the fine sand and gravel flew like bullets, ricocheting on the steel body of the helicopter with a continuous sound of clattering. The missiles naturally could not cover the entire Papua New Guinea. They just created a circle of missile protection at the Zerg outbreak point several kilometers away from the evacuation point. In their concept, such a protection circle could not resist the Zerg. As long as the Zerg wanted to break through the protection circle, they could easily break through. But the significance of this missile protection circle is not to block, but to delay. The missiles can annihilate the first batch of Zerg, protect the people at the evacuation point, and maintain the evacuation order. This is the most critical significance. The Zerg outside the missile protection circle will be handed over to the Prophet far away in the sky. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes looked into the distance. In the submarine, Zhu Shurjiu touched Misha's head. It's time. Misha, release pheromones. Chapter 425. The only man in the world who can operate at the limit. Everything is ready. When the Zerg broke out underground, all the black soldiers thought they would face a tough and tragic battle. And the number of Zerg might even force them to give up the last bit of evacuation progress. In fact, the organization had already made a relative plan. That is to say, when the evacuation plan is coming to an end, the last batch of people who have not evacuated can be selectively abandoned, which is within the expected loss range of the organization. However, all the black soldiers are now on high alert. Although the order given by the commander of this operation is outrageous, it is actually the case. Although the black soldiers have doubts in their hearts, they still execute the commander's order perfectly. After the missile was launched, the black soldiers turned on their sixth sense and guarded their respective evacuation points. The last group of people were all old, weak, sick and disabled. When they saw the overwhelming missiles streaking across the sky and falling into the distance, they were already quite uneasy. When the shock wave came with the sound of explosion, they were at a loss. The anxiety in their hearts had reached its peak. Every evacuation point was filled with an atmosphere of fear. Oh my God! What are they doing? How come even the missiles are activated? The team in front, please board the plane quickly. Don't waste our time. It will be too late if we don't leave now. It must be to destroy the kind of monster I have lived for most of my life. And this is the first time I have seen the kind of flying insects. And these special forces are definitely not official local forces. They came here to destroy that kind of insects. Are all these missiles fired to kill the bugs? There are too many. Who said no? Woohoo! My home is in that direction. I left in a hurry this time, and didn't even bring any money. It's all destroyed. All destroyed. At the evacuation point, there were people who screamed, people who cried in fear, people who looked numb, and people who observed the situation calmly. They knew about the existence of the Zerg after a small wave of Zerg had erupted at the evacuation point before. It was precisely because of this that they had fully realized that the meteorite landing announced by the Papua New Guinea government was probably just a cover. Where are the meteorites? There are only terrifying monster bugs. The government chose to let them evacuate Papua New Guinea in order to solve the monster bugs hidden underground. They never thought that such aliens had been living under their beautiful home for a long time. The people were terrified, but they still followed the evacuation order. The black soldiers all ignored the people who were talking about it. Most of them didn't understand what the people were saying, as long as they could evacuate according to the plan. They were good people. They were not responsible for the mental health of the people. They waited on the ground for the arrival of the overwhelming alien insects. The explosions continued to sound, and the violent wind mixed with fine stones and gravel still swept towards the evacuation points. However, they waited for 5 minutes, but still did not wait for the scene of black shadows in the sky as they expected. Report the situation at each evacuation point. Among the elite black soldiers, some more decisive ones have already started to contact the black soldiers on other channels on their own. It's not scary that the Zerg didn't come. What's scary is that the Zerg might choose to break through from other evacuation points. However, no Zerg found. This side is also safe. Wait! Something's happening. Zerg evacuated? No. The Zerg are moving in another direction. It's the Prophet. His pheromone burst led the Zerg away. Did the Prophet really succeed? With the reports of the black soldiers, everyone has deduced a fact that they are unwilling to believe no matter what. The helicopter took off from one evacuation point after another. The black soldiers boarded the helicopter and flew high into the sky. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Dense Zerg. Black fog spreading from the ground. The insect tide is collectively moving in one direction. The black fog spreads very quickly, but when they look from a high place to a distance, they can see the direction of the black fog spreading more intuitively. They could never have imagined that the Prophet's pheromone outbreak would overwhelm the entire Papua New Guinea. This was too outrageous. But the direction the Zerg were heading was the best proof. The priority of the Zerg hunting for food was very simple. And there were only two criteria: the quality of the food and the quantity of the food. The two generally had weights on each other. But in any case, it should not happen that millions of foods were left alone and attracted by just one food on the other side. The pheromones on a person are limited, and the law of conservation of energy is still applicable in the current human scientific community. Even if a person is made up entirely of pheromones, the total mass of his pheromones will not exceed the mass of the person itself. Therefore, no matter how strong a person's pheromone is, it is impossible for him to surpass millions of people in number. Then the only possibility left is quality. There is only one possibility for the alien insects to be attracted away. That is, the quality of the Prophet's pheromones, which directly beats the pheromones of millions of people and crushes the collection of all the black soldiers' pheromones. Continue to arrange orderly evacuation. After realizing this, the black soldiers immediately continued to arrange the evacuation of the people according to the evacuation plan. Every minute and every second now is precious. This is the time earned by the Prophet. You can tell with your toes that the Prophet will encounter an extremely terrifying siege of alien insects. Facing the overwhelming alien insects, can the Prophet last more than 1 second? The black soldiers made a very pessimistic judgment on this result. But the Prophet obviously has his own ideas. He cleverly chose the opposite direction of the evacuation point. Even if the alien insects are as fast as bullets, they have to cross most of the continent to pursue the Prophet's figure. This time of going back and forth is what the Prophet contributed to them at the end of the evacuation plan. The Prophet's plan is very clear now. He is ready to sacrifice himself to put a perfect end to the evacuation plan. If their emotions were not wiped out, they might have shed tears at this time. But is the fact really as they expected? At this moment, Ju Sergio is the only one in the submarine. It is the stupidest to sit and wait for death. Who the hell would wait here for the alien insects to come? Misha, how is your situation? At this time, Ju Sergio was already sitting in the cockpit of the submarine, asking Misha about the situation on the communicator in his hand. He saw the red dot belonging to Misha on the screen in front of him. From the positioning results, Misha was in a state of high-speed movement. Misha was not in the water at all, but on land. In other words, The overwhelming alien worms were not chasing him. Zhu Shizhou. But Misha. In his bait plan, he never considered the option of simply sacrificing himself. If he just stayed on the submarine, it would be a stupid act of waiting for death. When the alien worms broke through the submarine, a large amount of seawater would flow into each compartment and submerge the entire submarine. The final result would be just like the first time Misha was captured, and he would be swallowed by a large number of alien worms in the sea. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou developed a bait tactic that only he knew. This bait tactic was also called the extreme pull tactic by him. The first part has been completed. That is, letting the submarine sail freely, and then letting Misha lead the alien worms to another direction on the mainland. The alien Zerg are fast. But can our Misha be slow? The most terrifying thing about Misha is not only her speed, but also her ability to control pheromones better than any human. She can release and collect pheromones at will. And at a young age, she can complete the real pheromone blockade. Can others do it? Zhu Shizhou gave Misha a communicator equipped with a locator to keep in touch with Misha at all times. He will command Misha to block the pheromones at the right time before the alien Zerg arrives. He even planned a route for her in advance, so that Misha can act according to the route he set. This also leads to the second part of his bait plan. When the alien insects arrive at Misha's side, they will suddenly sense that the extremely delicious food has disappeared out of thin air. Confused, they will sense Zhu Shizhou's pheromone burst on the submarine. Zhu Shizhou can burst pheromones after injecting 2 No. 199 compounds. 2 No. 199 compounds can temporarily strengthen his physical fitness to the level of elite black soldiers, so he can freely control his own pheromones, burst pheromones at the right time, and successfully attract alien insects. When the alien insects are confused, in that case, some of them will choose to cross the continent again to attack the humans at the evacuation point, and some will turn around and turn to him. In this way, Zhu Shizhou has achieved the diversion of alien insects. Taking this opportunity, Misha will run further. When the Zerg arrives at the location of his submarine, he will try to restrain his own pheromones as much as possible, and then let Misha's pheromones burst. In this way, he can control the Zerg to jump back and forth between him and Misha. Zerg are as fast as bullets, but they can't move in space. No matter how fast they are, they can't cross thousands of meters in an instant. It always takes some time to go back and forth. The reason why Zhu Shizhou died before was because he didn't grasp the timing of this back and forth tactic. So there were several mistakes. Either Misha was entangled by the Zerg, or his submarine was breached. In short, this operation looks rough, but it has been fine-tuned by his several deaths. If someone else plays this extreme pull, there is only one death. The word is waiting for him. He is the only man in the world who can achieve such an extreme pull. After completing the second part, it is time to come to the third part. The third part is also very simple. That is, let Misha detour on land, and then find an opportunity to connect Misha to the submarine. And finally let the organization activate the death rose. During this period, the submarine will continue to sail in the sea according to the established route. After circling around Papua New Guinea, it will be anchored in a relatively safe place when the continent is annihilated, and pick up Misha, who is almost exhausted, to board the submarine. This time is even more extreme. It is necessary to let the organization activate the death rose while connecting Misha to the submarine. If there is a deviation in time, releasing the death rose early will easily lead to Misha and the continent being annihilated together. If it is released late, it is easy to cause him and Misha to be swallowed by the alien insects before the death rose is activated. After the death rose is activated, he still has to control the submarine to dive into the deep sea under the huge impact. As for whether he will die under the powerful impact of the death rose in the end, it depends on fate. At least Zhu Shizhou has died at least 50 times in the last step. Again, if there is anyone in the world who can achieve such an extreme operation, there is no other choice except him. Chapter 426, The Sixth Sense. The alien insects were flying all over the sky, chasing Misha, who was moving at high speed in front of them. The black torrent covered the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. The alien insects flying at low altitude even broke the trees in the forest wherever they passed. The crackling sound of various trees breaking was endless. This was a chase full of oppression. However, the girl who was fleeing in front of her was expressionless. She was wearing a loose black soldier uniform. There was a communicator in her chest pocket, and Zhu Shizhou's voice was coming out of it. Exit the forest in 10 seconds. Turn left and enter the mountain area. Ah! Misha responded with a howl. Her conversation with Zhu Shurjiu was one-sided. Due to the structure of her vocal cords, she could not speak human language, and could only understand what Zhu Shurjiu said. However, the communicator was not placed here for her to speak, but for Zhu Shurjiu to command her. However, she also agreed on a secret code with Zhu Shurjiu. If there is an emergency, such as she is caught up by the alien insects, or she is about to give up, or she runs the wrong route, she can report the situation to Zhu Shurjiu through howling. Only one howl means that she has accepted the command and the situation is under control. If she howls twice, it means that an unexpected situation has occurred. 1987. Misha counted 10 seconds silently in her heart, and then turned left according to Zhu Shurjiu's command, running out of the forest with a whistling sound like the wind. And the alien insects behind her also swept in with fierce wind pressure. There is a problem here. For Misha and the alien insects moving at high speed, a 1-second error will cause hundreds of meters of deviation. Is Misha's countdown really accurate? What Misha doesn't know is that Zhu Shurjiu has already taken this into consideration. He ordered Misha to turn after 10 seconds, which may not mean that Misha really turns after 10 seconds. From the result point of view, commanding Misha to turn after 10 seconds can make Misha enter the route he expected. If it were a black soldier, he could tell the time accurately to 1 decimal place in seconds. But Misha had not been trained in time sense. So if she was really told an accurate time, Misha would be at a loss. Zhu Shurjiu, who was in a submarine, looked at the display result of Misha's location on the screen, and silently judged for a while in his heart that the time was almost up. Misha, now is the time. Converge the pheromones. Find a place to hide. I'm going to get on. Misha heard Zhu Shurjiu's order, and almost without any hesitation, she converged the pheromones all over her body. And then the limbs of her arms danced wildly, digging a pit in the ground in an instant that could allow her to hide. And she got into it. And then in another moment, she buried herself again. This is a technique she often uses when avoiding the group of people from the Papua New Guinea Military Research Institute, in order to hunt her down after she escaped from the institute. The Papua New Guinea military often conducted carpet searches. In desperation, she discovered that she could hide in the soil, so that those people would not be able to find her even if they passed over her head. The situation on the Zerg side is the same now. Misha's pheromone convergence skills are world-class. Pheromone blocking, which is difficult for the black soldiers to achieve, is just a small problem for Misha. Although the Zerg have been chasing Misha, in fact, the distance between them and Misha is still very far. They just flew over in a rush following Misha's pheromones. In fact, they didn't see Misha at all, let alone find that Misha was hiding in the soil. So a large group of alien insects flew over aggressively, and then circled in the sky for a while. And they found that the world's top delicious pheromone suddenly stopped inexplicably. With their IQ, they could not imagine that Misha buried herself on the spot. Misha did not do anything too complicated. She just took the solution she thought was feasible to avoid the alien insects. The IQ of alien insects is equivalent to the level of humans aged 7 or 8. But Misha is 10 years old this year. Misha played death hide-and-seek with the alien insects very seriously, and successfully deceived the alien insects. Just as the alien insects circled in the sky at a loss, suddenly, they felt another, although very faint, but also very tempting pheromone smell coming from afar. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know how Misha found a suitable hiding place under the pursuit of alien insects. Anyway, he knew that Misha did it after going back many times. So it was his turn next. Compound number 199 is a byproduct of the Zerg research project, although the principle is unknown. After the compound is injected, the body will be strengthened in another way, different from the strengthening method of the Black Soldier potion. When Misha was captured for the first time, the Zerg ignored him in the sea and rushed towards Misha. He knew that Misha's pheromones were very different from theirs, and were a deadly delicacy for the Zerg. In general, it is very similar to Misha's half-human, half-insect body transformation. So according to this reasoning, since both are derived from the Zerg research project, then the pheromones released after strengthening the body may also have a special temptation for the Zerg? Zhu Shurjiu is just guessing, but he also feels that his guess should be close. If compound 199 is injected too much, it will be transformed into a bugman. That is, a being close to Misha. It's just that this kind of bugman does not have human intelligence. Therefore, If Misha can use pheromones to attract alien insects, he should be able to do something similar. He doesn't need to spread his pheromones far, and there is no need to transmit them for thousands of meters. He only needs the alien insects to spread their pheromones to him. The alien insects can sense him unilaterally and naturally smell his deliciousness. After one compound was injected, before the body heated up, the needle of the second compound was inserted into the blood vessel by Zhu Shurjiu. It's this burning pain again. Zhu Shurjiu's body trembled slightly, but his expression did not change at the same time. To describe his current feeling, the blood rushing in every blood vessel inside his body is like magma flowing in his body. This is very similar to the pain training he experienced in the willpower training class in the Armed Defense Department. Strengthening starts from the inside of the body, so the priority is to improve the sensitivity of the body. The blood carries compounds, stimulating every cell in his body in an unknown way. Once the body is sensitive to a certain degree, any disturbance will become a stimulation of pain. This is how Zhu Shurjiu feels now. Even the blood that flows out of the heart, when it beats, flows in the blood vessels, and every drop of blood hits the blood vessel wall every time. It will bring him a long-lasting stinging pain. This stinging pain accumulates and becomes a burning pain. In terms of external manifestation, his skin is slightly red and his blood vessels are bulging outward. However, the strange thing is that Zhu Shurjiu still has no expression. This pain, which is unbearable for ordinary people and will collapse after just 1 second, is just a repetition for him. It's been a long time since I last saw this powerful body. Zhu Shurjiu even had the strength to talk to himself. He stood up, feeling the power gradually filling up inside his body, clenched his fists, and could even hear the slight sound of the air in his palms being compressed and exploding. When sprinting forward, he could feel the pressure of the wind on his face. From the sidelines, he could even see a trace of afterimage left in the original place. 2 number 199 compounds gave him a physical fitness that was considered top-notch among the elite black soldiers. And as this physical fitness was strengthened, it also brought another new sense that he had experienced many times, the sixth sense. Chapter 427 Zhu Shurjiu. Everything for the organization. What kind of feeling is this? As his body gradually filled with strength, Zhu Shurjiu felt a strong palpitation that could not be described. It was as if someone was pressing every part of his body with a knife. But when his body moved, this pressure did not exist in reality at all. He could only describe it in a vague way, as a kind of pressure that only existed on the soul. This pressure formed a strong omen of death, which continued to come from afar. And this omen became stronger as time went by. He could now judge the movements of the alien insects without any guesses. They were approaching him. If it were an ordinary black soldier, he would probably be ready at this moment. But Zhu Shurjiu only had one feeling now. This sixth sense. It's so fucking cool. No matter how many times he felt it, he would sigh. This new sense allowed him to sense the coming of danger. And the degree of danger could also be clearly sensed. Whether it was a small danger or a danger that could cause death. All of which were clear. In addition to the sixth sense, his 5 senses have also been strengthened to the unprecedented limit of his own individual. Even if he closes his eyes, he can hear all kinds of noises from all directions. The sound of seawater flowing. The sound of electrical appliances running. The sound of air vibration. All kinds of sounds that cannot be felt by ordinary senses all enter his ears. But at the same time, these sounds do not seem noisy at all, because his brain calculates and processes information faster. The reason why people feel that the sound is noisy is that the brain cannot process too much sound information in a short time. So that except for the sound he wants to hear, other sounds are just noise without any information to him. Now, Zhu Shurjiu's feeling about various sounds is like his brain is opened up, and every sound is clearly planned and processed, which improves the contrast of the sound. That is, the quiet part is quieter, and the sound is more prominent. And this prominence is also particularly orderly. In addition to hearing, there are also touch, smell, vision and taste, all of which are strengthened in a way that ordinary people can't even imagine. These are just details in the current situation. What's more important now is pheromones. Being able to freely control pheromones and connect pheromones to oneself. Wherever pheromones go, the sensitivity of one's own senses to the place is increased by 1 level. It's like having an extra tentacle dedicated to perception. This magical feeling will never get boring no matter how many times you try it. Zhu Shurjiu played for a while. Although every corner of his body was painful, he was in a good mood. The previous uneasiness was just due to weakness. But the current strength dispelled the confusion in his heart, and even his confidence was much more sufficient. While releasing his own pheromones and letting the pheromones burst from here, he turned on the communicator. This time he did not contact Misha, but connected to the public channel dedicated to the black soldiers. Everyone, report the progress of the evacuation. The public channel was originally very noisy, but the moment Ju Sergio spoke, everyone quieted down, and after a second, the others became noisy again. Amid the noisy inquiries, the now strengthened Ju Sergio accurately distinguished a familiar voice. "You kid is not dead yet?" This is John Kwang's voice. "How do you talk? Of course I'm not dead. What's going on over there? Are you flying a kite?" John Kwang asked. Flying a kite, as the name suggests, is to pull and loosen the alien insects like flying a kite. John Kwang thought Ju Sergio was doing this the first time he knew that he was still alive. But this is also unreasonable. Even if it is flying a kite, how fast can the alien insects move? When they can sense Ju Sergio's pheromones, they should be not far away from Ju Sergio. In that case, how can he avoid the overwhelming alien insects? Ju Sergio smiled slightly. John Kwang and others just tried to understand his pheromones according to their own understanding. Naturally, they didn't know that even if he leaked a little pheromone now, it could attract alien insects from dozens of kilometers away. His current pheromones are fundamentally different from those of the black soldiers. "Don't worry about my current situation. I'm still safe." "What's the situation on your side?" "Report it. I may not have time to listen later." John Kwang stopped talking. It was not his turn as a member of the assault team to speak. A voice came from the communicator. "When the Zerg broke out, we launched missiles according to your orders and continuously bombed the initial Zerg outbreak point, blocking a group of Zerg near the evacuation point." Another voice took over and said, "We were originally prepared to face a large number of Zerg attacks, but the other Zerg were led away by you and far away from the evacuation point." Another unfamiliar voice, "There are still about 600,000 people who have not evacuated. Prophet, how long can you hold on?" There was another round of chatter in the communicator. It was obvious that they realized Ju Sergio's value and had the idea of giving up this part of the people in exchange for Ju Sergio's survival. The sixth sense was so strong that it could give early warning far in advance. At the same time, when the pheromone burst, it could attract hundreds of thousands of alien insects. This kind of existence could be regarded as a humanoid weapon at the strategic level. How could he die here? In response, Ju Sergio just said, "Don't worry. I won't sacrifice myself. I have a backup plan. As for how long I can hold on here, wait until all the people are evacuated and you are ready to activate the death rows. Ask me this question again." There was a silence in the public channel of the communicator. By that time, can the prophet still be alive? They can only hope that what the prophet said about having a backup plan is true. Ju Sergio deliberately said in a deep voice, "I have basically done what I can do. I hope you can perform the mission perfectly. Everything for the organization. Everything for the organization. Everything for the organization. Everything for the organization." A large number of echoes came, and all the black soldiers basically did not doubt Ju Sergio's loyalty after hearing his words. Naturally, they would not have thought that Ju Sergio was deliberately saying this to create his own personality. They thought Ju Sergio was fleeing in a panic. But in fact, after hanging up the communicator, Ju Sergio walked to the food pile in the room, sat down, and began to eat the food wantonly. This body consumes energy so quickly. "I'm hungry in just 1 minute." While eating, he sensed the alien insects that were gradually approaching the area where his submarine was located. Almost done. Ju Sergio swallowed the food and turned on the communicator to connect with Misha. "Misha, it's your turn." He suddenly retracted his pheromones. At this time, the black torrent that had already flown over the sea was completely confused. They felt like they were doing useless work and wasting energy in vain. Because after they arrived above the sea where the delicious pheromones were, they were about to plop into the sea. But the pheromones from the sea were inexplicably cut off. And in the distance, a strong and delicious smell that made them crazy broke out again. The alien insects were collectively stunned for a moment. But their pitiful IQ did not allow them to think too much. They lived in this world only to hunt for delicious food. They couldn't figure out why delicious food seemed to move in space and appeared here and there. They just wanted to eat what they wanted to eat. In the submarine, Ju Sergio was motionless like a statue. The pheromones were closed. And now he could do it. After the alien insects left, Zhu Shurjiu returned to his normal pheromone absorption state and continued to eat. While eating, he gave orders to Misha through the communicator. Misha, start circling. Chapter 428 Death Rose. Start. Zhu Shurjiu seemed to be cooperating with Misha to tease the alien insects with pheromones in a relaxed manner. But in fact, he had already gone back countless times in his attempts. Now this teasing process was just the final presentation. The perfection accumulated with countless lives. And Misha was not easy either. Although Misha was very powerful, she was essentially just a 10-year-old girl. Her error rate was much higher than Zhu Shurjiu's. At least 70% of his deaths in this last step were due to Misha's mistakes. Fortunately, as long as he tried enough times, he could master the skills of using Misha. Tesla, how is the situation on your side? Zhu Shurjiu was still communicating with the black soldiers in the evacuation zone to ensure that there would be no other unexpected factors. If he ignored the black soldiers in the evacuation zone because he had achieved a perfect level on his side, resulting in unexpected situations on their side, it would be really suicidal, because it meant that his survival this time was in vain. No special situation. But are you okay? Do you still have the energy to talk to us? Tesla's answer made Zhu Shurjiu feel a little relieved. Zhu Shurjiu said, "Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm still under control." Still under your control? After hearing Zhu Shurjiu's answer, Tesla fell into silence. Because he was sitting in a helicopter and looking at the alien insects in the distance from a high altitude. More and more alien insects emerged from the ground. And the black fog they saw before. Just the tip of the iceberg of the underground alien insects. Although it is a miracle that Zhu Shurjiu can hold on until now, he does not think that Zhu Shurjiu can continue to survive under the impact of such a huge alien insect. He never heard this guy talk about his survival backup plan. Does this mean that this guy has no confidence in his backup plan at all, or has he never considered survival at all? Tesla wanted to ask. But considering that Zhu Shurjiu's situation was urgent, chatting with him would distract him. So he closed his mouth again. Soon, Zhu Shurjiu interrupted his thoughts and said, Tesla, Lichun will have a square collapse in 5 minutes. It is the aftermath of the earthquake. Pay attention. Tesla, good guy. I am thinking about whether you can hold on. But you are concerned about me and have made corresponding arrangements. So terrifying. At this moment, Tesla can't find any more appropriate words to describe Zhu Shurjiu except so terrifying. Zhu Shurjiu smiled faintly and ended the call with Tesla. The aftermath of the earthquake will be the last obstacle to the evacuation points in various places. A large number of alien insects emerged from the underground of the island of Papua New Guinea, which led to the appearance of a large number of holes in the ground. After the holes collapsed, the violent vibrations would be transmitted to various evacuation points. If they were not handled in time, more than half of the last batch of vulnerable people would be killed or injured. However, this was not a big deal in the eyes of the prophet. He had the experience of accurately predicting the outbreak of alien insects before. And now he accurately predicted the aftershocks. It seemed normal. Zhu Shurjiu's communication was very busy. He searched for the places where aftershocks would occur from his memory, and remotely guided and informed them of the response methods one by one, and made targeted arrangements for various magnitudes. Time passed by. When the last group of people left by helicopter, Zhu Shurjiu's surging power seemed to have entered a period of fatigue and began to slowly fade away. The effect of the drug is beginning to weaken. Zhu Shurjiu clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and felt the gradually dulling 5 senses and the unclear 6th sense. He stood up and walked out of the room, walked through the long corridor, and came to the cockpit. The blue light of the mechanical operation in the cockpit flickered in this dark room, and the route map of the submarine's navigation trajectory was displayed on the operating table screen in front. The navigation route he planned represents the progress of the entire bait plan. And now the navigation progress has reached 97. When the navigation progress ends, the entire submarine will be anchored in the sea, which is also the place where he will finally meet Misha. Misha, that's enough. No need to burst out pheromones. Now go to the last location marked on the map. I'll pick you up there. After Zhu Shurjiu finished speaking to Misha, he heard a howl from the communicator, smiled knowingly, touched the 3 guns on his body, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Misha's restrained pheromones directly caused chaos in the Zerg group. The evacuating black soldiers got on the helicopter and saw from afar that the Zerg covering most of Papua New Guinea began to become chaotic in their original order. moving and spreading in all directions. There were strong winds everywhere, and the ground was shaking more and more violently. This scene made all the black soldiers think of a thought. The prophet couldn't hold on after all. If they still have feelings now, they should be moved by the prophet's fearless sacrifice. And they might even try to go back to save the prophet. But they are black soldiers. Machines that have been wiped out of emotions to perform tasks. They always remember that the prophet said that he had a backup plan to ensure his own survival. What that backup plan is, they can no longer know. They only know that now is the time to contact the organization and activate the death rose. If there is a commander, the commander should be responsible for the timing of the application for the death rose for this mission. But if there is no commander, the application for the death rose is a voting system. All the black soldiers who survived only need to be responsible for reporting to the organization to use the death rose. If the number of people exceeds 90%, the application for the death rose will be approved, and the death rose will naturally be activated. Just when all the black soldiers were preparing to report to the organization to use the death rose, Tesla began to try to contact Zhu Shizhou. However, the communicator that had communicated smoothly before now emitted a buzzing noise, and Tesla's face changed slightly. This is not a problem on his side, but a problem with the communicator on the prophet's side. No, I can't get in touch. Tesla had basically sentenced Zhu Shizhou to death. But he didn't tell everyone about this judgment, because everyone's judgment at this time was almost the same as Tesla's, and they all thought that Zhu Shizhou was in danger. In desperation, Tesla began to report to everyone. Everyone, vote to activate the death rose. The headquarters of the Black Soldier Organization on the island of Illumination in the Pacific Ocean. They received a large number of applications for activation of the death rose in just 10 seconds. The decision makers have been paying attention to the progress of Papua New Guinea, and even observed the alien Zerg in Papua New Guinea through satellite positioning. After receiving the report from the black soldiers, the off-site decision makers of the Papua New Guinea team began to work quickly. The alien Zerg has not yet left Papua New Guinea, and is still active on the island. The conditions are suitable, and there is no need to adjust the preset orbit. Start the last test procedure before activation. The DHS-7998 code command is connected normally, and the SB composite interface is normal. Energy filling is complete, and the aiming device hatch self-check is correct. Death rose. Start. Chapter 429, Horror. A black dot appeared in the clear sky. Zhu Shizhou stood on the edge of the cliff land of Papua New Guinea. Behind him were the waves beating against the rocks and rolling out white waves, and a steel submarine anchored in the sea with half of its body exposed. He looked up at the black dot in the sky, feeling indifferent. Zhu Shizhou didn't know how big the death rose was. The death rose that could annihilate an entire continent must be a huge entity. However, with his current vision, he could only see the black dot that was looming in the clouds, which showed that the entity of this black dot was quite far away from the Papua New Guinea continent. If he didn't know, he probably couldn't imagine that the small black dot in the sky would release enough energy to annihilate an entire continent. This is actually a cover-up method of the Black Soldier Organization. They don't want the death rose to appear in the eyes of the world so early. But at the same time, they have to execute the annihilation of the continent. So they chose to let the death rose stay in the sky thousands of miles above and fire at the continent. Zhu Shizhou didn't know that the Black Soldier Organization was quickly rolling the activation process of the death rose within the decision-making level at this time. He just glanced at the death rose in the clouds in the sky, and then shifted his sight to the front. Compared with the Loki death rose, the arrival of the alien insects can be said to be huge. The distant sky has been covered by a black fog, and countless alien insects are sweeping towards this side. He first felt the breeze on his face, and then the strong wind carrying sand and dust continued to blow his hair. The wind level is not weak. If an ordinary person stood here, I am afraid that he would be blown staggering at this time. But Zhu Shizhou stood on the edge of the cliff with 3 guns hanging on his body, and let the strong wind sweep over him. This was a battle that belonged to him alone. Ah! Misha's childish cry came from far away. Although he had asked Misha to restrain her pheromones, some of the alien insects still targeted Misha and chased Misha to charge towards Zhu Shizhou. The part here refers to the part of the dense and overwhelming alien insects. Even if the proportion is small, the number is quite terrifying. The effect of compound 199 in his body is still there. His sixth sense has only become dull, but not disappeared. He can intuitively feel the approach of death. It was an indescribable palpitation. as clear as if someone had carved the word death on his forehead with a knife. Misha's petite body moved like lightning, rolling up a long string of dust on the ground as she passed by, and rushed to Zhu Shizhou like a lightning chariot charging at high speed. Ah! Misha screamed at Zhu Shizhou expressionlessly, her voice full of anxiety. I know. It's not the right time yet. We have to wait until the Continental Annihilation Weapon is activated before we can enter the submarine. Otherwise our submarine will be breached by the alien insects. Zhu Shizhou hurriedly replied to Misha, holding guns in both hands and pointing forward. Misha didn't understand why Zhu Shizhou was delaying entering the submarine. But she understood Zhu Shizhou's current actions and knew that there was no need to escape. They had to go back and fight the alien insects. But can they withstand such a huge number of alien insects? This is not even within Misha's consideration. Her thinking is unexpectedly simple. After being chased for so long, even a clay man would be angry, let alone her. The first shot at the alien insect swarm was fired by Zhu Shizhou. 2 white lasers carrying scorching temperatures went straight to the swarm. Zhu Shizhou did not think about these 2 shots, let alone aiming, because the density of the swarm was too high, and any shot could shoot down hundreds of alien insects and open a passage in the dense swarm. There were so many Zerg that the 2 shots just opened a hole in the dense swarm of Zerg, and the next second the hole was blocked by other Zerg. What was even more terrifying was that along with a gust of wind, the swarm of Zerg also came in front of Zhu Shizhou. The sky and the earth suddenly became dim, and the Zerg swarm blocked the sunlight. The next moment, a huge number of Zerg had surrounded Zhu Shizhou and Misha, and were about to engulf them. Misha, protect me! Zhu Shizhou shouted to Misha amid the whistling wind. So, the small body began to fight back silently. Misha crushed the rocks under her feet, and her whole body disappeared from the spot. Then a circle of black protective shield formed around Zhu Shizhou. This was formed by the afterimage of Misha's high-speed movement. Every alien insect that tried to attack the protective shield built by Misha was cut in half by Misha's sharp legs. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou's personal bravery was as weak as an ant in front of a large number of alien insects. His only role now was to use the experience of several replays to provide just the right support when Misha was about to be injured. Ah! Misha roared while moving at high speed. And because she was moving around Zhu Shizhou at high speed, Zhu Shizhou heard the sound from all directions. And it was obviously unrealistic to rely on the sound to determine Misha's position and vision. His vision has now been blocked. The overwhelming alien insects directly block the sunlight. Even the most ordinary smog can block people's vision when the particle concentration reaches a certain level, let alone alien insects. The black shadows formed by the dense alien insects directly blocked all the sunlight above Zhu Shizhou's head. Under the heavy shadows, he was now in an environment where he could not see his hand in front of him. At the same time, because everything around him was moving at high speed, Zhu Shizhou even felt that the air around him had become much thinner. The terrifying low pressure was the biggest threat Zhu Shizhou encountered under Misha's protection. The air around him was sucked away, and he felt an endless sense of suffocation. Misha, be careful. I'm going to shoot. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes and raised his guns again. Zhu Shizhou's actions were just slow-motion shots in Misha's eyes. Even if he didn't remind her, Misha could easily dodge. But what about after dodging? Zhu Shizhou was not attacked by the alien insects because of her protection. But she knew that as long as she was careless in protecting Zhu Shizhou for a moment, the alien insects would attack like sharks that smelled blood. In that case, could he dodge successfully? But just as she was thinking this, Zhu Shizhou suddenly shouted, "It's okay. Cooperate with me, Misha." It was as if he could hear her voice. And Misha widened her eyes expressionlessly. Just before Zhu Shizhou was about to shoot, Misha finally chose to believe. She instinctively determined the direction of the muzzle, and her high-speed body slightly changed its trajectory. And the next moment, she changed her trajectory. 2 alien insects drilled into the protective circle from the 2 points she deliberately overlooked, and went straight to Zhu Shizhou's head and chest respectively. Ah! Misha, who noticed all this, almost screamed at the same time, trying to remind Zhu Shizhou. But in this critical moment, Zhu Shizhou slightly lowered his body and deflected his body at the same time. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Shizhou would not be able to dodge. But now, he still has the effect of compound 199 in his body. And his body is still at the level of an elite black soldier. Dodging at a specific time point with a specific action This tests Zhu Shizhou's grasp of time at the millisecond level more. The two alien insects that flew past Zhu Shizhou's body failed to cause any harm to Zhu Shizhou, but were chopped to pieces by Misha. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou finally pulled the trigger. White lasers burst out from the muzzle and directly opened two paths to the sky, one on the left and one on the right. After firing, Zhu Shizhou did not stop, but swung the gun on his waist and gently threw the gun that had entered the cooling period upward with his left hand, then held the swung gun and pulled the trigger again. The lower the air pressure in the center surrounded by alien insects, the faster and more violent the air pressure will be when the encirclement is broken. In Papua New Guinea, it is the edge of the alien insect outbreak, and the alien insect swarm spreading from the center is the thinnest here. Therefore, after Zhu Shizhou fired 3 consecutive shots, the density of the alien insect swarm became sparse again. Zhu Shizhou successfully cooperated with Misha and killed the alien insects with his own method, which made Misha put aside all her worries and began to concentrate on killing alien insects. It was also because of this that the black protective shield created by Misha became weak. Several alien insects took this opportunity to break into the central area and tried to take Zhu Shizhou's life. But Zhu Shizhou, who had already died many times, could make corresponding adjustments with his eyes closed. Move sideways, bend over and raise your hands. A series of preset actions became extremely smooth under Zhu Shizhou's adjustment, and the alien insects almost brushed past him. Why is he so skilled? No, it's just that he's skilled. At the same time, under a series of gorgeous combos and dodges, he did not stop pulling the trigger. A series of white lasers swept across the swarm of insects, annihilating the alien insects into ashes. For a while, a rain of alien insects formed around Zhu Shizhou. A large number of alien insects fell from the sky and piled up around him. Ah! Misha was so angry that her body trembled as time passed. Not enough. It's not the time yet, Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself, still with his eyes closed. 5 minutes later, his body movements began to slow down. This means that the effect of compound 199 in his body has gradually faded significantly during the battle. This is also normal. After all, compound 199 only seeks to strengthen the body temporarily. For ordinary people, the effect of the drug that can last for several hours is consumed violently in his body, and the time it can last may be less than 1/10. But Zhu Shizhou never pursued the ability to kill all the alien insects that besieged them. He just wanted to buy him and Misha the last bit of time to retreat at the last moment through the most intense battle now. The sixth sense is still there, calculating the time. It's almost time. Just as Zhu Shizhou was firing frantically, dodging and calculating the time, suddenly, just like a pool of thick black ink was suddenly splashed on the white paper, his sixth sense suddenly descended with an extremely strong and terrifying aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. It came from the Continental Annihilation Weapon in the sky and in the clouds. The Death Rose. Chapter 430 Humans Abstract Description of the Art of Explosion. The battle on the edge of Papua New Guinea was quite fierce, but it was quite insignificant to the entire continent covered by alien insects. And it did not even cause the slightest ripple in the alien insect swarm that had basically covered the entire island. In the sky, huge energy was gathering. What was gathering was enough energy to annihilate an entire 460,000 square kilometers of land. And the Death Rose that was about to launch this energy was an energy cannon that was painstakingly manufactured by the Black Soldier organization and continuously improved over the years, far exceeding modern technology. Its attack method was energy beaming. A huge energy beam that was enough to cover every corner of the island. If there was an energy detector, it would be able to find that the energy level in the sky was rising exponentially. The blazing white light generated by the energy gathering over Papua New Guinea directly added a layer of exposure filter to the entire continent, which was already bright enough. If you look up, you might even see a second sun appearing in the sky. But now Zhu Shizhou didn't even open his eyes. He could only feel that even with his eyes closed, the brightness in front of him was high enough. If he opened his eyes, he might be blinded by the strong continuous light. As the energy level in the sky continued to rise, the air temperature of the entire island began to gradually rise, and the swarm of alien insects began to become more violent and chaotic. They also felt the threat from the sky. Compared with the sixth sense of humans, they rely on instinct to judge the dangers around them. And now their instincts tell them that the terrifying energy in the sky is enough to annihilate the entire island and them into slag. At this time, Zhu Shizhou shouted to Misha, "Misha, Tighten your defense. Misha was already a little bit unable to hold on. And when Zhu Shizhou spoke, she immediately followed his advice and chose to tighten her defense. The black protective shield around Zhu Shizhou shrank instantly. While Misha was shrinking the protective circle, there were still alien insects who wanted to take this opportunity to attack Misha again. As a result, a white laser flashed, and another group of alien insects were annihilated and died in the air. The two of them have almost killed him now. This does not mean that the alien insects around them have been killed by them, but that the alien insects around them have been killed by them and dare not approach them easily. Alien insects have fear psychology. The Black Soldier organization has verified this many times. They will automatically choose to retreat because of the danger of a strong enemy. For example, when facing the strongest human undead, they will clearly realize that this strong man is dangerous after a brief contact. So they remember the breath of the undead, and they will automatically retreat when they meet next time. In the IQ of 7 or 8-year-old children of the Zerg, there is a decision-making template of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Now the situation is similar to this. The Zerg clearly recognizes that Zhu Shizhou and Misha have killed thousands of Zerg after fighting for several minutes. The densely packed Zerg corpses on the edge of the cliff are emitting death pheromones that make the Zerg retreat. After smelling it, they instinctively realize that this is a dead place. At the same time, they strangely discover that the delicious food in their eyes was gradually dissipating. This is the result of the gradual ineffectiveness of the number 199 compound injected by Zhu Shizhou. Misha kept her pheromones sealed throughout the whole process. Her high control over pheromones made Misha just a moving machine in the eyes of the alien insects. No different from the guns held by the black soldiers. The reason why they flocked to her so much was because Zhu Shizhou failed to keep his pheromones restrained throughout the whole process, causing the body stimulated by compound 199 to emit a breath that they found extremely delicious. And now, as the drug effect time ended, Zhu Shizhou's body returned to the level of a student who was not even as good as the black soldiers. As for how delicious the pheromones at the student level are, for the alien insects, it is just a little more delicious than ordinary people. Their desire for Zhu Shizhou has been reduced to an extremely low level, and the dangerous energy in the sky is enough to dilute all their appetite. The alien insects began to flee in a violent manner. Zhu Shizhou took out a suspended death potion from his arms. This was obtained from the thorns. The fake death potion was used on Max when he entered the Underground Insect Research Institute. It can achieve the closest state to pheromone sealing that an external object can achieve. As long as the fake death potion is injected, he will be dead in the eyes of the alien insects. This can ensure that the alien insects will not keep a close eye on the submarine at the last moment. Zhu Shizhou calculated the time again. Then he smiled bitterly and murmured, "I have miscalculated more than a dozen times. Please, at least let me guess right once. Faking death too early or too late. The end is death." He stabbed the fake death potion into his neck and felt the cold liquid slowly push into his body, throwing away the empty shell of the potion syringe. He rushed straight to the cliff, and then jumped and shouted, "Misha! Now! Retreat! Take me to the submarine!" Some of the alien insects were originally rushing towards Zhu Shizhou, who had already jumped off the cliff. But the next moment, in their perception, the pheromones on Zhu Shizhou suddenly dropped to an extremely low level, and the deliciousness was greatly reduced. The alien insect that was flying in the air to catch up with Zhu Shizhou stretched out its legs. But in the next moment, it was instantly cut off by a small body that also rushed out of the cliff. The broken body was split into two halves and flew into the sea. Misha rushed wildly and hugged Zhu Shizhou in the air, breaking his shoulder blades and ribs. But Zhu Shizhou, whose consciousness was already blurred, just frowned slightly. The two hugged each other, like a cannonball, rushing into the sea below the cliff at a very fast speed, smashing a large area of high white waves. The Zerg behind wanted to chase, but in the next moment, almost at the same time, the Zerg on the entire island of Papua New Guinea froze for a moment. Far in the center of the island, a white light with a diameter of 5 kilometers fell from the sky, with a roar of electricity, and landed straight in the central area of Papua New Guinea. The white light column burned and ionized the air wherever it went, and the compressed energy exploded instantly. The flames produced by the explosion spread spherically to the entire island at supersonic speed with high temperature. All forests, trees, mountains, boulders and man-made buildings were covered by the blazing white light at this moment and annihilated into ashes. The central heat of the instantaneous explosion of the white light column in the central area of Papua New Guinea, when it landed, was as high as 10,000 C, which was enough to vaporize all substances instantly. This terrifying high temperature turned the most ordinary air into a tool to kill Zerg. When this heat spread to the entire island, the edge of the island of Papua New Guinea still had a high temperature of about 5,000 degrees Celsius, close to the surface temperature of the sun. When the white light and flames reached the edge of Papua New Guinea, their speed still exceeded the movement speed of the alien insects, and they easily caught up with the alien insects fleeing in all directions. The high temperature and high pressure flames swept the black fog of the alien insects, and vaporized each alien insect into gas. The white light and the flame waves started from the center, rolled outward and exploded into a rose covering 500,000 square kilometers. This is an abstract description of the art of explosion by humans. But at this time it became the cause of the death of hundreds of thousands of alien insects. The loud noise produced by this unprecedented grand explosion in human history also formed a shock wave, with Papua New Guinea as the center, forming a huge tsunami on the surrounding sea surface. This explosion lasted only a short minute. The surrounding seawater was evaporated in large quantities, and the entire Papua New Guinea continent turned into a huge pit after the explosion of the white light column. After the explosion subsided, a large amount of seawater refilled the annihilated pit of 500,000 square kilometers, forming a vortex. A large amount of dust covered the sea surface and formed a tornado of a sea storm. With the annihilation of Papua New Guinea, it spread wildly to the surrounding areas, forming an even more violent tsunami storm. At this time, a submarine was as powerless as a drop of water in the sea, and was pushed by the strong shock wave to dive deeper into the sea. Chapter 431 God Will Not Kill Me. Zhu Sergio. It's playing tricks on me. When Zhu Sergio woke up, it was dark all around. His head was so dizzy, as if a ball of cotton was stuffed into it. It took him a long time to think about what was happening. His shoulders and chest were in great pain. His whole body felt like it was falling apart. His muscles were sore and weak. He wanted to command his body to stand up, but after trying for a long time, he could only move his fingers slightly. Is it the sequelae of Compound 199? In the darkness, Zhu Sergio smiled bitterly and muttered to himself. He finally figured out what happened. The mission was over. Papua New Guinea was annihilated by the death rose. He was successfully brought into the submarine by Misha under the horrible explosion. Then, relying on the diving program he had set up in advance, the submarine avoided being annihilated together. Survived? Hee hee. Ha ha ha. I survived? At first, Zhu Sergio was still laughing in a low voice. But later, he finally couldn't hide the joy in his heart and laughed out loud. He has experienced countless explosions and injected countless fake death potions. But every time after the injection of the fake death potion, his consciousness blurred. And when he woke up, he returned to that damn morning and was forced to welcome the elite black soldier Redeemer and the subsequent detection troops. He was forced to experience the alien insect outbreak again and again, saving people until he was numb and tired. It can be said that Papua New Guinea has almost become his nightmare. Every time he opened his eyes and saw the familiar scene, he would feel tired and bored from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't count how many times he had died to hold on until now. But when he found that he saw darkness when he opened his eyes, and it was finally not that damn familiar scene, he really wanted to cry. A few tears of joy squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. And then he gently shouted into the darkness, "Misha." Ah. In response to him, there was a tired and weak cry, right next to Zhu Sergio. Misha's head rubbed his chest. Misha is still alive. This is good news. Zhu Sergio smiled bitterly and sighed. Fortunately, the time is right. Misha didn't understand this, so she naturally didn't know that Zhu Sergio had been injected with the fake death potion countless times and was taken into the submarine by Misha. But the submarine was broken by the alien insects. This is the consequence of faking death too early. Not to mention injecting the fake death potion too late. The death rose will force him to go back. This time point is crucial. Zhu Sergio tried countless times before he finally succeeded this time. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would succeed next time. Bah! Crow's mouth. He didn't want to do it again. He wanted to let time move forward, while lying on the ground and silently recovering his strength. Zhu Sergio began to think about the surrounding environment. Obviously, I am in a submarine now. I can't see anything. Am I blind? Or is the submarine's lighting system broken? After a while, Zhu Shizhou felt that his strength had almost recovered. Misha, help me up. Forget it. I'll get up by myself. Ahem. Zhu Shizhou coughed twice. And when he thought of Misha's sharp legs, he quickly changed his words. After staying with Misha for a long time, he subconsciously regarded Misha as a human, which was a bad habit, because he and Misha were not close enough to ignore Misha's identity as a worm girl. After trembling and climbing up from the cold floor, Zhu Shizhou opened his mobile phone to check the time. 9:43 a. The time on his mobile phone was not the time adjusted according to the time difference, but the capital time. This was to avoid the situation where he could not determine the time of the return, and it was adjusted to facilitate his return. Now it finally came in handy. I was only unconscious for 2 hours. At about 5 o'clock in the morning in the capital, the alien Zerg broke out. He spent about 2 hours to finish the evacuation plan, and let everyone except him evacuate Papua New Guinea according to the plan. The final battle with the alien Zerg was about 7:30 in the capital. In other words, he was only unconscious for 2 hours. He had been prepared to have his rollback point updated when he woke up after injecting the fake death potion, but he didn't expect it to be updated yet. The potion that can make ordinary people fake death lasts only 2 hours on me. Fortunately, it's not me who is blind, but the submarine's lighting system is broken, so I'm lucky. If he was really blind, he would definitely consider rolling back. But it doesn't seem to be that far yet. There are 17 minutes left before the rollback point is updated. I have to check the surrounding environment quickly. Zhu Shizhou took his cell phone and used the light of the cell phone as a flashlight to illuminate the road ahead. He dragged his heavy body out of the current cabin and took a look at the ground under his feet. The situation is good. There is no water seepage or leakage. Zhu Shizhou made a silent judgment. He considered many of the most dangerous situations, such as the situation that the submarine had water seepage and leakage after he was brought into the submarine by Misha, and he happened to update the rewind point at that time, which was the most terrifying. That means he died, and the submarine leaked in this deep sea, and he would repeat the endless torture of death and resurrection in the submarine. Fortunately, there is no water leakage. Zhu Shizhou checked the ground again. The ground was very dry, except for the wet clothes on his body that wet the ground. There was no water mark anywhere else. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then groped forward in the corridor and walked to the cockpit. The various operating tables of the cockpit lights were still running, and the various screens were glowing with a faint blue light in the dim room. Of course, there were other damaged equipment, broken screens, and broken wires scattered all over the floor. These were not the focus of Zhu Shizhou's attention. He endured the severe pain in his body and came to the operating table. There was a largest screen in the center of the operating table in the cockpit, which clearly displayed the structural diagram of the entire submarine and the operating status of each functional area. Zhu Shizhou had studied it many times in the replay, so he could roughly understand it. With trembling fingers, Zhu Shizhou called up the functional area he wanted to know. Oxygen production equipment, functioning normally. Ventilation circulation system, normal. Power system, damage 30. Huh? The loss was almost all the power system of the lighting part, and the important areas were not seriously affected. Zhu Shizhou breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, this is what he is most concerned about at the moment. In the deep sea, if the rewind point is updated and the submarine's oxygen conversion system is damaged, then what awaits him is still a dead gear. Power equipment. Hardware lost 90. Unable to start. Hiss. Zhu Shizhou took a breath, but his hands did not stop moving. It was nothing more than the submarine lying on the seabed of several thousand meters and unable to move. Compared to this, if the Black Soldier organization can be rescued, the damage to the power system is not a big deal. The premise of being able to wait for the rescue of the Black Soldier organization is that they can find his location. He can contact the other party and report his location. He called up an interface with a nervous and fearful mood. Then, Zhu Shizhou changed his expression and started laughing wildly. The communication equipment is normal. Ha ha ha. God will not let me die. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shizhou laughed wildly. What luck is this? You know, this is the key to whether he can be rescued next. As long as he can contact the organization, his plan will be a perfect success. However, when he opened the communicator and was about to contact the organization, the smile on his face stopped. A pop-up window popped up in the upper right corner of the interface while he was operating. Zhu Shurjio's eyes were red. He stared at the pop-up window and almost vomited blood. No signal. Are you kidding me? Chapter 432, risking one's life to plot against Su Feng. In memory of our heroic hero, the Prophet. Although the Prophet's specific identity and name were unknown, all the black soldiers who participated in the Papua New Guinea evacuation mission knew that the Prophet was probably in danger. He had the largest pheromone outbreak in human history, successfully attracting the Zerg in the entire Papua New Guinea, leaving all the black soldiers enough time to evacuate the people with their belongings intact. This whimsical thing that was completely inconsistent with the existing sixth sense biological science theory did happen. The Prophet succeeded, but he also died for it. They simply couldn't imagine how the Prophet would survive the attack of the Death Rose. The Death Rose's annihilation mission was to annihilate the Zerg on the entire island, so it was naturally impossible to leave room for any creature to survive. If the Prophet survived, it would mean that another Zerg had successfully escaped the sanctions of the Death Rose. But if all the Zerg were dead, and the Prophet survived alone, why? The Prophet was just a human body. Even with the speed of the Zerg, they couldn't escape the punishment of the Death Rose. So how could the Prophet escape? Is there a possibility? I mean, maybe the Prophet is still alive? On the armed helicopter, Thorn, who witnessed the distant Papua New Guinea being completely annihilated by the concentrated energy of the Death Rose, spoke expressionlessly. Tesla shook his head aside. Do you think it's possible? The Prophet obviously lied to us. The reason he told us that he had a backup plan to survive was to prevent us from stopping his plan. In fact, you have also seen that the power of the Death Rose is so great that no creature has a chance to survive. Thorn was also thinking. She actually didn't think anyone could survive such an explosion. But that person was a Prophet after all. He was the secret weapon of the chess club and the genius with the strongest sixth sense in the history of the entire black soldier. Will the chess club really let the Prophet carry out such a dangerous plan that will lead to his death? Obviously impossible. The contradiction between the two made Jingji feel that Zhu Shurjio had a chance to survive. When she thought of this, Jingji thought of the inexplicable words that Zhu Shurjio said when he told her the truth about the chess club and persuaded her when he was on the helicopter to save the evacuation point of Licheng. Remember? When everything is over, no matter what the result is, no matter how difficult it seems to survive my plan, you must remember that I am still alive. After saying this, Zhu Shurjio revealed to her his plan to use the insect girl's pheromone to attract alien insects as bait. At that time, Jingji had not yet seen the power of the Death Rose and had no intuitive feeling of the current result. So he naturally thought that Zhu Shurjio had a chance to survive. At the same time, she subconsciously ignored Zhu Shurjio's words. But now when she saw this result, she was desperate for Zhu Shurjio's chance of survival. But this sentence inexplicably emerged in her mind. Could it be that the current situation was also within Zhu Shurjio's expectations? But how is it possible? After this sentence, Zhu Shurjio said something else that made her really make up her mind to join the chess club. If that time really comes, maybe only one person can save me. Su Feng. Zhu Shurjio said the name of the Black Soldier Organization's highest commander on the front line. Zhu Shurjio is very conflicted now. He is very conflicted. In the last 10 minutes of the rewind point update, he was thinking about whether to rewind. Looking out through the cockpit, it was also pitch black. The location of the submarine is deep under the sea where there is no sunlight. But fortunately, the submarine still has electricity. According to the power calculation, if the submarine is put into standby mode, the power of the submarine is enough to last for up to half a year. During this period, there are food, heating facilities, and oxygen production systems in the submarine. Except for the darkness, everything else is fine. As long as he insists on waiting for the Black Soldier Organization to rescue him, it's okay. Everything sounds good. But will the Black Soldier Organization really come to rescue him? In other words, even if the Black Soldier Organization really comes to rescue him, how long will it take to find him? By then, it may have exceeded the 3-month deadline he and Su Feng agreed on. When the time is up, the Black Soldier Organization will overestimate their own strength and launch an attack on the enemy in the world above Jiancheng. Although the submarine has a power supply of half a year, in fact, it has far less than half a year, before deciding to implement the solitary bait plan. Zhu Shurjio actually considered the situation of the submarine being trapped in the deep sea, and then made a simple backup plan. Thorns. The seventh reason for Thorns to surrender to him is that Thorns still insisted on conveying to others Zhu Shizhou is still alive, when everyone was desperate about his survival. This news. Not only that, he also specifically mentioned Su Feng in front of Jingji. As long as Jingji can pass this news to Su Feng, then Su Feng will naturally understand what he means, and know that he has found a way to survive by predicting the future. Su Feng will naturally use the power of the Black Soldier organization to search and rescue him when everyone gives up. This is also considering the value of his own existence. It may not be worth mentioning in the eyes of the Black Soldier organization, but it is very important to Su Feng. The Black Soldier organization may give up on him after comprehensive consideration, but Su Feng will not. And considering the urgency of time, Su Feng and his idea will coincide. That is, to find him as soon as possible and in the shortest time. But do you want to go back? The biggest problem now is that he still holds a card in his hand that can overturn everything and restart. But this card will expire in 10 minutes. Zhu Shizhou is struggling with this point. The temptation to play this card is too strong. If he gives up this card, it means that he will put his only chance of survival on Su Feng. Want to gamble whether Su Feng can find me. Zhu Shizhou stared at the screen on the console, gritting his teeth, as if he was experiencing the greatest torture of his life. And even fine cold sweat oozed out of his forehead, sweating non-stop. He only had 10 minutes to consider. Oh no. Now only 9 minutes. This kind of entanglement has happened before. That was in the Papua New Guinea military camp, waiting for the Redeemer to come. At that time, he was struggling over whether to fix the timeline and leave the insect girl. He didn't know whether his decision was correct at that time, and he asked 03's opinion in confusion. 03 told him that even Su Feng couldn't make a 100% correct choice. What about now? Before, he was preparing to save the insect girl, and now he was preparing to save himself. If he went back, there would be no doubt that he would face countless deaths again. Can he really find a better ending than now? If he didn't go back? What if he really died? Standing in front of the operating table for a full 5 minutes, Zhu Shizhou came back to his senses with a pale face and a miserable smile on his face. Fuck. Damn. How good would it be if the time was updated after waking up? In that case, I don't have to worry about it, and I can just play badly. He reached out and touched Misha's hair. Misha, what do you think I should do? Misha looked up at him expressionlessly with big eyes. After a moment of silence, Zhu Shizhou smiled bitterly. I'm still not ruthless enough. I've been put on the table as a chess piece, but now I don't have the awareness of being a chess piece. The current situation was caused by him. When he was making the bait plan, how could he not consider the possibility of being trapped in the submarine? It was precisely because of this that he mentioned Su Feng to Jingji. The only thing he didn't calculate was that the retracement point was not updated at all. He didn't want to give himself a chance to regret it. Another entanglement. Only 1 minute left. Alas. Zhu Shizhou smiled bitterly and slowly raised the gun, desperately putting the muzzle against his chin. Fuck. Next time I must make a plan that I will regret later. He muttered and prepared to pull the trigger. He exerted force with his fingers. However, the next moment, a huge force suddenly came from his hand. The gun turned into a pile of broken parts under this huge force, flying everywhere. Zhu Shizhou opened his eyes and looked at Misha beside him with complicated eyes. Misha looked at him expressionlessly and retracted her limbs. At the same time, her eyes were full of doubts and confusion. She didn't understand why Zhu Shizhou wanted to commit suicide, but this didn't prevent her from stopping Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou opened his mouth and his arm was slightly numb. He looked at Misha for a long time, and then looked at his mobile phone. The time happened to jump from 9:59 to 10 o'clock at this moment. He trembled his lips, then shook his head and laughed, and the whole person fell to the ground weakly. All the contradictions and entanglements in his heart disappeared at this moment, turning into an admiration for the girl next to him. Misha, you did a good job. If he really wanted to commit suicide and go back to the previous game, how could he ignore the existence of Misha beside him? He should have led Misha away and then shot himself. If Su Feng was his backup plan to rescue himself, then Misha was his backup plan to prevent him from regretting. Everything was within his expectations. And at this moment, he also successfully forced himself to use his life as a chess piece. Zhu Shizhou lay on the ground, muttering to himself with a bitter smile. Su Feng, Don't let me down. I have designed it with my life. And you should jump into my trap. Chapter 433. He's still alive. Is Zhu Shizhou still alive? This is a question that Su Feng doesn't need to think about. How could Zhu Shizhou, who has the ability to predict the future, die in Papua New Guinea? Indeed, Zhu Shizhou said that his ability to predict the future is limited. And Su Feng has already tested this. So it seems that Zhu Shizhou is indeed likely to die in Papua New Guinea. However, Su Feng also did not forget that no matter whether he and Zhu Shizhou have different ways of doing things, they have a common goal, which is to save the world. Zhu Shizhou must also know the value of his existence. If he is really likely to die in Papua New Guinea, then he will definitely ask him for help. There is no doubt about this. And he has not received a call from Zhu Shizhou yet, which proves that Zhu Shizhou is confident that he can survive. He also heard about the situation at the scene. But because he was not at the scene, he could only judge it based on the descriptions of all the black soldiers, which also caused a certain degree of intelligence loss. From the current intelligence received, Zhu Shizhou is indeed unlikely to survive, which contradicts his judgment. Su Feng, who was far away in the coastal city of Jiancheng, sat in his office, tapping the detailed intelligence on the table with his fingers. He had read it many times after receiving it. Zhu Shizhou, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Su Feng muttered to himself. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou's performance in Papua New Guinea this time was far beyond his expectations. Zhu Shizhou seemed to be on a roll, and he didn't act like a newcomer who had just joined the organization. You know, it has only been a week since Zhu Shizhou joined the organization. After letting this guy act freely for half a month and receiving his intelligence, Su Feng felt like he was facing two completely different people. Just like before, a feeling of being out of control naturally came to his mind. Zhu Shizhou has always been one of the few people he can't figure out. And it's the same now. And the reason why he ignored Zhu Shizhou in the past half month was because he considered that Zhu Shizhou could predict the future. According to his judgment, the more contact he had with Zhu Shizhou, the more information about himself would be leaked. Su Feng was a cautious person, and he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be flawless in the face of this superpower of predicting the future. Therefore, after testing Zhu Shizhou's ability, he directly stopped contacting Zhu Shizhou from the root. He thought Zhu Shizhou couldn't see through his intentions. But now it seems that this may not be the case. Is this a trap you set? Su Feng squinted at the information on the table, and the office fell into a strange silence for a while. The only sound was the click of his fingers tapping the table. No, it's not confirmed yet. If this is a trap. Su Feng put himself in Zhu Shizhou's shoes and started thinking. If you are really as smart as I thought, you should design a conspiracy for me that I can't escape. As soon as Su Feng whispered this sentence, the communicator vibrated. Someone was requesting a call. Su Feng pressed the answer button. Report to Commander Su. There seems to be something fishy about the Zerg outbreak in Papua New Guinea. After being urgently escorted back to the organization, Jingji was detained as a matter of course. She did not forget Zhu Shizhou's instructions. Zhu Shizhou said that if anyone could save him, that person must be Su Feng, the supreme commander of the human front against the Zerg. Although Zhu Shizhou did not say much, just mentioning the name Su Feng was enough to make people imagine. This was also the result of Zhu Shizhou's deliberate guidance. Jingji naturally took it for granted that Su Feng was a member of the Jiqi Club. Even if his status in the Jiqi Club was not the founder, he was probably a big boss. So after being detained, she wanted to rescue Zhu Shizhou on the one hand, and on the other hand, she wanted to save herself. So she simply applied to talk to Su Feng directly. A woman who was an elite black soldier, neither experienced nor inexperienced, and also a mid-level elite black soldier, was suspected of being a rebel during the mission. After being escorted back to the organization, she applied to talk to Commander Su. This should have been rejected immediately. But strangely, the elite black soldiers who escorted this woman, and all the elite black soldiers who participated in the Death Rose mission in Papua New Guinea, jointly wrote a letter, asking Commander Su to participate in the decision. Obviously, there was some very important intelligence involved, so that all the elite black soldiers who participated in the mission believed that Commander Su must know it. So, Su Feng went online. In the interrogation room, the unharmed Thorn was tied to a chair leisurely. In front of her was a table, and across the table was an expressionless and cold black soldier. The black soldier held a paper and a pen in his hand, and a tablet computer was placed next to him. The tablet faced thorns. After a long wait, the black screen suddenly lit up. On the screen appeared the figure of a middle-aged man with an indifferent face. The middle-aged man sat on a chair, with his hands folded on the table and placed in front of his mouth. His eyes, which were extremely oppressive, almost shot through Thorn's eyes through the screen. A voice colder than ice came from the speaker of the tablet. "Hello, Thorns. I heard you have something to say to me." The middle-aged man on the screen was naturally Su Feng. He had roughly understood what Thorns was going to say to him. According to his understanding, Thorns was the captain of Zhu Shizhou's team in this Papua New Guinea mission. Since he was Zhu Shizhou's captain, it was hard not to wonder whether Zhu Shizhou would leave any tricks on Thorns. After a mission, a loyal elite black soldier degenerated into a rebel. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? That's right. Su Feng has smelled something unusual. When Jingji saw Su Feng, her eyes suddenly became serious. According to her speculation, Su Feng should be the boss of the chess club. So as long as she revealed her identity to Su Feng should. No. Wait. Commander Su is known for his ruthless style. If she revealed her identity, would Commander Su kill people to keep the secret of the chess club? When the matter came to an end, Jingji instantly thought of a possibility that was unfavorable to her. While she was struggling, Su Feng spoke again. "What? You obviously have something to say. But you keep silent after seeing me?" Jingji glanced at the black soldier sitting across the table, who was recording the interrogation record. "I want to talk to you alone. I wonder if I refuse." Su Feng's answer was quite ruthless. According to the testimony of a large number of black soldiers, you are a rebel. Although there is no solid evidence, as long as there is such a possibility, I will not have a conversation with you without a third party. What's more, this communication was also recorded by the organization. When the remote communication with you began, the device started recording the screen. Jingji said again. "But I have very important information." "About the Prophet?" "Yes. Not only about the Prophet, but also about the chess club." Jingji thought. She originally wanted to have a half-hidden conversation with Su Feng, but Su Feng didn't give her a chance at all. But as the boss of the chess club, he must have known Zhu Shizhou's plan in advance. And he guessed that what she wanted to say was related to Zhu Shizhou. So, her existence was just an excuse for the chess club to act? Thorn felt that she understood everything. So she said, "The Prophet, the greatest contributor to this Death Rose mission, told me before executing the last bait plan. He is still alive." Chapter 434. What is the situation? What is the plan? Su Feng can't see through it. Zhu Shizhou is trying to get Su Feng out. During the entire Papua New Guinea incident, Su Feng maintained an aloof attitude that had nothing to do with him. Even when Zhu Shizhou tried to contact Su Feng in a certain round, he failed to get Su Feng to intervene in the Papua New Guinea incident. This made Zhu Shizhou feel something was wrong. Why did Su Feng not leave? Why? At first, he thought Su Feng was trying to give him room to use his abilities. But with each replay, even in the endings after he failed to save Papua New Guinea, Su Feng did not intervene in the mission. This made Zhu Shizhou feel something was wrong. Even when he failed, he did not intervene in the mission. Obviously, the reason of giving him room to use his abilities seems much weaker. This is just one of the reasons. Based on Su Feng's frequent way of thinking of killing two birds with one stone, there is a high possibility that there is another reason hidden. He had enough time to think between his deaths, constantly reviewing his encounters with Su Feng. So Zhu Shizhou thought of a possibility. Su Feng was afraid. No. Saying afraid was not accurate enough. The monster had no fear at all. Su Feng was on guard against him to cover up everything about himself. Su Feng was avoiding direct contact with him. He still underestimated the threat of his ability to predict the future to Su Feng. From Su Feng's perspective, the more contact he had with him, the more information he would leak. Because his ability was to predict the future. Predicting the future. This ability can avoid danger in advance, and also has the ability to create danger. It can set up a trap, can create traps, and can make people act according to his plan unconsciously. Su Feng did not dare to guarantee whether there would be a future that would threaten him during his contact with him. So in order to ensure his own safety, Su Feng simply disappeared from his future. As long as there is no intersection with him, the future he predicts will not involve Su Feng himself. After thinking of this possibility at that time, Zhu Shizhou's heart began to become active. Su Feng is avoiding contact with him. Does this mean Su Feng's control over him is in a vacuum period? Su Feng is an extremely rational guy. All his inferences about him need logic and evidence to support them. This is Su Feng's advantage, but also Su Feng's biggest weakness. So he can try to act boldly and directly use Su Feng's control over him to do things, forming a blank area in Su Feng's logic. Then even Su Feng, in the absence of intelligence, may not be able to figure out what he is going to do. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou threw out the chess club. Not only did he throw out the chess club, but he also used this to drag Su Feng into the water. By putting himself in trouble, he forced Su Feng to save him. As long as someone pays attention, they will suspect that Su Feng has an unclear relationship with him, which also adds another guarantee for his subsequent plans. It's like Thorns, who basically believes that Su Feng is the boss behind the chess club. Without Su Feng's identity, how can he deceive others to join his chess club? He is equivalent to using Su Feng's hand to stir up the situation in the Black Soldier organization. The subsequent plan on how to trick Fu Sidu, Luo Sui, and Su Chan into violating the Black Soldier organization and joining his chess club is also based on this point. This is the first aspect. The second aspect, aside from the attention of those who are interested, what about other people who are not aware of the situation? Other people who are not aware of the situation will think that his talent has been recognized by Su Feng. So Su Feng will save him at all costs. His actions will be endorsed by Su Feng. And even if he does some unimaginable actions openly, it will make people feel that it is justifiable, increasing his freedom of action within the organization. Compared with the latter, the former is obviously more important. But the premise of all this is that Su Feng wants to save him. Zhu Shizhou knows that Su Feng knows that he is still alive. But he also knows that Su Feng will not come to save him because he is alive. Because there are two possibilities. One is that he has a way to save himself, and he has prepared a way to save himself. So he does not need Su Feng to save him. The second is that he has no way to save himself, and needs to wait for Su Feng to save him. The former does not need Su Feng to do anything. He can get out of trouble by himself. And Su Feng can naturally stay put, without any information to judge. Su Feng could not judge which one was the truth. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou's backup plan, Thorns, came in handy. As long as Thorns conveyed the news that he was still alive to Su Feng would know that Thorns was instructed by him to convey this news. And at the same time Su Feng would understand that his way to save himself was to wait for Su Feng to rescue. That is, the latter. At this point, Su Feng would fall into a situation where he had to choose to save him, so that his plan to pull Su Feng down could successfully achieve the first step. This is the game he set for Su Feng, using himself as a chess piece. At the same time, he also considered the possibility that Jing Ji would tell Su Feng about the chess club. In order to prevent this from happening in the future, Zhu Shizhou deliberately left it ambiguous when mentioning Su Feng, so that Jing Ji would mistakenly believe that Su Feng was a member of the chess club without direct evidence. As long as there is no direct evidence, Jing Ji would not easily contact Su Feng for confirmation, and the existence of the chess club would not be heard by Su Feng. So what would Su Feng think in the end? He only knew that Jing Ji might be a rebel, and there might be a rebel faction within the organization. As for whether this rebel faction was created by Zhu Shizhou, this is even more impossible, because the elite black soldiers who participated in the Papua New Guinea mission can testify. The rebel faction is a faction that has been colluding with Papua New Guinea for a long time. They spent 2 years jointly developing the Insect Man. And by chance? How could Su Feng, who had dealt with him, not know that he was innocent? He was investigated cleanly, and had no suspicion at all. In other words, this rebel faction may or may not exist. But it has nothing to do with Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou can clear his suspicion under Su Feng's nose. And Max, who was caught, will make the scene even more confusing. Because Max is just an ordinary person. He will definitely not be able to withstand the organization's interrogation. And his testimony will be different from that of everyone else. He will reveal the truth during the interrogation, and then involve the United States. And the big pot will be given to the United States. And the scapegoat of the rebel faction can be determined. During the entire mission in Papua New Guinea, even in Su Feng's eyes, Zhu Shizhou would only be the hero who discovered the alien insects and reported them to the organization in time, formulated an evacuation plan, and finally bravely served as bait and perfectly executed the final evacuation plan. Is that enough? No, it's not enough. Zhu Shizhou has eliminated all possibilities that Su Feng knew that the rebel faction was created by him. So theoretically, Su Feng would not find out all this. But what if Su Feng finally found out all this? This would prove one thing. That Su Feng did not really relax his control over him. Which means that there has never been any vacuum period of control. And Su Feng has always had a way to monitor everything about him. But if Su Feng did not discover his plan, it would prove that the vacuum period of control does exist. So from beginning to end, Zhu Shizhou, in addition to setting up a trap for Su Feng to drag him into the water, was also a deep-minded test. And Su Feng, in the absence of intelligence, at most, he could only see the first level that he wanted to drag Su Feng down. As for the purpose of pulling him down, Su Feng can't see through it. Chapter 435 Search and Rescue. Misha's appetite. The search and rescue operation started soon. Others didn't know how Zhu Shizhou could survive the explosion of the Rose of Death. But Jingji roughly knew that Zhu Shizhou used a submarine to escape. And she naturally told Su Feng the news. Su Feng couldn't be like a headless fly looking for a needle in a haystack. He first learned the direction of the movement of the Zerg during the Zerg outbreak from the confessions of the elite black soldiers when they evacuated Papua New Guinea. According to the description of the elite black soldiers, they did take a helicopter to increase their altitude and look far away when the Zerg outbreak occurred. It was because of this that they found that the Zerg were all heading in one direction, southwest. And this direction was naturally the direction where Zhu Shizhou was at the last moment. After knowing the general direction, the scope was greatly narrowed. According to Su Feng's guess, if Zhu Shizhou is still alive now, but at the same time unable to save himself, is there any need to think about it? It must be that the submarine had a malfunction and could not return. The most likely thing is that the submarine's power system was damaged in the explosion. The submarine with a damaged power system can only continue to dive under the pressure of the deep sea. Black Soldier Training Base. The head of the command center said to the communicator. So, the worst result is not that the search and rescue team cannot find Zhu Shizhou, but that the submarine Zhu Shizhou is riding sinks to the bottom of the sea under the pressure of the deep sea and is finally crushed into a biscuit by the huge pressure? Su Feng's unique calm and rational voice came from the other side of the communication channel. No. The premise of all our search and rescue is that Zhu Shizhou is still alive. If this premise fails, then the search and rescue will be meaningless. The head of the headquarters rubbed his eyebrows. She didn't know why Su Feng was so sure that Zhu Shizhou was still alive. Anyway, in her opinion, the hope was extremely slim. She had already despaired of the possibility that Zhu Shizhou was still alive. Okay, assuming that what you said is true, but even if the direction of Zhu Shizhou's submarine is determined? Southwest direction. This is too broad. How can we find Zhu Shizhou? In the eyes of the head of the headquarters, this is simply a needle in a haystack. However, Su Feng basically had no hesitation. The submarine that Zhu Shizhou was riding on was the Sea Explorer V-9527 developed by the organization 3 years ago. The maximum safe diving depth is 2,500 meters, and the maximum tolerable diving depth is 3,000 meters. Based on the premise that Zhu Shizhou is still alive, Zhu Shizhou's submarine should now be sunk in a sea area with a maximum depth of no more than 3,000 meters. In this way, the scope can be further narrowed. The depth of the seabed and the seabed is different. The seabed is like land covered by water. There are also high mountains, basins, and plains under the sea level. The parts above the sea level are the well-known land, and the parts below the sea level form the deep and shallow seabed. The head of the command raised his eyebrows. Commander Su, are you serious? You mean Zhu Shizhou just chose the submarine to stay in the sea area with a depth of no more than 3,000 meters in the explosion of the Death Rose? The head of the command wanted to ask. Do you think Zhu Shizhou has the ability to predict the future? How can there be such a coincidence? And the weirdest thing is that even Su Feng, who always acts calmly, took this low-probability event that requires a lot of luck as a premise. She confirmed once again that Zhu Shizhou and Su Feng had a close relationship. In her opinion, Su Feng might have made an irrational judgment for the first time in history. Sometimes, seemingly impossible events are actually the truth. Su Feng just said lightly. So do you understand clearly? You contacted me just to confirm Zhu Shizhou's safety. Now you can rest assured that after the scope is further narrowed, the sea area that needs to be searched is not large. With full rescue efforts, Zhu Shizhou can be successfully rescued in about 3 days, or at most a week. This call was made by the head of the command center after hearing about Zhu Shizhou's experience and contacting Su Feng to understand the situation. The two were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, and Su Feng was not obliged to report everything to the head of the command center. But Su Feng still answered. The head of the command center did not think that he could get an answer from Su Feng, but he did not expect Su Feng to be so cooperative. Is this still the guy who is so strict with the confidentiality of intelligence that he isn't human? Anything else? Su Feng said lightly. The head of the headquarters sighed. Su Feng, I don't understand what you are thinking now. Since we broke up, you have become less and less like the man I remember. Su Feng didn't say anything, but when the head of the headquarters came to his senses, a burst of buzzing sound came from the communicator, and it was obvious that Su Feng took the initiative to end the communication. Misha, stop eating. Save some. At this rate, we can't hold on for too long. In the submarine in the deep sea, Zhu Shizhou tried his best to persuade Misha. Now the two of them returned to the food storage room. The food piled up in the corner to form a small hill, and Misha was lying on the hill and eating continuously. Zhu Shizhou found that he underestimated Misha's eating speed. At first, he thought that the amount of food in the submarine was enough for Misha and him to hold on until the submarine power failed. But he soon found out that he was wrong. Misha's appetite was getting more and more terrifying. That small body seemed to be able to turn the food eaten into the stomach into energy and store it, no matter how incredible it looked. Zhu Shizhou witnessed Misha eating 50 kilograms of canned food in a row. 50 kilograms? Zhu Shizhou had many female college classmates who weighed less than 50 kilograms. How could such a small stomach hold so much food? Obviously, Misha had a strong stomach, and I don't know how it compared to the alien insects. More importantly, Zhu Shizhou found that after eating, Misha didn't poop. It seemed that the concept of food residue was also invalid for her. After eating, Misha lay on the ground and began to sleep, and continued to eat after waking up. Zhu Shizhou couldn't imagine it. The canned food of the Black Soldier organization was indeed high-energy food. But even if it was high-energy food, there would inevitably be ineffective substances, which is the so-called food residue. Even he had gone to the toilet many times after eating in the past 2 days. But Misha ate and slept. Not to mention pooping. She didn't even pee once. When Misha heard Zhu Shizhou's call, she looked at the pile of food in the dark reluctantly. Ah! She cried out, and then returned to Zhu Shizhou obediently. Zhu Shizhou touched Misha's head in the dark, and heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't really matter if the food was finished. With his and Misha's physical fitness, they could fast for 10 days or half a month. In Zhu Shizhou's expectation, 10 days or half a month would be enough for him to be rescued. And if it exceeded this period, it basically meant that he had no hope of being rescued. The question he cared more about was, if Misha finished the food and felt hungry, would she turn around and eat him? This was a question that could not be thought about in detail. In short, in order to eliminate this possibility, Zhu Shizhou limited the amount of food Misha could eat at each meal. Misha was also being tamed by him little by little. Every time he shouted, Misha would stop eating obediently, and then come to his side obediently. After touching Misha's head, Zhu Shizhou said, "Let's go! We have to patrol and inspect today." Chapter 436 Learning Chinese. During patrol inspections, it is natural to check the status of various equipment on the entire submarine. The various data on the display screen in the cockpit show whether the various systems of the submarine are operating normally. Although there is also a self-checking system, the submarine needs to maintain standby status, so it is naturally impossible to self-check all the time. At this time, human assistance is needed. Of course, another reason is that Zhu Shizhou is too idle. In the dark deep sea, the submarine was stranded, and it was pitch black. The picture seen with eyes closed and eyes open was the same. All pitch black. Unless you turn on your mobile phone, you may see a ray of light. In this darkness, Zhu Shizhou basically had nothing to do. When he was hungry, he went to the corner of the room to eat canned food. When he was tired, he lay down and slept on the spot. By the way, he also prayed, hoping to be rescued. It only lasted for 1 day, and Zhu Shizhou felt bored, because in a dark environment, people are very likely to lose their sense of time. And Zhu Shizhou is no exception. He woke up 2 or 3 times in a day. After waking up, he thought that 2 or 3 days had passed. But only 1 day had passed. The inner anxiety made him unable to lie in the cabin with nothing to do. So Zhu Shizhou started patrolling. The main purpose of the patrol is to check whether there is any water leakage in the entire submarine. And then other things. No water leakage. This submarine is really strong. Zhu Shurjiu and Misha walked around the submarine with the help of the mobile phone light. And checked it again and found no water leakage. And all kinds of equipment were also normal. Misha, well, let's send a signal first. If a search and rescue team happens to pass by and receives our signal wave, we will be rescued soon. After doing everything, Zhu Shurjiu and Misha returned to the food compartment. After a while, Zhu Shurjiu's increasingly intense panting sounded in the dark room. Hoo-hoo. Misha, adjust your position, hoo-hoo. An hour passed. Panting continued. And Zhu Shurjiu, who was sweating profusely, finally couldn't hold on and lay on the ground. Don't get me wrong. He was just exercising just now. He didn't even waste the time trapped in the submarine. Although his body was still injured, he still chose to exercise. In his current condition, he couldn't do too complicated exercises, so he chose high-intensity one-handed push-ups and high-speed squats, both of which were completed under weight. The weight was naturally Misha. As time went by, Misha's food intake skyrocketed, and her body density continued to rise. Originally, Misha's body was just a layer of armor that could withstand bullets. The parts of her body that were not covered by the armor were still slightly normal. But recently, Zhu Shurjiu tricked Misha into letting him check it. Zhu Shurjiu found that Misha's body had basically no soft parts, and her body mass was also increasing. Zhu Shurjiu estimated that her small body should have exceeded 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms? It is a little difficult for ordinary fat people to reach this mass. This body mass is comparable to many strongmen in international competitions. Zhu Shurjiu lifted Misha up, just like lifting a 200-gene strongman. When doing squats and one-handed push-ups, his body was under heavy pressure, and all the muscles in his body were strengthened by this pressure. Sure enough, the effect of compound number 199 still remains. Zhu Shurjiu lay on the ground, panting and saying he was quite familiar with his physical condition. After 2 days of exercise, he found that the speed of his strength improvement seemed a bit abnormal, and it was faster than when he had just injected the lower-level Black Soldier potion. Logically speaking, after the injection of the lower-level Black Soldier potion, as the body gradually becomes stronger, the speed of physical strengthening should show a slowing trend. But the current situation is exactly the opposite. He seems to have entered the high-speed improvement stage again. After thinking about it, the only explanation Zhu Shurjiu could think of was that his body was affected by the two compounds number 199. While the effect of the drug faded, some of the drug effect remained for a long time. Or maybe there was some unknown change inside his body. It would be best to wait until he returns to the organization for a professional system test. In short, his body has become stronger with the naked eye, which can be confirmed. In addition, the injury seems to have recovered. Zhu Shurjiu gently pressed his chest and the shoulder blade that was injured before. When he pressed it, the pain he had expected did not come, but only a slight tingling sensation, which meant that the injury that Misha had broken before was automatically repaired. After untying the bandages on his shoulders and chest, he moved his body a little. Apart from a little discomfort during the movement, there was no obvious pain. Too fast. It's only been 2 days, Zhu Shurjiu murmured. This unscientific thing had obviously happened, and Zhu Shurjiu could only accept it. At the same time, he had greater expectations for compound 199. After a short rest, Zhu Shurjiu started exercising again. On the 3rd day, after Zhu Shurjiu had done a routine check and released a signal wave, he returned to the cabin and supervised Misha to eat 50 kilograms of food. Misha yelled at Zhu Shurjiu with a little dissatisfaction, and at the same time, she straightened her flat stomach to show that she was not full. No more, Zhu Shurjiu scolded seriously, ignoring Misha's resentful eyes, and patted his side. Misha, come and sit down. Although Misha felt hungry and wronged, she still obeyed Zhu Shurjiu's order and moved to the open space beside him and sat down. Zhu Shurjiu touched Misha's head. Misha, I want to tell you something. He looked at Misha with some helplessness. You always scream. It's not good to go on like this. I'm worried that you will never be able to speak like a human in your life. How about this? From today, I will teach you to speak. But it's not the English you are familiar with, but a language called Chinese. If you don't speak, I will assume that you accept it. Ah? Okay. Then start learning. Zhu Shizhou turned on his phone regardless of Misha's confused and puzzled expression. Come. Learn with me. I will teach you little by little. Starting with Pinyin. On the third day of being trapped in the submarine, Zhu Shizhou began to teach Misha to learn Chinese. Chapter 437 America's Ark Plan? The fourth day trapped in the submarine. Zhu Shizhou, who sent a signal wave from the cockpit, looked deep in the eyes, with his hands behind his back, looking through the glass window of the cockpit at the dark sea as always. It's the fourth day. Zhu Shizhou began to sigh after watching for a long time. At the same time, he began to feel fear and regret in his heart. He was worried that his operation would really kill himself. During these 4 days, his heart gradually began to be entangled and doubtful, wondering whether he had really made the right choice 4 days ago. As time went by, there was no sign of the rescue team, and Zhu Shizhou's heart sank a little bit. Alas, Zhu Shizhou sighed deeply and heavily, then turned and left the cockpit. After leaving the cockpit, he didn't even turn on the flashlight on his mobile phone, and walked freely in the dark back to the cabin where Misha was. This is also a trivial skill he has practiced in the past few days. Now, he knows every part of the submarine so well that he can know exactly how long it will take to reach a certain place even with his eyes closed. He has built a submarine structure diagram in his mind in these 4 days, and has also set a strict limit on his stride length, controlling it to 1.5 meters per step. In this way, he only needs to know how many steps he has taken to measure the distance he has walked. This magical skill allows him to freely and unhinderedly shuttle through every corner of the submarine. Zhu Shizhou didn't turn on his phone until he returned to the cabin. With a faint light, he found Misha's location. Misha was squatting on the ground at this moment, and her hands and feet seemed to be carving something on the floor. How is it? What have you learned? Zhu Shizhou asked, and walked over. Misha turned around and said, Well, the progress is good. Misha's vocal cords can already make the sound of one. No longer the monotonous "ah-ah" sound like before. This made Zhu Shizhou more determined to teach Misha to speak. You know, this is not something he came up with casually. The reason he did this was to make Misha have cultural identity. What is cultural identity? It means that while imparting the other party's culture, Misha's perception of herself is subtly changed. It's like Misha thinks she is a half-human, half-insect monster. If she keeps thinking so, then in the end, she will only divide herself and others into 2 different camps in her mind. But if Zhu Shizhou taught Misha the culture of their human race from the beginning, then Misha would change her mind little by little. And while agreeing with the culture he taught, she would subconsciously think that she was also a human being. Among them, there was also a little selfishness of Zhu Shizhou. Through the conversation with Misha, Zhu Shizhou learned that Misha was originally an American, and was secretly transported to Papua New Guinea after being abducted. Zhu Shizhou knew very well how powerful Misha was. If the United States knew about Misha's existence and intended to make Misha their weapon, it would be hard to imagine what the United States would do. He didn't forget that the crazy Bugman research plan came from the United States. In order to prevent Misha from being acquired by the United States, he prepared to change Misha's concept of belonging by instilling culture. The good news is that Misha's memory has been broken since the day she was transformed. That is, part of her memory before the age of 10 is missing. She only remembers half of her own name, and her whole thinking is not much different from a blank sheet of paper. Zhu Shizhou's attempt to silently assimilate Misha's dark psychology is easier to achieve. Zhu Shizhou walked to Misha and saw the Chinese characters and pinyin written by Misha with her feet. Although it was just a relatively simple Chinese character structure, he was still a little surprised at Misha's learning progress. You learn very quickly. Zhu Shizhou also squatted down and touched Misha's head. This is wrong. Zhu Shizhou quickly pointed out a mistake. Why are there no strokes and dots on the strokes of the word father and the word pa and dad? Ah! Misha screamed, and then leaned her head towards Zhu Shizhou. And Zhu Shizhou's face was touched by the 2 tentacles on Misha's head. Zhu Shizhou then understood that Misha didn't like the part about insects in her. When writing the word father and the word pa and dad, she always felt that the strokes on these 2 words were like the tentacles of insects. So she deliberately didn't write the strokes and dots on these 2 words. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. It's just a word. The characteristics of insects in you are not bad. Zhu Shizhou comforted Misha. To be honest, Misha's appearance is actually very similar to that of a human, except for the shell on her body. the limbs on her hands, and the tentacles on her head. The rest of her body, including her face, looks like a human. If ordinary people saw her, they might think that Misha was just a little girl who liked to play SY. Misha was very dissatisfied with Zhu Shizhou's explanation. She screamed again, but she was wronged. And she finally added pi and dian to the two words. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and laughed. Misha was just troubled because her physical characteristics were different from those of ordinary people. But the physical fitness of ordinary people could not even compare to one of Misha's tentacles. Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to flash through his mind. Wait. Zhu Shizhou's smile froze on his face. Insect Man Research Project. America. His expression instantly became serious. Su Feng once said that the arc plan of each country is different. Their country's arc plan is the Omniscient Island, which is a national arc under the control of the Black Soldier Organization. What are the arcs of other countries? Now, a terrible thought emerged in Zhu Shizhou's mind. Is the United States really studying Zergmen just to develop a secret weapon that can resist alien Zergs? Or is the American arc plan to transform all humans into Zergmen? No way. Is it that crazy? Zhu Shizhou himself felt that this idea was whimsical, and there was no evidence to prove it. It was a completely fabricated idea. But at the same time, he saw Misha's current situation. In addition to the characteristics of her body being insects, her brain and thinking part were still human. This was just the result of 2 years of research by backward Papua New Guinea. And Papua New Guinea only used part of the information of the American Insect Research Plan to figure it out on its own. In this way, they actually developed a Misha. So what about the United States? When did they start their research? How much more mature is their research plan than the insect research plan that Papua New Guinea got? With more perfect equipment, can a more perfect insect be developed? If a more perfect insect can be developed, will this technology be popularized to ordinary people? Through Misha's fight against the alien insects, it can be found that ordinary alien insects can be solved in one encounter with Misha. If all ordinary people on the Earth are transformed into insects, then is the threat of alien insects still a threat? Chapter 438 Thinking. Perhaps because he had been in the dark for too long, he had become a person who liked to daydream. Zhu Shizhou was startled by the sudden idea that popped up in his head. Faced with Misha's puzzled eyes, he did not explain anything, but walked to the other side alone and began to think about the possibility of his bold guess. First of all, is Misha's existence accidental or inevitable? It seems that Papua New Guinea has studied tens of thousands of insects to develop a special case like Misha. But this can only represent the research results of technologically backward countries. Max stole the insect research plan and some materials from the United States 2 years ago. Zhu Shizhou has read all of these materials, except for some experimental data. There is little content related to the experimental process. Papua New Guinea successfully transformed Misha by making up the number, but they don't know it themselves. What about the United States? Papua New Guinea's research was based on the experimental data of the United States, so he didn't think about it before. Now he suddenly had a question. If the United States did not successfully research the insect man, how could Papua New Guinea have the confidence to jump into this fire? Max? Zhu Shizhou pursed his lips. Obviously, when Max told the generals about the insect man research plan, he must have mentioned the feasibility of this insect man research plan. If this plan is not feasible, then Max is seeking his own death, because it is purely creating an economic burden for Papua New Guinea. And Papua New Guinea has been researching for 2 years, and still thinks that it has not successfully researched an individual. If their Black Soldier organization did not send people to investigate, I am afraid they will continue to invest more energy and money. No matter how you look at it, it seems that they have a certain degree of confidence in the insect research plan. In other words, Max is likely to know whether the United States has successfully researched, and whether there have been successful experimental cases. After going out, I have to find Max to confirm. Zhu Shizhou took a few steps anxiously, and then realized that he was trapped in the submarine for the 4th day, and the Black Soldier organization still hadn't found him, which also meant that Max had been captured for 4 days. What kind of interrogation will Max suffer during these 4 days? After he goes out to find Max, will he see a corpse or a delirious idiot? Just letting Max sit on the pain stimulation machine of the Armed Defense Department. That guy may not be able to hold on for long. Why didn't you realize it before? Zhu Shizhou shook his head in annoyance. At the same time, more questions were born in his head. For example, does Su Feng know about the American Insect Research Plan? There is no doubt that after interrogating Max, the information will naturally reach Su Feng's ears. And Su Feng will definitely know. But the question is, did Su Feng know about it before? If Su Feng knew about it, did he find a way to use the power of the Black Soldier organization to stop it or make other responses? At this moment, Zhu Shizhou felt that his level in the organization was too low, and he had no access to high-level confidential information. So he could only guess here. If Su Feng knew about it, could Illuminescent Island really become a national ark? This is the biggest question in Zhu Shizhou's heart at the moment. He had always thought that Illuminescent Island was the national ark, and the citizens on the island thought so too. But if the Ark project of the United States really transforms ordinary people into Zergmen, then even if there are no Zergmen on Earth, there will be more Zergmen who feed on humans. So is the safety of Illuminescent Island really enough to cope with such a result? Or is Illuminescent Island just the Ark project on the surface, and the actual Ark project is only known to a small number of people? At that time, Su Feng was vague about the National Ark project. Even when he set out for Illuminescent, he did not confirm from Su Feng that the National Ark was Illuminescent Island. He confirmed that Illuminescent Island was the National Ark from the examiner who was assessing them. But is that really the truth? As the saying goes, if you speculate on something with suspicion, then it will seem that there are doubts everywhere. Now Zhu Shizhou is going crazy and thinking wildly, and he really feels that there are many doubts. For example, the biggest doubt is, will Su Feng, that bastard who has a strong desire to control intelligence, really allow the country's Ark plan to be leaked to the world so easily? The more he thought about it, the more doubts he had in his mind. It was not until a long time later that he realized that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Darkness really amplifies human sensibility. Zhu Shizhou let out a long sighed, and decided to put aside his doubts for the time being, because these thoughts and doubts were all false before they were rescued. Even if he really guessed the truth, he couldn't convey it to others. Why haven't you come yet? Alas. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and returned to Misha. Misha, you have basically mastered these words and phrases. Let's learn more difficult words. Misha's learning progress is quite amazing. After being transformed into a bug man, she seems to have super thinking and learning abilities. Misha, who was still learning Pinyin yesterday, has started to learn some simple words today. One day is equivalent to a week for an ordinary child. Misha was a little reluctant, but she didn't refuse and continued to learn Chinese characters with Zhu Shizhou. The 5th day. On the 5th day of being trapped in the submarine, Zhu Shizhou began to write a diary. Although he knew that serious people generally don't write diaries, he really couldn't stand it. In addition to exercising, eating and sleeping, there is almost nothing else to do in this submarine. He has spent a full 4 days, but he didn't see the shadow of the Black Soldier organization. To be honest, he is a little desperate in his heart. In order to relieve this feeling of despair, he started writing a diary. He found a notebook and pen in the submarine, and used the light of his mobile phone as a light. Zhu Shizhou wrote down his recent experiences and some of the things he had thought about in the past 2 days. Most of what he wrote was a vent for his own feelings. Even in this situation, he did not write about Misha's existence in his records. From this point of view, he actually still had a little bit of luck in his heart, and there was a glimmer of hope. If you ask him if he regrets setting himself up, which has led to him being trapped in a submarine and even being trapped in it for the rest of his life, Zhu Shizhou will say that he does not regret it, because he still has one last backup plan that is not considered a backup plan. Insect Man Potion. In his arms, there is another Insect Man Potion. He tried it after getting 3 Insect Man Potion in Papua New Guinea. He could only inject 2 Insect Man Potion. Once the 3rd Insect Man Potion was injected, his body would turn into an insect. In those timelines, he always killed himself in advance when his mind was not clear. But in fact, can he keep his sanity after turning into an insect? He himself does not know. So his last backup plan is to inject the Insect Man Potion. If he injects the Insect Man Potion, he may have a strong body different from humans. After long-term training, he may be able to reach the level of alien insects. He does not know how deep he is in the deep sea now, and perhaps he will be crushed into slag as soon as he opens the submarine. But if he really reaches the point of irreversible despair, all methods are worth trying. Chapter 439. It is not the predicament that traps people, but the courage to move forward. The 6th day of being trapped. Zhu Shizhou lay beside Misha with no desire to live. That's not right. This is not right. What is wrong? Did Su Feng really give up on me? Is it because my thoughts were seen through by Su Feng? Or is it because Su Feng thinks I have lost my value? He has been trapped in the submarine for a full 5 days. But there is no movement. This is obviously abnormal. Because in his expectation, the longest search and rescue time will not exceed a week. But now it is indeed the 6th day. Damn it. It is basically impossible to say that Su Feng does not know that I am still alive. Su Feng knows that I can predict the future. So he can naturally guess that I choose to implement the bait tactic when I am sure of survival. And after being trapped for so long, he should also know that I have no ability to save myself. Zhu Shizhou felt that he was about to go crazy from endless thinking. The darkness alone could not break his will. Even if he was locked up in a dark prison for 10,000 years, he felt that he could hold on. Because no matter what, there was a clear deadline. But the problem was that if he could not escape, with his death recovery ability, he might jump back and forth between endless death and resurrection. The more infinite the time, the more desperate he would be. What was about to break Zhu Shizhou was an ending that was more desperate and terrifying than being locked up for 10,000 years. He did not want that kind of ending to happen from the bottom of his heart. Misha, I can't hold on any longer. Finally, at the end of the 6th day, Zhu Shizhou finally couldn't help but confide his inner despair and pain to Misha. He hugged Misha's small body, closed his eyes tiredly, and talked to himself. I'm so stupid. Really. I only knew that I could frame Su Feng in this way. I didn't expect that I haven't been found yet. These words were spoken in Mandarin. And Zhu Shizhou didn't want Misha to respond, because he subconsciously thought that Misha didn't understand. But after 3 or 4 days of learning, although Misha couldn't speak, she still understood. Oh. Woo. You? Misha struggled in Zhu Shizhou's arms, broke free from Zhu Shizhou's arms, and asked Zhu Shizhou a series of interjections. What do you mean? Zhu Shizhou asked decadently. Misha can now spit out some syllables simply, but she can't form a complete sentence with these syllables. So Zhu Shizhou can only guess randomly. Are you hungry? Ah. Misha shook her head. Do you want to play? Ah. Misha shook her head again. Go on patrol? Ah. Misha shook her head again. Zhu Shizhou really didn't understand this time, and said helplessly, You'd better write it down. Misha nodded and looked for an empty space on the ground, but didn't find one. In the past few days, the floor was full of words carved by her feet, which were all traces of her hard work. Misha didn't find an empty space, so she could only walk to the wall on the other side, and began to carve crooked characters with her feet. Zhu Shizhou dragged his tired feet over, and saw Misha wrote a sentence. You want to go out? Zhu Shizhou's heart skipped a beat. I do want to go out. Zhu Shizhou looked at Misha. Do you have a way? Misha tilted her head towards Zhu Shizhou, and then nodded. Zhu Shizhou thought of Misha's ability to release pheromones. Could it be that Misha could transmit pheromones through the deep sea and attract alien insects? Really? Are you going to use this method to attract alien insects? And then let the Black Soldier organization notice this situation, and finally find us? Are your pheromones really that strong? No way. No. You should not know about the Black Soldier organization. And I thought of this idea at the beginning. But the problem is that if we really use this method to attract alien insects, let alone whether the alien insects can withstand such a large seawater pressure and arrive here safely. Let's say that if the submarine is broken by the alien insects, we will still die first. Zhu Shizhou was talking to himself, and saw Misha shook her head and wrote on the wall again. Why don't you go out directly? The modal particle was used incorrectly. No. Now is not the time to complain about this. Zhu Shizhou asked. What do you mean? If we can go out, will we still be trapped here now? Misha looked at Zhu Shizhou in confusion. And now she was confused. Zhu Shizhou saw Misha's confused eyes, and became more confused. Misha, do you have any solution? Misha shook her head, hesitated for a while, and motioned Zhu Shizhou to follow. Zhu Shizhou was confused and doubtful, but perhaps because of luck, he followed Misha. Misha took Zhu Shizhou out of the corridor and came to the familiar cockpit. Zhu Shizhou came to the cockpit to check the equipment every day, so he was very familiar with every corner of this place. This place was also the only place with light in the entire submarine. Zhu Shizhou didn't know why Misha brought him here, but he saw Misha raised her legs and pointed at the glass of the cockpit. You mean? Get out from here. Zhu Shizhou was almost speechless. He looked at the darkness outside the cockpit, thinking that Misha might not have much common sense. So she didn't know that they were in the deep sea now. So he shook his head in disappointment, and said to Misha, "Misha, do you know how deep the sea is now?" "Through the glass window. We can't see even a trace of light. If it is in a shallow sea, at least we can still see the sun when we look up." When Misha heard this, she immediately turned her head to look at Zhu Shurjo, and then began to shake her head wildly. The airflow generated by Misha's shaking head formed a small whirlwind that blew on Zhu Shurjo's face, almost making him unable to open his eyes. Zhu Shurjo wanted to explain, but suddenly, Misha took a step forward. Before Zhu Shurjo could react, the legs in Misha's hand flashed across the glass, with the sound of glass breaking. Before Zhu Shurjo could say hack, darkness suddenly poured in from the broken window. "Misha!" Zhu Shurjo just shouted, and saw Misha blocking in front of him, forming a barrier in front of him at this critical moment. The darkness that rushed towards the two of them was blocked by Misha, but the seawater that rushed in with the darkness made the two stumble. But just when a large amount of seawater was about to flood the entire cockpit, Zhu Shurjo suddenly widened his eyes. "This is mud." He was completely stunned. The darkness outside the cockpit was not because the deep sea was so deep that the sun could not be seen, but the fucking mud covered the window glass of the cockpit. The entire cockpit was flooded with seawater, and Zhu Shurjo did feel the pressure of the seawater coming from all directions. But at the same time, the clear consciousness in his head told him that this pressure did not instantly crush him. It turned out that this submarine had never been in the deep sea, but was buried in the shallow sea by mud. Damn. Chapter 440. Escape. The reason why the submarine has no signal on the seabed is not because it is too deep, but because the entire submarine is buried in thick silt, which makes the signal slow to be transmitted. When Misha broke the window and rushed out of the blockade of silt with Zhu Shurjo at high speed, Zhu Shurjo quickly understood this. At the same time, he also understood why Su Feng and his team had not found him for a long time. It was not because the location of the submarine was too difficult to find, but also because the submarine was buried in silt, which greatly increased the difficulty of the Black Soldier Organization's search and rescue. During the 6 days buried in the submarine, Zhu Shurjo was still foolishly kept in the dark. If it weren't for Misha's last move, he would probably not understand what happened until his death that caused Su Feng to give up on him. The two rushed out of the silt. Zhu Shurjo hung on Misha, and Misha's legs swung at a high speed. Even in the seawater, you can see the afterimage, which shows how fast Misha's legs swung. Zhu Shurjo looked at the surrounding scenes, and for a moment, he wanted to call himself a fool. The sun shone down from the sea, illuminating the seawater from top to bottom, showing a clear gradient of blue. The light refracted from the sea surface downwards. When it came to his position, although the light was slightly dim, he could still see that there were fish around him that were startled by him and Misha, who suddenly rushed out and swam away. He looked up and estimated the distance between the sea surface and him and Misha, which was about 100 meters. Zhu Shurjo was speechless. It turned out that in the past few days, he was only one step away from escaping. The two of them moved towards the sea surface at high speed in the sea water like an automatic torpedo, dragging long white bubbles, and rushed out from the mud on the seabed. In just a dozen seconds, the two swam to the surface of the sea from the bottom of the sea where there was a lot of silt. In the vast ocean, two figures, one big and one small, emerged, looking down from above. It was like 2 grains of sand appeared in the desert. Quite insignificant. Fresh air. I escaped just like that. The blue sky, white clouds, and the shining ocean. Zhu Shurjo looked at everything on the sea with great joy, greedily looking up to breathe the fresh air from the outside, while Misha beside him swam around him expressionlessly. He did not blame Misha for doing nothing these days, even though she knew they were trapped in the submarine, because she could only blame him because he did not explain it clearly to Misha, causing Misha to not understand why he had been staying in the submarine. I'm afraid that in Misha's opinion, his behavior should be quite inexplicable. He could easily leave the submarine, but he stayed in the submarine to eat and drink and taught her to learn. Misha did not regard the submarine as a dead place, but as a residence that could be left at any time. Naturally, she could not understand Zhu Shurjo's urgent desire to leave. It was not until Zhu Shurjo confided in her that she realized that he wanted to get out. Isn't this easy to deal with? Zhu Shurjo was unconscious during the explosion, but she was awake. She knew that the submarine was only 100 meters away from the sea surface. So she didn't think about it anymore. Since Zhu Shizhou wanted to go out, she would take Zhu Shizhou out. So, she broke the window of the cockpit. Zhu Shizhou and Misha swam in the sea. After enjoying the pleasure of freedom, Zhu Shizhou wiped his wet face and asked Misha, "Misha, can you sense where there are pheromones gathering nearby?" Pheromones, of course, refer to human pheromones. The common point between Misha and the Zerg is that they are born to feed on humans and have the innate ability to hunt humans. So they are very sensitive to human pheromones. Whether it is the Zerg or Misha, they can capture human pheromones from thousands of miles away, which is something that humans cannot do anyway. The reason why Zhu Shizhou asked this question was naturally to take advantage of the search and rescue team organized by the Black Soldiers. He always believed that Su Feng did not send people to find him, but just did not find him. After escaping from the submarine, there was a new problem that they did not know where they were now. Especially they did not know how far Illinois Island was from here. Zhu Shizhou was only a human body, no matter how strong his physical fitness was now. If he swam in the sea without support for a few days, his body might be pickled by the seawater, to the extent that even if he was eaten by the Zerg, he would think that the salt was too much. Misha received Zhu Shizhou's request for help, closed her eyes, and felt it carefully, and opened her eyes after a few seconds, and nodded to Zhu Shizhou. The Sea Search and Rescue Team has been conducting a carpet search for 6 days. After the explosion in Papua New Guinea, the Black Soldier Organization sent out a search and rescue team and issued an order to them, saying that the Prophet who should have died was now in a submarine, which sank to a depth of no more than 3,000 meters, roughly southwest of the old site of Papua New Guinea. At first, they were still wondering where the information came from, but soon they knew the commander of this search and rescue mission, Su Feng. This search and rescue mission was actually carried out by Su Feng himself. Report to Commander Su. No discovery in the K8 area. The carpet search progress has reached 90. And there is still no clue. Report to Commander Su. The search of Area H, Area I and Area J has been completed, and nothing has been found. The search and rescue mission has come to an end. The search and rescue area planned by Su Feng himself has almost been searched. It can be basically concluded that no submarine has been seen in the area they are searching and rescuing. Su Feng listened to the information from the communicator expressionlessly, and his heart sank a little bit. Zhu Shizhou, where are you? Did you really escape by submarine? Assuming that you know that you will be rescued in the end by predicting the future, and you let Jingji bring me a message. This proves that the search and rescue team I said should be able to successfully rescue you. But why can't I find you now? To be honest, Su Feng was a little anxious at this moment. There must be something wrong with it. But no matter how Su Feng thought, he couldn't think that Zhu Shizhou didn't predict the future in which he could be rescued. When Zhu Shizhou was carrying out the bait plan, everything was up to fate. Su Feng thought that as long as he sent out a search and rescue team, he should be able to find Zhu Shizhou easily. The reason is simple. Since Zhu Shizhou foresaw the future of his rescue, he should also know the location of his rescue. And it is possible that he could even know the longitude and latitude. However, when Zhu Shizhou used the thorns to pass on the message to him, he did not learn this information from the thorns. So in normal logical thinking, it is easy to infer that Zhu Shizhou believes that even if he does not report the location, he can be rescued smoothly. Is the reasoning wrong? The search and rescue has been going on for 6 days, and not even a piece of submarine debris has been found. This is obviously very abnormal. Unless, Su Feng frowned slightly. Unless Zhu Shizhou himself did not foresee the future of being rescued, or Zhu Shizhou is dead now. These two possibilities made Su Feng feel unhappy. But no matter which possibility it is, Su Feng will not waste all his time here. If the search and rescue area is fully explored, but Zhu Shizhou is still not found, he will order everyone to return, because continuing to do it is just useless. If Zhu Shizhou really foresaw the future of being rescued, then no matter what choice he made, Zhu Shizhou would be rescued in the end. And his search and rescue has been done to the best of his ability. If Zhu Shizhou did not foresee the future of being rescued, then the premise of his continued search and rescue is untenable. He could not let the organization spend a lot of energy to take care of a guy whose life and death is unknown. Su Feng had already made a decision in his heart. However, at this moment, I don't know if it was a coincidence. The communicator sounded again. A voice came from the communicator report. There is a discovery in Area L3. The tone was slightly weird. We may have found the prophet. Chapter 441. I already know about the American Ark plan. When the prophet was found, he was swimming alone in the sea, like a small boat, confused and helpless. It seemed like a coincidence. When the submarine that had explored the area it was responsible for floated to the surface, the black soldier in charge of exploration in the submarine looked out the window and saw a black figure floating on the sea. Originally, they were excited to think it was the wreckage of the submarine. But when they got closer, they realized that it was not a wreckage at all. It was a person, and a black soldier wearing a full set of black soldier equipment. It sounds like a fantasy to find a black soldier near the destroyed Papua New Guinea. But it happened that their search and rescue target this time was a living elite black soldier prophet who survived in Papua New Guinea. Commander Sue was very sure that the prophet was still alive. So he gave them an order to conduct search and rescue in the specified sea area. However, they were able to meet the prophet without any prior signs. It was purely a coincidence. So, when Papua New Guinea was destroyed, the submarine you were on was buried in the silt in the sea, and you were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When you woke up, you were trapped in the submarine, unable to send signals, and all the equipment on the submarine was damaged. You could only choose to break the window and escape, and finally found that the submarine was only in the shallow sea. Yes, Zhu Shurjiu was sitting inside the submarine at this moment, accepting interrogation from other elite black soldiers. He was naked from the waist up, revealing his strong and muscular body. At the same time, some white-clothed people surrounded Zhu Shurjiu and helped him with various physical examinations, with various instruments attached to his body. The elite black soldiers wanted to interrogate to get a definite conclusion so that they could report to Su Feng. Zhu Shurjiu made up a reason that sounded plausible. The black soldier who interrogated Zhu Shurjiu was named Guyu. He was one of the hundreds of elite black soldiers sent for search and rescue. He was also one of the elite black soldiers who participated in the evacuation mission in Papua New Guinea. Zhu Shurjiu's final bait plan can be said to have saved all the black soldiers. And now he has saved the prophet, which can be said to be a cycle of cause and effect. You are really brave. According to you, when you were trapped in the submarine, you didn't know what was happening outside, but you had the courage to break out of the window. Fortunately, the submarine was buried in the shallow sea. Otherwise you would not be able to avoid death even if you escaped from the submarine. Zhu Shurjiu just shook his head and said, "It's not courage. It's just a desperate struggle before death. Being trapped in a submarine means death. And being crushed by the pressure of the seawater after escaping from the submarine is also death. And I was just betting on a glimmer of hope. And now it seems that I bet right." At this moment, the white-clothed man who had checked Zhu Shurjiu's body exclaimed after hearing this, "Then you are really lucky. There is no major problem with your health. But I still recommend a full checkup after returning to the organization." Okay. Zhu Shurjiu changed into a dry and clean black soldier uniform. To be honest, he is in good physical and mental condition now. Others might think that he had spent an agonizing week in the darkness underground. But only he knew that he ate, drank and slept in the submarine, did some physical exercise when he had free time, and had time and energy to teach Misha. Except for the last period of time when he was tormented by the random thoughts in his mind. The rest of the time was normal. By the way, this search and rescue mission was ordered by Commander Sue. Right? Can I call Commander Sue to express my gratitude? Zhu Shurjiu asked casually. It is human nature to express gratitude for saving a life. This has nothing to do with gratitude for the black soldiers who have erased emotions. It is more of a moral obligation close to common sense. Guyu said. Let's report this to Commander Sue first. If you are tired, go and rest. We have prepared a room for you. Okay. Zhu Shurjiu nodded and was arranged to rest in a cabin. What the others didn't know was that at the same time Zhu Shurjiu was arranged to enter the lounge. In the ocean behind the returning submarine, a half-human, half-insect woman was expressionlessly following far behind. Soon, Guyu reported the whole process of rescuing Zhu Shurjiu from the sea to Su Feng. This naturally included the excuses made up by Zhu Shurjiu. From the perspective of predicting the future, it's barely justifiable. It's not because he predicted the search and rescue team would find his location, but because he predicted that I would send out a search and rescue team and happened to meet him who had escaped. So he was rescued, he. After listening to the report, Su Feng sneered without any fluctuations and thought to himself. Then, you said Zhu Shurjiu wanted to talk to me? Yes, Commander Su. You see, I refuse. Su Feng refused straightforwardly. The reason was simple. Because once he chose to talk to Zhu Shizhou, his future of being tricked for intelligence was certain. Once such a future is determined, even if he does not speak or say anything, he may let Zhu Shizhou analyze the information that should not be leaked without even knowing it. He saved Zhu Shizhou just because he expected Zhu Shizhou to grow. He gave Zhu Shizhou a chance. And he really gave him a big surprise on the stage of Papua New Guinea he set up. He actually solved a dilemma that he thought was a difficult problem. From beginning to end. This made Su Feng think more. What if Zhu Shizhou was put in a desperate situation that was even more deadly than Papua New Guinea? Will Zhu Shizhou be able to break out of the cocoon like a deus ex machina? Zhu Shizhou is just a master key to him. It is a backup that he took out when he couldn't solve the dilemma. Now this master key has reached the qualified standard. But if it is honed more, it may be even better. Su Feng refused the option to talk to Zhu Shizhou, and immediately notified all the search and rescue teams to return, and issued an order to escort Zhu Shizhou back to Lemminison. Guyu came to the door of the lounge where Zhu Shizhou was. Su Feng refused Zhu Shizhou's request to talk to him, although he didn't know why he refused. He had to tell Zhu Shizhou. However, just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard heavy gasps coming from the lounge. Guyu opened the door without hesitation and saw a figure doing handstand one-finger push-ups. Exercise? Yeah. Zhu Shizhou panted slightly, bit one arm, and supported his body very slowly. The whole weight of the person was pressed on one middle finger, which was straight and touching the ground, with only the first knuckle slightly bent. If I'm not mistaken, Su Feng. Commander Su refused to talk to me? Guyu nodded. I was just about to tell you about this. Aren't you tired? You finally escaped. But you are still exercising? Zhu Shizhou replied. Time is squeezed out. How can I become stronger without using up any time I can grasp? Guyu was really convinced by Zhu Shizhou. With such hard work, this boy will become a strong man in time. You should know that except for the group of perverts who pursue infinity in the emergency mobile department, most elite black soldiers stopped exercising after strengthening their bodies to the limit, because the efficiency of continuing to exercise is too low. I didn't expect the prophet to still be exercising. He only knew that the prophet came from the command center, and didn't know the true identity of the prophet. Naturally, he didn't know that Zhu Shizhou's physical fitness was not even as good as that of ordinary black soldiers. In his opinion, the prophet was more likely to be from the emergency mobile unit. Guyu informed Zhu Shizhou of Commander Su's attitude and prepared to leave. However, Zhu Shizhou called Guyu again. Please contact Commander Su again. Just tell him. I already know about the US ARC project. Guyu was confused. He simply suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. What did you say? Zhu Shizhou slightly exerted force with his middle finger, and the whole person turned over and stood up again. He moved his body slightly and said, just pass on the original words. Commander Su will agree to talk to me. Chapter 442 Dialogue. Zhu Shizhou got through to Su Feng as he wished. To be honest, if he didn't really want to find out what the US Insectman research plan was all about, he wouldn't have wanted to communicate with Su Feng. If the US ARC plan really turned ordinary people into insect men, then he didn't believe Su Feng didn't know about it. And if Su Feng knew about the US Insectman research plan, did he make corresponding preparations? At least, he didn't know about it before. And he didn't know about the Insectman until he experienced the Papua New Guinea mission. In addition, did Su Feng know about the existence of insect men in Papua New Guinea? Was all this arranged by Su Feng? After all, he found insect men as soon as he arrived in Papua New Guinea. If it wasn't premeditated by Su Feng, it would be too coincidental. Zhu Shizhou chose to talk to Su Feng only after he figured it out. Su Feng was worried about the information leak. And so was he? According to Su Feng's character, if he said one more word to Su Feng, something might be analyzed. Both of them had the same concerns. But at this time, under Zhu Shizhou's promotion, the two sides finally connected the communication. In the quiet room, Zhu Shizhou remained silent, and Su Feng on the other side of the communicator did not speak. At this moment, both sides were very tacitly silent and did not speak. After a full 5 minutes, Su Feng's voice sounded from the other side of the communicator. What? You clearly begged to talk to me, but now you dare not speak? Zhu Shizhou said lightly. I didn't beg. It was you who chose to communicate with me after hearing that I might know about the US ARC project. Right, Su Feng said coldly. You communicate with me just to argue with me? Now I'll give you a chance. Tell me. Don't waste my time. If I judge that our conversation is meaningless, then I will hang up the phone. You are really a busy man. Zhu Shizhou shook his head, and after thinking for a while, he slowly spoke. The art project of the United States is to turn all people into insects. Right? At this moment, the air in the room was quiet. Zhu Shizhou said a guess that would cause a sensation in the world if it were spread out. Su Feng did not seem to be shocked by Zhu Shizhou's guess, but asked calmly, "Why do you think so? You don't seem surprised? You, a superpower who can predict the future, have appeared in front of me. Do you think I will be surprised by other things?" Zhu Shizhou. After an awkward silence, Zhu Shizhou did not answer directly, but said, "Max is in your hands, and you must have interrogated him. So even if you guessed the intention of the United States to turn all people into insects, I would not be surprised at all. But the question is, did you really just find out now? What do you want to say?" Jing Jing led the team and took me to carry out the mission of clearing the alien Zerg in Papua New Guinea. It was originally a very easy task. It was also a simple training mission after I became an elite black soldier. However, I discovered the alien Zerg underground because of it. I don't think this is a coincidence. Zhu Shizhou recalled that when he and Thorn had just arrived at the port of Papua New Guinea, Thorn inexplicably sensed danger. Thorn's sixth sense was not very good among the elite black soldiers, but she still sensed it when she arrived at the port. What about the elite black soldiers who were stronger than Thorn? Thorn could sense it, which meant that the elite black soldiers who were stronger than Thorn would only sense it more clearly. For example, the Redeemer. When the Redeemer was led to the port by him later, he directly pointed out the smell of alien insects. After arriving at the port, he insisted that the guess that there are a lot of alien insects underground was correct. Then the question is, since the pheromones of a large number of alien insects underground are so obvious, did no one discover it before Thorn? Or, the Black Soldier Organization knew it, but always ignored it? He also interrogated Max in Papua New Guinea, of course. In a timeline that has been annihilated, he learned from Max that the Black Soldier Organization had ignored Papua New Guinea for 2 years, which led to the fact that their military had evil thoughts and was ready to study the Zerg on their own. During these 2 years, the silence of the Black Soldier Organization seemed quite suspicious. I discovered a large number of alien Zerg underground in Papua New Guinea on my first mission, even if I only calculate it from the probability. I am afraid that it is not just Papua New Guinea that has similar problems. Am I right? Go on. Su Feng's answer was still calm. So, if the Black Soldier Organization obviously knows about the large number of alien Zerg underground in Papua New Guinea, then what about the Zerg? This is a key research project of the Papua New Guinea military. Does the Black Soldier Organization really know nothing about it? Max is a key witness of the insect research project. He can prove that the project came from the United States. At the same time, Papua New Guinea only borrowed some of the experimental data from the United States and developed a large number of semi-finished products. Even a guy like Max can get the American Insect Research Project. How could the Black Soldier Organization be unaware of it? Then again, the United States confidentiality work is too inadequate, and Max was allowed to roam freely outside for 2 years until he was discovered by our Black Soldier Organization. At this point, Zhu Shizhou's tone was somewhat intriguing. Or, in fact, all this is manipulated by the Black Soldier Organization behind the scenes? Su Feng did not speak. Zhu Shizhou was also confused about Su Feng's intentions. He paused and continued. What I just said is just my bold guess. What I want to say next is the key point. From the glimpse of Papua New Guinea, we can know that the number of Zerg in the world is far beyond the reach of some simple forces. If the United States is really studying Zerg, then a question arises. What is the point of continuing to strengthen the power of an organization? Can an organization, even if it is full of perfect Zerg, really resist the Zerg that exist underground all over the world? It costs a lot of money and funds. Does the United States just want to create a group of Zerg soldiers? To put it bluntly, Zerg soldiers are just enhanced black soldiers. The biggest problem now is not how powerful the individual Zerg are, but the number of Zerg, which is enough to devour the entire world. When facing the terrifying number of Zerg, simple Zerg soldiers are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot against Zerg. As long as you understand this, you can naturally think that the United States is likely to want to turn all humans into insects, so that they can suppress numbers with numbers and force the alien insects, a monster that transcends ecological science, to be included in the natural environment survival system of humans. By then, the alien insects will be nothing more than a slightly stronger beast. When Zhu Shizhou was thinking alone in the submarine, he was shocked by this bold idea. Now, he only hopes to get an answer from Su Feng. Chapter 443 Plan B of the Ark Project? Is this guess true or false? After a long wait, Zhu Shizhou could not help but ask Su Feng again. And then, he heard Su Feng's slightly admiring voice. Not bad. You guessed well. The first half of the sentence was to praise Zhu Shizhou, and the second half was to admit Zhu Shizhou's guess. Su Feng replied, the Ark Project of the United States is to turn all humans into insects. This is not over yet. What Su Feng said next made Zhu Shizhou's eyes widen. At the same time, this is also one of the Ark projects of the Black Soldier Organization. If there are two choices in front of you, it is possible to save the world. One is to destroy 99% of the human population and only retain the fire of some civilizations. The second is to turn all humans into half-human, half-insect monsters and force them to adapt to the existence of alien insects. Which one would you choose? After Su Feng revealed the biggest secret of the Black Soldier Organization, before Zhu Shizhou recovered from his shock, Su Feng asked Zhu Shizhou this question. Which one would you choose? The former is a heroic act of cutting off one's arm and surviving alone, while the latter is a humiliating coexistence of compromise. Su Feng did not expect to get an answer from Zhu Shizhou, but said to himself, there were two such choices in front of me. At that time, I had just become a member of the decision-making level and participated in the discussion of the Ark Project. Just participate? Just participate, Su Feng answered, and then added, but I witnessed with my own eyes that the Black Soldier Organization gave up the second option and radically chose the former. Don't be curious about my choice. I can tell you that I voted for the former. Zhu Shizhou felt a little heavy in his heart. If he were to choose, which one would he choose? Unlike Su Feng, he wanted to choose the latter. Why? Zhu Shizhou asked. How can humans be humiliated to become monsters? Su Feng's answer was extremely sonorous and powerful. From being the food of monsters, to being a hybrid monster mixed with monsters. In my opinion, it is just adding a humiliating history to the history of human civilization. Su Feng slowly recounted the major decisions that had happened that were related to the fate of the entire human race. I guess you already know that the organization has studied insect people. Before the final decision, the organization never stopped trying to mix the genes of alien insects with humans. The organization tried to use alien insects to transform humans, so that humans would have the same strong physical fitness as alien insects. I can tell you that this plan was originally a cooperative project between the organization and the United States. Su Feng revealed another explosive piece of information, which shocked Zhu Shizhou. He originally thought that the organization's insect-human research plan was different from that of the United States. But now it seems that after tracing back to the source, it still returns to the Black Soldier Organization. The organization gave up insect humanization at that time for two reasons. The first reason is naturally what I mentioned just now. We don't want humans to become monsters. The second reason is that after the transformation of humans, the insect humanization process did not achieve the desired effect. After transforming humans into insects, there is a problem that cannot be avoided. The insects still show super aggressiveness to humans. Just like the Zerg. The Zerg also seem to regard humans as the main course in their menu. It's as if humans are born in their genes, and they find human flesh and blood very attractive to them. This appetite can be curbed, but it can't be eliminated. I'm afraid this is the real reason why the organization gave up the Zerg plan. Zhu Shizhou thought. This means that Zerg and humans can't coexist. When the organization cooperated with the United States, the initial idea was to popularize the Zerg technology to ordinary people, and then transform 50% of humans into Zerg. But no matter how they studied, the organization could not eliminate the Zerg's appetite for humans. Moreover, even if the Zerg changed the menu, their consumption of food is quite terrifying. One Zerg can eat as much as 20 to 30 normal adults. In other words, even if we turn all humans into Zerg, we will face the pressure of using normal food resources to bear 20 to 30 times our own. So from any perspective, turning all humans into Zerg is just a poison to quench thirst. Zhu Shizhou heard this and said quietly, so, the organization chose to attack the enemy of the world? This is the real way to destruction. Su Feng said calmly. If a plan is rejected, you must come up with a better plan than it. Otherwise it is just unreasonable. Zhu Shizhou was silent. In fact, he has already started to implement it. In his opinion, all the concerns of the Black Soldier organization are possible to solve. Zhu Shurjiu always believed that his ability to rewind the game might be more suitable for research than for fighting alien insects. Misha's existence gave Zhu Shurjiu hope. With a ready-made successful sample, Zhu Shurjiu felt that the American insect research plan was not unfeasible. However, Zhu Shurjiu did not talk about Misha. He asked another question. Then Su Feng. Did you do nothing during this period? Zhu Shurjiu looked at the communicator. You said that if a plan is rejected, you should propose a better plan than it. After I rejected the organization's plan, didn't you have any countermeasures? Sitting and waiting for death is not like your style. Of course, I won't sit and wait for death. Su Feng sneered. But everything I prepared has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about learning my plan from me. The case was solved. Zhu Shurjiu knew the root cause of Su Feng's lack of contact with him. In order to prevent the plan from being leaked as tragically as on the eve of the implementation of the plan on November 7th, Su Feng guarded the intelligence more strictly. After learning about the future at that time, Su Feng turned around and made a second plan. And only Su Feng himself knew about this plan. No. Wait. With Su Feng's character, his plan might actually be Plan B of the ARC plan. But he had to come up with Plan B after Plan A was rejected. From the beginning, Su Feng prepared more than one plan to deal with the Zerg crisis. No wonder. No wonder this guy is so strict about his own intelligence protection. He has more than one plan in his mind that can determine the fate of all mankind. Is it related to the US ARC plan? Zhu Shurjiu vaguely grasped something. He still couldn't see the obstacle clearly, but he could vaguely sense it. The Black Soldier organization gave up the insect research plan, but did not stop the United States from continuing to study insects. Is this the reason? As he thought before, Max escaped from the United States with the insect research plan and came to Papua New Guinea. Is it related to Su Feng? Su Feng always kills many birds with one stone. Was he accidentally used by this guy Su Feng? Was everything he revealed in Papua New Guinea within Su Feng's expectations? What good is it for Su Feng to surface the existence of insects? Let's stop this conversation. Your curiosity has been satisfied. I hope you talk to me just out of curiosity, not for threat. Chapter 444, Entering the cab under an excuse. After the call ended, Zhu Shurjiu fell into a tangled thought. I'm afraid Su Feng is trying to seduce me again. He was speechless to Su Feng. What do you mean by don't know my plan? But if he didn't want him to know from the beginning, Su Feng didn't have to say so much. And now Su Feng confirmed with him that the US ARC plan was indeed a plan to turn everyone into insects. And the ARC plan B that Su Feng prepared was likely related to the US ARC plan. Su Feng looked like an evil uncle who took out a lollipop in front of a greedy child. Although he could get the lollipop if he continued to investigate, the person holding the lollipop was Su Feng, who knew what his intention was behind his act of giving him the lollipop. Another open conspiracy. The Papua New Guinea incident was the same. And it is the same now. Zhu Shurjiu thought for a long time, and couldn't figure out what method Su Feng was going to use as Plan B of the ARC plan. He could only shake his head and let it go for the time being. After confirming the US ARC plan from Su Feng, he is now more interested in the US ARC plan. In his opinion, when it comes to the last resort, the US idea may also be a feasible way. What humiliation for humans. He thinks that as long as people are alive, everything will be fine. The key to Su Feng's rejection of the Insect Man plan is nothing more than that the Insect Man still has a strong appetite for humans. If there is no way to solve this problem, then the Insect Man research plan is the axe that will kill humans. It all depends on Misha now. Zhu Shurjiu muttered to himself, and then took out his mobile phone to check the time. The quality of the mobile phone of the Black Soldier organization is good. He swam in the sea for so long, and it was still able to work well. It has super waterproof function. First of all, since he had no idea how many inspection procedures the Black Soldier would have to go through to return to Illinois Island, everything needed to be improvised. Misha could not appear in front of other Black Soldiers, because once she appeared, it meant that all his subsequent preparations would be invalidated. Therefore, when accidentally encountering the submarine closest to them, Zhu Shurjiu told Misha not to get too close in advance, and wait until he entered the submarine, and then follow behind. At the same time, in order to prevent Misha from being discovered by other submarines, Zhu Shurjiu was also ready to rewind at any time. He was inside the submarine, and if other submarines discovered Misha, he would also receive the message. So theoretically, He could completely rely on his foresight advantage to grasp the movements and routes of other submarines, and then go back and let Misha avoid these routes in advance. And finally let Misha sneak until she reaches Ilminison without anyone noticing. Theoretically, all this is achievable. So after ending the communication with Su Feng, Zhu Shizhou sat on the bed and thought for a long time, and finally walked out of the cabin. In the corridor outside the cabin, black soldiers were wandering back and forth. After all, the elite black soldier prophet was the person Commander Su named to rescue, and they were guarding the door to prevent any accidents from happening to the prophet. And their team leader Guyu also said that any requirements of the prophet should be met as much as possible. Guyu was vague when he told them, and he looked very secretive. It seems that the level of the prophet is different from that of other elite black soldiers, and it is unknown what Captain Guyu experienced when he was alone with the prophet. Now, the prophet came out of the rest cabin, and the black soldiers, who were patrolling and wandering, immediately greeted him. Master Prophet, what do you need? Zhu Shizhou replied. Take me to the cockpit. Okay, I'll take you there right away. After saying that, the black soldier pressed the communicator, first informed Captain Guyu of the matter, and then took Zhu Shizhou to the cockpit. The prophet is going to the cockpit? What does he want to do? Guyu was confused after receiving the news. Is it the instruction of Commander Su? No. Commander Su didn't give me any orders. Guyu guessed for a long time, but he couldn't guess what the prophet was going to do in the cockpit. So he simply stopped thinking and rushed to the cockpit. And by chance, he met the prophet at the door of the cockpit. Hey, Captain Guyu. The prophet greeted Guyu lightly. Guyu scratched his head, approached and asked, Excuse me, is there any instruction from Commander Su? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. No, don't talk nonsense. Commander Su has nothing to do with me. Don't guess blindly. I'm just a small elite black soldier, and I have nothing to do with Commander Su. Don't talk nonsense everywhere. Guyu. He knew there was a problem. Commander Su used the organization's resources and let them spend a full 6 days to search and rescue a person. No matter who this person is, it is worth thinking about. Commander Su never does useless work. It is obvious that Commander Su thinks the prophet is worthy of this. Originally, he thought Commander Su just judged that the prophet had such value after hearing about the prophet's deeds. But when the prophet asked to talk to Commander Su and said something about America's ARC plan, Guyu knew that the truth of the matter might not be that simple. After he conveyed to Commander Su the reason why the prophet wanted to talk, Commander Su directly agreed to talk to the prophet. The meaning of this is very intriguing. Guyu is not sure whether there is really a relationship between Zhu Shizhou and Commander Su. But the only thing he can be sure of is that the prophet is qualified to communicate with Commander Su, and the confidentiality of the conversation between the two is definitely higher than his own level. So when he looks at Zhu Shizhou now, he subconsciously asks Zhu Shizhou's intentions from the perspective of a subordinate. Captain Guyu, stop imagining. The conversation I had with Commander Su just now exceeded your authority. Stop guessing. It is true. Captain Guyu saw Zhu Shizhou's honesty and thought it was true. Then why did you come to the cockpit? To learn, Zhu Shizhou said, and then looked like he was reminiscing. You don't know? I was the only one in the submarine in the waters near Papua New Guinea. If I knew the driving skills of the submarine at that time, I should have been able to easily drive the submarine away from the dangerous waters, and I would not have allowed the submarine to be buried in the mud in the shallow sea at the last moment. So after this incident, I decided to learn the submarine driving skills. This is to prevent the next accident from happening, so that I can have a higher survival rate. Zhu Shizhou looked at Guyu with a sincere look, but in his heart, he was thinking, if he didn't enter the cockpit, how could he see the return route map of other submarines in the first place? Guyu didn't know anything. He thought of the scene of Zhu Shizhou constantly exercising in the rest cabin and believed Zhu Shizhou's words. Guyu nodded. The cockpit is not allowed to be entered by outsiders. But since it's you can. But you can only watch from the side. But you can't operate it. Chapter 445. A long-lost way of suicide. Zhu Shizhou successfully entered the cockpit. He had never thought of operating it. Guyu didn't know what he was thinking, so he let him in easily. Zhu Shizhou naturally wouldn't tell Guyu that he actually had some experience in driving a submarine. And he also knew where the submarine's radar scanning system could be seen. Behind the submarine, Misha was moving at high speed. High speed? In fact, it was just keeping the same speed as the submarine she was tracking in front of her. After following for a while, Misha surfaced to breathe a few breaths of fresh air, and then dived back into the sea to continue tracking. However, after tracking for about half an hour, she looked at the 10 o'clock direction on the left, then changed the tracking route and began to track in a roundabout way from another direction. She still remembered Zhu Shurjio's instructions to her. Don't forget to avoid other submarines while tracking. As long as she could sense that other submarines were approaching her, she would immediately dodge until she was out of sight of other submarines. She kept Zhu Shurjio's words in mind and followed him all the way. She was almost discovered several times, but she still avoided the detection of other submarines with her high-speed movement ability. Until later, the number of submarines she sensed increased. In the end, other submarines actually formed a circle around her. No, to be precise, it was not a circle around her, but a protective circle around the submarine that Zhu Shurjio was following. And Misha was in this protective circle and was included in it at the same time. If Misha wanted to make a detour, she had to either dive deeper or float up. As soon as the only two solutions appeared in Misha's mind, she sensed a worse situation. The protection circle began to shrink. Not only did it begin to shrink, but it also formed a three-dimensional protection circle. What is a three-dimensional protection circle? It is a simple sparse sphere with Zhu Shurjio's submarine as the central sphere, and other submarines form a simple sparse sphere in all directions. If there are blind alien insects who want to attack the submarine in the center, they must pass through other submarines. And other submarines can also give early warnings at the same time. This caused Misha, who had not yet escaped, to be like a turtle in a jar. With no escape, Misha was a little confused. She didn't know how to deal with this situation. And Zhu Shurjio didn't tell her. As the protection circle continued to shrink inward, Misha's existence also entered the sight of the submarine fleet. Huh? The submarine that first discovered Misha's existence was a submarine that was searching the same sea area with the Guyu submarine search and rescue team. They were originally very close to Guyu's submarine search and rescue team, so they were also the first to shrink their protection towards Guyu's submarine. What is that? It's moving at high speed. There are too many bubbles. I can't see clearly what it is. The submarine rescue team that found Misha quickly broadcast Misha's position to other submarines. After receiving the punctuation, the other submarines also naturally noticed Misha's existence. In their sight, the bubbles generated by Misha's high-speed movement in the sea submerged her small body, causing them to not be able to see what was in the bubbles at a distance. Although other submarines formed a three-dimensional spherical protective circle around the Guyu submarine. For high-speed submarines, there is a safe distance threshold between each submarine. Because of this, other submarines cannot observe the strange bubble cluster in the sea more closely. Observers can only observe it with their eyes. The Guyu submarine naturally received the news. After receiving the news, they were confused. What? There is a bubble cluster that has been keeping a relative stillness of about 500 meters with us at the same speed and following us behind? What is it? Is it an alien worm? Everyone else suspected the alien worm at the first time. But Zhu Shurjio thought of Misha being discovered after all. At this moment, Zhu Shurjio was like a curious visitor, wandering around in the cab, looking at the instrument, the console, and the screen from time to time. After hearing the news about Misha coming from the communication channel in the cab, Zhu Shurjio's eyes condensed, and then naturally moved to the side of the main driver. There is a radar scanning detection screen in front of the main pilot. This detection screen can detect the surrounding situation. After removing the seawater near the submarine from the image, everything around it is displayed on the screen in a three-dimensional image, including the fish swimming around. They all appear on the screen in a three-dimensional grid. It's a person. How is it possible? Is it really a person? The moment the three-dimensional image detection image came out, the pilots were dumbfounded. In their predictions, they originally suspected that it might be the incompletely annihilated alien insects in Papua New Guinea, or perhaps some unknown fish that can move at high speed. But they never expected that the image shown in the three-dimensional image was actually a person. Very small, with a human shape, and also has the ability to swim at high speed in the sea. The bubbles around her were generated by the high-speed swinging of her limbs. Guyu obviously didn't expect that the person following their submarine was actually a person. After walking forward and observing for a while, the small body was still following behind their submarine. What is going on? Prophet, do you know, When Guyu looked at the prophet on the side and was about to ask him for advice, he saw that the prophet inexplicably took 2 steps back and pinched his neck with one hand. The next second, something unexpected happened. A piece of flesh was torn off the neck by the prophet. Guyu reacted quickly. Although he didn't know what happened, he subconsciously rushed towards the prophet. Prophet, what are you doing? Gurgle, gurgle. The prophet spat out blood, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his throat. His neck was missing most of the flesh and blood, and the scarlet blood fell to the ground like a fountain, forming a thick pool of blood. Seeing that he was about to die, Guyu rushed to the prophet's vicinity and supported the fallen prophet. With a confused face, the other black soldiers in the cab were also confused. At a loss. This was probably the only thought in the minds of these black soldiers at this moment. What's going on? What happened? Why did the prophet suddenly commit suicide? In the darkness, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly opened his eyes with a big breath. Ha-hoo-ha. Ah-ee. In the darkness, Misha on the side called out in confusion. Zhu Shurjiu panted and calmed down a little. He subconsciously reached out and touched his neck and laughed. Ha-ha. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of suicide. In Papua New Guinea, he shot himself in the head with a gun almost every time he went back, and he didn't feel much pain at all. It's been a long time since I've seen this primitive way of suicide. Misha didn't understand, but the next moment, she felt Zhu Shurjiu touching her. The big hand on her head was warm. Misha, I'm telling you something. Remember it first. Chapter 446, Thorn's Experience. Illumination. When the mighty submarine fleet returned, Thorn, who heard the news, slowly exhaled, and all the confusion in his heart about his future disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Thorn was sitting in a small dark room with disheveled hair. The small dark room itself was only 10 square meters in size, with nothing in it, except for the fine gravel left in the gaps between the bricks and tiles on the ground under the ceiling above the head and the walls around the feet. Since she was interrogated by Su Feng, she has been detained here by the Black Soldier Organization. And now it has been a full 10 days. Because her guilt was not clear, and Su Feng pointed out that she should not be lynched. The Black Soldier Organization did nothing except let Thorn feel the mental torture without light. In order to enhance the effect of mental torture, the organization also deliberately removed the emotional erasure for Thorn. During the days when her emotions gradually recovered, the black soldiers in charge of interrogation often came to her small dark room and told her about the news from the outside world. The search and rescue team has successfully rescued the prophet and is on the way back, is what the interrogating black soldiers outside told her. Of course, after this sentence, they did not forget to remind her to confess quickly. Otherwise she would be waiting for a more severe punishment. Jingji naturally said nothing. After all, she knew nothing about the chess club, and there was no information to leak at all. And more importantly, Zhu Shurjiu had promised that the chess club would come to save her. He is not dead. The chess club is really powerful. After sighing at the miracle of the chess club saving Zhu Shurjiu from a dead end, Jingji thought that since Zhu Shurjiu had been rescued, she should be rescued next. Chess club, what means will you use to save me? Or, just kill me and get rid of the trouble forever? Jingji squinted her eyes and thought secretly in the small dark room. At this moment, she thought of another death warrior of the chess club. Max. After she landed on the island, she never saw Max. But she often heard news about Max from the interrogators. For example, Max was tortured and confessed shortly after the torture began. Leniency for confession. Severity for resistance. This is what the interrogator said to her at that time. Jingji just sneered, because she was almost certain that this was a classic prisoner's dilemma created by the Black Soldier Organization. Did Max really confess? Not necessarily. And if Max really confessed, the interrogator would not have to threaten and bribe her, and specifically ask some low-level intelligence. When Thorn heard the interrogator's questions such as how big is your rebel faction? Do you have a unified policy? Where do you hide at ordinary times? What is the purpose of rebellion? Thorn knew that the Black Soldier Organization could not get anything from Max. Maybe Max's rank in the chess club was too low. Or maybe Max was unyielding. But no matter what, Max did not really confess. In other words, the chess club has not been completely exposed. Following the news that Max confessed after torture, there were also news that Max has identified the members of the rebel faction. Max tried to commit suicide, but was forcibly rescued. Max suffered a second round of interrogation, and Max has had a mental breakdown that kept coming to Jingji's ears. She knew that these were all psychological attacks from the interrogators. The interrogators kept hinting to her that if she didn't confess, she would enjoy the same treatment as Max. However, she was an elite black soldier, with a strong will, and she would not compromise even if she was locked up in a small dark room until she died. However, all this will change after Zhu Shizhou returns to Illuminiscent safely. She also figured out the reason why the chess club didn't arrange people to rescue her, which was nothing more than being unable to confirm Zhu Shizhou's safety. Once it is confirmed that Zhu Shizhou is safe, she will have lost her role. At that time, whether to save her or silence her is just a matter of thought for the chess club. Haha. Do you believe it or not? I will be able to get out soon, Jingji said to the interrogation black soldier who came to convey the news to her and create a psychological offensive. The interrogation black soldier sneered after hearing it. Why do you think you can get out soon? The prophet has been rescued now. He is the only black soldier who has close contact with you during the mission in Papua New Guinea. According to the testimony of everyone else, you two are inseparable almost all the time. Jingji laughed indifferently. Don't be so ambiguous. There is nothing between me and the prophet, although there is no evidence. Everyone can guess that your rebel faction wants to win over the prophet. But this is also the biggest flaw you left behind. The interrogation soldier approached the iron door of the small black room and said coldly, the longer the prophet stays with you, the more details he will reveal about you. Do you think you can hide your flaws? Betraying the organizer will eventually lead to death. If the interrogation soldier was persuading her in a good way a few days ago, then now, the interrogation soldier has no longer concealed his intentions. Coercion and inducement. These 4 words. The last 2 words have no effect on Jingji. Jingji sat on the ground with her back against the wall of the small black room and adjusted her sitting posture, facing the threat of the interrogation soldier, who was only separated by an iron door. She was very disdainful. But at the same time, she was thinking in her heart that if she wanted to die, it would probably be the chess club that did it. But in Papua New Guinea, she had reached a consensus with Zhu Shizhou. Now she only hoped that recruiting her was the decision of the chess club, not Zhu Shizhou's personal idea. In this way, she can have a chance to survive. But after all, her case involves the most serious problem of rebellion. So if the chess club really wants to save her, then the only way is to use a reason that no one can refuse, or let a high-ranking person decide her innocence. And the latter is exactly what Thorn can think of. The possibility that can make her acquitted. You just think about it in this small dark room. If you wait until the prophet comes back, then even if you want to confess, you will have no chance. The interrogating black soldier outside was about to leave. And suddenly, a hurried black soldier came to the door of the small black room. Master Falcon, we received an order from Commander Su saying. The black soldier paused, and then uttered the second half of the sentence, saying that Thorn is to be released without guilt. Falcon, who had just finished speaking harshly to Thorn in the small black room, froze. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. After the embarrassment, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the small black room. Ha ha ha. Is this what you said? I have no chance to confess. Ha ha ha. I really have no chance to confess. Because I'm about to get out? Commander Su. I never expected. It was you. It was really you. Thorn's laughter was quite harsh in Falcon's ears. Falcon thought of Thorn's words that she would be out soon, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Commander Su's order came really just right. And it just happened that everything coincided with Thorn's fearlessness. Chapter 447 Inspection. Really? Su Feng is a guy with a problem. After listening to the report from Falcon, the head of the headquarters fell into a long silence. Yes, Falcon, the elite black soldier who was in charge of interrogating Thorns, was the head of the headquarters. He reported the interrogation process to the head of the headquarters, including the conversation between Thorns and Su Feng. Falcon finally described Thorn's arrogance when he triumphantly announced that he was about to be released. In his opinion, this arrogance must be supported by someone. And the person who supported this arrogance was undoubtedly Su Feng. Minister, I know. You go down first. The head of the headquarters stopped Falcon's faint words. Of course, she knew that Falcon actually wanted to say whether Commander Su was related to the rebel faction that was rumored in the current organization. But she didn't let Falcon ask. She didn't know the answer to this question. And she didn't want this suspicion to spread to Su Feng. Because once this matter was confirmed, the organization would usher in a grand turmoil. After sending Falcon away, the head of the command decided to meet Thorn and Zhu Shizhou, who had safely arrived in Illuminiscent. Thorn received the news from the interrogator and thought Zhu Shizhou was still on the way back. But in fact, the news that Falcon told Thorn was deliberately delayed, in order to prevent the rebel faction from secretly knowing the actual progress of the organization's escort of the Prophet and causing problems in the escort. And Thorn will be released today because the Prophet has safely arrived in Illumination. And there is no need to worry about the rebel faction doing anything weird on the way. On the other side, Thorn, after leaving the small black room, was no longer isolated from the news, and naturally received the news that Zhu Shizhou had arrived in Illumination. Falcon, that guy, actually lied to me. Zhu Shizhou has actually arrived in Illumination, Thorn muttered, returned to his residence and changed into a black soldier uniform. Although she is free now, she knows that the organization has only lowered its vigilance against her. The organization will never completely relax its vigilance against people who are really suspicious. Not to mention that she is not innocent now. Since she agreed to cooperate with Zhu Shizhou, she is not innocent. On the helicopter, after compromising with Zhu Shizhou, she told Zhu Shizhou a lot of precautions for returning to Illumination. First of all, pay attention to the body search. Zhu Shizhou recalled the first check he learned from Thorn. This is not only to check if there is any problem with your equipment and whether it needs to be repaired, but also to prevent you from carrying some dangerous items on board Illumination. When you return to Illumination, you cannot carry any threatening weapons. The organization will ask you to keep your hands empty and take you to a room to take off all your equipment for a full-body scan. What Thorn said at that time came true at this moment. The submarine surfaced and docked at a pier. The pier is quite wide and looks like a square at first glance. Anyone and anything standing on the pier will be exposed, as clear as ink spots on white paper. In the distance of the pier where they arrived, Zhu Shizhou could also see a row of sentry towers, and there was a figure standing upright at the window of each sentry tower. Those are the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department. Don't underestimate the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department. Although they look comfortable and don't have to worry about their lives unless there are special circumstances, the firmness of their beliefs is top-notch. Their mission is to keep an eye on the surroundings of Illumination all day and night. Their concentration and attention are all at the top level in the organization. Once there is any movement on the sea, it will definitely not be hidden from their eyes. In other words, if you want to bring the insect girl back to Illumination, don't choose to break through from the front, but choose to let the insect girl detour and avoid landing on the island from the front. I don't know if you can command the insect girl to do as you say, but this is crucial. It is basically impossible for the insect girl to wait from the front. In other words, even if it is dark, it is impossible for Misha to follow his route to the island and land quietly. When Zhu Shizhou stood on the wide dock with his feet, he looked up at the sentry tower standing in the distance and lowered his head again. The contact personnel were a team of fully armed black soldiers with guns in their hands. Under their surveillance, Zhu Shizhou followed the other elite black soldiers led by Guyu through the wide dock and came to a safe house. This safe house was specially prepared for body searches and inspections. Before everyone walked through the door of the safe house, they were required to remove their equipment and only were non-iron items to pass through the door. The door itself is an X-ray scanning device that can clearly scan a person's entire body, including everything inside the body. Is it really that serious? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Zhu Shizhou muttered. And while waiting in line to enter the door, he also removed his equipment. Of course it is, Guyu answered. You don't know? Many people in the organization have heard recently that there seems to be a rebel, and the identity and number are unknown. Everything is very mysterious. Although there is no evidence, there is no smoke without fire. For the sake of safety, the organization has been conducting safety screening on all black soldiers and even trainees in recent days. Guyu pointed to the detection equipment set up at the door of the safe house. This was only installed in recent days. Before that, it was all manual inspection. The loyalty of the black soldiers was originally the bond of mutual trust between them and the organization. In addition to meeting the standards in terms of ability, everyone who becomes a black soldier must undergo a strict investigation. Only when it is confirmed that there is no problem can they pass the approval of promotion from trainees to black soldiers. In the past, the black soldier organization had great trust in the loyalty of the black soldiers. Even if one or two black soldiers rebelled occasionally, the organization thought it was harmless. But in recent days, for some reason, a rumor appeared within the organization, shaking the organization's trust in the black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou knew that the rumor he created was starting to take effect. Zhu Shizhou sighed. It's unnecessary. Everyone's loyalty to the organization has to be so doubted. Damn the rebel faction. Gu Yu shook his head. The existence of the rebel faction has not been confirmed yet. So don't rush to curse it. Zhu Shizhou smiled. That's right. The organization can't check it out at all, because the entire rebel faction currently only has him and Thorn. Moreover, Thorn was temporarily recruited by him. If the organization investigates, it will only clear Thorn. In this way, he is the only commander of the rebel faction. Okay, it's our turn, Gu Yu said as he took off his clothes, revealing a body full of scars and extremely strong muscles. Zhu Shizhou also took off his clothes. Prophet, you are so clean? Gu Yu asked after taking a look at Zhu Shizhou's body. Because in his impression, those who become elite black soldiers are basically covered with scars. But now, he sees Zhu Shizhou's muscles. But he can't find any scars after searching for a long time. There are only two explanations for this situation. Either this guy is so strong that he has never been injured, or this guy is just a newcomer. Gu Yu fell into a brief thought. But before he could think for long, he and Zhu Shizhou were urged to enter the safe house. As soon as he entered the safe house, Zhu Shizhou saw two familiar figures. Thorn and Minister? Why are you here? Chapter 448 Bioelectric Signal and Motion Feedback. Zhu Shizhou was slightly surprised by the head of the command and Thorns, who appeared in the safe house. Because in his expectation, Thorn should be imprisoned at this moment. Who released her? Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou glanced at the head of the command. And when he looked over, he saw the head also looking at him. Prophet. The head of the command looked at Zhu Shizhou. Of course, she knew that the identity of the prophet was Zhu Shizhou. And she also knew that the reason why Zhu Shizhou appeared here was because of Su Feng's rescue. After her investigation, she also knew that Su Feng rescued Zhu Shizhou after talking with Thorns. Under a series of reverse deductions, it is easy to find that Zhu Shizhou has a close relationship with Thorns and Su Feng. At that time, the head of the command did not know what Thorns talked about with Su Feng. But now she has doubts. But if all this was manipulated by Su Feng behind the scenes, then many suspicious places can be explained. Minister, it's been a long time since we last met. Zhu Shizhou sighed. It has indeed been a long time. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably not be able to remember the face of the head of the headquarters. Thanks to his strong memory now, he can still recognize the head of the headquarters at a glance after countless replays. Gu Yu on the side glanced at Zhu Shizhou meaningfully. He let Commander Su lead the rescue team in person, and let the head of the headquarters personally greet him. This guy is more interesting than he thought. After hearing Zhu Shizhou's greeting, the head of the headquarters shook his head and said, Not long at all. You have grown much faster than I thought. Jingji stood by and said nothing. In fact, Jingji did not expect to meet the head of the headquarters long after leaving the small black room. At that time, the head of the headquarters told her that he was going to see Zhu Shizhou without saying anything. Before she could answer, he took her with him forcefully. She didn't know what the head of the headquarters was up to. But after thinking about it, she was still taken to this safe house and met Zhu Shizhou. The head of the headquarters and Zhu Shizhou actually had nothing to talk about. If she really wanted to understand the situation in Papua New Guinea, it would be better to look at the intelligence that had been investigated long ago instead of chatting with Zhu Shizhou. The reason why she brought Jingji to see Zhu Shizhou was because she wanted to judge the relationship between Zhu Shizhou and Jingji through Zhu Shizhou's reaction when he saw Jingji. Does Zhu Shizhou have a rebel organization? As for Zhu Shizhou, his heart was hanging when he first saw the head of the headquarters. At the same time, he was also thinking about the head of the headquarters' thoughts. He soon figured out her intentions. When Thorn told him about the process of the black soldiers returning to Ilinisan, he did not mention the head of the headquarters, which means that the head of the headquarters must have come with a purpose. And her purpose, just look at the Thorn next to him. Thorn did not speak after seeing him, but remained silent. This was Thorn sending him a signal. Either Thorn had compromised with the organization and told everything, and now she was cooperating with the head of the headquarters to interrogate him. Or Thorn had not betrayed him yet, but was still under suspicion, and was not suitable to talk to him. Zhu Shizhou was extremely cautious in his heart, but he appeared calm on the surface. Then he heard the head of the headquarters say, You probably already know that Jingji is suspected of being a traitor. Right? Zhu Shizhou nodded. I know. I was in Papua New Guinea and participated in the whole process. And I know the whole story. The head of the headquarters said slowly. Jingji was suspected of being a traitor. And then, he was brought back to the organization for interrogation. I guess you don't know the result of the interrogation yet. Do you want me to tell you? Zhu Shizhou pretended to be indifferent. The organization has its own decision. And the organization's handling of Jingji has nothing to do with me. Really? The head of the headquarters suddenly laughed. You look very nervous now? Zhu Shizhou was slightly surprised. His acting skills had been honed in the flashback, and should have reached a perfect state. Why can the head of the headquarters see his inner nervousness? No. This is a trick. Zhu Shizhou thought quickly. However, the next moment, the head of the command center said, Do you know that human muscles can sometimes reflect a person's true emotions? Oops. The moment Zhu Shizhou heard the words of the head of the command center, the alarm bells suddenly rang in his heart. He suddenly had a bad premonition. When people are nervous, although they cannot detect it themselves, under the detection of machines, the body will have various reactions. A more intuitive manifestation is that the transmission of bioelectric signals between nerves and muscles will change. All of this can be detected by technology. The head of the command center pointed to the peculiarly shaped cameras installed in the four corners of the ceiling of the safe house. Those are bioelectric signal cameras, which can accurately detect the electrical signals of a person. And when the bioelectric signal of a person fluctuates, different curves will be presented on the analysis instrument. By analyzing the changes in the curves, the analyst can get the real emotions of the person being tested. Zhu Shizhou now understood why the person being tested had to take off all his clothes before entering the safe house. Precisely to prevent the bioelectric signal camera from being disturbed and accurately judge the emotional feedback of the person being tested. Zhu Shizhou's body stiffened uncontrollably, and he heard the head of the command center continue to say, However, this machine has a very obvious flaw. What? Zhu Shizhou asked. And at the same time, he didn't feel much relieved. The head of the command center smiled and said, It can't detect the black soldiers. As soon as this was said, Zhu Shizhou understood. Because the emotions of the black soldiers were wiped out by the black soldier potion, the bioelectric signals presented would always tend to be stable. So the detection was ineffective. Zhu Shizhou's heart became even heavier. Then I heard the head of the command center say, with a hint of sarcasm, Then can you tell me why you are nervous? The analysis results have told me that you have recovered your emotions. And when facing my questions, you still felt nervous. Does the organization's treatment of the thorns make you nervous? Why? Silence. The air in the room fell into a strange silence. Guyu, who was eating melons on the side, silently distanced himself from Zhu Shizhou. Why does the organization want to erase the emotions of the black soldiers? It is to prevent the black soldiers from being able to abide by the law, not doubt the organization, and continue to loyally sacrifice their lives for the organization when they know that they will definitely die in the mouths of alien insects in the future. Most of the black soldiers also know this, so they will not try to remove the emotional erasure. On the other hand, a black soldier who has removed the emotional erasure must have some problems with his own beliefs. All the black soldier rebels who have appeared in the black soldier organization over the years have removed the state of emotional erasure. Could it be that the prophet has also taken this old path? Under the long silence of several people, Zhu Shizhou suddenly smiled. According to the time, the student's emotional recovery period is coming soon. Right? Chapter 449 Questions from the Headquarters. Emotional Recovery Period. This is a stage that all students in the Black Soldier Training Base will face. The medicine injected by the students is a lower-level substitute for the Black Soldier medicine. So the students only experience a short-term emotional blockade. And after a fixed period, the emotional blockade will slowly subside and be lifted. The speed of the emotional recovery period depends on the student's own situation. The average emotional blockade period is 1 month. But some students can lift the emotional blockade in advance. And some students may also delay lifting the emotional blockade. This depends on the student's body's resistance to the medicine. Therefore, although it is rare to lift the emotional blockade half a month in advance, it is not impossible. The headquarters stared at Zhu Shi for a while. You mean, you have lifted the emotional blockade now? Do you know that the first time a student is injected with a drug, the drug effect is generally the most lasting? I have never seen a student who can lift the emotional blockade so quickly after the first injection of a drug. Zhu Shizhou said seriously. Minister, have you ever seen a student who is more talented than me? Commander Jingji Guyu. They all looked at Zhu Shizhou speechlessly. especially Guyu, who didn't know Zhu Shizhou's identity, looked at Zhu Shizhou as if he was looking at a conceited madman. Is there such a self-promoting person? However, the commander and Jing Ji shook their heads in their hearts. To be honest, there really is no one. Since Zhu Shizhou joined the organization, everything seemed to happen for the purpose of breaking records. He blew through all the courses in one go and broke all the records. He was the first person in history to develop a sixth sense before training his body to the limit. He became an elite black soldier in the shortest time in history. He became the V among thousands of black soldiers when he performed his first mission. There is no doubt that Zhu Shizhou's existence itself broke the concept of genius in the black soldier organization. It seems that their definition of genius is not enough to describe Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou saw that the head of the command center was silent. So he took advantage of the situation and said with emotion, "People's physiques cannot be generalized. I once worked out without sleep to absorb the drug effect to the extreme, and finally lifted the emotional blockade in Papua New Guinea. It's normal that ordinary people can't understand it. Am I an ordinary person now?" The head of the command center complained in her heart. But she obviously didn't let it go so easily. She asked again, "Then how do you explain your nervousness when facing my questions? If you are innocent, then you should be open and honest. Whether Thorn is convicted or not, it has nothing to do with you. Right?" The head stared at Zhu Shizhou with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to see something out of Zhu Shizhou, and said slowly, "But you said verbally that the thorns had nothing to do with you. But your body showed that you felt nervous. What are you trying to hide?" Zhu Shizhou quickly replied, "This is also normal, because I can feel that you are doubting me, Minister, and I have recovered my emotions. So it is not a big deal to feel nervous. You think I am doubting you? Haha. As the saying goes, people with a guilty conscience see ghosts in everything. Doesn't the minister doubt me? People with a guilty conscience see ghosts in everything. This sentence is also suitable for the current minister." The head of the command center saw that Zhu Shizhou defended flawlessly and sent back her doubts. She was stunned for a moment. But since the words have been laid out, there is no need to hide them. "Okay. I admit that I do doubt you." The head of the command center admitted it directly. Then she looked at Guyu, who was at a loss, and said, "You should leave first to do the next check." Guyu subconsciously stood at attention and answered, "Yes." After answering, Guyu walked to the elevator entrance set up in the safe house, opened the elevator, and walked in. Before leaving, he looked at Zhu Shizhou with a look of "I wish you the best." After driving Guyu away, the head of the command center ensured that the following conversation would not be leaked. The head of the command center did not have any nonsense. Nor did he continue to argue with Zhu Shizhou. He directly asked the key question. Why did Jingji ask Su Feng to rescue you? Why did Su Feng agree with Jingji's opinion to rescue you? Zhu Shizhou smelled the breath of danger from these two questions. He knew that if one of these two questions was not answered well, it would be easy to add deeper suspicion. Although he was sure that he had not left any loopholes, it would be difficult to get rid of the seeds of suspicion once they were planted. He did not want everything to be carried out under the supervision of the head of the command center. Zhu Shizhou looked at Jing Ji. The commander did not miss any details and immediately said, "What are you looking at? Answer my question." The commander's two questions basically told Zhu Shizhou that the development of the matter was just as he expected. Su Feng followed his plan and was lured by him to search and rescue him. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou was almost confident. What would Su Feng do next after saving him? It is known that Jing Ji was labeled as a heavy suspect of the rebel faction. At the same time, this heavy suspect also served as a medium for him to convey the news that he was still alive. Su Feng should be able to easily determine that Jing Ji had an unclear relationship with him. Therefore, Su Feng's next suspicion can be inferred. Su Feng will doubt whether he has been connected with the rebel faction. Under a series of evidence, Zhu Shizhou put the blame of the source of the rebel faction on the United States. But Su Feng let the current head of the command center make more people in the dark have new suspicions, suspecting that he has been assimilated by the rebel faction. This is also the purpose of the current head of the command center to contact him. From Su Feng's perspective, in order to confirm whether Thorn is really a rebel and whether he is involved in the rebel faction. What will he do? Zhu Shizhou's mind is running fast. Then he came to a conclusion. Thorn has been released after Su Feng confirmed his innocence. Under the gaze of the head of the command center, Zhu Shizhou spoke. "Captain Thorn is innocent. First," he said, "the first thing he had to do was to confirm whether the facts were really as he expected. The eyes of the head of the command center changed. Zhu Shurjiu was unmoved. Although I had doubts about Captain Thorn in Papua New Guinea, I later looked back at every bit of my time with Captain Thorn, and I felt more and more that Captain Thorn was innocent. The reason is simple. The source of Captain Thorn's suspicion is nothing more than holding Max hostage in the Bug Research Institute. But think about it carefully. Max himself is in collusion with the rebel faction. So he is not innocent. Captain Thorn just held a rebel hostage, which doesn't mean anything at all. Plus, Captain Thorn has been with me from the beginning. So I know very well that Captain Thorn has never done anything to connect with the rebel faction. What's more, although I was the one who brought up the fact that there are a large number of alien insects underground in Papua New Guinea, Captain Thorn has every right to stop me from reporting it to the organization. As long as she did so, I, as a newcomer at the time, would not be able to raise any questions. But Captain Thorn still reported it. Doesn't this prove her innocence? If Captain Thorn is really a rebel, why did she lead the organization to Papua New Guinea? Isn't this just adding to the risk? Zhu Shurjiu threw out a series of analyses that he had prepared long ago to exonerate Thorn. These were originally the arguments he prepared to exonerate Thorn after he became a hero who saved Papua New Guinea. What Thorn carries on his shoulders is always suspicion, not solid evidence. Therefore, as long as he throws out this argument, with him as a hero as a witness, the organization will dispel its suspicion of Thorn after a period of interrogation. This was originally his first step in saving Thorn, but now it seems that it is no longer useful. Zhu Shurjiu said, Minister, you asked me why Jingji asked Commander Su for help, and why Commander Su came to rescue me. I think you have the answer. Right? Chapter 450. You are a beautiful woman. But why do you become a thief? Jingji asked Commander Su for help, and asked him to rescue her, because Jingji was innocent, and she wanted Zhu Shurjiu to prove her innocence. Commander Su agreed to rescue Zhu Shurjiu, because he wanted to prove Jingji was innocent. And he needed the testimony of Zhu Shurjiu, a loyal man, because Zhu Shurjiu had close contact with Jingji, and stayed with Jingji throughout the whole process in Papua New Guinea. So his testimony was more credible. Now that Zhu Shurjiu has been successfully rescued, Commander Su has confirmed Jingji's innocence from Zhu Shurjiu. So he released Jingji. The above is a perfect and flawless argumentation process, and no one can find fault with it. If Zhu Shurjiu was an uninformed person, she would probably be deceived by this perfect logic. However, he knew that Su Feng released Jingji not to dispel his suspicion of her, but to make the suspicion a reality. After Zhu Shurjiu analyzed Jingji's innocence, he waited for the head of the headquarters to answer. He said this because he wanted to confirm whether Jingji was really released by Su Feng. If Jingji was not released by Su Feng, and even not released now, then the head of the headquarters should only be suspicious of him, and would not involve Su Feng, let alone try to expose his relationship with Jingji and Su Feng so aggressively. So in Zhu Shurjiu's speculation, the head of the headquarters' next reaction can largely confirm his guess. If Jingji was released by Su Feng, then the head of the headquarters would only be more suspicious of Jingji and Su Feng, and would feel that his analysis is completely untenable. Because in the eyes of the minister, the three of them are basically in the same group, saying that he can prove the innocence of Jingji. All this will become a self-directed and self-acted drama in the eyes of the minister. So, if Jingji is really released by Su Feng, then the minister's arrogance should be even stronger, or he will be angry. Ha! Is this your explanation? The head of the command laughed, and his eyes became sharper. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the head of the command dimly, and got the answer in his heart. His inference is correct. The minister's current performance is full of holes in his eyes, which has confirmed his speculation. Jingji has been released by Su Feng, but the minister has doubts about this in his heart. So he tried to come to expose the flaws. This information is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for Zhu Shurjiu now, because Commander Su personally confirmed that Jingji is not a suspect. So is Jingji still a suspect? There is no need for him to do a series of subsequent work to exonerate Jingji. Su Feng has helped him complete the work of exonerating Jingji. In addition, the minister's current reaction at least shows one more thing. Zhu Shurjiu smiled sincerely. Su Feng did not explain to the head of the command that he wanted to use the thorns to lure the snake out of the hole. Nor did he tell the minister that he wanted to take this opportunity to test him. In other words, there was no effective communication between the head of the command and Su Feng. Su Feng really revealed a big flaw. Obviously, as long as he cooperated with the head of the command, he could perfectly connect and form a remote surveillance of him and the Thorns. However, he did not inform the minister, so that now the minister has doubts about Su Feng. In this case, he can act bolder in the future, as long as the minister is wary of Su Feng and the two are not in the same camp. Then the conversations and things he has done with the minister will not be passed on to Su Feng, and there is no need to worry about Su Feng analyzing anything. Zhu Shizhou was thinking and calculating, but in the eyes of the minister, this was the margin of victory after winning. Indeed, she had no way to prove the suspicion of Zhu Shizhou and Jingji. She could only question Zhu Shizhou from another aspect. So, she dropped a bombshell in front of Jingji. Zhu Shizhou. Others don't know, but I know it clearly. You were recommended to the organization by Su Feng. The original intention of the head of the command was to prove that Zhu Shizhou and Su Feng were accomplices. But Jingji heard this. But it made her more convinced. Su Feng is indeed the boss behind the chess club. And Zhu Shizhou is the pioneer of the rebel faction inserted into the organization by Su Feng. Jingji was shocked, because she was emotionally suppressed by the interrogation. She could still feel the agitation of emotions. So she was deeply shocked by this almost confirmed news. Although it was expected, it was all speculation before. And now the words of the head of the command center can be regarded as proof of the fact that Su Feng is the boss of the chess club. Zhu Shizhou was calm and composed. You should ask Commander Su. Not me. Right? Head of the command center. I have to admit that she has no point to refute now. Everything was refuted by Zhu Shizhou without any leaks. And she was just embarrassed when she wanted to say anything else. At this time, Thorn seemed to have seen through the settled situation and looked at the head of the headquarters. Is it okay? I am an innocent person and have been interrogated for so long. I was finally released. Do I still have to face suspicion? The head of the headquarters moved his eyes back and forth between the two, and then sneered and said faintly, as long as you are a human, there will be flaws. You can continue to prepare for the rebellious organization. But at the same time you must remember that there is no impenetrable wall in the world. The more you do, the more mistakes you will make. After that, the head looked at Zhu Shizhou with regret in his eyes. You are a beautiful woman. But why do you become a thief? Thorn. Like. Too much like. The current head of the headquarters is just like her in the past. When did she have the same regretful thoughts about Zhu Shizhou? She used to think that Zhu Shizhou would return to the organization one day, and she would be able to personally expose Zhu Shizhou's crimes as a traitor. And she also struggled whether to plead for Zhu Shizhou to save this unprecedented genius. But in the end, she was dragged into the water by Zhu Shizhou. The head of the command center didn't know what Zhu Shizhou and Jingjiu were thinking. After warning them, he could only leave the safe house in vain. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and pretended to sigh under the camera. My loyalty to the organization is known to all. But I didn't expect. Alas. Jingjiu. She couldn't stand Zhu Shizhou's hypocritical look, rolled her eyes, and left the safe house. Now that she has been released, she will apply for the injection of the Black Soldier potion again. She was used to the rationality after the emotional erasure, and suddenly regained her emotions, which made her feel like she had an extra burden on her. After the commander and Thorn left, Zhu Shizhou looked around, and then came to the elevator entrance where Guyu had taken the previous time. After the first equipment inspection, the second stage was a physical examination. The physical examination was necessary to prevent the black soldiers who returned from the mission from suffering from serious chronic injuries without knowing it. In fact, Zhu Shizhou was also quite nervous about this stage, because others did not know his body. But he knew that his body had been injected with two number 199 compounds. After the injection of the compound, did his body undergo any unknown changes? He himself did not know. He only felt that his body's recovery speed seemed to have become a little faster, and the other deeper changes were unclear. Chapter 451. Take off your pants. Zhu Shizhou took the elevator to a place similar to the hospital lobby. As soon as he came out of the elevator, a contact person came out from the side. Are you the prophet? Follow me. After saying that, he led the way in front. Zhu Shizhou followed, while paying attention to the situation around him. The hall was full of people coming and going, all of whom were hurried staff. According to Thorn's description, there is more than one safe house on a Lemonazan island to receive the black soldiers who have completed the mission. Every day, black soldiers return from the outside world, and every time they have to go through this process without exception, which can be said to be quite rigorous. If it was before, Zhu Shizhou might still wonder why it was so cumbersome. But now, after understanding the existence of the insect man, Zhu Shizhou has a deep understanding. If it is not checked, wouldn't a fish like him who slipped through the net have an opportunity to take advantage of elimination? The contact person led Zhu Shizhou to a room with window glass and stopped. We're here. Let's go in. Zhu Shizhou saw the layout of the room through the window glass on the door. As Jingji said, the place for physical examination was a place similar to an operating room. After opening the door and going in, he saw a doctor in a white coat sitting on a chair next to him, playing with his mobile phone. The doctor was a young man with black-framed glasses. He didn't stand up when he heard the door open. He was still holding his mobile phone and didn't know what he was looking at. He laughed evilly and said without raising his head, "Go over and lie on the bed." Okay. Zhu Shizhou shook his head, secretly rejoicing in his heart. The more careless the doctor is, the more advantages it has for him, because his body may be different from a normal body, and the examination process should be rough. But just as he was thinking this, the doctor who was playing with his mobile phone raised his head and glanced at Zhu Shizhou. And then his originally nonchalant expression changed instantly. Huh? The doctor widened his eyes and put down his legs that were casually crossed. Zhu Shizhou? Are you Zhu Shizhou? The doctor stood up from the chair suddenly. Zhu Shizhou's heart skipped a beat. I am a prophet, Zhu Shizhou answered. And at the same time, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Fuck. Zhu Shizhou. The living Zhu Shizhou. The doctor suddenly became excited. Zhu Shizhou was puzzled. It was normal to recognize him, because all his equipment was removed, including the mask on his face. So it was not surprising that his true appearance was exposed. But the strange thing is, why is this guy so excited? As if he saw some rare treasure? Zhu Shizhou said. Brother, don't get excited. Give me a complete examination first. I still have things to do. I know. Don't doubt my professionalism as a white coat. The doctor quickly calmed down and smiled at Zhu Shizhou. Excuse me. It's just because I saw the legendary miracle living body. I was a little excited for a while. Zhu Shizhou was curious about the doctor's words. Miracle living body? What is this? The doctor came up, pulled over many instruments beside the operating table, and put various cold stickers with thread ends on him, sat down beside him, and said with a smile, as the name suggests, it means that you are a miracle yourself. Zhu Shizhou always felt something was wrong. Living body, this term is very strange. Not strange. In the eyes of us white-clothed people, everything is divided into two states, alive and dead. We are used to calling living creatures living bodies. Don't mind it. Zhu Shizhou was a little speechless. Take off your pants too, the doctor said. Zhu Shizhou was surprised. Take off your pants too? In the safe house before, he removed most of his clothes, and his lower body was still wearing a pair of shorts. I didn't expect that even pants had to be taken off for a physical examination. Yes, take it off. The doctor stared at Zhu Shizhou with a burning gaze, and gave Zhu Shizhou a smile that he thought was kind. But this smile looked a little bit vulgar at this moment. Are you okay, buddy? Zhu Shizhou looked at the doctor. What if I don't take it off? He didn't want to cause trouble, but he felt that this didn't seem to be a normal examination procedure. The doctor's enthusiastic attitude after seeing him made him a little uncomfortable. So he subconsciously made subjective judgments and preconceived that there was something wrong with the doctor. Now that he noticed something strange, he was even more unwilling to cooperate. The doctor looked at Zhu Shizhou for a while, then smiled awkwardly. For the sake of your health, this is a necessary procedure. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. You are lying. The doctor's body was slightly stiff, and he said seriously, why do you say that? You can't refuse to cooperate just because you think it's strange. Right? Are you still a black soldier? I think you might have a rebellious heart. Could it be that the rebel faction that has been rumored recently? Shit. He was convicted without knowing what happened. What's wrong with this guy? Zhu Shizhou gritted his teeth. When I first entered the operating room, your instructions to me were just to lie on the bed. If it was really necessary to take off all my clothes, including my pants, your instructions should have added a rule of not leaving any clothes. But you didn't say anything. And you didn't let me take off my pants until you looked at me and recognized my identity. And after the examination had already begun. Is this in line with the normal examination process? Not necessarily. I suspect you have ulterior motives. The doctor was speechless by Zhu Shurjo's words. At this time, Zhu Shurjo suddenly found what happened before he left Illuminiscent for Papua New Guinea from his long-lost memory. Sperm collection. This is the task assigned to him by the organization. When he is free, he will have time to donate sperm to organize high-quality human sperm cell materials. He had almost forgotten it. But now, he suddenly remembered it. The memory of the dead suddenly came out to attack him. And he also understood the doctor's inexplicable enthusiasm when he first saw him. And the behavior of asking him to take off his pants just now also explained. Zhu Shurjo felt a chill in his heart. This guy just wanted to trick him into sperm cells. When he was assigned the task of collecting sperm, he learned the source from the head of the command center. That it was the research institute of the logistics department that coveted him. Now it seems that he has run into a researcher from the logistics department. Seeing that the doctor was speechless after being exposed by him, Zhu Shurjo's face suddenly darkened. Logistics department? The doctor said awkwardly. Yes, Zhu Shurjo said. Can you still check it well? Yes. After the embarrassment, the doctor sincerely praised in order to ease the atmosphere. It is worthy of being a miracle living body. You can detect my bad intentions so quickly. Is this also the effect of the sixth sense? Zhu Shurjo did not give him face, and said in a deep voice, Don't talk nonsense. Continue to check. Chapter 452 Fame. Dream Destroyer. The examination is complete. The results came out on the spot. Everything is healthy. Nothing is abnormal. The doctor glanced at the printed analysis report and handed it to Zhu Shurjo after confirming that there was no problem. Zhu Shurjo was relieved after getting the results. It was good that there was no abnormality. He was still worried about what was wrong with his body, especially if the body was transformed by compound 199, but he didn't know it, which would be more serious. Now it seems that there is no problem. So he is relieved. Just when Zhu Shurjo wanted to take the report and leave, he suddenly stopped. Are you sure there is nothing wrong with my body? Yes. It's very healthy. There is nothing wrong. The doctor replied as a matter of course. You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my professionalism. There is nothing abnormal in your body. Zhu Shurjo nodded and left the operating room with the report. The shock in his heart could not be shown on his face. After he was injected with the suspended animation drug in Papua New Guinea, he was forcibly taken into the submarine by Misha, and his shoulders and chest were broken. Although he treated himself in the submarine and did not feel abnormal when he recovered, he always thought that there would be some hidden dangers in the fracture. However, it was not. The analysis report showed that his body was very normal, and there was no sign of injury at all. He focused on the images of his shoulders and chest on the X-ray, and was sure of this. In other words, compound 199 may really hide the code for human evolution. Zhu Shurjo felt more and more that the plan to turn all humans into insects was promising. In this week, Zhu Shurjo directly refreshed all the conversations with Su Feng. So Su Feng did not know that he had confirmed the U.S. ARC plan. This was the basis for his trouble. The information gap. Next, we need to find ways to help Misha land on the island. The insect girl is the foundation of all research plans. In particular, he also hid the last compound number 199 on Misha. In order to further study, Zhu Shurjo had to quietly hide it from everyone and help Misha under heavy defense. Zhu Shurjo is back. He has put on a black soldier uniform again and returned to the city. Standing at the entrance of the city, looking at the streets still bustling with people and cars, a peaceful atmosphere, Zhu Shurjo felt a little more at ease. Look! It's a black soldier. Yes. Yes. So handsome. I want to be a black soldier when I grow up. Then I will become a black soldier who is more powerful than you. Hee hee. I must be the most powerful. After walking to the bus stop, Zhu Shurjo heard the voices of several children. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw several children hiding behind the bus stop sign. Looking at him curiously, Zhu Shurjo didn't care, and sat on the bench with a little tiredness waiting for the bus to arrive. Black soldier? What's so good about being a black soldier? Zhu Shurjo was speechless. After a while, one of the short-haired boys with a runny nose bravely walked out from behind the bus stop sign and slowly approached him. Zhu Shurjo turned his head sharply. Kid, what do you want to do? The short-haired boy sniffed his nose. Excuse me. Excuse me. Are you an elite black soldier? Zhu Shurjo was a little surprised. How did you recognize it? The boy saw Zhu Shurjo responded, and he was a little bolder. The equipment of elite black soldiers is different from that of ordinary black soldiers. The teacher played a game of finding differences with us in class. So I know. He. Oh. Then you are quite good, Zhu Shizhou said calmly. It turns out that brainwashing starts in early childhood education. It is really difficult to change this kind of loyal dog-like brainwashing, especially for the local children who grew up in Illuminiscence. Brainwashing education has penetrated into their bones and becomes more and more profound as they grow older. To break this kind of brainwashing education, we must use more tough means to reform our thoughts. Just when Zhu Shizhou was subconsciously thinking about it, the boy started chattering again. Big brother, since you are a black soldier, do you know Zhu Shizhou? At this moment, Zhu Shizhou almost choked on the saliva he swallowed. Damn. You, what are you talking about? The boy was a little dissatisfied. Zhu Shizhou is not a thing. He is my idol. He is not a thing. Zhu Shizhou. Why does this sound so much like scolding? However, Zhu Shizhou didn't have time to care about these at this time. He stared at the boy and comforted him. Okay. Okay. Zhu Shizhou is not a thing. First tell big brother. Where did you know the name Zhu Shizhou? At this time, the other children hiding on the side saw that the boy and Zhu Shizhou were chatting so happily, and they also came over boldly. One of the little girls said, Of course, it's because we have watched tomorrow's Black Star. Big brother, don't you usually watch TV programs? Zhu Shizhou opened his mouth slightly, and another boy also interrupted. Not only on TV, but also in newspapers. He is the most brilliant talent in the entire history of the Black Army. His documentary was shown on TV. I have watched it twice. The girl beside him put her hands on her hips and boasted proudly. You are so weak. I have already watched it 5 times. The girl's tone was full of pride. Zhu Shizhou was dumbfounded at this moment. Documentary? What are you talking about? The TV showed something about Zhu Shizhou? Before he left Illuminiscence, he had heard that the documentary about him had been circulated in the black soldier base. But he didn't expect that after he went out to do a mission and came back, the documentary had spread to the entire island. And even ordinary citizens knew about his existence. Yes, big brother. Of course you don't know if you don't watch TV. The TV showed our brother's assessment video. And the Tomorrow's Black Star program team also specially released a refined version of our brother's record-breaking video. Our brother. Zhu Shizhou's eyebrows twitched when he heard the little girl's words. What's going on? There's a fan club culture in Illuminiscence? The Black Soldier organization even released his documentary so blatantly. Could it be that Su Feng used public opinion to monitor him in order to restrict his behavior? Zhu Shizhou didn't know the answer, but he knew that he seemed to be famous. Just as Zhu Shizhou was surprised by this sudden news, the children started chattering again. Big brother. Big brother. Can you help me see if I have the qualifications to become a black soldier? Help me too. Help me see. I want it too. The 3 children chattered and made a lot of noise around Zhu Shizhou. The bus in the distance slowly drove over. Zhu Shizhou looked at the bus and then at the children. After thinking for a while, Zhu Shizhou took off his mask. When the children saw Zhu Shizhou's face, they were stunned. Zhu Zhu Zhu. The 3 children pointed at Zhu Shizhou, stuttering and unable to speak. With excited expressions, Zhu Shizhou smiled at the children and put on the mask again when they were about to call out his name. Sorry. I took a look. You all don't have the qualifications to become black soldiers. The children's brains were blank in an instant. Even the excitement of seeing their idols disappeared without a trace. Zhu Shizhou said lightly. Your bodies are too bad, and you can't bear the effects of the medicine. Even if you grow up, you can't become black soldiers. Give up. After saying that, Zhu Shizhou boarded the bus, leaving the children whose dreams were shattered standing blankly at the bus stop. Chapter 453 Suitcase. A way to hide the truth. Zhu Shizhou took the bus back to the building where he was selected as an elite black soldier and submitted a report on the mission in Papua New Guinea. This is the last step of the review after the black soldier returns from the mission. That is, reporting the mission situation. Generally speaking, after the elite black soldier returns to Illuminiscence, he needs to submit a mission report within 3 days. To prevent counterfeiting, this report needs to be submitted on site. And the place to submit the mission report is exactly this building. Why is it so rigorous? Because in order to prevent the mission from being missed, many details of major missions are only known to the person himself. And it is possible that 2 black soldiers who have experienced the same mission will have different perspectives. Ordinary black soldiers can be counted. But as elite black soldiers? Their professionalism and ability beyond ordinary black soldiers make them have different understandings of the details of the same mission. After the mission report is submitted, it will be handed over to the logistics department within the organization for processing, mainly for data analysis. This is how the dynamic distribution data of alien insects around the world came from. In short, the organization has stricter control over elite black soldiers, which makes Zhu Shurjiu feel that elite black soldiers are more like mission machines designed by the organization for mass production than ordinary black soldiers. But whether it is elite black soldiers or ordinary black soldiers, he does not want the children of the next generation, who should grow up innocently and happily to experience it. If the values of black soldiers affect the development of these children, then after he saves the world, these children may not become normal people. As for whether he can save the world, he is no longer shaken about this. The building where he was located was a special office building for the black soldiers to handle external affairs. Every day, various black soldiers hurriedly left after accepting the mission, or returned exhausted after completing the mission. In the lobby on the first floor, there were neatly arranged operation display screens. After checking the iris and fingerprints, the mission could be reported. Zhu Shurjiu had already constructed a personal mission report of the entire mission in the unknown deaths in Papua New Guinea, which was filled with a lot of details that sounded extremely real, ensuring that the details were in place, and there was no logical omission. Among them, when describing his escape experience when the last continent was annihilated, he completely attributed his survival to luck. In the eyes of others, this was also very logical. If it were not for good luck, who could guarantee that he could survive? After the report, Zhu Shurjiu walked to the front desk of the lobby. The front desk was a young and beautiful girl. Seeing Zhu Shurjiu's arrival, she responded quite politely. The lead black soldier. How can I help you? I want a suitcase. Zhu Shurjiu said what he needed. The young girl was slightly stunned, and confirmed Zhu Shurjiu's needs. You mean, a suitcase? Yes. I heard that your Black Soldier External Affairs Office can meet all the needs of black soldiers, as long as they do not exceed the basic limit. Is that true? I want a suitcase. The receptionist nodded. Yes. But you need to register. Please register first. Mr. Elite Black Soldier. Zhu Shurjiu followed the instructions of the receptionist, and swiped his mobile phone in the registration-only sensing area. His various information was clearly displayed on the computer screen in front of the receptionist. The receptionist glanced at it, and registered the information on the keyboard. Excuse me, Lord Prophet. What size suitcase do you want? Well, it's best if it's big enough to fit one person. When Zhu Shurjiu said this, the girl at the front desk was a little confused. Excuse me, what is it for? Don't get me wrong. I'm a new elite black soldier. I don't have a suitcase that can store black soldier suits. The suitcase needs to be used to store black soldier suits. Oh! So that's it. I thought. The girl at the front desk laughed dryly. She had heard that as long as you are a black soldier, your mental state is somewhat abnormal. Now it seems that the reputation is well deserved. Look at the description of this suitcase. Can a normal person say it? I see. But the organization has a standard equipment box for storing black soldier suits. Do you need it? No. Just a suitcase will do. Okay. The girl at the front desk operated for a while, and then confirmed the appearance and other information with Zhu Shurjiu, and finally confirmed. Is it for delivery or on-site pickup? Jingji had never mentioned this. So Zhu Shurjiu asked, is there any difference between the two? Delivery means you specify a specific time, and the organization will arrange someone to deliver the items you need to the place you specify before the specified time without attracting anyone's attention. On-site pickup means picking it up here. Although Zhu Shurjiu was a little curious about the former, he didn't want more people to get involved in things related to him. So he asked, how long does it take to pick it up on site? The girl at the front desk smiled. Now? Zhu Shurjiu was a little surprised. The girl at the front desk said, you don't need a suitcase with special design requirements. The only requirement is that it can accommodate an adult. So there is no need to customize it. Just contact the logistics store, and it will be delivered immediately. As soon as the girl at the front desk finished speaking, a staff member came up with a suitcase. Prophet, this is the suitcase you need. Zhu Shurjiu had to admit that the Black Soldier organization was really efficient. He opened the suitcase and looked at the contents of the suitcase. compared it with the size of Misha in his mind, and then nodded. The size is quite suitable. This is it. That's right. His real purpose was not to use the suitcase to carry the black soldier suit, but to use the suitcase to carry Misha. He thought about it, and felt that it was impossible for him to let Misha enter Ilyaminisin quietly from the sea. There were black soldiers guarding and patrolling during the day and night. Judging from the defense strength of the black soldiers' organization, there was no way to transport Misha to the island without some disguise. So he got the suitcase now. And the reason was very good. He used the suitcase to pack the black soldier suit. No one could find fault with it. Zhu Sergio dragged the suitcase away. On the way back to the black soldier training base, he observed the surveillance cameras everywhere on the road. It was okay if I didn't observe it before, but now I see that the surveillance density is so high that it's scary. Zhu Sergio felt more and more solemn as he walked. When he looked up, the surveillance equipment was facing the road. If he stood anywhere and took a casual glance, he could find more than a dozen surveillance cameras. This basically determines that there will be no blind spots on the city's roads. Zhu Sergio did not return to the black soldier training base immediately, but silently dragged a suitcase in the city's hustle and bustle. Calmly shuttling through every corner of the city, he found that there were surveillance cameras not only on the road, but also in the unknown alleys. Oh my god! There are surveillance cameras here too? Zhu Sergio walked out of a small alley. The surrounding area was already sparsely populated, but even a slightly remote alley near the edge of the city had a surveillance camera. He was completely speechless. It took him several hours to find a blind spot where there was no surveillance camera. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, which meant that his every move was exposed to the surveillance cameras. His movement trajectory was completely mastered, and the organization could also perfectly master any details under surveillance through surveillance. Zhu Sergio thought that this was the end. However, half an hour later, he still underestimated the organization's caution and execution. The moment he walked out of the alley, he saw the black soldiers who had surrounded the entrance of the alley. Zhu Sergio was stunned. What are you doing? The 23rd Patrol Squadron of the Armed Defense Department has received instructions from our superiors that a suspicious person has been wandering around the city for several hours. So we are here to check. Please report your number to verify your identity and cooperate with the inspection. The entire law enforcement video will be transmitted back to the organization simultaneously. Zhu Sergio realized that he was being targeted. The image of him dragging a black suitcase around finally attracted the attention of the organization. And then the organization sent personnel from the Armed Defense Department to check. And from what this guy said, it seemed that the organization had been targeting him for several hours. He didn't know when he attracted the organization's attention, but there was no doubt that his wandering behavior had been noticed long ago. I am a prophet. After Zhu Sergio released his hands from the suitcase, he stood still, waiting for the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department to come forward to check. The attitude of the Armed Defense Department did not change because Zhu Sergio was an elite black soldier. They still regarded Zhu Sergio as a suspicious person. The captain of the patrol team led several black soldiers to open and check Zhu Sergio's suitcase. The suitcase was a normal suitcase, and there was no suspicious thing in it. So when they checked it, they did not find anything suspicious. Prophet, the next step is to search. Zhu Sergio was speechless. Do you want to take off all your clothes? No. Just a little check will be fine. The little check mentioned by the patrol captain means to touch from top to bottom. Zhu Sergio was touched all over his body, and it was finally confirmed that nothing was found. Because the Black Soldier organization monitored Zhu Sergio the entire time he left the safe house for inspection, including all his actions in the city. So there was no chance for him to put anything on him. This inspection was just because it looked too suspicious. So the organization came to check. I just wanted to find a place without surveillance to change clothes. This suitcase is used to carry the Black Soldier suit. Zhu Sergio explained a little at the end. The patrol captain said, "Why don't you go to the public toilet? Now the rebel faction exists secretly within the organization, and I'm worried that I can't escape their eyes. I don't want to be targeted by the rebel faction, and it's not safe to disguise in the toilet." Zhu Sergio at least gave a reasonable explanation. The patrol captain shook his head. There is basically no place in the city that cannot be monitored. If you don't have your own safe house, it's difficult to be truly prepared. And, the patrol captain complained in his heart, and your identity is Zhu Sergio. Anyone who is interested can find out with a little inquiry. Right? Is it necessary to go to such great lengths? The patrol captain didn't say much and left with the team. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Zhu Sergio looked calm. He dragged his suitcase back to the bustling area, and finally hesitated and came to the public toilet. This is not his compromise. It's to tell the organization that secretly observes him that he came to the toilet to change clothes. Zhu Sergio walked into the toilet and looked at the ground. He has a very simple and crude method. First, he went back to the game, then wandered around the city for a few hours, waiting for the patrol to come and check his suitcase. During these hours, he asked Misha to dig a tunnel to the toilet, and after the inspection, he also went to the toilet, changed his clothes, put Misha in the suitcase, and then took her out openly. This required Misha to cooperate with him, and he would not stay in the toilet for more than 2 minutes. Chapter 454. Two ministers suspicious of each other. How is it? Did you find anything? Nothing was found. Really? According to my guess, he must have some ulterior motives by holding the suitcase. I suggest a strict investigation. If we keep a close eye on him, we may be able to discover the existence of the rebel faction. At this time, the head of the command was talking to the captain of the 23rd Patrol Team, who had just checked Zhu Sergio, and suggested that the patrol team of the Armed Defense Department keep a close eye on Zhu Sergio. Because of the preconceived notion, he was almost certain that Zhu Sergio had some ulterior motives, and that more rebels might be involved. However, if it was the black soldiers from other departments, they might still obey the command of the head of the command. After all, the head of the command was at the same level as the minister of their department. But the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department would never accept transfer orders from other departments. Commander, please understand that we went to check the prophet because he was indeed suspicious. Your order is just like a report from a concerned citizen. The voice of the patrol captain in the communicator made the commander's heart sink. And we did check the prophet's suitcase and his body just now, and did not find any suspicious objects. It can be said that your suspicion is unfounded. We judge that the prophet is most likely innocent. Of course, if he continues to make suspicious actions, we will naturally go up to check again. But you have no authority to order the actions of our patrol team, the commander said coldly. In other words, will you no longer be on high alert for the prophet, even if he continues to drag his damn suitcase around the street? The patrol captain said. If there is no special situation, we will not spend too much attention on the prophet, the head of the headquarters emphasized. Even if I say I have some evidence to prove the prophet's suspicion? If there is evidence, please show it. Moreover, I think you should communicate with our minister now, instead of arguing with me. A captain, head of the headquarters, before ending the communication, the patrol captain said lightly. In addition, the rebel faction that has been rumored in the organization recently, they can hide so deeply. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no big figures involved. The big figure behind the rebel faction. Is it you? Before the head of the headquarters reacted, the patrol captain had ended the communication. Damn it! The head of the headquarters slammed the communicator on the table. She could almost conclude that Zhu Sergio and Su Feng were working together, and the suitcase Zhu Sergio got must have his use. However, the ones responsible for patrolling and monitoring are the stubborn Armed Defense Department. The principals of the Armed Defense Department determine that they will not obey her just because her rank is higher than theirs. They trust their own judgment more than trusting others. After they checked Zhu Sergio, they confirmed that Zhu Sergio was fine. In her opinion, this does not mean that Zhu Sergio is really fine, but proves that Zhu Sergio has not started to act yet. She believes that if she continues to keep an eye on Zhu Sergio, she may find more clues, and perhaps even implicate a big fish. As for whether to contact the Minister of the Armed Defense Department, this path was rejected by her at the beginning. Are you kidding? Even Su Feng has betrayed me. Can I trust other ministers? Or, with Su Feng's mind, I'm afraid he has already secretly won over countless forces. The only person I can trust is myself. Since the Armed Defense Department can't be relied on, I have to act on my own. Thinking of this, the head of the command department picked up the communicator. On the other side, the captain of the patrol team thought more and more that the head of the command department was suspicious, and it was necessary to report the situation to his own minister. So he contacted his own minister urgently. After listening to the report of the captain of the patrol team, the head of the Armed Defense Department thought for a moment. I didn't want to doubt her at first. But why did she focus our attention on the prophet? I can think of two possibilities. The first possibility is that the prophet is indeed suspicious. So much so that even she, as the head of the headquarters, suspects the prophet. And she asked us for help to expose the prophet. The second possibility is that she herself is suspicious and has plotted. But with our armed defense department, it is difficult for her to take action. So she wants to use the existence of the prophet to divert our attention. She will do something while our attention is distracted by the prophet, and implement a feint to the east and attack in the west. After listening, the patrol team leader thought about it, and felt that the second possibility was more likely. So he said, "Then what should we do next, to keep a close eye on the head of the headquarters?" The head of the Armed Defense Department continued to think calmly and replied, "If you want to determine which possibility it is, you have to wait and see what happens next. As long as our Armed Defense Department performs its duties, we don't have to worry about any situation beyond our control. If the rebel faction really involves a minister-level existence, then our Armed Defense Department will arrest them." Yes. After the communication ended, the Minister of Armed Defense walked to the window and stared at the sky outside the window. The prophet was a great hero who saved Papua New Guinea. He had no idea about the prophet. But what about the rebel faction? Now it seems that the Minister of Command's behavior is quite strange. Although the prophet is one of her subordinates, she seems to be very hostile to the prophet, and she feels like she can't wait to execute the prophet on the spot. In addition, the prophet just wanted to change his black soldier suit, but he wandered around for a long time. It was obvious that he was very wary. He was undoubtedly on guard against the rebel faction. Why is the prophet so afraid of the rebel faction? The Armed Defense Department vaguely grasped something and narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the prophet has the key intelligence of the rebel faction in his hands, and he is so cautious to prevent being silenced? And the reason why the head of the command is so hostile to the prophet is because the rebel faction knows this and wants to silence the prophet? It shouldn't be like this. It's too fanciful. After thinking for a while, the head of the Armed Defense Department also felt that his speculation was too incredible and there was no evidence at all. So he couldn't help but sneer. If this possibility is true, the rebel faction might as well send someone to track and assassinate the prophet. After thinking about it, the Armed Defense Department still gave an order to all patrol members. Pay attention secretly to see if anyone is following the prophet. However, what the head of the Armed Defense Department didn't know was that after he issued this order, the tracking team sent by the head of the command had also set off secretly at the same time. Everything is so coincidental. Chapter 455 Protection? Surveillance? The operation of the command headquarters minister and the armed defense minister was not Zhu Shurjio's calculation. He also didn't know how big a storm the mutual suspicion between the armed defense minister and the command headquarters minister would cause. He was now wholeheartedly trying to figure out his current situation. Before going back to the game, he had to confirm that the organization had indeed dispelled its suspicion of him. If the organization dispelled its suspicion of him, then he would not attract any attention when he continued to drag his suitcase on the street. But if the organization only dispelled its suspicion of him on the surface, then even if he successfully cooperated with Misha and let Misha enter the suitcase, he would eventually face strict inspection. So in order to confirm this, Zhu Shurjio did not go back to the game immediately, but really changed out of the black soldier suit in the public toilet, put the black soldier suit into the suitcase, and then dragged the suitcase out of the toilet. This conspicuous move could not be concealed by those who were interested. There was no way. He was just a new black soldier now, and he was essentially still a trainee, without a safe house or other hidden places. Zhu Shurjio also wanted to lure the snake out of the hole in this way. If the organization still suspects him, then the next action is easy to predict. That is, to send someone to follow him. It must be said that in Papua New Guinea, many of his skills have grown from the level of a rookie student who only knew how to cheat in class to the level of a qualified black soldier, including anti-reconnaissance skills. For example, when facing the assassination troops sent by General Wudik and others, he died countless times in street fighting because of his poor anti-reconnaissance ability. In the end, he relied on the anti-reconnaissance skills that were forcibly improved to kill the group of assassins. Although he is now facing a tracking unit with better tracking skills, many anti-reconnaissance skills can still be used. After more than half an hour, Zhu Shurjio dragged the suitcase containing the black soldier suit and wandered aimlessly on the street, and then deliberately walked around in a remote alley. At this time, the tracking troops, who were following Zhu Shurjio, were watching Zhu Shurjio's strange behavior in silence. What is he doing? A couple who were buying flowers on the street secretly communicated with each other. Their smiling faces did not even move the corners of their mouths, but they made extremely slight sounds. He will probably return to the alley to check later, the husband said while fiddling with the tulips in his hand. I see. The wife smiled and put down the fragrant orchid in her hand. Sure enough, under their peripheral vision, Zhu Shurjiu returned to the alley again after only 1 minute. Squatting on the ground and carefully observing something, the husband whispered, "The most difficult part of tracking is not letting the person being tracked know that he is being tracked. All the capabilities of our tracking team are focused on this. On the other hand, if the tracker already knows that he is being tracked, then our tracking has failed," the wife said. In your opinion, did we fail in tracking this time? Failed. The husband smiled and said, his checking action means that he knows that someone is following him, but there is no evidence. His anti-reconnaissance skills are also quite rudimentary. I can only say that the strongest sixth sense genius in the history of the black soldier is indeed worthy of his reputation. The wife suddenly realized. Indeed, in the eyes of their followers, Zhu Shurjiu's behavior was full of contradictions. If he didn't know someone was following him, why did he go back to check? If he knew someone was following him, why did he go back to check? The only explanation is that Zhu Shurjiu has already sensed that he is being watched. We have obviously adjusted the pheromone level to the level of ordinary people, but we didn't expect that we were still detected. This mission is not easy, the husband said. Tell the other team members that the prophet's senses are very sharp, and he already suspects that someone is following him. The wife nodded and began to contact other members of the tracking team. In their observation, Zhu Shurjiu left without turning his head after carefully checking the alley. The wife said, "Do you want to go up and check?" "No." The husband was quite calm. Wait a little longer. A minute later, Zhu Shurjiu turned back again. Hey, this kid. The wife was speechless. In the next 10 minutes, Zhu Shurjiu went back and forth countless times, while the husband and wife stayed in the flower shop for a long time, secretly paying attention to Zhu Shurjiu's psychotic behavior, until a hand was placed on their shoulders. The leader of the 23rd Patrol Squad of the Armed Defense Department appeared behind them quietly. You too. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. The tracker was caught. The head of the headquarters received the news immediately. Dare to catch my people. The head of the headquarters listened to the reports of other tracking troops with a cold face and confirmed what happened. The story is very simple. After seeing the suspicious stalkers, the members of the Armed Defense Department observed them for a long time, and then confirmed the two stalkers through lip language, micro-expressions, gestures and other aspects, and then stepped forward to arrest them. Her stalkers did not resist and followed the people of the Armed Defense Department obediently. The head of the headquarters was not worried about the safety of the stalking team, because the stalking team was her secret team and would not reveal her existence. Even if she did, she would have a way to trick, explain it. She just still felt that Zhu Shurjiu was suspicious. So she sent someone to follow him, and no one could find fault with it. However, the question now is, why hasn't that guy contacted me yet? In the understanding of the head of the headquarters, the head of the Armed Defense Department should be able to quickly guess that it was her people after catching her stalking team. And then the two sides would negotiate, and she would promise not to send anyone to follow Zhu Shurjiu, and the matter should be resolved. But the problem is, it has been 10 minutes since the people who followed the troops were caught. Why didn't the Minister of Armed Defense contact her? The Minister of Command had a bad feeling in his heart. That guy. Is he not guarding against me? Yes. Now the Minister of Armed Defense's suspicion of the Minister of Command has reached its peak. I didn't expect that she actually sent someone to follow the Prophet. Is she really a member of the rebel faction? The Minister of Armed Defense was secretly feeling incredible and frightened. The rebel faction had infiltrated here, but the organization didn't notice it at all, and even let a person from the rebel faction sit in the position of minister. How many people in high positions did the rebel faction control? If the Minister of Command is like this, then what about other ministers? How many can be trusted? The Minister of Armed Defense closed his eyes and thought, and then ordered detain and interrogate the prisoners, and wait for her to come and ask for them in person. He had no evidence to prove that the two stalkers were related to her, but he could force her to admit it. Also, increase the protection of the Prophet. Zhu Shurjiu walked out of the alley unwillingly, thinking, is everything just his imagination? He didn't have a sixth sense. so he naturally didn't notice any traces of the stalkers. But he always wanted to confirm whether there was a stalker. So he used fraudulent means to return to the alley several times in a row, trying to find clues of the stalkers. However, there was no. This news made Zhu Shizhou very excited. That is to say, he was just worrying about nothing. The organization was really fooled by his operation. For a moment, Zhu Shizhou wanted to laugh up to the sky. However, when he walked out of the alley for the 10th time, he suddenly ran into a team. It was still the same old face. The patrol team led by the captain of the 23rd patrol team. Zhu Shizhou's luck was destroyed. Listen to my explanation. I felt someone. The patrol captain stepped forward and patted Zhu Shizhou on the shoulder. I understand. Prophet. I received an order from the minister to come here to escort you and protect you. Zhu Shizhou's heart sank. Protection? I'm afraid it's surveillance. Chapter 456. The light and the dark are all figured out. Zhu Shizhou almost gasped. The organization is indeed not to be underestimated. It is obvious that they have noticed his suspicion. So in order to prevent accidents, they simply arranged people to monitor him. It is called protection. But it is actually monitoring. The captain of the 23rd team said. We noticed that someone is following you. It may be the rebel faction in action. So in order to protect your safety, we decided to escort you all the way. This is also the intention of the minister. The rebel faction is following me. Zhu Shizhou was powerless to complain. In his opinion, this is more like an excuse made up by the organization. The organization does not know about the rebel faction. So he doesn't know it. Where is the rebel faction? Do you want to use this to fool him? From Zhu Shizhou's perspective, he didn't know that he was checked at the beginning because of the report of the head of the command. He only saw that the Armed Defense Department had set its sights on him. It was not enough to check him once. And he had to be monitored next. But even so, Zhu Shizhou was not surprised but happy. Why? Because he no longer had to worry about not being able to discover the organization's power to monitor him. If it was a serious tracking, he might not be able to find it because of his lack of ability. But now it was not tracking, but open monitoring and protection. In this way, he would be able to grasp the movements of the patrol team more. In other words, the organization's move was equivalent to playing the cards in the open. Zhu Shizhou couldn't tell whether this was stupid or what, and accepted the protection of the patrol team. Just when he was about to talk to the patrol team, the captain of the patrol team said, Change your clothes quickly. If you are worried about your identity being exposed, change into a windbreaker after changing your clothes. As a black soldier, all daily supplies and elimination are free. And you can enjoy 0 yuan shopping treatment in any store. He was worried that Zhu Shizhou didn't know this when he just became a black soldier. So he kindly reminded him. Zhu Shizhou really didn't know it. It would be nice if he could change into a casual outfit to cover his identity. So he thought for a moment and changed his destination in his mind. Then go get a set of casual clothes first. On the other side, the head of the command received news from his subordinates. What? The Armed Defense Department sent people to protect the Prophet? This news was no less important to him than the head of the Armed Defense Department telling her that their Armed Defense Department and the Prophet had an affair. No wonder. No wonder I asked the people of the Armed Defense Department to check Zhu Shizhou, and they didn't find anything. It turns out, they are all in the same group. Is this really possible? It's no wonder that the head of the command thinks so. Because it's too logical to think so. If the head of the Armed Defense Department is biased towards Su Feng, then the Armed Defense Department is. It is understandable that the Minister of the Armed Defense Department would favor Zhu Shizhou. After Zhu Shizhou returned, he was holding a suitcase, and no one knew what he was going to do. This must have been Su Feng's instruction. And the Armed Defense Department was Su Feng's ready means of support. The Minister of the Command Department suppressed his suspicion and continued to give instructions to the people below. Continue. Keep following Zhu Shizhou. I don't believe he won't show his hand. This was almost a clear card in front of her. She didn't know why Su Feng was so blatant. But this was also an opportunity for her. As long as there was any unusual movement between the Armed Defense Department and Zhu Shizhou, she would personally take people to check. The current situation is that the Armed Defense Department suspected the Minister of the Command Department. The Minister of the Command Department suspected the Minister of the Armed Defense Department and Zhu Shizhou. And Zhu Shizhou suspected the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. The three formed a stable triangle of suspicion. Zhu Shizhou bought the casual clothes he wanted in the clothing store, and found that the patrol team members really didn't give him a chance to breathe. even when he changed clothes. They had to watch in the locker room. In Zhu Shizhou's view, this was the organization's strict surveillance of him without any concealment. Presumably, once there is a chance, the organization will strike hard and kill him by surprise. After changing out of the black soldier suit, Zhu Shizhou put the black soldier suit into the suitcase, put on a mask, sunglasses, and a windbreaker, and walked out of the locker room. Needless to say, his right hand dragged the suitcase. "Have you changed your clothes? Let's go!" The captain of the patrol team greeted the other team members, who were on guard outside the clothing store. The team members surrounded Zhu Shizhou and walked out of the clothing store. And in the clothing store that they didn't notice, one of the customers, who was choosing clothes, lifted his collar and pressed the micro-communicator on the inside of his collar. Report. The target person stayed in the locker room for a long time, changed his clothes, and left. The other end of the communicator was naturally the head of the headquarters. She asked, "Are you sure it was him who left?" "Not sure." The target changed into a mask, sunglasses, and a windbreaker. "It's hard to judge. Check the locker room first." "Yes." When the head of the headquarters was talking to the tracking team, Zhu Shizhou, who was already on the way back to the black soldier training base, held the handle of his suitcase tightly and remained silent all the way. The patrol team leader saw Zhu Shizhou's muscles tense and asked, "Prophet, how did you know you were being followed before?" The patrol team leader meant that when they came to Zhu Shizhou was about to report that he was being followed. Zhu Shizhou laughed dryly. "What was that?" "Because he had noticed you following him." "So you were going to summarize your experience of failure?" "Nothing to say. It's just using your sixth sense," Zhu Shizhou said. "Sixth sense? You are worthy of it." The patrol team leader looked normal, and then asked a question. "So, why are you taking it so seriously now?" Could it be that? Zhu Shizhou thought. Here it comes. He had been preparing to deliberately lure the organization into the trap since he changed his clothes in the clothing store. His suitcase was still normal, and it contained a normal black soldier suit. So when he walked out of the clothing store, he deliberately acted like he attached great importance to the suitcase, just to attract the patrol team to check it. Now he should want to talk about this. Right? I'm ready, Zhu Shizhou thought. Under Zhu Shizhou's slightly meaningful gaze, the patrol captain said the second half of the sentence. Could it be that you have sensed the existence of the stalker now? Zhu Shizhou's confident momentum suddenly hit cotton like a heavy punch. What did you say? Zhu Shizhou twitched his mouth twice. He didn't take the bait? The patrol captain obviously didn't think so much, and asked again. You look ready now. Could it be that you have sensed the stalker? Can you clearly sense where it is? Why are you acting here with me? Zhu Shizhou wanted to complain, but he held back. After thinking about it, Zhu Shizhou decided to continue acting. I did feel it, but the location was vague. The stalker's tracking skills are very good. This is good for him, because they didn't check his suitcase. It means that when he returns to the game, when Misha enters the suitcase, they will not open the suitcase to check. This is Zhu Shizhou's winning point. He had wanted to test the organization's bottom line again and again, but he didn't expect to test it out on the first try. The patrol team leader was about to call on all members to be on guard against the stalkers. And the next moment, a voice came from the corner in front. Luggage. Don't you want to check it again? The person who appeared was the head of the command. Behind her was a group of black soldiers. Chapter 457, Flat Attack for Combo. Minister. Looking at the head of the command department, who suddenly appeared from the corner in front. Zhu Shizhou seemed to understand something instantly. The Armed Defense Department and the Command Department are playing a double act here. Zhu Shizhou looked at the patrol team leader in shock. The patrol team leader looked solemn. He looked at the group of black soldiers behind the head of the Command Department. Their number was even greater than their patrol team. Sir, are you leading the troops here to rebel? He thought of the instructions of the head of the Armed Defense Department. His own minister had told him that he suspected the head of the Command Department. Naturally, he also thought that the head of the Command Department was rebellious and suspected of rebellion. But he never thought that the head of the Command Department would be so stupid as to lead people to surround him directly on the street. Is he crazy? Could it be that in order to kill a prophet, the rebel faction was actually going to use a high-level figure in the position of minister as a discarded child? The rebels are really rich and powerful. The patrol captain's vigilance and alertness were naturally noticed by the head of the command center. She said, What? Are you going to ignore my words? You haven't checked the suitcases yet. I seriously suspect that the prophet, no. You did something to the suitcases in the clothing store just now. The patrol captain replied. Sir, there is no need to say such things anymore. Right? The more you talk, the more evidence you expose. Since you know that we have been to the clothing store, it means that you sent someone to follow us. Right? At this point, he also deliberately glanced at Zhu Shizhou. Sure enough, what the prophet said was right. The prophet's sixth sense was extremely sharp. The camouflage skills of the tracking troops had reached perfection. Even their armed defense department did not have the time to distinguish. But the prophet sensed the breath of being followed. This sixth sense cannot be said to be unique, but it was enough to crush them. Zhu Shizhou felt the eyes of the patrol team leader and remained silent. He acted really well, he thought. If he was not more careful, he might really be fooled. It was really a coincidence. The patrol team leader had just asked him about the tracker, and he casually said, I sensed the breath of the tracker. As a result, the head of the command headquarters appeared in front of him with people? Is it so coincidental? It is clear that the existence of the tracker was perfunctorily exposed by him. So the organization simply stopped tracking and made another plan. With a red face and a white face. No matter whether something can be checked from his suitcase afterwards, it will not affect his loyalty to the organization. Wow! This plan is really wonderful. Zhu Shizhou almost wanted to sneer and applaud them. In summary, the two were playing a double act, which was basically confirmed in Zhu Shizhou's eyes. But Zhu Shizhou did not sneer, because he still had to play the role of a loyal person. Minister, what do you mean by my suitcase? What's in my suitcase? I'm afraid no one knows better than you. Still pretending? Haha. You can see it clearly when you open the suitcase now. The head of the command seemed very sure that there was something suspicious inside. The captain of the patrol team interrupted and said, We have checked this suitcase before, and there is no need to check it again. The head of the command headquarters interrupted quietly. Do you want to avoid inspection, or do you want to cover up? The patrol team leader was speechless, then looked at Zhu Shizhou. Prophet, I don't doubt you. But you see, Zhu Shizhou had guessed it long ago, and felt it was difficult. It was okay that he didn't do anything this time, because it was just an exercise. But what about the next time? The appearance of the head of the command headquarters was equivalent to denying his idea of taking Misha away with the suitcase. Even if Misha was successfully put in, it would be difficult to refuse to open the box under such circumstances. However, this exercise also had its advantages. That is, it tricked out two teams, one open and one secret. On the surface, the armed defense department was monitoring him, and secretly the head of the command headquarters led people to follow him. And he knew everything. Zhu Shizhou let out a long breath. Minister, it turns out that you have such a deep misunderstanding of me. I am really innocent. Why don't you believe it? After that, Zhu Shizhou opened the suitcase himself. In the suitcase, of course, was the black soldier suit. The head of the command center was silent for a while. To prevent any tricks, check it in front of me. Even if the suitcase is damaged, check it more carefully. I don't believe that there is nothing strange about this suitcase. She can be said to be extremely perceptive. Not only did she personally go to the battlefield to prevent the armed defense department from not cooperating, but she also asked them to continue the inspection. This is to hammer the suspicion to the point that no one can say anything, leaving no possibility of reversal. However, all these efforts were in vain. Zhu Shizhou saw with his own eyes that the inner layer of the entire suitcase was scratched, and they did not find any tricks. Is that enough? Zhu Shizhou said calmly. Minister, it would be impolite to continue the inspection. Not here? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Are you trying to move secretly? The head of the command sneered. Zhu Shizhou stood with his hands behind his back. Moving secretly? Minister, I don't understand what you mean. If I'm not mistaken, you are pretending to be a traitor and walked out with a suitcase, which even attracted our attention. But in fact, the things you want to move have been placed in the clothing store. Right? Fuck? There is such a move? Zhu Shizhou was slightly surprised. He didn't even think of it. This move seems to be feasible. As long as you find a trustworthy person to cooperate with you, you may be able to successfully move Misha. But it's not working now. Because if you really do this, the head of the command will have successfully seen through this plan. Luckily, he didn't think of this move. Otherwise, he would waste another life. It was the first time that Zhu Shizhou was glad that his brain didn't work fast enough. The head of the headquarters thought that he had Zhu Shizhou under control. So he said calmly, "Then, if I use the strategy of attacking Huanglong directly, how will you respond? I have sent people to check the clothing store while I am coming to surround you. You have no chance to cheat. Bid you are trying to play the 36 stratagems with me here. Right?" Zhu Shizhou realized the difficulty of the head of the headquarters. However, then you can contact your troops who are attacking Huanglong directly. If you can find even a hair, I will lose. Zhu Shizhou's calm attitude made the head of the headquarters frown. So the head of the command contacted the team at the clothing store. After waiting and communicating for half a day, the head of the command silently ended the communication. "How did you do it? What the hell are you doing?" "Sorry. The ghost hasn't had time to do it yet." Zhu Shizhou thought so in his heart, and said, "I really don't know where your suspicion of me comes from. Minister, I found that after I came back alive from Papua New Guinea, you were dissatisfied with me. Minister, don't you think it's strange? If I use a divisive strategy, how will you deal with it? When the rebel faction is undercurrent, will it work to deliberately point the spearhead at the minister?" Zhu Shizhou secretly glanced at the captain of the patrol team. The captain of the patrol team frowned and said at the right time, "Sir, are you sure you want to tear your face with us here?" Zhu Shizhou looked at this double act and couldn't tell the truth from the false for a while. But in any case, if the head of the command is sensible, he should take the opportunity to step down here. Sure enough, the head of the command center looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply and said, "You are indeed a genius. I have to admit that I lost. But I will keep watching you. Keep watching you. Until you show your true colors. So, pray, I hope you don't reveal any flaws." After saying this perverted statement that sounded like a stalker, the head of the command center led his people away. Thrilling. Too thrilling. You know, he hasn't done anything yet. But a flat attack actually exchanged for a set of combos from the Black Soldier organization. Is it really too naive to use a suitcase to carry Misha? Chapter 458, one after another. After the commander left, the scene was left in a mess, with damaged suitcases and Black Soldier suits scattered on the ground, showing that they had just been strictly inspected. The patrol team leader was somewhat helpless. "We can only prepare a new suitcase for you. That's all we can do." Zhu Shizhou also sighed helplessly, secretly complaining, "This combination of light and dark moves really looks like this. If I didn't know anything, I might really be fooled, and even develop a mentality of sharing the same hatred with the Armed Defense Department. Fortunately, I was extremely vigilant and saw through the conspiracy of the commander and the Armed Defense Department in advance. Are there any other means next?" Zhu Shizhou also wanted to see what would happen next. The patrol team members left the scene and soon brought another suitcase, which was the same style as the one he used before. Zhu Shizhou guessed that the biggest possibility was that some equipment was placed in this suitcase, such as a listening device. But it was not appropriate to check at this moment. Zhu Shizhou calmly took the suitcase and put his Black Soldier suit in it. "Let's go. I want to go back," Zhu Shizhou said to the patrol team leader. On the other side, the head of the command center was obviously unwilling to leave. He personally went to the clothing store to check it out, but found nothing. It was not because his subordinates were incompetent, but there were indeed no other clues. This is strange. Did they use a trick that even I can't see through? At this time, one of the men who was originally responsible for checking the clothing store thought, "Is there a possibility that they actually did nothing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The head of the command department strongly denied it at first, and then began to think, "Is it really impossible? Oh no!" A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through the head of the command department's mind. Suppose they really did nothing? What if the seemingly covert operation in the clothing store was just a means to lure him in? It seems to be a covert operation, but in fact it is a covert operation. After successfully luring her out, they will definitely prepare a new suitcase. And because they believe that they have secretly transferred something, they will relax their vigilance. But they will relax their vigilance. There is something strange about the new suitcase. The head of the command department was excited for a while, as if he had exposed a complicated plot. "Let's go!" Another surprise inspection. No one could have thought that the head of the command department would come openly for the second time. Zhu Shizhou was still thinking about how to use this brand new suitcase on the way, when he saw the head of the command center, who had left with high spirits before returning with a mighty group of people. Zhu Shizhou looked at this woman who seemed to have been arguing with him. and was completely speechless. The patrol team leader was also a little confused. "Sir, may I ask what you are doing?" The head of the command center originally wanted to explain her inference. But when she was about to speak, she changed her mind and thought, what if her inference was wrong? It would be better to wait until something real was found in the suitcase, and then tell them her inference with evidence. Thinking of this, the head of the command center simply did not speak, but waved her hand and asked someone to go forward to check the suitcase. So, a scene very similar to the previous one when checking the suitcase happened. If Zhu Shizhou hadn't known that he was not dead, he would have thought that he had accidentally replayed at some point. The patrol captain's eyebrows twitched. It seemed that the head of the headquarters was unwilling to find an excuse. But he did not make any move. When the head of the headquarters checked for the first time, the patrol captain reported the matter to the head of the Armed Defense Department. After hearing it, his own captain only said that if the head of the headquarters came to check for the second time, he would let her check. This order seemed to be laissez-faire, but in fact it meant the head of the Armed Defense Department was also confused, because he didn't know what the head of the headquarters wanted to do. If he wanted to assassinate Zhu Shizhou, what was the matter with checking the suitcase over and over again? Did he want to clear his suspicion in this way? After all, she really acted like a loyal minister who suspected Zhu Shizhou of being a traitor. So the head of the Armed Defense Department decided to stay put when he could not figure out the purpose of the head of the headquarters for the time being. After all, the purpose of sending people to guard Zhu Shizhou was actually to protect Zhu Shizhou's life. The head of the command center checked, but to no avail. She frowned. Actually, there's still nothing. This is nonsense. Zhu Shizhou complained in his heart. Now, he even gave up the idea of using this suitcase that he had just thought of, because it turned out to be unsafe. He found that if he hadn't done anything, then every step of the head of the command center would be a sure win. But now, the head of the command center's behavior is a joke in the eyes of everyone. The head of the command center stared at Zhu Shizhou for a long time. You are very good. You are worthy of being Su Feng's man. She said the second half of the sentence in her heart. He was able to predict her operation in advance, and thus made her return empty-handed twice in a row. She believed that her two failures were the result of Zhu Shizhou's response. But she never thought that Zhu Shizhou was just keeping the same in the face of change. Zhu Shizhou ignored the head of the command center and said, Minister, although I don't know what doubts you have about me, but my suitcase. The head of the command center narrowed his eyes. It's okay. I will prepare it for you personally. The captain of the patrol team lowered his voice and said to Zhu Shizhou, it's possible that he has done something wrong. This lowered voice actually had no effect on any of the black soldiers at the scene. But this was also the purpose of the captain of the patrol team. He wanted to use this to warn the head of the command center not to have any crooked thoughts, and at the same time gave Zhu Shizhou an excuse to refuse. However, Zhu Shizhou waved his hand and said, if I refuse, I'm afraid the minister will bring people to check my suitcase again? That's too troublesome. So I choose to accept it. Minister, please prepare a suitcase for me. Ha. What a bold man. The head of the command center waved his hand. And Su? His subordinates sent another suitcase, which was still the same style as before. But no one knew whether it was tampered with. However, Zhu Shizhou opened the suitcase and put the black soldier suit in it without any intention, without even a little extra inspection, which made everyone present think differently. The patrol captain thought that he was indeed a loyal man. He was humiliated to this extent, but he was willing to prove his innocence. The head of the headquarters thought that he was really brave. He knew that she had set her sights on him, but he still resolutely used the suitcase she brought. The other black soldiers thought, is it almost over? It seems that it is time for dinner now. This time, the head of the headquarters did not say any more harsh words, but took his men away directly. The captain of the patrol team patted Zhu Shizhou's shoulder sympathetically and said, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. The minister's behavior is just because the rebel faction is rampant in secret, so he is naturally more vigilant. It's nothing big, and I don't take it to heart. The captain of the patrol team smiled, but didn't say anything. After all, the head of the headquarters might be a traitor or something, and it would be too shocking to say it out loud. They were not ready to spread the news. In short, the entanglement of the head of the headquarters was temporarily over, and the captain of the patrol team kindly escorted Zhu Shizhou back to the entrance of the black soldier training base. Chapter 459, Seeing Su Chan again. Looking at the black soldier training base, Zhu Shurjiu was a little emotional for a while. After an unknown period of time, he finally returned here. Others may not understand his emotion, because in the eyes of others, he was only away for half a month. But only he knew that this half a month was filled with days and nights that he couldn't even remember. With his current ability, he would not feel guilty when he returned here and called himself a genius. His experience in training in Papua New Guinea is not comparable to the students here. Zhu Shurjiu passed the identity check of the guard. It is worth mentioning that the guard did not open his suitcase to check the contents, because the guard is also a member of the Armed Defense Department. He is now chatting with the captain of the patrol team. The captain of the patrol team did not want to do anything about the inspection at this time. Wasn't it enough to be inspected so many times? So he waved his hand and let Zhu Shurjiu in. Zhu Shurjiu left. And the guard and the captain of the patrol team looked at Zhu Shurjiu, who was leaving. What happens in the training base is not within our jurisdiction. But the minister should have a way. Yes, we don't have to worry about it. If he hadn't fallen, the prophet, Zhu Shurjiu would have been a genius beyond all humans. Finally back. Zhu Shurjiu returned to his room in the Black Soldier training base, sighed a little, and then immediately opened the suitcase. What a joke. If there really is a bug or something else in the suitcase, then do you still want your privacy? So Zhu Shurjiu took out the Black Soldier suit and directly gave the entire suitcase a destructive inspection. Zhu Shurjiu touched his chin. No. There's nothing here either. Hey. Did the minister really not do anything? Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Jiji. Are you back? A sweet voice came into Zhu Shurjiu's ears through the door, making Zhu Shurjiu shudder. Long time ago, the memory came to his mind, and there was no doubt that the woman outside the door was Su Chan. Zhu Shurjiu put the Black Soldier suit into the closet first, and then opened the door. Su Chan looked no different from the woman in his memory, almost staying yesterday. This was normal. After all, he had only been away for half a month. Su Chan was still as difficult as ever, and he was discovered as soon as he came back. Wait. What did you do to my room? Zhu Shurjiu blurted out the first time he saw Su Chan after a long time. Su Chan didn't expect Zhu Shurjiu to question him as soon as he opened his mouth. What? Su Chan asked innocently. Zhu Shurjiu suppressed his joy of seeing an old friend and said calmly, I returned to the room after being away for half a month. But there was no dust on the floor, and the bed was neatly arranged. It can be seen that someone often came to clean the room during the half month I was away. Also, I didn't alarm anyone when I came back. If you didn't open the door to check, you wouldn't know that I was back. But you came to the door immediately. You must have come prepared. Zhu Shurjiu looked around and said, After that, where is the surveillance installed? Su Chan held her face with both hands and pretended to be shy. It's annoying. I just installed a dozen monitors. Zhu Shurjiu knew Su Chan's character, but he couldn't help it at this time. You are really perverted. Hee. I haven't told you the real perverted things yet. Su Chan muttered. What did you say? Nothing. Do you need me to help you remove the monitors? Remove the surveillance cameras for me too. Huh? I said there are no surveillance cameras. Do you think I will believe you if you say it? Under Zhu Shurjiu's questioning, Su Chan finally admitted that there were not only monitors in the room, but also several micro-surveillance cameras. She came to the door suddenly because she saw Zhu Shurjiu coming back. Zhu Shurjiu stared at Su Chan in other words. What I did in the room after I came back just now, did you see it? Su Chan looked at Zhu Shurjiu and nodded. You? Zhu Shurjiu didn't know how to deal with it for a while. But this round is just an exercise anyway, so it would be better if we can get more out of it. But Zhu Shurjiu is now thinking about whether to drag Su Chan into the water? Outside the training base, he went through countless inspections on the way back, which made him realize the difficulty of transporting Misha back. It is indeed difficult to do it alone, but it would be much easier if someone helps. Thinking of this, Zhu Shurjiu was struggling. Su Chan spoke up. There is nothing to hide. Right? You were secretly selected as a black soldier. After you disappeared inexplicably, I tried my best to find out about you. And then a senior told me that your disappearance is likely because the organization secretly promoted you to a black soldier in advance. This is the tradition of the organization over the years. Tradition over the years? Generally speaking, this tradition will come when most of the students in this class have reached the middle stage of training. At that time, the organization will secretly grant some students with outstanding talents the status of black soldiers. Obviously. You are also like this. But the organization values you very much. They made you a black soldier shortly after you joined the organization. We can't compare with it. Suchan said here, staring at Zhu Shurjo seriously. Zhu Shurjo. The gap between mortals and geniuses is really too big. Can I still rely on you? Zhu Shurjo knew what Suchan meant. This guy just wanted to survive from the beginning to the end. And he did everything he could to survive. Although the black soldiers in Papua New Guinea were not afraid of alien insects. If the students were placed in Papua New Guinea, almost all of them would die. Now the actual combat period has not arrived. So the students have not started to die. But when the actual combat period arrives, even the most talented geniuses may die. Suchan was afraid of such a future. So she depended on him. Even at the cost of his body. Wanting to make it a done deal during the emotional erasure period. So that she, who was cowardly by nature, could not regret it and survive as a pregnant woman. Now she saw that Zhu Shurjo's genius had alarmed the organization. And she also realized that she was getting further and further away from Zhu Shurjo. So she asked this question. Zhu Shurjo looked at Suchan. Now, he had almost no cards in his hand. But Suchan appeared, and she was a ready-made card. He looked at Suchan and said, "If I say you can't rely on me anymore, what will you do?" Suchan automatically understood that she was no longer useful. Suchan looked calm. "Then I can only rely on others." Zhu Shurjo thought about it, and paced back and forth in the room for a long time. In fact, Suchan was not bad except that she was a little abnormal. In the command class, she willingly handed over her power to Zhu Shurjo for command without any complaints. This shows that Suchan is a gambler, more decisive and courageous than ordinary people. If he asked Suchan to cooperate with him to do something that looked very strange and scheming, would Suchan agree? Maybe others would need a long time to consider at this time. But Zhu Shurjo didn't need it, because you will know after actual verification. Zhu Shurjo stood still, turned his head, and looked at Suchan. His eyes deep. Suchan. Have you ever heard of the chess club? Chapter 460, weighing the pros and cons. Another member of the Jichi club. When Zhu Shurjo started to win over Suchan, he had no burden at all. However, Suchan suddenly raised her head and stared at Zhu Shurjo's eyes. Jichi club? What is this? Zhu Shurjo smiled slightly. Jichi club is... He repeated to Suchan what he had said to persuade Jing Ji before, including that Jichi club believed that the current organization had taken the wrong path. And their Jichi club was the purpose of guiding the organization back on track. After Zhu Shurjo finished speaking, Suchan closed her eyes. She understood. The rebel faction. Jichi club is the rebel faction that is secretly rumored in the organization now. And Zhu Shurjo is actually a member of this rebel faction. He is even trying to win her over without any defense, wanting her to join Jichi club. Before Suchan came, she never thought that such a thing would happen. The rebel faction. Suchan said faintly. Zhu Shurjo, aren't you worried that I will use this information to harm you? Zhu Shurjo smiled faintly. Don't worry. As long as I kill you before you betray me. In fact, Zhu Shurjo is not so cruel. And according to Suchan's nature, she will always choose the path with the highest probability of survival. If there is no special situation, she will not be willing to involve herself in such a dispute where people can die if they are not careful. So, Zhu Shurjo is also ready to give Suchan 2 ways. I will give you 2 choices. One is to join the chess club and change the organization with me. Our chess club will do its best to protect the life and safety of every member, including you. The way to survive that you have always dreamed of is given to you by the chess club. Suchan asked expressionlessly. What about the second choice? If you disagree, will you kill me here now? You misunderstood. I said that I would only choose to kill you if you betrayed me. Zhu Shurjo shook his head. For the second choice, although I told you about the existence of the chess club, you can also pretend not to hear it and leave. I don't need you to do anything. You just need to protect yourself. Relatively speaking, after hearing these 2 choices, Suchan subconsciously wanted to choose the second one. But she also knew that if she chose the second one, her life would be difficult in the future. If I choose the second one, will you still maintain the previous cooperative relationship with me? The so-called cooperative relationship is to let Zhu Shurjo use her. And she also took this opportunity to attack Zhu Shurjo, successfully conceive Zhu Shurjo's child, and then be protected by the organization. Zhu Shurjo said coldly. If you choose the second way, You will have nothing to do with me in the future. Su-chan nodded. Then I choose the first one. Seeing Su-chan make such a decisive decision, Zhu Shijie was also a little surprised. Why? The reason is very simple. I have already established a relationship with you. To outsiders, I am wholeheartedly attached to your existence. So your identity is my identity. In other words, if your identity as a rebel is exposed, then I will naturally be rewarded with the label of a rebel. This point cannot be changed. Even if I choose to protect myself, I will still be suspected of being a rebel. If one day I am arrested and interrogated by the organization, and I am not a rebel, will you come to save me? This is almost certain. No. The rebel faction will not waste time to save someone who has nothing to do with them. And Su-chan also rationally judged that she had been dragged into the water the moment she came into contact with Zhu Shijie. So what's the point of being prudent now? On the other hand, what if she chose to join the rebel faction? If she chose to join the rebel faction would choose to protect her. And then she could hold the hope of survival she had always dreamed of. In addition, the rebel faction is not impossible, because the rising talented new stars, who are now popular, have chosen to join the rebel faction. This shows that the rebel faction has a future in Zhu Shijie's eyes. Although she is not clear about Zhu Shijie's current position in the rebel faction, from Zhu Shijie's behavior of recruiting her, she can actually analyze that Zhu Shijie is currently weak and needs more strength. Then going over now would be like helping someone in need. And Zhu Shijie would also accept her as his confidant. If Zhu Shijie had not died, he would have occupied a place in the rebel faction in the future, and her status would have risen. Su-chan did not think much about the disadvantages of joining the rebel faction, because it was meaningless, and being exposed after joining would only mean death. But what if she refused now? The reason that finally prompted her to agree to Zhu Shijie's recruitment was that if she did not agree, the rebel faction would probably not let her go. Although Zhu Shijie said that he would let her go as long as she kept it secret, the rebel faction could hide inside the organization, which showed how powerful their confidentiality mechanism was. Would they believe in the confidentiality of a student like her? The most stringent confidentiality measure was to kill anyone who heard the secret. If you don't cooperate, you will die. If you cooperate, you may die. It's obvious which one to choose. So Su-chan weighed the pros and cons and made a choice quickly. When making the choice, although Su-chan had gone through countless twists and turns in her heart, she did not show any hesitation on the surface, and even seemed to agree a little rashly. This is to show her decisive attitude. Think about it from another perspective. If you tell your biggest secret to an unrelated person, can you trust this person? What if this person hesitates after hearing your secret? So in order not to arouse Zhu Shijie's suspicion, Su-chan agreed very readily. Behind a simple answer, it represents Su-chan's extremely agile thinking. However, what she didn't know was that Zhu Shijie never looked at a person's mind. He looked at a person's behavior. Whether Su-chan is loyal or not, it still needs to be judged by what she does in front of him. Any unexpected event will not be an accident. No matter how fast the Black Soldier organization acts, it cannot defeat a day's intelligence delay. He has the ability to roll back and can always plan ahead of the organization. So even if Su-chan betrayed him, he could predict and avoid it in advance. Although the two had different thoughts during the communication, they finally reached a consensus. Su-chan became a member of the chess club. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious, and Su-chan's expression was no longer so serious. The rebel faction, the chess club. Why is it called this name? Zhu Shijie said seriously. Because we are all chess pieces. Strictly speaking, the chess club has only one official member, and that is the president. Who is the chess club itself? Every member who joins the chess club is just a chess piece in his hand, and he can drive it. Su-chan felt the courage of this mysterious president of the chess club. Even a genius like Zhu Shijie is just a chess piece, let alone others. How many people are there in the chess club? The number is unknown. It is easy for members of the chess club to meet, but not know each other. Sometimes a passerby walking across from you may be a member of the chess club. But before the time comes, everyone must hide their identities and be a black soldier. If the president can use us, he will naturally give us orders. So casual? Su-chan had a blank expression on her face, feeling that she had fallen into a big pit.